What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hokage, Tobirama Reborn Invincible in Shinobi World. 1tr Chapter 1 I am Senju Tobirama, Darkness, Bottomless Darkness. There is no light and no sense of the passage of time. 1 second, 1 year, or countless years, Cheng Lu couldn't open his eyes, but his consciousness was still active. He could only think but couldn't move. This feeling made him feel like he was dying. Am I dead or alive? No one could answer this question. He only remembered that he was hit by a dump truck and his vision went dark and then never brightened again. Hokage? Senju clan? Goldhorn or Silverhorn? Pass the throne to Hokage? Memories that did not belong to him flooded in like a tide, almost bursting his consciousness. Faintly, he seemed to hear someone talking. Konoha. At the Chunin exam site, all the spectators were immersed in Yakushi Kabuto's Nirvana technique, and countless white feathers fell from the sky. On the roof, a purple barrier covered the entire surroundings. The four corners of the roof were occupied by Tayuya, Kitamaru, Jirobo, and Saken, and the four of them maintained the operation of the barrier. Inside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemnly at Orochimaru who had taken off his disguise. Teacher Sarutobi, Konoha is already rotten. Let me, the wind, make the windmill of Konoha turn. Advertisement Orochimaru said with a sinister look on his face, licking his long tongue, but there was no carelessness in his eyes. I wonder how much strength this old man in front of me still has when he was young. If he were 10 years younger, he would never dare to launch the Konoha collapse plan. Really, Orochimaru, my apprentice, I would like to see if the ninjutsu you have learned meets my graduation requirements. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. The atmosphere at the scene fell eerily silent. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rushed towards Orochimaru, forming seals with his hands and saying, Ninjutsu. Washuriken. The tiles on the roof suddenly seemed to come to life and flew towards Orochimaru. Too naive, Orochimaru dodged it easily by slightly turning sideways. Shadow Snake Hand. Although the name is Snake Hand, the launching point is Orochimaru's long tongue. His already very long tongue instantly turned into a python, wrapping around and biting Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Just as Orochimaru smiled evilly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body turned into a puddle of mud. Earth Clone. Orochimaru thought something was wrong and used a body flicker technique to dodge the shuriken thrown by Sarutobi Hiruzen from behind. Earth Style. Earth Flow. An Earth Dragon formed by mud and rocks swept towards Orochimaru. Compound Ninjutsu. Earth Dragon and Flame Flow. The Fire Dragon and Earth Flow were mixed together, and the color of the flame had even reached a thick white. This was a display of superb chakra control by the ninjutsu professor of the Grandmaster 5 Attributes Ninjutsu. The high-temperature flint stream immediately submerged Orochimaru's figure, and a deafening scream came from him, but as the ninjutsu ended, Orochimaru appeared in the same place intact. That's amazing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised to see that Orochimaru was fine. He smiled slightly, took off his Hokage robe and hat, revealing the armor underneath. He was prepared. The two looked at each other for a moment. Teacher Sarutobi, the playtime has come to an end. Orochimaru smiled evilly and formed seals with his hands quickly. Advertisement, Summoning Technique Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen intently, a hoarse and low voice uttered from his mouth. Suddenly, there was a roar. 3 dark lights appeared under his feet. In the light on the left, a coffin with the word, Shu, engraved on it slowly rose up. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something was wrong. Use the summoning technique for defense. This move is. At this time, the second coffin with the word, Tu, engraved on it on the right side of Orochimaru's light also rose up. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about how to respond, a third coffin with the number 4 engraved on it appeared in front of the 2 coffins. We must stop the third one. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly clasped his hands together and pressed down hard on the third coffin. The third coffin was sent back by Sarutobi Hiruzen in this way. Oh, did the 4th generation summoning technique fail? Orochimaru, who was hiding behind the 2 coffins, looked a little surprised. But, Mr. Sarutobi. No, 3rd Hokage. What should you do when facing these 2 people? As Orochimaru finished speaking, the 2 coffin lids fell to the ground. Inside the coffin, 2 figures wearing armor from the Sengoku era appeared, causing the 2 Anbu ninjas watching outside the barrier to look horrified. First Hokage-sama, and Second Hokage-sama. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became extremely solemn. However, no one noticed that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in the coffin had quietly opened his eyes. Cheng Lu, no, it should be Senju Tobirama. After taking a quick glance at the surrounding situation, he couldn't help but look shocked. I was actually reincarnated as the Senju Tobirama who was impure by Orochimaru. Cheng Lu had this extremely exciting thought in his mind. Chapter 2 System I am the second Hokage. Cheng Lu's mind was filled with endless fantasies. In his previous life, he was just a freshman. He had read countless fanfictions about the anime Hokage Ninja and had fantasized about it countless times in his mind. I didn't expect that he, who was hit by a dump truck, could become the second Hokage of Konoha, even though he was already dead. What a strong force. He felt the huge amount of chakra in his body and was in great shock. As expected of Impure World Reincarnation, the chakra in your body is almost endless. Also, if my memory serves me correctly, the Impure World Reincarnation that Orochimaru mastered during this period was not yet complete, so I was not able to display my full strength at all. With the strength of Senju Tobirama in his prime, who else in the current ninja world can fight him except Nagato? Besides, Nagato is still a sickly person. Tobirama marveled inwardly. He compared himself with the fully powered self in his memory and realized. Now this body can only exert 1/3 of his original strength. If they are controlled by Orochimaru again, I am afraid they will be reduced by half again. The question is whether Orochimaru will kill the second generation. At this time, Orochimaru behind him made a seal. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama in the other coffin opened his eyes. He raised his head slightly, and when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama, his expression was stunned. Tobirama and monkeys? Senju Hashirama was unsure. Advertisement: when he died, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a vigorous young man, but now Sarutobi Hiruzen has become so old that it took him a while to recognize him. At this time, Senju Tobirama could feel a faint force trying to control his body, but the force was very weak and he felt that he could break free with just a little effort. Tobirama knew that Orochimaru probably wanted him to reminisce with Sarutobi Hiruzen and increase his psychological pressure. After all, he is now Sarutobi Hiruzen's teacher. Without resisting the force, Tobirama controlled his steps and stepped forward. I thought to myself, in the original book, if one wants to escape the control of the Impure World Reincarnation caster, one can do so by knowing the order of the seals. As the creator of Impure World Reincarnation, he naturally knew the order of seals. Thinking of this, Tobirama was no longer in a hurry. He wanted to see what other tricks Orochimaru could come up with. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized sound came from my mind. Host has been bound. A panel suddenly appeared in Senju Tobirama's mind. Name: Senju Tobirama. Strength: strong cage level, not overall. Status: Impure World Reincarnation. The panel is simple, with only a few short lines of text that Tobirama scans at a glance. Task: advertisement: get rid of Orochimaru's control. Award: strength restored to 70% in a flash. Countless thoughts flashed through Senju Tobirama's mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bitter look on his face and smiled bitterly. I never thought that meeting the two Hokages of the first and second generation again would be in this way. Monkey, I never thought you would be the third Hokage. I feel relieved to have you leading the village. Senju Hashirama smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a very good man when he was young. It seemed that his brother was very good at choosing people. Tobirama, look, I told you not to tinker with those forbidden techniques all day. Now look what happened. Even after you die, someone will find you out. Senju Hashirama said, scratching his head and glancing at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama was speechless and just turned his head slightly. Monkey, the caster of the forbidden technique has not yet fully understood the technique. Now Tobirama and I can only exert 30% of our strength at most. Can you handle it? The first Hokage was still reliable at the critical moment and quickly passed the important information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The fight hasn't even started yet and they've been exposed by their own people. If they talk for a while longer, I'm afraid it will be 3 against 1. As expected of the god of ninja, even though he is dead, he can make reasonable judgments in such a short time. Orochimaru walked behind Senju Hashirama, took out a kunai with a special rune and placed it behind his head. The consciousness in Senju Hashirama's eyes was instantly wiped out, and he became a real dead person. Just when Orochimaru was about to stab the second Hokage in the back of his head with a kunai, something strange happened. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Chapter 3: Impure World Reincarnation Solution. The Water Dragon Bomb, which originally required 44 seals, was simplified to only 4 seals in the hands of Tobirama, the master of water style. A giant water dragon rushed towards Orochimaru. The Anbu ninjas outside the barrier, including Orochimaru, the Sound 4, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not react. They could never imagine it. Orochimaru hadn't yet taken control of Senju Tobirama's consciousness, but the second Hokage of Konoha actually took the initiative to attack Orochimaru. Earth Style. Earth Wall. At the critical moment, Orochimaru narrowly escaped the danger by using Earth Style ninjutsu to block the fierce attack of the water dragon. But it's not over yet. The water dragon launched by Senju Tobirama's huge chakra has not yet dissipated, and under the instigation of Senju Tobirama, it is about to attack and kill Orochimaru, who has no stamina. Wood-style tree binding kill. One after another, the thick and sharp tree spears fiercely stabbed at Senju Tobirama, who was performing the spell. Water-style. Waterblade slash. The waterblade attached to Senju Tobirama's hand cut off all the tree spears in a few seconds, but he also stopped attacking Orochimaru after being interrupted. Impure World Reincarnation Jia. Several hand seals were formed in Tobirama's hands. Orochimaru then discovered that he had lost control of Senju Tobirama. As expected of a ninjutsu master, he actually escaped from Impure World Reincarnation. A few drops of cold sweat flowed from Orochimaru's forehead. Obviously, this situation was beyond his expectations. Teacher? You? Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused by the situation on the field. Advertisement. Yes, this is the ninjutsu I invented. Junior, it seems you have gone too far. Monkey, I will deal with this junior who abused the forbidden technique from now on. I'll leave big brother to you. Senju Tobirama said coldly. After being released from control, he has recovered 70% of his strength. The huge power in his body can't wait to be released, so he uses Orochimaru to let him try his hand. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Although he didn't know how the teacher got rid of his control, he finally didn't have to face two Hokages and Orochimaru alone. He had originally planned to burn the Will of Fire today, and he couldn't help but have more hope of survival in his heart. He hasn't been the Hokage long enough. Legendary Second Hokage, you are someone I admire, and it is truly an honor for me to be your rival. Orochimaru licked his tongue and smiled faintly. He thought that the situation was still under control at the moment. Even the legendary god of ninja was under his control. How could the second Hokage, whose strength was not even 1 or 2 times that of his former life, really defeat him? Senju Tobirama glanced at the panel and smiled. Name: Senju Tobirama. Strength: Weak Super Shadow, not overall. Status: Impure World Reincarnation. With 70% of his original strength, he is already at the Super Shadow stage, and even if he is just a beginner, it is enough to deal with one Orochimaru. Water-style water-severing wave. A high-pressure water gun sprayed out from Senju Tobirama's mouth. In the original work, this ninjutsu can even cut off the roots of the sacred tree. Orochimaru, feeling the power of the water gun, did not dare to be arrogant. Advertisement: Summoning Technique, Triple Rashomon. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled groans were heard in the 4 purple flame formation, followed by a rumbling sound. In front of Orochimaru, 3 iron doors with ghost faces engraved on them rose up, completely blocking his body. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, he can actually summon 3 Rashomons at once. Saken, who was maintaining the barrier, had his eyes filled with fanaticism after seeing the Rashomon released by Orochimaru. For him, this kind of ninjutsu could only be summoned once even in the Cursed Seal state. ZZ. The high-pressure water gun hit Rashomon at high speed. The powerful pressure easily broke through the first gate, and the second gate only stopped for a moment. The third gate could not be blocked for a moment. Not good. Orochimaru hurriedly activated chakra again to release the earth-style defense. But the high-pressure water gun still broke through the earth flow wall created by Orochimaru and penetrated it. A moment later, Orochimaru, whose head and body had been separated, opened his mouth and spit out another Orochimaru. The Great Snake-style body replacement technique, a body replacement technique that only Orochimaru can master. As long as he has a breath left, he can recover from all injuries through my way of spitting. Who? The heavy breathing proved that Orochimaru was not in a very good condition at the moment. He never expected that Senju Tobirama, whose strength in the Impure World form was probably only about 30% of what it was in his lifetime, could make him so embarrassed by random ninjutsu. Just when he was about to control Senju Hashirama to abandon Sarutobi Hiruzen, a sound of breaking air was heard from above. Flying Thunder God / Chapter 4 Water Dragon Bite. Don't forget that Senju Tobirama was known as the fastest ninja in the world during his lifetime. Although the title was later inherited by Namikaze Minato, in the current time period when the 4th Hokage died. In the entire ninja world, Senju Tobirama is second in speed, and no one dares to claim to be first. Flying Thunder God / A kunai flew over Orochimaru's head, and Senju Tobirama stabbed at Orochimaru with lightning speed. In the Sengoku era before the creation of Konohagakure, Senju Tobirama used this move to severely injure Uchiha Madara's younger brother Izuna. Orochimaru reacted very quickly and quickly spat out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Bite. The harsh sound of metal colliding. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Although Orochimaru blocked the fatal blow with the Kusanagi sword, Senju Tobirama's kunai still cut off one of his arms. Hiss. The intense pain made Orochimaru gasp. The strength of the second generation was so terrifying. Even if he only exerted 30% of his strength, he would still be so powerful? Did you stop him, Junior? You are very good, Senju Tobirama said lightly. Is the second Hokage so powerful? Advertisement? Even Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, is no match for him? Where on earth is Master Jiraiya now? The 2 Anbu outside the barrier looked shocked. Wood style. Tree World Advent. Senju Hashirama finally escaped from Sarutobi Hiruzen's interception. A vast sea of trees covered the entire barrier. Senju Tobirama was distracted for a moment, and Orochimaru immediately stepped back, keeping a distance from Tobirama. It seems that in order to deal with Orochimaru, you have to get past his brother first. How strong is Senju Hashirama? During the Sengoku period, he and Uchiha Madara single-handedly pacified the troubled times and were hailed as the god of ninja by the world. Even the strongest of the tailed beasts, 9 tails, are nothing more than pets that Hashirama can suppress with a flick of his hand. In the era of Hashirama and Madara, even a strong man like Tobirama could only be overshadowed. Senju Hashirama, now in his Impure World Reincarnation state, is only 30% of his strength, but he is still not something Sarutobi Hiruzen can resist. I'm sorry sensei, Shodai was too strong and I couldn't stop him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also met with Senju Tobirama at this moment, but his condition was very bad. His armor was broken and he could hardly hold the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. It's okay, monkey. I will deal with the caster of the 4 purple flame formation. You can gather the Konoha Shinobi as soon as you get out. Senju Tobirama immediately decided on the battle strategy. If one wants to break the 4 purple flame formation from the inside, it would require at least the destructive power of a tailed beast, unless the caster is killed. However, the Sound 4 created several small barriers to protect themselves, which is why Sarutobi Hiruzen did not escape the barrier in the original work. Advertisement. Just as he finished speaking, Hashirama's attack came, and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately retreated behind Senju Tobirama upon seeing this. Water Style. Water Dragon Bite. This move is the strongest of the water style ninjutsu mastered by Senju Tobirama. In midair, countless water balls gathered towards the center, creating a huge suction force that made it difficult for Senju Hashirama to move, and Orochimaru, who was hiding behind, also had difficulty moving. Ha! Senju Tobirama raised his hands, and the water ball gradually formed a huge water dragon 100 meters long. It was so ferocious that even Orochimaru wanted to run away. Bang! The water dragon enveloped Senju Hashirama and Orochimaru in its attack range. Even Tobirama was affected. Enma Diamond Prison Wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly got into the iron cage that the Enma had transformed into. Hundreds of tons of high-pressure shock hit the roof. The alloy roof, which had withstood countless ninjutsu in the original work, could not bear the weight and collapsed. The 4 sound ninjas also fell into the ruins. The 4 purple flame formation lost its maintenance and soon dissipated. Is Orochimaru dead? Nidaim's move is too powerful. He can actually release such a strong water style in a waterless place. He is worthy of being Nidaime. Even so, the 2 Anbu still did not forget their commentary work. Chapter 5. Orochimaru's defeat. Cough cough cough. Hokage-sama, are you alright? At the edge of the roof, 2 Anbu rushed forward to support the weakened Sarutobi Hiruzen. Call all the Chunin and Jonin of the village to launch a counterattack against the Sand Shinobi and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. Yes. Have you found Jiraiya? Master Jiraiya is on his way. Currently, Konoha village is extremely short of high-end combat power. 2 of the Sannin have been away from the village for a long time. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had not recalled Jiraiya earlier, I am afraid that they would not even be able to gather 2 cage levels. Kakashi and Guy are being held back by Sand Shinobi Jonin Baki and Kabuto. According to 2 Anbu reports, the 9 tails within Naruto also rioted, and seem to be fighting with the Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki. The current situation in Konoha is making Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely anxious. Danzo. Where are you now? Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered through gritted teeth, and stopped thinking about his old friend who was hoping for his death. The teacher is still as powerful as he was in life, and now that the Impure World Reincarnation has been lifted, doesn't that mean he can stay in this world forever? For some reason, this thought suddenly occurred to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru was an adult. In the ruins, the 4 sound ninjas dug Orochimaru out from a pile of tiles. Orochimaru is in a very bad state at the moment. Advertisement. He took a direct hit from Senju Tobirama's S-rank water-style ninjutsu, and even after the software modification, he was unable to withstand it. Retreat, retreat. Orochimaru said. The 4 of them immediately carried Orochimaru away. Oh, Junior, you, who destroyed Konoha like this, still want to escape unscathed? A cold remark made the 5 people who were fleeing stop in their tracks. In that short time, Senju Tobirama had already dealt with his insane elder brother and sealed him away. A blue chakra emerged from his body. The huge chakra almost solidified into substance, causing cracks in the ground. Orochimaru's eyes, which had always been calm, now showed signs of panic. This is impossible. The second Hokage actually recovered his strength in the Impure World Reincarnation state. This is unscientific. How can a dead person improve? Orochimaru's heart trembled. The 4 sound ninjas standing nearby were already trembling with fear at the huge chakra explosion. Everyone knows that his eldest brother is known as the God of Ninja, but they forget that Senju Hashirama's younger brother is also known as the Grandmaster of the Ninja World. Now, Orochimaru knew. Although he didn't know how such a powerful second Hokage died in the first place, he knew that he would never be a match for Senju Tobirama, who had now recovered his strength. Orochimaru's expression changed, but an idea came into his mind. The Grandmaster of the Ninja World has been resurrected. I wonder how other major countries in Akatsuki will react. After a few thoughts flashed through his mind, Orochimaru took a deep breath and said calmly. Second Hokage-sama, I really underestimated you. Advertisement. Orochimaru already regretted releasing Senju Tobirama from the Impure World. He never expected that a dead man could escape from his control, disrupt his plans, and even beat him into a disability. I wonder what Sarutobi-sensei would think of a second Hokage who can stay in the world forever. He, how interesting. Orochimaru laughed a few times and threw a smoke bomb. When the smoke cleared, the 5 people were nowhere to be seen. Senju Tobirama did not chase. Because he had already placed the Flying Thunder God mark on Orochimaru, if he wanted, he could kill Orochimaru even now. But that would not do him any good. There are only a handful of people who engage in science in the ninja world. If Orochimaru is captured alive, he will be of great use in the future. Name. Senju Tobirama. Strength. Weak Super Shadow, not overall. Status. Impure World Reincarnation Task. Destroy Konoha's collapse plan, reverse the situation, and eliminate all Sound Shinobi and Sand Shinobi in Konoha village. Reward. Restore full strength. Looking at the panel, Senju Tobirama smiled slightly. The task of destroying Konoha's collapse plan was simple, and he didn't even have to do it himself. After all, in the original work, even after the death of the 3rd Hokage, the Konoha Shinobi had already spontaneously organized a counterattack. Now with the addition of a Senju Tobirama and a living 3rd Hokage, completing the mission would only take a moment. You are, second Hokage-sama? Just as Tobirama was checking the system, a question came from behind him. Chapter 6 Pacification. A middle-aged man with long white hair and a forehead protector with the word, oil, on it called out to Senju Tobirama. Jiraiya? Senju Tobirama turned his head. The predecessor had met Jiraiya several times through Tsunade when he was young, so although Jiraiya was surprised that Tobirama still remembered him, he was not too surprised. You've been resurrected. Was it Orochimaru who did it? Jiraiya's face was full of shock. The second Hokage in front of him, who only existed in his childhood memories with Tsunade, had actually returned from the underworld. Boy, you've come just in time. Now follow me to calm down the chaos in Konoha. Senju Tobirama gave the order to Jiraiya. Yes, sir. Jiraiya, who was usually carefree and even frivolous, also put away his cynical attitude in front of the second Hokage. I wonder what Tsunade's expression would be when he sees a living Nidaime like this, Jiraiya thought with evil humor in his heart. The other half of Konoha at this point the battle situation had already tilted in Konoha's favor. With Orochimaru's retreat, the remaining Sound Shinobi and Sand Shinobi were nothing but scattered sand. Even the Sand Shinobi didn't know that their cage was a fake, and the real cage's body was nowhere to be found. Jiraiya is an adult. Who is that next to Jiraiya-sama? Wait, why does he look so much like second Hokage Yan Yan? Advertisement. As Senju Tobirama and Jiraiya continued to counterattack, more and more Konoha Shinobi were rescued in their hands. Among the crowd, someone recognized the second Hokage who only lived in textbooks. Senju Tobirama did not explain it to them. It's time to wrap up this mess of Konoha's collapse plan. He couldn't wait to get back to his heyday. Where is Sarutobi? Ask him to come see me, Senju Tobirama asked the crowd coldly. The ninjas wanted to criticize him for calling the Hokage by his name, but then they remembered that he looked exactly like the second generation, so they suppressed their doubts. Soon someone ran out. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had recovered about 70% of his strength, came in front of him. Teacher, are you looking for me? He asked cautiously. The Hokage's attitude confirmed the suspicions of those around him. Second Hokage, he's really alive. Monkey, the biggest threat has been dealt with, but haven't we cleared out all the enemies in the village yet? Senju Tobirama's attitude reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen of his teacher's strictness when he was a child. He was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Teacher, the Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki is also in Konoha now. How should we deal with it? Konoha now is not suitable for going to war with the enemy country, he said tremblingly. Stupid. Just lock up all the Sand Shinobi ninjas and let Sand Shinobi give an explanation later. They are running wild in our village, and we should still smile at them. Monkey, when did you, the Hokage, become so weak? Senju Tobirama shouted loudly. The Konoha Shinobi who were watching also nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, was indeed a little weak, even cowardly. A few years ago, Cloud Shinobi from the Land of Lightning kidnapped the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader in Konoha. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen not let the Land of Lightning pay the price, he even asked Hyuga Hiyoshi's younger brother Hyuga Hizashi to pay for the life of the killed Cloud Shinobi. Advertisement. As ninjas from the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world, they could no longer hold back their anger. Pass on my order. Any enemy ninja still resisting in Konoha village will be killed on the spot, and those who surrender will be temporarily detained in Konoha prison. Tobirama ordered. Hokage adult wisdom. There was an uproar among the crowd. Under the order of the previous Hokage, the entire Konoha launched a counterattack in an orderly manner. If you encounter a Sound Shinobi or Sand Shinobi who dares to resist, kill them directly. If they surrender, lock them up. Soon, the situation in Konoha village stabilized. Inside the Hokage building, Senju Tobirama, who was sitting in the main seat, received a prompt from the system. Name: Senju Tobirama. Strength: Super Shadow. Status: Impure World Reincarnation. Senju Tobirama, whose strength has been fully restored, has an aura that makes Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya feel a huge pressure. The second Hokage has resurrected. The patriarchs of all the Konoha clans who received the news were all shocked. They could no longer see the current situation of Konoha clearly. Will the second Hokage return to the Pure Land? Or will he take over Konoha again? They are not sure. Chapter 7. Removing the Hokage. Today is a special day for all Konoha people. A character that only exists in Hokage Rock. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is back. Have you heard that Nidaime has been resurrected? A Konoha shinobi was telling the people around him with great excitement. That's right. Just when I was about to be hit by the Sand Shinobi, Nidaime used the Flying Thunder God technique to save me in an instant. The person next to him echoed. Then Nidaime is back. The third Hokage is so old now. Should he take over the position of Hokage? Shish. This kind of thing is not something we can talk about. Inside a meeting room in the Konoha Hokage building. All the Jonin, clan leaders, Hokage and Hokage advisors in the village gathered here. A white-haired figure was sitting on the main seat, and the Hokage next to him could only sit on the lower side. Teacher, I didn't expect you to really come back. When the 3 Hokage advisors received the news of Senju Tobirama's resurrection, they all thought it was a mistake made by their subordinates until they saw it with their own eyes. Advertisement. Especially Danzo. When he saw Senju Tobirama, his eyes almost popped out from under the bandages and he looked a little flustered. It's Kaharu. You're so old. Are you already the Hokage advisor? Senju Tobirama looked at the amazed old woman beside him. There was also Uchiha Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Akamiki Tokes, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, and of course, there was Sarutobi Hiruzen. These 6 people are Senju Tobirama's disciples and bodyguards. Uchiha Kagami, the only Uchiha disciple he had, was not present. As a time traveler who is familiar with the plot, Senju Tobirama certainly knows that Uchiha Kagami has been murdered by Danzo. Danzo's right eye under the bandage is even the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui, the descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen was entrusted with the position of Hokage by you in times of crisis, but he allowed his disciple Orochimaru to conduct human body research, and even showed mercy when trying to kill Orochimaru, which led to the disaster that Konoha suffered. I propose that Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicate the position of Hokage. Danzo, who had not spoken for a long time, startled everyone when he spoke. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo coldly, wanting to say something but didn't open his mouth. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura did not expect that Danzo would attack Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment, but the 3 of them have always been in the same boat, and after looking at each other, they all expressed their agreement. When the clan leaders saw the 3 advisors impeaching Sarutobi Hiruzen at the same time, they couldn't figure out what the second Hokage was thinking, and they all shut their mouths and acted like ostriches, while the civilian Jonin said they saw nothing. Danzo, where were your people when Konoha was in trouble? Senju Tobirama did not make any statement, but asked Danzo instead. Teacher, the route I lead cannot make unnecessary sacrifices. The manpower in the village is limited. I must first preserve the strength of the village to prevent the other 4 nations from attacking our Konoha after the war. Advertisement. Danzo said this with great righteousness, like a far-sighted Konoha think tank. Danzo would certainly not express his true thoughts. What he was thinking was that it would be best to let Orochimaru kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if Sarutobi didn't die, he could take the opportunity to hold him accountable. At that time, who else could be the 5th Hokage except him, Danzo? But he had planned everything, but he never expected that Senju Tobirama would be resurrected. Damn Orochimaru, he used the forbidden technique without mastering it and let Tobirama-sensei get out of control. Danzo gritted his teeth secretly. Bah, the old fox is so shameless. A tiny sound came from the crowd. Senju Tobirama nodded, agreeing with what he said. As for letting Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicate, Tobirama certainly agreed in his heart because the system gave him another task. Mission. Regain control of Konoha. Reward. Wood style. Wood style. He is the descendant of his eldest brother, Senju Hashirama. As the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, it is reasonable for him to awaken wood style. Suppressing the reverie in his heart, Senju Tobirama spoke. Everyone, my disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen has been a bad teacher. He cannot escape responsibility for the damage to Konoha this time. I hereby announce that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dismissed from his position as Hokage. Who's for? Who's against? Chapter 8. Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication. Who's for? Who's against? Senju Tobirama said this. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. This. I agree. The first voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone looked towards the spokesperson. It's Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Mr. Sarutobi. Although this is a bit unethical, I think that abdicating and enjoying your retirement is probably the best option for you. Jiraiya said to the surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen with a guilty look on his face. Jiraiya is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very wise. Although he has been traveling around the ninja world for a long time in recent years, he is not in the village. But that doesn't mean he's unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's scandal. He allowed Danzo to slander Hatake White Fang, did nothing before the conflict between Uchiha and the village intensified, and even suppressed Uchiha, even though the son of the hero Naruto suffered discrimination from the villagers. Although he was not present at the scene of these events, he knew most of them, but he did not expose them. This former ninja hero has really grown old and has become rotten and corrupt. As a disciple of the 3rd generation, the greatest filial piety he could show was to allow Master Sarutobi to enjoy a peaceful and comfortable life in his later years. Teacher Sarutobi, don't be blinded by power anymore. Jiraiya thought silently in his heart. There was an uproar in the crowd. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, the first person to agree with the 3rd generation's abdication would be the 3rd Hokage's disciple. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his beloved disciple with a gloomy expression, and then, as if he had made an important decision in his heart, his eyes suddenly became firm and he spoke. Teacher, there is no need to make them make a choice. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am willing to resign the position of Hokage. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words surprised Senju Tobirama for a moment, and he glanced at the thin old man in front of him. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as bad as I thought. He is willing to give up his position as Hokage. But Danzo is a scum who must be eliminated. Senju Tobirama secretly glanced at Danzo who was secretly delighted beside him. This guy, doesn't he think that he can become Hokage if Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicates? Senju Tobirama, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows what kind of person Danzo is. Under the pretext of doing things for Konoha, he forcibly selected the most talented children from various ninja clans and sent them to the route for brainwashing to serve as his personal lackeys. Seizing Shisui's Mangekyo and instructing Itachi to exterminate the clan directly brought the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha to an irreconcilable point. To go a little further, he also joined forces with Hanzo to besiege the Akatsuki organization, killed Yahiko, caused Nagato to turn evil, and indirectly led to Pain's destruction of the village. The design made Yakushi Kabuto and Dean Nono kill each other, creating the fourth war villain. It can be said that Danzo almost single-handedly influenced the course of the entire ninja world. Compared with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen can almost be regarded as a good person. Of course, Danzo's insolence is also related to Sarutobi Hiruzen's connivance. Anyway, when Tobirama first watched Hokage Ninja, the person he hated the most was Danzo. Danzo must die, but he couldn't just rush up to Danzo and chop his head off with a knife, right? That wouldn't sound good to others. Advertisement. The most urgent thing now is for Tobirama to regain the position of Hokage, obtain the power of wood style, eliminate all the villains in Konoha, and completely unite Konoha. Well done, Sarutobi, you didn't disappoint me. Senju Tobirama said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in an approving tone. Since the third generation adults have taken the initiative to abdicate, we, the Inoshika Cho clans, agree. Nara Shikaku, the most intelligent patriarch of the Nara clan, quickly understood the situation and knew that the abdication of the third generation was a foregone conclusion. The Inoshika Cho clans have always stood together, and they were very good at judging the situation and quickly formed their team. What Nara Shikaku is thinking about now is, is this second Hokage going to take control of Konoha again? Or will a new Hokage be elected? The Hyuga clan agrees. The Aburame clan agrees as well. The Shimura clan agrees. Soon, representatives of the major ninja clans and civilian ninjas all agreed to the vote for the Hokage to abdicate. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have let go of the stone in his heart. He looked younger and his eyes were bright. Nadaime, Konoha cannot live without a Hokage. I propose that you return to the position of Hokage. Quote ? Quote. Everyone looked towards that person. Chapter 9 New Hokage. Nadaime, only you have the ability and prestige to take control of Konoha again. Hatake Kakashi was the first to speak out amidst the surprised looks of those around him. When he was a teenager, his father, Hatake Tsukumo, caused huge losses to Konoha because he voluntarily gave up the mission in order to save his teammates. Afterwards, he was blamed by the entire village, and even the people saved by the White Fang blamed the White Fang. This made Hatake Tsukumo unable to bear the inner pressure and committed suicide. Kakashi was disheartened and closed his heart until he was touched by Minato's sincerity. But later the war broke out, and his close friends Obito and Rin died in the war. Later, his teacher Namikaze Minato also died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. He fell into depravity again willingly. But this does not mean that he has forgotten the hatred in his heart. Over the years, he has been secretly investigating his father's death. The ninja who was rescued by Hatake Tsukumo confessed to him that he was ordered by Hokage advisor Danzo to attack White Fang, and that the message about his father in the village was also spread intentionally by someone. He had long known that the Konoha high-level officials were nothing more than a group of shady villains. Konoha needed a new leader, someone as upright as the fourth Hokage. Kakashi didn't want any more outstanding talents to be suppressed by Konoha's high-ranking officials, including his apprentice Uzumaki Naruto. Hatake Kakashi, do you know what you are saying? Nadaime has worked hard for Konoha all his life. Do you want the teacher to continue to devote himself to Konoha with his dead body? This is blasphemy to heroes. Danzo growled. He didn't want Senju Tobirama to come back to power after Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama is now an Impure World Reincarnation body, so he can't die, but if Danzo could survive until Hiruzen died, could he survive another person who can't die? If Senju Tobirama took control of Konoha again and trained a new Hokage successor during Tobirama's time there, then this old man would have no chance of becoming Hokage at all. So, he opposed it with all his strength. Elder Danzo, this is wrong. Second Hokage is very clear about the distinction between public and private affairs. He is the previous Hokage, so it is reasonable for him to return to Konoha. Hyuga Hiashi spoke. As a famous family in Konoha, when Sasuke was the only heir left in Uchiha, the Hyuga could be called the first family in Konoha. His opinions are quite valuable. As for why he wanted the second generation to become Hokage again, he naturally had his considerations in mind. Hyuga. Danzo glared at Hyuga Hiashi with hatred, and silently took note of him in his heart. Yes, we are convinced that Nadaime will be the Hokage. All the ninjas spoke up. Everyone, thank you for your support. I am extremely happy that my broken body can continue to shine for Konoha after my death. I, Senju Tobirama, will temporarily assume the position of Hokage. If there is an outstanding newcomer in Konoha in the future, the position of Hokage will be returned to him. Senju Tobirama's righteous declaration moved everyone present. As expected, he is the second Hokage. Advertisement. Under the envious eyes of Shimura Danzo, Senju Tobirama waved his hand and took the Hokage's hat. Nadaime, the replacement of the Hokage is no trivial matter. We also need to ask the daimyo of the Land of Fire for help. Nara Shikaku said seriously. Of course I know. I will set off for the capital of the Land of Fire tomorrow. I want the people in the village to pass on a message to the daimyo. Daimyo. What a bullshit. Although he thought so in his heart, Senju Tobirama said something completely different. The third Hokage abdicates and the Nadaime is reappointed as Hokage. Is this true? Inside Konoha village, many people were discussing heatedly. Second generation, Hokage. In a sparsely populated area, a black figure seemed to have heard something and hurriedly approached the crowd. Hey, you said second Hokage, what's going on? Chunin, who was giving a passionate speech, glanced at the ragged man in black in front of him and thought to himself, Where did this country bumpkin come from? He spoke up. My friend, you haven't been in the village these days, have you? The second Hokage-sama has been resurrected. And the third generation Sama has given way to the Nadaime. I guess the Hokage succession ceremony will be held in a few days. Oh, I see. I was out on a mission these days and didn't know what was going on in the village. I didn't expect something so big to happen. After laughing, the man in black made an excuse to leave the crowd. Senju Tobirama is resurrected. We need to report this immediately. The man in black thought to himself, and then walked into an alley. Chapter 10 Leaving the village. What? Senju Tobirama is resurrected, and becomes Hokage again. Inside the Cloud Shinobi village, 4th Raikage was listening to the information sent back by their spies planted in Konoha with a look of disbelief on his face. Damn it, this damn Konoha can develop all kinds of ninjutsu, why didn't they revive Senju Hashirama as well? Second Hokage, this old fox is back. He's not as weak as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Iwagakure, Onoki mused. The 4 great nations were all shocked to learn of Senju Tobirama's resurrection. In a secret cave, Obito, the second Hokage has been resurrected. We need to speed up our plans. There were white Zetsu all over the ninja world collecting intelligence for Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was the first to know the news and he met with Obito in a hurry. Second Hokage, he's just a dead man. Once the tailed beasts are collected and 10 tails are resurrected, by then, let alone the second generation, even if Senju Hashirama is resurrected, what can he do to me? No one can stop Project Tsuki no Mi. Obito said without any fear. But the plan should really be accelerated. I need to go meet Nagato. After that, Obito put on the Uzumaki mask and became the lively gangster again. The whole person disappeared into the black Uzumaki. Humph, when Mother is resurrected, the entire ninja world will tremble. Advertisement. Seeing Obito leave, Black Zetsu whispered something silently. Then he burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Konoha. After arranging all the affairs in the village, Senju Tobirama asked Nara Shikaku to handle his official duties, and then prepared to go to the capital of the Fire Country to meet with the daimyo to discuss the replacement of Hokage. After taking office, every Hokage needs to go to the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo and strengthen the relationship between them. Although Konoha is not under the jurisdiction of the daimyo, the titular Jonin village is still regarded as the military armed force of a country. Both the first and second generation have been there. But for the reincarnated Tobirama, this is a first. Although I scoffed at the one country one village system in the ninja world, I still had to do the necessary surface work. When Tobirama unifies the entire ninja world, he will definitely reform the ninja world system. Senju Tobirama was accompanied by his shadow guards. Once Senju Tobirama, his shadow guards were his 6 disciples, but now they are either dead or in high positions, and now they are the elder generations of Konoha, so it is impossible for them to accompany Tobirama. Tobirama simply recruited the 4th Hokage's former guards to his fold. They are Genma Shiranui, Raito Bizumi and Diwashi, collectively known as the Konoha Gate Guarding Trio. The 3 can work together to use the Flying Thunder Array technique. Hokage-sama, you only brought the 3 of them with you. Isn't the defense force too weak? I'm afraid someone with ulterior motives may be plotting against you. Nara Shikaku dissuaded him. Haha, Shikaku, if we really encounter a crisis that even I can't stop, what's the use of having more guards? Senju Tobirama smiled faintly. With his current strength, unless the entire Akatsuki organization and Obito joined forces to stop him, no one could do anything to him. Even if they couldn't beat him, he could use Flying Thunder God to escape. Advertisement. Tobirama even wanted to go to the capital of the Fire Nation alone. If it weren't for the strong request from the village, he didn't want to bring these 3 guards with him. Yes, the Hokage-sama is so powerful. It seems that I have been worrying too much. Nara Shikaku nodded, recalling Senju Tobirama's invincibility against Sannin Orochimaru, and breathed a sigh of relief. If he could catch some shady rats in the village, or some covetous people outside the village during this trip, he would be more than happy. The era when Senju Tobirama was active is too long ago. Even though he is the younger brother of the god of ninja, apart from Onoki who is of the same generation as him, who else in the ninja world remembers his name? In the eyes of those people, he became Hokage just by luck because of his brother's influence. So, Senju Tobirama wanted to see what kind of rats would be tempted when he left the village. He wanted to let everyone know that as long as Senju Tobirama was still alive, he would be the only Hokage of Konoha and no one could shake him. Konoha village exit. Tobirama, wearing the Hokage's divine robe and the Hokage's bamboo hat, talked with the Konoha people who came to see him off, and then said to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, the affairs of the village are up to you for the next period of time. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Sarutobi. If anything serious happens in the village, inject chakra into the kunai I left behind, and I will be back immediately. Understood. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku replied solemnly. As a person with high IQ, he certainly knew that the Hokage's entrustment of power to him was a trust in him. As long as he stood on the right side clearly, their Inoshika-cho clans would be able to prosper in the future. Tobirama nodded. Okay, everyone, go back to your posts in the village. Tobirama said goodbye to everyone and slowly left Konoha village amid cheers. Following him secretly were his 3 shadow guards. Senju Tobirama has left the village. Spread the news. A soft voice came from the darkness. Chapter 11 on the way. Leaves, roots. A ninja wearing an animal-like mask came in front of Danzo, half-knelt respectfully and said. Danzo-sama, the second generation is out. Danzo, who was in the dark, paused with his cane in his hand and sighed. Teacher, you are still the same as before. You set out with such a small group of people, just like when you went to negotiate with me to the Land of Lightning. Speaking of this, Danzo seemed to be lost in memories. Damn it, back then, I was just a little short of the Hokage position being mine, Danzo. Sensei, I'm sure you're more inclined towards me, right? Sensei, Konoha needs a new Hokage. I'm sorry Sensei, but you will think I was right in the future. After saying that, Danzo tapped the cane in his hand, and several figures flashed in the darkness. In the ninja world, countless major countries that received the news through their bases in Konoha responded quickly. Konoha is now at its weakest period in its history. The White Fang committed suicide, the fourth generation died, the Uchiha was exterminated, the third generation is aging, the 9 new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki have not yet grown up, one of the Sannin defected, and another is wandering outside the village. Only Jiraiya is holding up the village. During this period of weakness, they did not want Konoha to return to the situation during World War II when one village overwhelmed 4 villages under the protection of the Second Hokage. The resurrected Second Hokage has become a thorn in the eyes of all major countries. An ambush operation against the Second Hokage was quietly carried out. Senju Tobirama was strolling along the main road leading from Konoha to the capital of the Land of Fire. Advertisement. If he traveled at full speed, he would reach the capital of the Fire Nation in less than half a day. However, it is a rare opportunity to experience the customs of the Genin world, so Senju Tobirama plans to experience the scenery of this other world. Along the way, the road was lined with lush scenery, and occasionally we passed 1 or 2 villages where villagers were working hard in the fields. Only by seeing it with one's own eyes can Senju Tobirama experience this otherworldly scene that he has never seen in his previous life. The air is really nice. Senju Tobirama took a breath. In his previous life, he lived in the 21st century, and industrial pollution had prevented him from experiencing the pastoral scenery for a long time. The Land of Fire is located in the center of the entire continent, occupying the most fertile land in the ninja world, with good weather all year round. Compared with the other 4 nations, the Fire Nation is blessed with unique advantages. No wonder the Land of Fire is the target of siege by major powers every time there is a ninja world war. Who wouldn't want to take a bite of such a superior land? Hokage-sama, there is a restaurant ahead. Do you want to stop and rest? Genma Shiranui, who was wearing a Konoha vest uniform, asked after seeing the restaurant in front. Tobirama looked up and said, no need. This body of mine doesn't need to eat. Impure World Reincarnation's body is, to put it bluntly, a corpse, and it doesn't have the feelings of a normal human. He had no blood circulation and no body temperature, so any behavior that required eating to replenish energy was useless. Should we say that the second Hokage is a genius? He was able to create such a heaven-defying ninjutsu, which does not require consumption but can create out of thin air. It is simply a perpetual motion machine. If we can create hundreds of thousands of Impure World Reincarnation troops like this, wouldn't we be invincible in the ninja world? Thinking silently in his heart, Tobirama rejected Shiranui Genma's kindness. Yes. Advertisement. After his rejection, Genma Shiranui returned to the dark and observed the situation around them. If anything went wrong, the 3 of them would immediately warn the Hokage. Tisk, although this body is good and will not die, I still cannot feel the reality of being alive. It's just like a realistic AR game. It seems that a real flesh and blood body is needed. After secretly complaining, Senju Tobirama continued on his way. Konoha-style sword art. Crescent moon dance. Several sword lights flashed and hit several enemies. He shifted his gaze away from the corpses and used his chakra to sense his surroundings. No more enemies. Upon receiving the news, Diwashi and Shiranui Genma breathed a sigh of relief. This is already the 3rd wave. Even though they were all low-powered wandering ninjas, it also showed that someone didn't want the Hokage to have a smooth journey. Lei Tong, continue to clear the way for the Hokage in the front, and Bashi and I will provide cover in the middle and rear. Good. After a brief conversation, the 3 followed silently again. Senju Tobirama saw the battle just now, but he did not take any action, because the attackers were all weak people, and he could not do everything himself. What would he need his men to do if that happened? Looking at the road again, Senju Tobirama seemed to sense something. In the distance, a carriage was moving, surrounded by dozens of guards. It looked like a convoy. Chapter 12 Attack. Inside the carriage, 12 people were crammed into the small and crowded space. All of them were wearing the attire of a wandering ninja, and had no features on their bodies that could prove they were ninjas. After observing the whole process, the leader of the team showed a hint of joy on his face. In this operation, the 4 Cloud Shinobi led by him are all Jonin, as are the ones from Rock Shinobi Village. Add in the remaining 3 unidentified persons and the 20 special Jonin teams outside the car pretending to be guards, which means there are a total of 12 Jonin and 20 special Jonin gathered here. With such power, destroying a small ninja village is no problem. Even when facing a cage-level warrior, the winning rate is very high. When Yagyu Tetsu accepted the mission assigned by the village, he originally just wanted to test whether the second Hokage still had some strength before his death, and he did not intend to forcibly kill the Hokage. However, he did not expect to accidentally join forces with another group of people during the mission. Now it seems that even killing the Hokage is not impossible. So what if he was the second Hokage? He wasn't the god of ninja. He didn't believe that a dead man could turn the world upside down. If all of them act together, killing the Hokage will be easy. In this way, Konoha is leaderless, and if the third generation wants to regain power, it will definitely cause conflicts within the village. Their Cloud Shinobi village can take the opportunity to start a war and bite off a large piece of meat from Konoha. Thinking of this, Yagyu Tetsu's heart was filled with heat, and his eyes couldn't help but look at a man in black in the carriage. This man in black brought together this group of people who had evil intentions against the Hokage, and no news leaked out. Although this person is very capable, Yagyu Tetsu looks upon him unkindly. Advertisement. Being able to find these people in the Fire Country and bring them here obviously means that they have some power within the Fire Country and are closely related to Konoha. It is very likely that they are subordinates of Konoha's high-level officials. Ugly infighting, unlike as Cloud Shinobi who are united. It seems that even if the second Hokage is resurrected, he can't suppress everyone in Konoha. Thinking of this, Yagyu Tetsu couldn't help but have a bit more mockery in his eyes. They, the Cloud Shinobi village, don't have so many tricks. They will do whoever the Raikage tells them to do. Although he looked down on him in his heart, the mission was important, so Yagyu Tetsu asked him, the Hokage must have his shadow guards beside him, I wonder how strong their defense is. The man in black glanced at him and said coldly, don't worry, the Hokage is only accompanied by 3 people on this trip, 3 special jonin, nothing to worry about. Yagyu Tetsu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. The 3 special jonin were indeed nothing to worry about. However, this second Hokage was really confident in his own strength. He dared to leave the village with such a shallow guard force. However, the presence of so many of them only made him more determined to kill the Hokage. Just then, a message came from their people outside the carriage window. My lords, Senju Tobirama has been spotted, and is still half a mile away from us. My lords, please be prepared. Hearing this, everyone in the carriage became excited, their eyes filled with desire. After seeing the carriage in the distance, Tobirama continued to move forward at a leisurely pace. Hokage-sama, there seems to be something wrong with the carriage ahead. Should we prepare for battle? Shiranui Genma asked. Advertisement. Schwanjian boy, the 3 of you hide first. That group of people is coming for me, and you are no match for them. Senju Tobirama said lightly. He had already sensed the chakra of that group of people, and knew that it was definitely not something that these 3 guards could fight against. In order to avoid casualties, he planned to fight alone. But Genma Shiranui was about to say something, but he met Senju Tobirama's eyes. It was an invincible and powerful look, so he took back the words he was about to say. He believed that such a Hokage would never die at the hands of others. After seeing the 3 people hiding, Tobirama smiled faintly and shook his head. Then he walked alone on the road. He wanted to see who could kill him in the Impure World Reincarnation body. Impure World Reincarnation is an S-rank forbidden technique created by Senju Tobirama. Once it came out, it was sealed in the Book of Seals by his eldest brother as inhumane and insulting to the dead. Only a small number of high-ranking people knew about this technique, and even fewer people understood the special features of this technique. Impure World Reincarnation is an immortal being that cannot be killed, only sealed. I'm sure this information gap will cause trouble for those people. I thought with evil humor in my heart. Senju Tobirama cuts across from the carriage team. Hokage. Die. Chapter 13. Fierce Battle. Water-style Grand Waterfall Technique. Led by the Mist Ninja, a group of assassins skilled in water style took the lead in the attack. Several great waterfalls stimulated by chakra merged together and rushed towards Senju Tobirama with the force of a raging storm. Lightning-style Pseudo-Dark. Another group of ninjas saw Mist Shinobi release water-style first, and immediately followed up with lightning-style ninjutsu and injected it into the water flow. When thunder and water meet, they form high-pressure water waves carrying strong electric currents. Senju Tobirama was submerged by the waves without any resistance. A large amount of water-style flooded the forest, forming an artificial lake in this waterless land. Did you succeed? Someone in the crowd asked. The legendary second Hokage shouldn't be so vulnerable. Keep releasing your ninjutsu. Yagyu Tetsu gave the order, and then he formed seals with his hands, his strong muscles bulged, and a flash of lightning wrapped around his body. Lightning style. Thunder flow explosion. Bang. A huge lightning column struck the water surface, the high temperature caused the water temperature to rise rapidly, and countless water vapors formed in the air. This large body of water was actually boiling. Ha ha ha, even if he's the second Hokage, he can't survive an attack like that. The relaxed crowd laughed. Wait, something seems wrong. What is that? Advertisement. Someone with sharp eyes in the crowd saw Senju Tobirama slowly walking out from the dust. He's not dead. Under such an overwhelming attack, Senju Tobirama's clothes were not even damaged. Under Yagyu Tetsu's incredulous eyes, Tobirama raised his head slightly under the Hokage's bamboo hat and said calmly, "Is this the gift you prepared for me?" After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared. A Jonin was instantly beheaded by a kunai in the hands of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama then picked up the latter's body and swung it violently, hitting another person next to him. Bang! The 2 men's bodies flew backwards like cannonballs. Just as Senju Tobirama made his move, a man suddenly jumped out from the lake formed by the water style beneath his feet, wielding a Chunin sword and slashing at his feet. Tobirama's expression remained unchanged. His speed far exceeded the man's imagination. Not only did he quickly dodge the ninja sword, he also used the remaining strength to kick the man's head and smash it in front of him in front of his horrified gaze. Let's go together. Yagyu Tetsu gave the order. It seems I need to let you know the power of the Hokage. Tobirama slowly took off the Hokage hat on his head, looked around and said indifferently. Although there were more than 30 ninjas surrounding him, his aura seemed as if he was surrounding these 30 people. Tobirama moves. Under the body flicker technique, he dodged one ninjutsu after another with his extremely fast speed, and instead of retreating, he rushed into the crowd and started a fierce hand-to-hand fight. Advertisement. Boom. A punch hit one person on the shoulder. The enemy who was hit only felt as if the bones in his entire arm were broken. Although he doesn't have the extraordinary strength of his older brother, the Senju are generally stronger than the average human. Tobirama lowered his body slightly, and several kunai flew over his head. Without giving the man whose shoulder he broke a chance to escape, he pulled back his right hand fiercely, allowing him to block the sword of the man rushing towards him from behind while he screamed in pain. Tobirama followed closely behind, a water blade gushing out of his mouth. In an instant, the three people stacked together were cut alive by this high-pressure water blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several Senbon blocked Tobirama's path. His expression remained unchanged. He stretched out his 5 fingers, caught the 1,000 books flying in the air without any error, and sent them back to the visitor. The battle is still raging. In terms of both strength and speed, he far outclassed all other Jonin. Even though the other side had a large number of people, they were still no match for him in terms of physical skills. One figure after another was kicked away by Tobirama, who at this moment was like the Uchiha Dancing King in the Fourth War. But soon, Tobirama encountered a tough enemy. Storm Release. Likuo Lock Kisu. A halo appeared in Yagyu Tetsu's hand, and countless lasers were released from it at an extremely fast speed, hitting Senju Tobirama head-on. Just as Senju Tobirama dodged, Yagyu Tetsu's real body appeared from his back and slashed him with a sword. Haha, Yagyu Tetsu, will take the second Hokage's head. End of chapter 14. There was no blood spilled as imagined. Yagyu Tetsu only felt that the sword in his hand seemed to be cutting on cotton, without any resistance. All I saw was that there was no blood flowing out of the wound on Senju Tobirama's neck, but a few pieces of paper flew out. No. Impossible. You are not alive. Yagyu Tetsu's face was filled with fear, and even his voice was trembling noticeably. He has been a ninja for more than 30 years and has chopped off countless people's heads, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. The other party turned out to be a living dead. You talk too much. After saying this coldly, Senju Tobirama grabbed Yagyu Tetsu's head with his 5 fingers in a claw shape in front of the latter's horrified eyes, and then exerted slight force. Like a broken watermelon, red and white objects were scattered all over the ground. Run. After witnessing all this, the people around retreated as quickly as possible. They had to report this important information to the top leaders of each village, otherwise an immortal cage-level warrior would definitely cause a devastating blow to their ninja village on the battlefield. It's too late to run now. Tobirama frowned slightly. After testing the recovery performance of Impure World Reincarnation, he no longer planned to play with this group of people. Now, he's getting serious. Illusion. Dark technique. With Senju Tobirama as the origin, a black curtain as thick as silk spreads out to the surroundings. All the retreating enemies were slowly discovered. The scene before their eyes changed. The darkness deprived them of their vision and they could not see their hands in front of them. Advertisement. Who? Wild Crow, where is your position? Illusion. Solution. Is that the Hokage's jutsu? All kinds of shouts filled this dark realm, but they could not hear any answer. Even though some of them were less than 5 meters away, they could neither see nor hear anything. Fear permeates everyone's heart. Squeak. Senju Tobirama is like a Shinigami who harvests lives in the darkness, and the long sword in his hand dances in the darkness, leaving red blood lines. People kept falling in front of him. Some people discovered that this was an illusion and tried to escape it by self-harming. But it didn't work. Dark technique is a visual illusion developed by Senju Tobirama targeting the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Anyone who falls under its spell can only be slaughtered. How could they break an illusion that even Uchiha couldn't handle? Well, as Senju Tobirama's sword fell, the last ninja fell in a pool of blood. As this, the power of shadow. The man fell to the ground, whimpering. No, this is a power beyond the shadow. Senju Tobirama said lightly. His divine robe was not stained with even a drop of blood. Advertisement. When Genma Shiranui and the other two reappeared, what they saw were corpses lying densely packed on the ground. The admiration of several people for Senju Tobirama suddenly reached its peak. What a powerful Hokage. There was a flash of heat in the eyes of the three. Since then, a total of 11 Jonin and 20 Special Jonin's assassination team were wiped out by Tobirama. Hokage-sama, the battlefield has been cleaned up, and nothing unusual was found around. Tobirama nodded calmly. He was not surprised if this was really an internal action against him. Then no matter success or failure, it is estimated that no trace will be left. But without evidence, doesn't he have any other options? There was a cold light in Tobirama's eyes. Originally, he wanted to slowly deal with the criminals within Konoha since he had time anyway. But after witnessing the audacity of these people's behavior, he changed his mind. After returning, I will do a thorough cleaning immediately. Have the bodies been stored? Yes, it has been stored in the sealing scroll. Several of these attacking enemies possess bloodline limits, and even though they are dead, their corpses are still very valuable. Especially the one who attacked him, using storm release which exposed his identity as a cloud shinobi ninja. Reikage, come to think of it, my predecessor died during the peace talks with the Reikage. When the time comes, we will settle all the old and new grudges together. I thought silently in my heart. Senju Tobirama led the team to continue rushing towards the capital of the Fire Nation. As the spring breeze blew, the bloody smell of the battlefield gradually faded away. Not long after Tobirama and his group left, several strange figures slowly appeared. Chapter 15 Daimyo and Senju. Oh my, this is really amazing. As expected of him, he is the younger brother of the god of ninja. His strength is not much inferior to that of his big brother, right? A white figure said in a tone that was neither yin nor yang. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu simply replied, after all, he is just a slightly more powerful mortal. When Madara-sama is resurrected, Senju Tobirama will be nothing more than an ant in front of Madara-sama. I really want to know how these strong men poop. Is there any difference from ordinary people? Idiot. Black Zetsu no longer wanted to talk to the mentally ill white Zetsu. He observed his surroundings and said, I didn't expect that Senju Tobirama would maintain his strength in life while in the state of Impure World Reincarnation. This will be an obstacle to our plan. We must go back and report to the leader. Are you not going to continue spying on the Hokage? White Zetsu asked in surprise. No need. With the experience of these people, no one will try to become the Hokage in the near future. We have other things to do. Let's not waste time here. After saying that, Black Zetsu ignored White Zetsu's response and went straight into a tree. Half a day later. After no accidents along the way, Tobirama and his party successfully arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. Looking at the endless city ahead, there are buildings of all kinds densely packed inside, and the sound of people coming and going, it looks like a very prosperous city. Senju Tobirama looked around briefly and then looked away. He had already seen the person who was responsible for welcoming him. Hokage, welcome, welcome. The daimyo has been waiting to see you for a long time. The Fire Nation minister who came to greet us was unexpectedly enthusiastic. We encountered some minor troubles along the way, which delayed us a bit. Tobirama explained lightly. The minister seemed to have guessed something when he heard this, his face changed, and he smiled as Tobirama and his party entered the capital. Unexpectedly, the daimyo requested a private meeting with Senju Tobirama. Confused, Senju Tobirama explored the memories of his predecessor in his mind and understood many inside stories. Why did the Senju clan, who built the village together with Uchiha in the original work, disappear later? Of the huge Senju clan, only Tsunade and Naoki are left. Advertisement. In Tobirama's memory, after his eldest brother founded Konoha, he took the initiative to integrate the Senju clan into Konoha, but Tobirama also allowed another part to integrate into the Land of Fire. The predecessor even arranged a marriage between Senju Hashirama's son and the princess of the then Fire Country daimyo. This is why Tsunade is also known as Princess Tsunade. The current daimyo of the Land of Fire is Tsunade's cousin by blood, so if you really want to count, he should call Senju Tobirama his second grandfather. As expected of the god of ninja, Senju Tobirama exclaimed in his heart that these things that were not described in the original work had revealed some of the doubts in his mind in his previous life, and also proved that his predecessor as a ninjutsu master was not only powerful, but also had a very keen sense of politics, and had already left a way out for the Senju clan. After the attendant leading the way had gone around 7 or 8 turns, Senju Tobirama finally saw his junior. Lord Tobirama, it is truly an honor to see you again. Looking at the daimyo in front of him, whose dress and tone were full of femininity, Senju Tobirama really didn't want to believe that the other party had Senju blood, and complained in his heart. If I remember correctly, your name is Fujiki, right? Oh, Tobirama-senpai, you actually still remember my name. Fujiki's voice was filled with tears. Senju Tobirama felt a chill when he saw it. Ancestor, ever since you passed away and Sarutobi Hiruzen took over as Hokage, the Senju branch that remained in Konoha has been sent to the battlefield by Danzo and Sarutobi for various reasons to perform the most dangerous missions. Over time, all the Senju who remained in the village died, leaving only Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen not only purged Konoha of the Senju, but also attempted to lay his hands on the remnants of the Land of Fire. He also placed his son among the 12 guardian ninjas to gather intelligence. Ancestors, our lives are truly difficult. Fujiki complained to Senju Tobirama with a sad face. It seems like a lot of things happened while I was away. Senju Tobirama was also stunned by the huge amount of information. When watching the anime, he had never thought about why there were only Tsunade and Naoki in the Senju clan. He didn't expect Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so bold. They actually dared to persecute the Senju clan. But think about it, even the Uchiha, who were as famous as the Senju, were slaughtered by them, so how could they let the Senju go? It seems that he was a little too merciful in his treatment of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Tobirama thought silently in his heart. Tobirama looked at the crying daimyo in front of him with sympathy. In the following period of time, in addition to communicating with the other party, he also comforted him with words. Advertisement. I will eliminate the cancer of Konoha one by one. Senju Tobirama made a promise to the younger generation in front of him. The next day. The formal meeting between the Hokage and the daimyo went exceptionally smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. Senju Tobirama's purpose of traveling to the Land of Fire has been achieved. The people had no objection to him being the new Hokage, and the daimyo was also very supportive. After free time, Senju Tobirama wandered around the capital for a few rounds, but the cracks on his face from the Impure World Reincarnation and his expressionless eyes often caught his attention. I also took the time to meet Gedo, the leader of the Fire Kingdom ninja in Konoha. This ninja does not belong to the third generation, and is a cousin of Gedo Dan. From him, Senju Tobirama learned a series of recent developments in the Fire Nation and the policy towards the Fire Nation during his time as the third Hokage. Time flies and a day has passed. Senju Tobirama prepared to rush back to Konoha village at full speed. He was not idle on the way out, and left Flying Thunder God spells on various sections of the road. He hopes that one day the entire ninja world will be marked by his Flying Thunder God so that he can reach any place in the ninja world in an instant. The daimyo was not able to go out, so he sent a messenger to accompany Tobirama to Konoha to witness the official succession ceremony of the Hokage. The messenger was a tall and thin man named Saito Shizuo. When he saw Senju Tobirama, he immediately greeted him with a smile. After some pleasantries, Saito Shizuo had a rather luxurious sedan brought over and pointed, "Hokage-sama, the journey is long. Why don't you ride with me back to Konoha in the sedan?" Tobirama took one look and refused. "I may be the Hokage, but I am also a ninja. The journey may be a little uneasy, and it is inconvenient to ride in a sedan chair. With Lord Hokage here, who would dare to offend us?" Saito Shizuo was very confident. However, seeing that Senju Tobirama was unmoved, he could only shake his head and sit on the sedan chair carried by 4 cooks. Soon, the team set off. Chapter 16. Crazy. The team returned to the village. The shadow guards have returned to the shadows to provide escort, and Tobirama is alone. On the other hand, on Saito Shizumo's side, in addition to 4 cooks responsible for carrying the sedan chair, there were also a group of samurai and attendants. In terms of pomp and circumstance, it is much more grand than that of the Hokage. Tobirama shook his head, and after taking a quick look at these people and finding nothing unusual, he walked beside the group of people. In order to take care of Saito Shizuo, an ordinary person, Tobirama did not speed up and returned at the normal speed when he came. Even so, the group of people around me have to walk for a while and rest for a while. Time passed by minute, and the silhouette of the Fire Nation capital behind him had already disappeared in the sunlight. The 4 cooks carrying the sedan chair were sweating profusely from exhaustion. Suddenly, one of the sedan chair bearers stepped into a mud puddle and accidentally fell, and the whole sedan chair lost balance and overturned to the ground. Suddenly, Saito Shizumo's roar like a pig being slaughtered was heard from the sedan chair, and then he lifted the curtain and cursed at the cook. The 4 cooks were so scared that they immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They tried hard to lift the sedan chair, but they couldn't. They could only face Saito Shizumo's even greater wrath. Senju Tobirama, who was watching from the side, sighed slightly and prepared to go forward to help. However, just as Tobirama came to the overturned sedan and was about to lift it up, an accident happened. The 4 cooks who had been submissive and humble before now had looks of fearlessness when Senju Tobirama approached them. Without saying anything more, they formed a seal as quickly as possible and activated the magic in their bodies. Advertisement. In an instant, strange black blood gushed out of the 4 people's bodies. At this moment, Tobirama's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt a strong threat when he realized what it was. Without saying anything more, he broke the window and grabbed Saito Shizumo out, then immediately escaped using the Flying Thunder God mark he had placed on the road before. Behind him, the bodies of the 4 cooks had long lost their human form, with circles of hexagram marks on their bodies. 4 balls of black blood that expanded into spheres swallowed up the entire space. The 4 symbols seal, an S-level sealing technique. The caster carves the 4 symbols seal into his body, and at the cost of his own death, he can seal all surrounding matter into his corpse. Even Obito had to go into Kamui space when he saw this move. This is Danzo's strongest killer move for Senju Tobirama. The 4 root warriors he had trained for many years dared to assassinate even the Hokage under Danzo's orders. Only Danzo-sama is qualified to be the Hokage. For Konoha, please die as Hokage. The 4 people looked towards Senju Tobirama's position with hope before dying, but they only saw an empty space. The 4 people died with strong reluctance. This can't kill the Hokage. Seeing that the plan was about to be completed, but the target person disappeared, the root ninja hiding in the dark was dumbfounded. He was the man in black who had previously led the assassination team of another country. Yes, Flying Thunder God, have you forgotten that this trick was invented by me? A voice next to him answered his doubts. Just as he looked back, a flash of a knife made his eyes go dark. Advertisement. Saito Shizumo was trembling all over, closing his eyes and waiting for death, but he waited and waited but nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, he only saw the Hokage beside him. He understood everything immediately and shouted to his savior, "Hokage-sama, thank you so much. I didn't expect that the 4 cooks were." "I know, no need to explain." Senju Tobirama interrupted him. He didn't expect Danzo to be so crazy that he would send 4 assassins with the 4 symbols seal to kill his teacher. He underestimated Danzo's ability and his desire for the position of Hokage. "Hokage adults, I'm so glad you're okay." At this time, his 3 guards rushed over. God knows how shocked they were just now. The four cooks used strange secret techniques to deal with the Hokage at a moment they least expected. Fortunately, the Hokage-sama is very powerful, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Hokage, it was our fault that we failed to detect the abnormalities of the four cooks. Please punish us, Hokage. The three of them lowered their heads and said, "We'll talk about the punishment when we get back. Now, let's go back to the village." Tobirama is very angry now, and his eyes under the Hokage's hat are full of coldness. He wants to take action. Chapter 17 Fantasy. The main entrance to Konoha village. In less than half a day, Tobirama and his group returned to the village exhausted. As ninjas, their marching speed was extremely fast. The three special Jonin only gasped slightly, and Tobirama didn't feel anything at all. As an ordinary person, Saito Shizumo, although he did not need to walk by himself as he was lying on the back of Shiranui Genma, had already suffered from vomiting and diarrhea after climbing trees and wading through water due to the bumpy journey. As soon as he arrived at the village, he lay down at the door and vomited. Xuanjian, take this Mr. Saito to Konoha Hospital to rest first. Genma Shiranui nodded and said yes, then carried Saito Shizumo, who reluctantly said thank you, on his back and went to the hospital. Tobirama looked at the two people beside him and continued to instruct. Now the target is to go to Shimura Danzo's home. Although they had many questions in their minds, the two did not ask, but followed Tobirama silently. Along the way, the Konoha villagers or ninjas who saw Senju Tobirama returning to the village wanted to go forward to greet him, but when they saw Senju Tobirama's cold expression, they stopped. The group rushed to the house of the Konoha Hokage advisor in a menacing manner. Unlike other Hokage advisors, Shimura Danzo's home was not located in the Shimura clan's territory, but instead was located on the edge of Konoha. This place is remote and deserted, with few people coming and going, which is very consistent with Shinobu An's personality. Although it is Danzo's home, he rarely lives here and spends most of his time at the root base. Advertisement. But today, Danzo was staying in his house, contrary to his usual behavior. The whole Danzo household, although the house was built in a sunny place, Danzo himself habitually kept the windows and doors closed and sat in the bedroom drinking tea. If I hadn't been a step slower than Sarutobi Hiruzen back then, how could the position of Hokage have fallen into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands? Shimura Danzo thought in his heart. Although he was drinking tea nonchalantly at the moment, his trembling hands holding the teacup revealed that his heart was not as calm as his appearance. If nothing unexpected happened, the teacher should have been sealed by the Four Elephants team by now, right? I'm sorry, teacher. Your resurrection has blocked my path. You are already dead, so why do you need to live on in this world? I was right. Shimura Danzo constantly gives himself psychological hints to justify his act of killing his master. Didn't Orochimaru do something like this? No matter how bad I am, I'm just the second Orochimaru, right? Calculating the time, it's almost time to report the news, right? But Shimura Danzo always had a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He felt that his teacher would not be killed by him so easily. Impossible. No one knows better than him the power of the Four Symbols seal. This move was originally invented to perish together with a powerful enemy. I'm afraid that even if the legendary Uchiha Madara was resurrected, he would die from this move, right? Advertisement. Time passes by every second. Danzo in the room became more and more anxious, and he had already drunk up the tea on the table. Why no response yet? Did the plan fail? If that's true, then he's probably done for. The Four Symbols sealing techniques were the treasure of the Uzumaki clan. After the demise of the Uzumaki clan, the techniques came into the hands of Konoha. Only a few high-ranking people in Konoha knew about these techniques. If the teacher hadn't died, he would definitely have guessed that he was the one who did it. If the teacher knew about it, his dream of becoming Hokage would be completely shattered, and he would also have to bear the stigma of killing his teacher. No, it's impossible, the teacher must be dead. I, Danzo, will be able to become Hokage soon, ha 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 ha. Shimura Danzo has already imagined the scene when he becomes Hokage and thousands of people will cheer. I will bring Konoha back to the top of the ninja world. Just at this moment, the old door of the wooden house was suddenly kicked open by someone. Danzo shuddered. Who would be so bold as to break into the fifth Hokage's home? Danzo slowly raised his head, and a tuft of firm white hair came into his sight. Chapter 18 Danzo's Evil Deeds. That tuft of white hair is none other than the teacher that Danzo fears and admires so much, Senju Tobirama. Did the plan fail? Danzo didn't dare to look into Senju Tobirama's eyes, and his originally straight back hunched as if deflated. The other half, Senju Tobirama, strode into the room and spoke. Danzo, are you disappointed to see that my teacher is not dead? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely solemn. Behind Senju Tobirama, Bizarito and Dewashi opened their eyes wide. They couldn't believe that the person who assassinated the Hokage was Elder Danzo. After a while, Danzo suppressed his fear, forced a smile on his face and asked, Teacher, why do you say that? I have been in the village for a while and have not been out. I don't know much about what is going on outside. I hope you can speak frankly. Seeing Danzo's refusal to admit it, Tobirama was not surprised. Four sealing techniques, you are really good, I wonder when you trained these four. What is the Four Symbols seal, teacher? I don't know what you are talking about. At this point, Shimura Danzo would never admit that he assassinated his mentor. Otherwise, even if he died, everything he had done for Konoha would be gone, and he would only be nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame as a traitor. Tobirama naturally understood what Danzo was thinking. He chuckled. Danzo, you disappoint me so much. I thought you were only half a step behind Hiruzen and still had the responsibility of a Hokage in your heart, but now it seems that you are not even half as good as Sarutobi. You don't deserve to be Hokage. Advertisement. No, I'm not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sensei, you are wrong. Senju Tobirama's words seemed to have touched Shimura Danzo's inner defenses, and Shimura Danzo started yelling hysterically. Danzo, do you think I don't know what you've been doing all these years since I died? Establishing the route in Konoha to search for ninja geniuses for you, brainwashing you to eliminate dissidents, colluding with Orochimaru to secretly kidnap villagers for human experiments. Just because Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo is beloved, you forced him to commit suicide because you were afraid he would threaten your dream of becoming Hokage. You coveted the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit and did not hesitate to kill my apprentice and your teammate Uchiha Kagami. You even killed Kagami's descendant Shisui, and forced Uchiha Itachi to exterminate the entire Uchiha clan. Not only did you do nothing during the Nine Tails Rebellion, but after the fourth generation died, you secretly spread rumors about the hero's son in an attempt to seize Nine Tails Jinchuriki in your hands. Danzo, you keep saying that you are doing this for Konoha, but are all these things you are doing really for Konoha and not for your own selfish reasons? As Senju Tobirama revealed one sentence after another, Shimura Danzo's face became darker and darker. He didn't know. He didn't know how Senju Tobirama, a dead man, knew all these things. He had done it perfectly. Are you curious about how I knew this? Don't you know I'm dead? Those innocent people you persecuted have told me all these things in the underworld after they died. I was being kind to you by not coming to settle accounts with you right away, Danzo. Senju Tobirama said righteously that as for the underworld he mentioned, it was naturally made up by him. Although the underworld does exist in the Hokage world, once a person dies, the soul will leave the body and fall into a deep sleep. The feeling in the underworld is like sleeping, so how can it know anything about the outside world? But this did not prevent him from using this reason to expose Danzo's deeds, since he was not dead anyway. Advertisement. No, it's all fake. Everything I did was for Konoha, they all deserve to die, the teacher would support me. You don't support me, you are not my teacher, the teacher is dead, who are you? Shimura Danzo, whose evil deeds were exposed by Tobirama, seemed to have gone mad, talking to himself constantly. Elder Danzo seems to be crazy. Everything Hokage-sama says is true. The two ninjas behind him didn't care about Danzo's strange behavior, and were all immersed in the large amount of negative information that Tobirama had just spit out. I never thought that Elder Danzo, who appears to be so glamorous, righteous, and dedicated to serving Konoha, has actually done so many shameful things in private. Danzo, your farce ends here. In the name of Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, I declare Shimura Danzo guilty of unforgivable crimes. He is listed as a traitor and must be executed immediately. I, Senju Tobirama, will do it myself. Senju Tobirama spoke the words that Shimura Danzo feared the most, and listed him as a traitor to Konoha. As Tobirama finished his words, he was ready to kill Danzo, the biggest cancer, now. Something strange happened. You are not my sensei. I will kill you, the evil thief pretending to be the Hokage. Wind style. Vacuum ball. Shimura Danzo, who was sitting in the house, suddenly jumped up. Chapter 19 Izanagi. Wind style. Vacuum ball. No one expected that Shimura Danzo would dare to attack the Hokage. But Senju Tobirama's expression remained unchanged, he just stretched out his hand slightly. He actually caught the air bullet that Danzo spit out with his bare hands. Although Tobirama's palm was pierced by the air bullet, the wound healed automatically in just 1 second. Danzo, you still don't repent after all this. Are you going to attack the Hokage in public? Although Senju Tobirama was still questioning, he did not stop his actions and threw a shuriken at Danzo. Shimura Danzo narrowly avoided the attack, his expression uncertain. He looked at Senju Tobirama, who had raised his fist as if he wanted to kill him, and suddenly raised his head. Someone stop him. Shimura Danzo's face was extremely ferocious as he shouted this. Bang! The wooden roof broke open and dozens of figures broke in through the windows. Danzo has always been a cautious person. Even in his own home in Konoha village, he always carries a group of roots with him to protect him. The root ninjas who were brainwashed by Danzo would not care about the orders of the Hokage Senju Tobirama. They would obey Danzo's orders blindly. Stop him. Danzo panicked and gave orders to the root ninjas, while he himself tried to escape during the chaos. The root ninjas rushed towards Senju Tobirama and his 3 companions. But it was at this moment. Senju Tobirama took action. Water-style hard vortex water blade. Senju Tobirama created a high-speed rotating water Uzumaki in his hand. The water Uzumaki wrapped around Tobirama's hand like a drill formed of water. Just by looking at it, all the root ninjas knew the power of this move, and that nothing good would come of being stabbed by it. Swish. The water blades in their hands were like beasts out of their cages. In this narrow wooden house, these root ninjas had nowhere to retreat and could only resist with the weapons in their hands. But any weapon was like mud in front of the water blade and would shatter into pieces. As the weapons broke, the huge water blades directly hit the bodies of these ninjas. Like a mining drill, the root ninja blocking Senju Tobirama's front was crushed into pieces by this move. Senju Tobirama threw the water blade in his hand, completely smashing the overloaded wooden house. Then the water blade seemed to have life and flew towards Danzo, who was running for his life. Advertisement. Boom. The air was filled with violent sonic booms under the high-speed impact of the water blade. Soon, the water blade appeared above Shimura Danzo's head, and in Shimura Danzo's horrified eyes, it pierced into Danzo's back fiercely. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo's eyes bulged, his blood boiling. He felt as if the high-speed flowing water blade had already shattered his internal organs. He felt the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away. Is this the teacher's strength? As Tobirama's disciple, Tobirama had never shown his strength in front of him at full strength during his lifetime, which also gave Danzo the fantasy that he could kill Senju Tobirama. At this moment, Danzo felt that his desires and ambitions were ridiculous. Strength is the basis. Only with strength can he get everything he wants. Hokage. It's within his reach. Teacher, I was wrong. But, I haven't lost yet. Shimura Danzo, who had fallen to the ground gasping for breath, suddenly opened his eyes. I still have one last trump card. If I succeed, the Hokage will be mine. He roared in his heart. Without anyone noticing, a Sharingan on his bandaged arm slowly closed. The few remaining root ninjas who were trying to stop Senju Tobirama stopped their attacks and looked confused. Most of them are machines that are forcibly controlled by Danzo and only know how to obey orders. The meaning of their lives is to make Danzo the Hokage. But Lord Danzo seems to be dead. Suddenly they lost their reason for living. But is Danzo really dead? Others may not know it, but Senju Tobirama will definitely know it. Danzo's arm full of resurrection coins can at least allow him to die a few more times. So, in those moments when the roots were distracted, Senju Tobirama had continued to create two high-pressure water blades in his hands. His eyes flashed, and he threw his hands, using his greatest strength to send the water blades in his hands flying towards Danzo's body. Advertisement. 2 water blades, one in front and one behind. All eyes turned to the attack launched by Senju Tobirama. They couldn't understand. Wasn't Danzo already dead? Who was second generation attacking? Soon, they understood. Danzo's body seemed to fall from nothingness and slowly stood up, but when he appeared, his face was as pale as pig liver. How is this possible? How did he find out? Could it be that an Uchiha really died and informed him? At once, numerous thoughts flashed through Danzo's mind. But even if he wanted his head to explode, he didn't know how Senju Tobirama knew that he was not dead. The water blade flew towards Danzo at an extremely fast speed. Damn it, am I going to waste another Sharingan? Shimura Danzo's heart was trembling. Without giving him time to think, he used all his strength to form seals with both hands. Wood-style thrusting spear. Danzo's right arm instantly created a giant tree to block his way. Boom. The water blade hit the tree head-on, and its powerful force pierced through the tree directly. However, the speed of the water blade was greatly slowed down, which successfully gave Danzo a chance to dodge. Danzo calmed down after a sigh of relief, then turned around and ran away at a very fast speed. The next moment, puff. This is the sound of piercing flesh. No, Shimura Danzo screamed in horror. He caught a glimpse of his arm that had several Sharingans transplanted into it from the corner of his eye, and just happened to see the water blade pierce through and directly cut off his entire arm. Senju Tobirama's target this time was not Danzo but his arm, so the first feint was used to let Danzo dodge, just to lower his vigilance, and then cut off his arm so that he would lose Izanagi's means of resurrection. The plan was successful. Danzo's arm was cut off by him smoothly. But he still can't be careless, because Danzo still has Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan left in his right eye. Chapter 20 Want to control me. As Danzo's arm fell, the bandage on it loosened, and with a pop, the bandage was completely untied. On that arm, the 3 Tomo Sharingan were staring open, as if telling of the resentment of their original owner. Sharingan. Elder Danzo actually. Hiruzu Rado and Daiwashi, who came with Senju Tobirama, witnessed it all, and the expressions on their faces were quite interesting. This is exactly why Senju Tobirama asked them to follow him. He also needs a few witnesses. There's even wood style. Could it be? The two of them didn't dare to say the next words, as Danzo might have robbed the first Hokage's tomb for experiments. Shimura Danzo grabbed his fallen arm with a gloomy expression and tried to escape from the battlefield. But unfortunately, Senju Tobirama will not give him this opportunity. Water-style water-severing wave. The fine stream of water formed by the water-style ninjutsu performed with all its strength was like a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Danzo. At the same time, Tobirama also used the body flicker technique and appeared in front of Shimura Danzo at the fastest speed. Although Danzo is old, his skills have not declined too much. He twisted his body to avoid the water column and saw Senju Tobirama rushing towards him. Instead, he felt a little happy deep down in his heart. Advertisement. It's okay. I still have one last trump card. And I have Shisui's Mangekyo. As long as I use distinguished heavenly gods on the second generation, I can completely turn the situation around. I, Danzo, can become the Hokage. I can even make Konoha the strongest ninja village and rule the entire ninja world. Yes, Danzo is ready to launch distinguished heavenly gods. Only by controlling Senju Tobirama can he make a comeback. But he only had one chance. The cooldown time of distinguished heavenly gods was too long. For someone like him who didn't have Uchiha blood, he would have to wait for a long time to use it once. Therefore, he had to ensure 100% success, otherwise, he would really die here. Danzo planned to show weakness in the fight with Senju Tobirama, let Tobirama seriously injure him, and then launch Distinguished Heavenly Gods when he was caught off guard. It can be said that it is quite perfect. There was even a hint of a smile on Danzo's lips. But he didn't think that Senju Tobirama knew that he had a Mangekyo Sharingan. At this time, Senju Tobirama had already rushed in front of Danzo, and the water blades formed by water-style ninjutsu pierced into Danzo's remaining 3 limbs as he screamed in pain. Shimura Danzo collapsed to the ground like a human pig. But this was not a fatal injury, so he was still breathing heavily. Teacher, I was wrong, please forgive me. Shimura Danzo uttered a few unclear words and spat out blood as he spoke. Senju Tobirama almost laughed at Danzo's acting, it was really poor quality, but Tobirama still played along with Danzo because he didn't want this precious Mangekyo to be damaged. Advertisement. Danzo, I cannot forgive the mistakes you made. As a teacher, my last act of mercy is to send you off with my own hands. Although he was still talking, Tobirama did not stop moving his hands. A punch hit Shimura Danzo's head. Getting closer. Closer. The power of this punch was so strong that Danzo's scalp tingled. But he showed a sinister smile. Haha, teacher, you've been so smart, but you never thought that you would be controlled by the Sharingan of the Uchiha you hate the most in your life. Shimura Danzo thought to himself, and then controlled the chakra to flow towards his left eye. Senju Tobirama's fist is coming. But, at the moment when it was about to fall, the fist paused, and in Shimura Danzo's incredible expression, the fist turned into a claw and grabbed Danzo's eye socket. Ah! Accompanied by Danzo's shrill screams. Senju Tobirama dug his fingers into Danzo's bandaged right eye. Then Tobirama pushed back and popped Danzo's right eye out. No. Chapter 21 Death of Danzo. Accompanied by Shimura Danzo's shrill cries of pain. The bloody eyeball was dug out by Senju Tobirama with 2 fingers, and Danzo's eye socket became empty. Danzo fell to the ground with all his limbs broken and blood oozing out of his eye sockets, making him look extremely miserable. Even the 2 special Jonin who were used to seeing bloody scenes couldn't help but shudder after seeing this scene. This second Hokage's methods were a little too drastic. Danzo, who lost his right eye, was still wailing. The loss of an eye had blurred his vision and he could not see clearly what was in front of him. But, none of this mattered anymore. After Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan was taken away, Danzo knew that he would not survive the day. He was disheartened and had lost all desire to resist. The pain of losing his limbs and an eye had numbed him. Danzo, go to the underworld and confess your sins to those you have persecuted. With all 4 limbs broken, Shimura Danzo has lost all means of resistance, and even the inner 4 symbol seals engraved on his body cannot be activated. As Senju Tobirama finished his words, his right palm had already stabbed Danzo's heart fiercely. Squeak, accompanied by the sound of a broken heart. From then on, this ninja and completely lost his life. Hokage-sama, what's going on here? Advertisement. The security forces in Konoha village arrived late, and the remaining root ninjas were knocked down one by one by Senju Tobirama. Konoha Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo attempted rebellion and was killed by my own hands. Under the shocked gazes of the ninjas, Senju Tobirama said something that made them dare not believe it. How could this happen, Lord Danzo? The leading Konoha shinobi seemed a little bit unbelievable, but under the cold gaze of Senju Tobirama, he did not dare to ask any further questions. Take Shimura Danzo's body to the Konoha interrogation department so that the Yamanaka family can investigate. In addition, all root ninjas need to be temporarily detained and tortured. Yes, several Konoha guards who came to check after hearing the noise received orders. After dealing with Danzo, the biggest trouble, Senju Tobirama can finally feel at ease. Under the odd gaze of the crowd, Senju Tobirama slowly left. Danzo was killed. Did the teacher do it? In a conference room, the remaining Konoha F3 met here. Upon hearing the news of Danzo's death, the 3 of them couldn't believe it. Sarutobi, after all that you've done over the years, I'm afraid you won't be able to give your sensei an explanation if you abdicate. Mitokado Homura spoke slowly. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and slowly thought back to his friend whom he had fought for many years. Hiruzen, you're going to regret this. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Advertisement. The conversation between the 2 seemed to be still vivid in his mind, but unfortunately, he was no longer the Hokage. Kaharu, Danzo wanted to rebel against the teacher. His death is not a pity. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have nothing to say. I have no resentment at this point. The teacher is right. I have made countless mistakes during my years as Hokage, and I have turned a blind eye to the ugly things that Danzo did. Sensei asked me to abdicate, and I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am willing to do so. As for you 2 old guys, why do you have to be so obsessed with power? We are already so old, and opportunities should be given to the young people. Don't worry. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura's eyes widened at the earnest words coming out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. They couldn't believe that the monkey actually changed his mind. I won't tell the teacher about what you and Danzo did, but that doesn't mean the teacher won't know. You guys, take care of yourself. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said goodbye. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were left staring at each other. Hokage building. Senju Tobirama quietly returned here. At this time, Nara Shikaku was still working hard with his head down, correcting the mess left by Senju Tobirama. Shikaku, there's something I need to tell you. Nara Shikaku raised his head and cooperated with a hint of doubt. Hokage-sama, please speak. The former Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo betrayed the village and was killed by me. From now on, you will take his place. Senju Tobirama said without any emotion, as if Danzo's death was just a trivial matter. What? Chapter 22 Assignment of Duties. Nara Shikaku couldn't believe his ears. Danzo sent his 4-symbol sealing team to assassinate me when I went to the Land of Fire, but I killed them. Senju Tobirama saw that he couldn't believe it, so he repeated the words calmly. My Lord Hokage, how could you do such a big thing without informing me? Nara Shikaku was sweating profusely. Shikaku, call all the Jonin in the village to the meeting room now. I have something to announce. Senju Tobirama spoke lightly. Okay, forget it, let's leave these matters to the Hokage, Nara Shikaku thought silently. In the meeting room, the people who were not well informed were still discussing what the Hokage was going to do by summoning them in such a hurry. But some people who know the inside story turn a deaf ear to it, they know. The sky of Konoha is about to change. Everyone, are you all here? The voice arrives before the person arrives. Senju Tobirama's voice came from the other side of the door. Hokage adults. Everyone looked sideways. Advertisement. Everyone, I ask everyone to come here. I have something important to discuss with you. Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo, attempted to rebel and assassinate the Hokage. Just now, he was killed by my own hands. Senju Tobirama calmly said something that made everyone's face change drastically. Now, I asked everyone to come here because I want to redistribute the positions within Konoha village. This, Senju Tobirama's words could not be questioned by anyone. Under that powerful aura, everyone remained silent. He looked at the people around him. Might Guy, Akamaiki Choza, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Hayi, Hitaki Kakashi, Aburame Shiwei, all the well-known characters in the original work are here. It is worth mentioning that the interrogation department headed by Yamanaka Kaiichi had received Shimura Danzo's body before. After he used secret techniques to explore the secrets of Danzo's brain, Yamanaka Kaiichi was very nervous at this time. What Danzo did really shocked him. After seeing everyone bow their heads in approval, Senju Tobirama grinned and began to give orders. From today on, Nara Shikaku will serve as the assistant Hokage, taking over the route of Shimura Danzo and reporting directly to me. The original position of the Jonin squad leader will remain unchanged. Yes, Nara Shikaku nodded immediately. He glanced at Akamaiki Choza and Yamanaka Hayi, both members of the Inoshika Cho clan, and they both nodded to him. Hitaki Kakashi. Senju Tobirama looked at the mysterious masked man again and said in an unquestionable tone, you will temporarily take over the position of Minister Anbu and be responsible for the safety of the village. Hitaki Kakashi. He never thought that he could become an Anbu minister. Senju Tobirama raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Hitaki Kakashi had been very supportive of his appointment as Hokage before, and he did not get along well with the old school people like Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his abilities were also quite good. Tobirama was very relieved to give him this position. Hitaki Kakashi was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Thank you for your trust, Hokage. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama finally looked at Might Guy. Guy, how about you be my bodyguard from now on? Although guards are dispensable to Senju Tobirama, after all, if he wants to leave, no one can stop him. But Might Guy is not ordinary. His 8 inner gates have been cultivated to the highest level. When the 8 gates are fully opened, he can even briefly possess the power of 6 paths. With such a powerful weapon, Senju Tobirama must of course keep it by his side. Ah, Lord Hokage, you also acknowledge my youth. Might Guy was a little overwhelmed. Since he was a child, he always hoped to be recognized by others. What's more, the person who recognized him was the previous Hokage of Konoha. Suddenly, Might Guy's thick eyebrows jumped up and down. Looking at the look on his face, it seemed as if he wanted to run around Konoha upside down 100 times before he would stop. Thank you, Hokage. I'm betting my youth on you. I will definitely keep you safe. Burn, youth. After Might Guy's passionate response, Senju Tobirama twitched his lips and nodded. From then on, these basic duties have been assigned. The rest of you, your positions will remain unchanged. Tomorrow, I will officially hold the inauguration ceremony for the Hokage position. Please gather at Konoha village tomorrow. Yes, it was at this moment that a cold mechanical voice rang in my mind. Name: Senju Tobirama. Strength: Super Shadow. Status: Impure World Reincarnation. Mission: regain control of Konoha completed. Reward: Wood Style. A strange feeling came from his body, and Senju Tobirama felt that there was something extra in his body. Chapter 23. Tobirama, the Hokage Senju. As the system's cold mechanical sound rang out, Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly. The stimulation of wood style does not have the earth-shaking momentum of strength recovery and chakra explosion. However, an extremely subtle power was growing within Senju Tobirama. That power immediately filled Senju Tobirama's entire body. Senju Tobirama could clearly feel it. Regarding the various wood-style ninjutsu, Senju Hashirama wrote a user guide before his death and kept it in the Konoha seal book so that future generations could use it as a reference after awakening the wood style. Senju Tobirama had also read it, so he had nothing to worry about in that regard. As Senju Tobirama thought about it, a small sapling grew out in the palm of his hand. This is Shodai's wood-style secret technique. Master Tobirama, have you also awakened the wood style that Master Hashirama possesses? The people who had not left yet felt the vitality of the wood-style chakra in Senju Tobirama's palm and asked questions one after another. Yes, this is exactly the wood style that my eldest brother possessed. It was awakened when I was about to die, but unfortunately it has not been put to use yet. Senju Tobirama explained lightly. Lord Tobirama, it is a blessing for Konoha that you can awaken the wood style. Under the leadership of the Hokage, we will be able to regain the glory of the Shodai era. Everyone around praised him. Senju Tobirama, who had successfully completed the experiment, smiled and said, Kakashi, Shikaku, you will lead the Anbu to take over the route that Shimura Danzo belongs to immediately. If there are still Shimura Danzo's diehard followers, you can kill them directly. Advertisement. Nara Shikaku and Hitaki Kakashi immediately nodded and left. The rest of you, prepare for tomorrow's Hokage succession ceremony. Make sure the security is done well. Yes, Hokage-sama. The authority of the awakened wood-style Senju Tobirama instantly rose to a higher level, and the orders he gave were quickly carried out by everyone in a hurry. At this moment, Nine Tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body felt a familiar breath. Strange, why does it feel a little bit wrong? Such a disgusting aura. The next day, all the villagers and ninjas in Konoha had very strange expressions on their faces. Because, the second Hokage officially returned to his position as Hokage today. Hey, did you hear that Shimura Danzo was killed by Nadaime? Oh, about that, I've been annoyed with that Danzo for a long time. He always has a bandage on his face and looks at everyone with a smug look on his face. I didn't expect that this scum could actually assist the Hokage of our Konoha. Fortunately, Lord Tobirama killed him for the sake of justice. It's really satisfying. As the Konoha Torture Department completed its exploration of the secrets in Shimura Danzo's mind, some of the inside information that could be disclosed to the villagers and ninjas was ordered to be made public by Senju Tobirama. The villagers who knew about the ugly things Danzo had done all despised him, and then deepened their admiration for Senju Tobirama. Look, the second Hokage has only been back for a few days, and he has already removed such a big cancer for Konoha. In comparison, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed a bit forgotten, and the people of Konoha had almost forgotten about this former Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed good at winning people's hearts. During his years as Hokage, he has always focused on promoting his will of fire. All the civilian children who graduated from ninja schools regard Sarutobi Hiruzen as a role model in life. But being a Hokage is not just about talking big. The third generation made mistakes in some important decisions in their later years, and also gave in everywhere when facing oppression from other countries. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been harboring grievances for a long time because he has caused the lower-class villagers of Konoha to lose their superiority as people of Konoha in the Land of Fire. Look, the Hokage-sama is here. Following the shout of a sharp-eyed person, the crowd looked towards the grandly built platform. Senju Tobirama is wearing a Hokage divine robe and a Hokage hat, and has a tall and straight figure. Although the cracks on his face and his eyes without whites have some impact, this does not hinder the already handsome Senju Tobirama, but makes him look more majestic. Many women screamed the moment they saw him. Hokage-sama, that's so cool. I really want to marry Tobirama-sama. The cheers at the scene were resounding. As Senju Tobirama pressed his left hand slightly downward, the crowd of onlookers fell silent in unison. Hokage-sama is indeed very prestigious. Saito Shizumo, who was sitting on the observation deck, had already healed his wounds. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but praise it. From today on, I, Senju Tobirama, reappointment as the second Hokage of Konoha village. I will restore Konoha's glory as the strongest in the ninja world. After finishing his brief and powerful speech, Senju Tobirama took off the Hokage hat on his head and threw it into the air. Long live the Hokage-sama! Long live the Hokage-sama! The crowd burst into cheers even louder than before. Even Saito Shizumo couldn't help but shout, "Long live the Hokage," in such a lively atmosphere. Damn it. The position of Hokage was clearly reserved for me, Uzumaki Naruto-sama, how come it was snatched away by this Uncle Yan Yan? Amid the cheers, an untimely complaint was heard. Chapter 24 Nine Tails. You're talking nonsense again, you fox. Shut up. You're a fox demon, and you still want to be the Hokage. Why don't you take AP***s and look at yourself? Naruto's inappropriate remarks were soon heard by several people close to him, causing a round of ridicule and accusations. The boy with the six paths beard on his face was already used to such abuse, so he didn't care. Instead, he looked straight at Senju Tobirama on the platform. Uzumaki Naruto. Senju Tobirama had already noticed the commotion below and glanced at the Child of Destiny. He has golden hair, 3 long fox-like whiskers on both sides of his cheeks, a forehead protector on his head, an orange training suit, and several bandages wrapped around his body. And inside Uzumaki Naruto's body below, Nine Tails, who was lying in a cage, seemed to sense Senju Tobirama's prying eyes and stood up suddenly. Nine Tails' eyes seemed to see through Uzumaki Naruto's inner world and see Senju Tobirama outside. That damn guy's younger brother. He actually has the same aura as him. Roar. Nine Tails' body trembled violently. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows, as if sensing something, and looked towards Uzumaki Naruto's stomach. As if meeting Nine Tails' gaze, Senju Tobirama opened his mouth and smiled. When the people around saw the Hokage smiling, they cheered even louder. Laugh. Why are you laughing? Your damn brother is dead, how did you crawl out? Nine Tails roared in his heart. It was previously in the forest outside of Konoha village, where Uzumaki Naruto had sensed a familiar aura during his battle with One-Tail Shukaku. At that point, it felt all too familiar. When Senju Tobirama was alive, he often went to Uzumaki Mito's house to study it. His hatred for this man's younger brother ranked third. The first is Uchiha Madara, and the second is Senju Hashirama. In its memory, this white-haired monster would get its chakra through Uzumaki Mito every now and then, draining it half dry each time. The seal that the Uzumaki clan had put on it was also improved by this guy, making it very difficult for it to turn over in the cage, which was really abominable. And at the moment when Senju Tobirama looked into Nine-Tails' eyes in the spiritual world, the cold electronic sound of the system came into his mind again. Advertisement. Mission. Gather all the tailed beasts. Reward. Complete resurrection, immortal body. Oh, that's good. Senju Tobirama smiled. Just seeing Nine-Tails triggered a long-term mission for him. As for the reward for the mission, it made him narrow his eyes slightly. Needless to say, the reward of complete resurrection is very good. As for this immortal body, as for the example of Sage Body, it is probably similar to that of his older brother Senju Hashirama. However, the system's prompts filled him with surprise. The system's explanation of the Sage Body is that the body of the Sage of Six Paths can give the physical body the potential to become infinitely stronger, comparable to the chakra of the tailed beasts, powerful recovery capabilities, and can enhance all ninjutsu. More importantly, it can accommodate the Eye of Six Paths. What does that mean? In other words, as a member of the Senju family, he might be able to place a Rinnegan on his eye. Tobirama Otsutsuki. Senju Tobirama is finally going back to his roots. Putting aside the fantasies in his mind, Senju Tobirama looked at Nine-Tails in the cage and waved. Long time no see, fox. Damn you, white hair. Where's your horse? Nine-Tails said in a not very friendly manner. You're a piece of shit who was killed by two guys who just ate a little of my flesh and blood. Senju Tobirama frowned slightly when he heard that. This fox really talks about things that are not related to the topic. Don't you ever interfere with Uzumaki Naruto's chakra again, Nine-Tails. Why should I listen to you? I can let you out later. Lie to me. Nothing you say is true. Advertisement. I can assure you of that. I don't believe your lies. Nine-Tails roared, not wanting to believe Senju Tobirama's assurances. After saying this, Nine-Tails roared, Senju Tobirama's face changed, and his spiritual world became illusory. In the outside world, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes went dark. Senju Tobirama was immediately driven out by Nine-Tails. The first conversation with Nine-Tails wasn't very friendly. This fox has really poor quality. I need to give him a beating someday. Senju Tobirama thought silently in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto was called into his inner world by Nine-Tails inside him, and after talking with Nine-Tails, his expression was very interesting. It must be that fox who was saying bad things about him to Naruto. Jumping off the platform, Senju Tobirama walked in front of Uzumaki Naruto. The onlookers had no idea what the Hokage's intention was and thought that the Hokage was going to destroy the troublemaking fox demon. Several of Uzumaki Naruto's classmates had worries in their eyes. Senju Tobirama didn't say anything, he just touched Uzumaki Naruto's head and walked away. Senju Tobirama felt very sympathetic towards the protagonist who was looked down upon. However, since Naruto could still be so optimistic after being treated like this by people in the same village for more than 10 years, Senju Tobirama suspected that he had been bewitched by the distinguished heavenly gods. He had just been checking whether Naruto had been under an illusion, but he didn't feel anything unusual. I think it's the influence of Ashura Chakra. Senju Tobirama thought silently in his heart. Forget it, let's go see how Sasuke is doing. After being touched on the head by Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Naruto jogged away. At this time, just after Senju Tobirama finished his Hokage inauguration declaration, an Anbu ninja wearing a fox mask appeared before him. Hokage-sama, two elders from the Council of Elders wish to see you. Chapter 25 The End of Konoha F4. The Anbu ninja half knelt in front of Senju Tobirama, and after saying this, he remained silent, waiting for the Hokage's decision. Elders, Mitoman and Kaharu. Senju Tobirama lowered his head in deep thought. These two people and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even attend his Hokage inauguration ceremony. Did they have any problem with him killing Danzo? He looked up at the Anbu ninja and said, bring them here. After saying this, Senju Tobirama turned and walked into the Hokage building, sitting down on the Hokage seat that belonged to him. Soon, accompanied by three heavy footsteps, two members of the Elders' Council, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, slowly walked in. It's worth mentioning that Sarutobi Hiruzen is also behind them. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been idle at home since he resigned as Hokage. I didn't expect that he could still hang out with his old classmates. Teacher. The three of them greeted Senju Tobirama respectfully. What do you want from me? Senju Tobirama said bluntly. He didn't have time to play a teacher-student relationship with these elderly people. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were both stunned, as if they had not expected Senju Tobirama to be so cold. But soon, Mitokado Homura stepped forward respectfully and said, Teacher, we are all very happy that you can be resurrected and return to lead Konoha to become the Hokage. Under your wise leadership, Konoha will surely become more and more. No need to flatter, just say what you want to say. Mitokado Homura's flattery was ruthlessly interrupted by Senju Tobirama before he could finish. Advertisement. He didn't want to waste his patience on these people. Mitokado Homura glanced at him and said helplessly. Well, in that case, teacher, I will speak frankly. Teacher, weren't you being a little bit cruel in killing Danzo? Danzo was your disciple, and he had been doing his duty for Konoha all these years. After you killed him, you also tarnished Danzo's reputation. Now Danzo is a traitor and evil villain despised by everyone in Konoha. And you gave the position of Hokage assistant to the Nara clan. I'm afraid that the three clans will be rebellious in the future. Teacher, aren't you a little wrong? That's enough. Senju Tobirama slammed the table. Senju Tobirama sneered. This old man had been talking so much just to whitewash Shimura Danzo and take back the former Danzo position. But he was afraid of Senju Tobirama's strength and didn't dare to say it directly. He was not as good as Danzo, at least that guy dared to attack him. Do you expect Senju Tobirama to compromise just by talking? Old guy, you have some nice ideas. Senju Tobirama's powerful palm smashed the desk in front of him into pieces. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were so frightened that they were speechless. With a swish, Senju Tobirama stood up. His tall and straight figure made him look like an adult and a child compared to the two hunchbacked old men in front of him. The two were frightened by the oppressive feeling and broke out in cold sweats. Oh, you think Danzo deserves credit? Danzo's contribution refers to sending people to kill the Hokage on his way to the land of fire. Or did you two also have your opinions in this? Senju Tobirama's pressing questioning made the two retreat. Advertisement. Teacher. This is impossible. We are loyal to you. This is impossible. Danzo did it. The two who originally came to ask for an explanation from Danzo were instead eager to throw all the dirty water on Danzo under the intimidation of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama stopped, which made the two of them feel relieved. It seems that the teacher still has feelings for them. The two of them thought to themselves. Someone, take down these two of Danzo's accomplices. In an instant, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura's face color changed drastically. Take them both. Do you know what you are saying? Without this elder group, who will work for you as a Hokage? But it was useless to say anything at this time, because Anbu behind the two of them had already prepared the sack. Bang, bang. With two muffled groans, the two were knocked unconscious by the Anbu ninja. First, take these two to the torture department and let the Yamanaka clan check if the people in their heads are Danzo's accomplices. If they are wrong, then release them. Senju Tobirama spoke calmly. Following his order, the two were quickly taken away by the Anbu ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one left in the huge office, and the skinny old man looked very lonely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised that the two classmates were subdued, because they were indeed involved in what Danzo did. Moreover, the teacher has become different since his resurrection. Chapter 26 Undercurrent. Teacher, aren't you a little too impatient? Even if we did something wrong, you shouldn't be like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen said diligently. In his mind, Senju Tobirama probably wanted to take back the power that belonged to the Hokage, so the old people from the old times like them would definitely be the first ones to be liquidated. But he didn't expect Senju Tobirama to be so ruthless. Sarutobi, I heard that after my death, the Senju clan was persecuted by those of you in power. Senju Tobirama turned around and did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, but instead threw out a fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not explain. Well, teacher, the Senju are the same clan as you and the Shodai. Of course, they inherited the will of fire from you in the first generation. The most dangerous missions on the battlefield are always rushed by the Senju. I originally wanted to dissuade them, but they are all excellent Konoha shinobi who have awakened the will of fire. I can't chill their burning hearts. A few beads of sweat fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen's thin face. It was obvious that he was not sure about the answer. What nonsense. Are all the Senju clan ninjas? Did you send the civilians to the battlefield as well? Senju Tobirama shouted, and a wave of blue chakra burst out from his body. The already elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen's legs trembled under this strong pressure and he almost fell to his knees. He said hurriedly, Teacher, I confess, this was all Danzo's idea. Danzo longed to recreate the power of Shodai's wood style, and most of the civilians of the Senju clan were abducted by his roots to be used as wood style test subjects. Teacher, there are actually still many remnants of the Senju clan. Tsunade is still my apprentice. How could I possibly attack the Senju clan? They all live peacefully inside the land of fire. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, fearing that Senju Tobirama would kill him on the spot, he blamed all the events on the dead Danzo. So where were you when Danzo was doing all this? Senju Tobirama asked coldly. I'm hoping that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan will be wiped out. These two families have produced so many strong people, they will definitely not have another one to threaten his position. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't say what he was thinking, so he kept it to himself for a long time but couldn't come up with any clear words. Standing there, like a student trying to find an excuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are indeed enjoying being the Hokage. Since you haven't done anything too extreme, I will spare your life. From now on, you will be confined to your house. I will send a team of Anbu to guard you until you die, and I will not deprive you of your Hokage status. Senju Tobirama spoke the verdict on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, thank you, teacher. The thin old man hunched over, and he seemed to have aged 10 years and looked very old. Since then, advertisement. The era of Konoha's old generation of rulers has ended. The era of the older generation of Senju Tobirama has begun. 1 week. Everything that happened in Konoha has already spread throughout the ninja world. Senju Tobirama was resurrected, the Council of Elders was dismissed, Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicated, San Shinobi 4th Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru, One-Tail Jinchuriki was detained by Konoha, Jiraiya returned to the village. These news spread quickly in the 5 major countries and surrounding small countries, causing shock to one country and ninja village after another. Who is Senju Tobirama? Not very familiar. But his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, pacified the troubled times and founded the ninja village. Compared with his older brother, Senju Tobirama is inevitably inferior, but after all, as the younger brother of the god of ninja, his title of Grandmaster of Ninjutsu is also resounding throughout the ninja world. All the various shadow clones used by the ninja villages were created by him. People were shocked that, as soon as the second Hokage was resurrected, he abolished the position of his disciple as Hokage and killed or captured all of his disciples. Soon after, one force after another issued orders not to provoke Konoha for the time being. They didn't know what kind of person the second Hokage was and didn't want to offend him for the time being. At the same time, envoys from various ninja villages were sent to Konoha to find out how Senju Tobirama was resurrected. In a meeting room in Rain Shinobi Village, Rain Country. Now, in this conference room, blurry shadows appeared one after another in various positions. Slideshow technique. The Akatsuki members use ninjutsu to exchange information by injecting chakra into the rings they wear on their hands. A figure with orange hair appeared directly in the meeting room in its original form, waiting for all members. Soon, pairs of eyes lit up. When everyone appeared here, one of them looked at the orange-haired figure and said, "Zero, what is the mission for gathering us all here? I have a bounty of 50 million taels, and I'm in a hurry. Baga, that B*** D Kakuzu takes me out all day to make his dirty money, and it's caused my faith in the evil god to waver. Chief, I want to change my teammate." The second voice was unrestrained and livened up the atmosphere as soon as it opened. Advertisement. My new art is almost finished. I'm very busy. Good. After 2 more words, zero in their mouths listened to the complaints of these members with an expressionless face. Members of Akatsuki have always been like this, and he's used to it. Pain saw that everyone had quieted down and looked towards a pitcher plant. Ju, you go and explain the situation to them. Okay. The pitcher plant nodded slightly. The second Hokage of Konoha village, Senju Tobirama, has been resurrected, and has perfectly retained all of his strength from his lifetime. He has also killed Danzo and has been reappointed as Hokage. Ju just said this and then closed his mouth. The conference room fell into silence. At a certain moment, a figure with 3 magatama in his eyes trembled slightly after hearing about Danzo's death. What's wrong? I will be resurrected if I want to. I am still immortal. Is that surprising? The shadow with the slicked back hair smiled. Ju spoke again. Senju Tobirama is very strong. His strength definitely surpasses that of the Cage of the 5 Great Nations. I suggest that you temporarily abandon all missions related to Konoha. For the current organization, it is best not to provoke him. After saying this, Ju fell silent again. Every phantom here lowered their heads in deep thought. Hidan with a slicked back hair and Didera with a yellow ponytail both thought that Ju was exaggerating. What if he surpassed the power of shadow? Everyone here was as strong as Cage level. No matter how strong Senju Tobirama was, could he really kill them all? Kakuzu's pupils shrank to a point, and he stopped talking about money. As someone who had been active in the ninja world since the Sengoku era, he had certainly seen the strength of Senju Tobirama. As a candidate sent by Tokigakure to assassinate Senju Hashirama, he once fought with Wood Clone, who had 1/10 of Senju Hashirama's strength. After being defeated, it was Senju Hashirama who asked for mercy for him by saying that it was not easy for a small ninja village to train ninjas, so he was able to survive Senju Tobirama's hands. Although he had always used his fight with Senju Hashirama as a bragging capital over the years, he knew how powerful these big names in the ninja world during the Sengoku era were. Pain broke the silence. According to what Ju said, we will temporarily postpone all tasks related to Konoha and send people to investigate the situation in Konoha. Now, we will do our best to accumulate funds and prepare for our final plan. After saying this, Pain flashed away and left the place. The remaining figures gradually disappeared. The Sharingan that disappeared last had a gleam in its eyes. Chapter 27 New Mission. Sunagaku. High-level meeting room. 4th Kazekage Rasa died and his body is missing. All matters in Sunagaku are temporarily handled by the elders headed by Chiyo. Chiyo stood up straight and said in an unquestionable tone. Let's put aside the matter of Orochimaru's sneak attack on the 4th Kazekage for now. We'll talk about it later. Now, let's discuss the resurrection of Senju Tobirama. Everyone, our plan with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha has failed, and this will definitely cause a strong backlash from Konoha. How should we deal with this to calm Konoha's anger? As the wife of 1st Kazekage Ritsudo, Granny Chiyo experienced the war-torn Sengoku era and several ninja wars, and was well aware of the horror of Senju Tobirama. We in Sunagaku have now lost our Kazekage, and even the Jinchuriki have been detained in the village by Konoha. Konoha has gained an extremely powerful second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. If we don't handle this properly, this will definitely be a devastating blow to us in Sunagaku. After Chiyo finished speaking, her brother Ebizo also stood up and said. Now, we, the Sand Shinobi, cannot afford to offend Konoha. We must first quell Konoha's desire to settle accounts with us. If we want Senju Tobirama not to target us, we have no choice but to negotiate with Konoha. If you want to negotiate peace with Konoha, you can only pay the price they want in exchange for our Sand Shinobi and Jinchuriki being held by Konoha. But our Sunagaku land is barren and resource poor. If Senju Tobirama asks for too much. Before Ebizo could finish his words, the radical faction within Sunagaku took over. Senju Tobirama is strong, but there aren't many strong people in Konoha village. If he's not satisfied, we can unite with Rock Shinobi village, which is also wary of Konoha, to put pressure on Konoha. At worst, we can start the Fourth Ninja World War. His meaning was very clear. They could cede territory and pay compensation, but if Senju Tobirama was shameless, they would join forces with Rock Shinobi village, and even the other 4 major ninja villages, to launch the Fourth Ninja World War to besiege Konoha. I agree. Second, the old man had just sat back in his seat when the other Sand Shinobi elders expressed their agreement. Advertisement. Hokage office. Tobirama finished signing a document in his hand and stretched his body. Although Impure World Reincarnation's body would not get tired, the mental fatigue still made him a little tired. This Hokage, the head of a village, had to sign and approve all matters in Konoha. If someone's cat was lost, he had to sign before approving the release of the task. It really made him speechless. Don't bother me with this kind of thing in the future. Senju Tobirama pointed at the documents on the table and said to Nara Shikaku beside him. Yes, it is indeed inappropriate to trouble the Hokage with such matters. Nara Shikaku nodded. By the way, one-tail Gara of Sunagaku is still imprisoned, right? Don't they Sand Shinobi have any reaction? Senju Tobirama asked in doubt. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Chiyo elder of the Sand Shinobi has proposed to send an envoy to Konoha in half a month to discuss peace talks. He will give you a satisfactory compensation in exchange for the Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki. Nara Shikaku flipped through the documents in his hand and explained. Oh, change back to Jinchuriki. Senju Tobirama's mouth corners slightly raised. If it was before, it would not be impossible to let Sand Shinobi redeem Gara. Unfortunately, as long as all 9-tailed beasts are gathered, he can be resurrected and obtain the sage body. I'm afraid that Sunagaku's request cannot be granted. I wonder if he will do something desperate. Senju Tobirama thought evilly in his heart. Shikaku, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to go out for a walk. It's been so long since I was resurrected, but I haven't taken a good look at the current Konoha. Waving his hand, without caring about Nara Shikaku's reaction, Senju Tobirama walked straight out the door. Looking at the pile of documents on the side, Nara Shikaku let out a long sigh. Having such a careless Hokage, I don't know whether it is good or bad for Konoha. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Senju Tobirama looked both ways on the road. It's good to have ninjas. Although Konoha's buildings were destroyed into ruins after the joint attack of Sand Shinobi and Sound Ninja, after such a short repair time, the entire Konoha no longer looks like it has experienced a great war. The broken land was restored to its original state under the Earth-style ninjutsu. Advertisement. As he walked along, he saw the villagers of Senju Tobirama and they greeted him warmly. Senju Tobirama was not aloof either, and responded to them with a faint smile on his face. This led to a rumor spreading in Konoha village that the Hokage was kind to others. He didn't care what these people felt and walked aimlessly on the street. At this time, Senju Tobirama saw a very familiar imp. The kid put his hands in his pockets and looked to the side, looking really cocky. Sasuke. Senju Tobirama, who had been standing still, had no reaction when he saw the second male lead, but soon, a cold voice made his expression change slightly. Mission. Prevent Uchiha Sasuke from defecting. Bonus. Sage mode. Triggered a new task. Meeting Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke both triggered new quests for him. Is this a coincidence? Or, is it because of Indra and Ashura? Or maybe because they are the two protagonists? Senju Tobirama was a little confused about what the conditions were for the system to trigger the task. After all, this system was like a dead person at ordinary times. If he could not still look at his panel, he would have suspected that the system was dead. But after looking at the reward, Tobirama looked delighted. Sage mode is really good. Orochimaru has never been qualified to practice in his entire life, but he can get it as long as he prevents Sasuke from defecting. Sasuke, don't even think about running away. Let Senju Tobirama take on this dangerous task of saving the world. Chapter 28. Sensible Daimyoji. In the time it took Senju Tobirama to have a few thoughts, Uchiha Sasuke had already left with his hands in his pockets without noticing his gaze. I think Sasuke must be hesitating at this moment whether to abandon his companions and go to Orochimaru to gain strength. Senju Tobirama glanced at where he left, and then he looked towards a dark alley on the side. Immediately, 3 Anbu wearing animal masks walked out of the darkness. Hokage adults. These 3 Anbu are Senju Tobirama's personal guards. Might Guy's personal characteristics are too distinct, and he is not suitable to be a personal guard in secret, so he specially found a job for Might Guy to do. Only when he leaves Konoha will he let Might Guy go with him. That little guy just now, is he the only one left in Uchiha, right? Senju Tobirama nodded slightly at the 3 of them. That brat is wearing clothes with the Uchiha crest. Senju Tobirama asked knowingly. That's right, Hokage-sama. The boy's name is Uchiha Sasuke. He is the son of the former head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. It was the Uchiha clan that was destroyed by his eldest brother, Uchiha Itachi. As for why Sasuke didn't die, I don't know. The Anbu in front of him was not considered a high-ranking official in the village and was not aware of the inside story of the Uchiha genocide. After hearing his explanation, Senju Tobirama gave an appropriate, "Wow, so that's how it is," expression and gave the order. Go make arrangements to get Uchiha Sasuke into Kakashi's Anbu, and get that Uzumaki Naruto in with him. Advertisement. Hearing Tobirama's arrangement, the Anbu in front of him nodded. By the way, who is the instructor Jonin for these two? Senju Tobirama asked again knowingly. Replying to Hokage-sama, it is Minister Hitaki Kakashi. That's great. Tell Kakashi that they can have more sparring with each other after joining Anbu. I'm very optimistic about the bond between them. After saying this, Senju Tobirama turned around and continued walking around the streets of Konoha. The three Anbu looked at each other, one of them turned back to report the news, and the other two then disappeared into the darkness. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, have you had lunch yet? Ah, you can't eat. Hokage adults. As he wandered through Konoha, he saw Senju Tobirama and the villagers greeted him warmly. Senju Tobirama was a little overwhelmed and left the street in a rather embarrassed manner and returned to the Hokage building. As soon as I got to the bottom of the building, I saw an acquaintance. Saito Shizushi was the envoy sent to Konoha by the daimyo. The rather bloated middle-aged man walked up to him with a smile and bowed to him when he saw him. Advertisement. Hokage-sama, thank you again. Without your help, I would have lost my life. It's just a small favor, no need to be so polite, Mr. Saito. Senju Tobirama walked forward and helped him up. Mr. Saito, what is your business? Hokage, since your inauguration ceremony is over, I, as the daimyo's messenger, should go back and deliver a message to the daimyo. I can't stay in Konoha forever, right? Saito Shizuo wiped the sweat from his head and spoke. Mr. Saito is going back to the capital of the Land of Fire. I will arrange a team of ninjas to escort you. Senju Tobirama nodded. Hokage-sama, I actually came to see you about something else. Saito Shizumo glanced at the Anbu ninja behind Senju Tobirama. Tobirama understood what he meant and signaled with his eyes, and several Anbu retreated. Seeing that no one was around to disturb him, Saito Shizuo stepped forward and said in a very low voice. Hokage-sama, the daimyo called yesterday and said he knows everything that Sand Shinobi has done. If Konoha wants to take military action against Sand Shinobi, the daimyo will fully support it and cover all military expenses. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama smiled. Unexpectedly, that junior is quite sensible. Senju Tobirama had originally thought about going to war against the Sand Shinobi, and now someone really gave him a pillow when he was sleepy. Then thank him for me. Senju Tobirama nodded. Saito Shizuo was also relieved when he heard this. As a close minister of the daimyo, he knew some of the secrets of the Land of Fire. It was said that the daimyo of the Land of Fire had a close relationship with the Senju clan. Seeing Senju Tobirama's expression of no surprise only intensified his speculation. The convoy escorting Saito Shizuo left quickly, and Senju Tobirama, who had watched everything, returned to his seat as Hokage. Chapter 29 Sage Art. Fire Style. Flame Bomb. Senju Tobirama formed seals with his hands, opened his mouth, and spit out an enormous fireball towards the towering trees in front of him. Big. Too big. The diameter of the fireball was nearly 20 meters. Sweeping in the scorching heat wave, the fireball whizzed past, burning everything along the way. The fireball penetrated a distance of several hundred meters before it lost its momentum and dissipated into the air. On the ground, at least a dozen trees as tall as buildings were burned to ashes, and a black passage was burned out along the way, extending through the entire forest. Inside the passage, the remaining sparks still emitted high-temperature smoke that drifted in the air. Hiss. Senju Tobirama stood at the starting point of this road and couldn't help but look moved. So powerful. Is this the power of ninjutsu after integrating natural energy? It is at least 3 times more powerful than ordinary ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama ran all the way, releasing water style along the way to extinguish the remaining Mars. There was a circle of black eye shadow around his eyes. Tobirama himself did not expect that the system would be so generous this time. Just by letting Sasuke enter Anbu, he was awarded the Sage Mode reward. The Sage Mode activated by Senju Tobirama looks different from Mount Myoboku and Raichi Cave in appearance, but is very similar to that of his older brother, Senju Hashirama. After turning on Sage Mode, he immediately went to the forest outside Konoha village to try it out. This fire bomb alone must be close to the power of Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu, right? After silently comparing them in his mind, Tobirama seemed eager to try. By the way, I've never used wood style since I got it, so I might as well take this opportunity to test it out. Advertisement. Having made up his mind, Senju Tobirama took a breath. He also wanted to see how much stronger his already extremely powerful wood style bloodline would become with the blessing of natural energy. Sage Art Wood Style, the birth of the tree world. The moment he put his hands together, under Senju Tobirama's horrified gaze, countless trees in all directions were uprooted from the ground and grew rapidly, with him as the center. Boom. Accompanied by a rumbling sound. In the far-flung Konoha village, countless civilians felt the ground shaking. Was it an earthquake? Get down. Ordinary people, thinking it was an earthquake, ran around to avoid it. But the vibration came and went quickly, and it stopped soon. Everyone in Konoha looked up, puzzled. All go. Even though Senju Tobirama was used to seeing Gundam battles in Hokage, he was not shocked at this moment. What meets the eye is an endless sea of trees, lush and dense. The thorns hidden in the dense forest are evenly distributed and sharp enough to pierce steel. The range of ninjutsu is so wide that even the death forest with a diameter of 10 kilometers, under the wood style of Senju Tobirama, is like dropping a missile in the city center, which is particularly eye-catching. However, such a huge ninjutsu was a bit too much for Senju Tobirama, and Sage Mode was automatically released after releasing the ninjutsu. The amount of refined senjutsu chakra in the body is almost exhausted. It seems that this move should be used as a killer. Although it is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama exhaled a breath and slowly stood up. Shua. Shua. At this time, several Konoha shinobi rushed out from the dense forest behind them. The moment they saw Senju Tobirama, their expressions changed. Hokage-sama, we have been ordered to investigate the unusual movements in the Forest of Death. Since you are here, I wonder what the situation is. The leading middle-aged ninja stepped forward and asked. I lost control when I was practicing ninjutsu. Tell the village not to panic. Senju Tobirama wiped his forehead and explained calmly. As this the jutsu released by the Hokage-sama. Shodai's wood style. The only people in Konoha village who knew that Senju Tobirama had awakened the wood style were the jonin who had attended the meeting and the higher-ups. It was still a secret among the middle and lower-level ninjas, so it was no wonder that they were surprised. Several people poked their heads out and looked at the endless sea of trees behind Tobirama, and then looked at Senju Tobirama standing beside him. Immediately, he lowered his head. As expected of you, Hokage-sama. Your wood-style prowess must have surpassed that of the legendary first Hokage. Oh, that may not be the case. Senju Tobirama shook his head, turned around and slowly left. By the way, don't spread this matter. After turning his head and instructing several ninjas, Senju Tobirama disappeared from here in a flash. Only a few ninjas remained standing there praising his miracle. Chapter 30 Sand Shinobi Mission. Time passed quickly, half a month passed quickly, and the time for the peace talks agreed by Sunagaku had arrived. Tobirama took some time to go to Konoha prison to take a look at Gaara and his two siblings. Except for the frightened Temari and Konkuro, Gaara ignored him. Having just had a heart-to-heart with Uzumaki Naruto during the Chunin exam, Gaara was still in a confused state of mind, so Senju Tobirama also called Naruto over to enlighten Gaara. During this period, Tobirama also asked the system whether to collect the tailed beasts including the Jinchuriki or just the tailed beasts. However, he was still satisfied with the result. Gathering the tailed beasts was simply a matter of gathering them together, and it did not require a container. This also saves Senju Tobirama from a problem, as he does not have the Rinnegan and cannot seal all the tailed beasts into the Gedo Statue. In this case, the peace talks with Sunagaku are doomed to fail unless they are willing to give up their village's Jinchuriki. But that is impossible. After all, the tailed beasts are to a village like nuclear weapons in the past. You can do without them, but you can't live without them. Hokage-sama, the Ebizo sent to the village by the Wind Country Sunagaku as a peace envoy has arrived in the village, and wishes to discuss Konoha's collapse plan with Hokage-sama. An Anbu ninja interrupted Senju Tobirama who was lost in thought at his seat. Ebizo. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, thinking of Shio's younger brother who had a small role in the original work. Advertisement. Okay, let someone take them to the living room first. I'll be there soon. Senju Tobirama finished speaking, and when the Anbu ninja looked up, he found that Senju Tobirama had disappeared. Hokage-sama, you are so strong. The Anbu ninja took a breath and sighed silently in his mind. 30 days have passed since Tobirama was resurrected in the Konoha collapse plan. With the help of various Earth-style ninjutsu from the Hokage world, the reconstruction work has been completed long ago, and Konoha village has returned to its pre-disaster prosperity, with high-rise buildings densely packed together. Konoha is really prosperous. Several young sand shinobi who followed Ebizo sighed sincerely. They are in Sunagaku, with only a desert behind them. Their only source of income is ninja missions and the fourth Kage's use of magnet style to explore the gold sand underground to subsidize the village. Now that the fourth Kage who was in charge of mining the gold sand is dead, the sand shinobi have lost a huge source of income. Ebizo, who was walking in front, trembled slightly when he heard this. Advertisement. Yes, Konoha was the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, with the best land and resources. They had wanted to join forces with Orochimaru to besiege Konoha and profit from it, but they never expected that Senju Tobirama would be resurrected, and not only would they not be able to gain any benefit, but they would have to compensate Konoha to redeem the Jinchuriki, and they also had to worry about facing the wrath of the second Hokage. But deep down in Ebizo's heart, he hoped that Senju Tobirama would take action, even if it meant a war. After all, what could be more terrible than being poor? They, the Sand Shinobi, are so poor that they can't even afford shoes. The worst that can happen is that they fight to the death with Konoha. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. The most they will have to pay more compensation after being defeated. Besides, Rock Shinobi's Onoki has already given his answer. As long as the Sand Shinobi have the idea, they can unite to wage war on Konoha. Dear guests, please follow me. The Konoha Anbu who was in charge of the reception had already led the Sand Shinobi delegation. Ebizo looked slightly, but the result surprised him. Copy Ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. He thought silently that this might be a show of strength from Konoha, but he didn't expect that the one who came to greet him was an elite jonin. Seeing Hitaki Kakashi's youthful face despite the mask, Ebizo turned his head to look at the new generation of Sand Shinobi behind him who were immersed in the prosperity of Konoha, and sighed slightly. Damn it, why are there so many geniuses in Konoha? The old man with a bandage on his head gritted his teeth in anger. He turned around and loudly reprimanded several juniors, then followed Konoha Anbu into the Konoha reception room. Chapter 31 Conditions of the Sand Shinobi. In the living room. The 5 young Sand Shinobi ninjas who were accompanying him sat upright, waiting for the arrival of the Hokage. This time they came to request peace talks, so they dared only sit halfway down in their seats, and the 5 of them dared not even breathe, for fear that they would anger Senju Tobirama over a small matter and cause the peace talks to fail. Ebizo himself, on the other hand, seemed quite comfortable, leaning back in his chair as if he regarded this place as the local area of Sand Shinobi. Because he had already prepared himself for war if the peace talks failed. Soon, accompanied by the sounds of click and click, Senju Tobirama and Nara Shikaku walked into the room one after another. Suddenly, the 5 Sand Shinobi instinctively shuddered and stood up straight, as if they had seen the wind shadow. Hokage-sama. The 5 people greeted Senju Tobirama respectfully at the same time. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, glanced at the Ebizo led by the Sand Shinobi, and then walked straight to the main seat, and Nara Shikaku sat next to him very competently. Seeing the 5 Sand Shinobi being so in awe of Senju Tobirama, Ebizo, who was sitting in his seat, had a dark look in his eyes and snorted. Seeing that Ebizo was unhappy, the 5 Sand Shinobi hurriedly sat down, but the constant shaking of their bodies still exposed their nervousness after seeing the Hokage. Tell me, Sand Shinobi, how do you plan to resolve the matter regarding the Konoha collapse plan? Senju Tobirama glanced at Ebizo, who had a bandage on his head, and got straight to the point. Ebizo's sunken eye sockets were startled, and his already dark eye sockets opened even wider. He didn't seem to expect that Senju Tobirama would be so direct and not say any polite words. When he reacted, he coughed and said in a slow tone. Hokage, the Konoha collapse plan was led by the Konoha rebel Orochimaru. We, Sunagaku, were deceived by Orochimaru and had no idea that this was his conspiracy. Even our Kazekage was attacked by Orochimaru. After saying this, seeing that Senju Tobirama didn't react, Ebizo raised his eyebrows and continued. Ahem, but since it has already happened, we at Sunagaku will not shirk our responsibility. This time, we are apologizing to Konoha with the utmost sincerity on behalf of the entire Sand Shinobi. After saying this, Ebizo leaned back on the seat, wanting to see Senju Tobirama's reply. Advertisement. The greatest sincerity. Tell me about it. Senju Tobirama smiled meaningfully. Ebizo's eyes darkened again. The 5 Sand Shinobi around him were also stunned. Is this the attitude of a Hokage? The legendary Second Hokage? Are all the strong men of Sengoku's era of this kind of bohemian character? This is Sand Shinobi's peace talk with Konoha. Shouldn't we wait until he tells us what conditions Sand Shinobi can offer before making a decision? How can you ask how sincere you were right away? Ebizo felt he had met his match. As expected of the second Hokage who is known for his shrewdness, he is indeed very cunning. Even I can't see through him. Ebizo thought silently in his heart, he had a premonition that the peace talks would most likely fail. After a full half-minute of silence, Ebizo took a breath and took out a list. This was the maximum conditions that the elders in Sunagaku could offer Konoha after discussing for a few days. He looked up at Senju Tobirama and said, Hokage-sama, our Sunagaku's sincerity is 500 million ryo, and 30% of Sunagaku's mission sources within 10 years. Among them, these 500 million ryo will be used to directly compensate Konoha's economic losses in this incident, and Sunagaku's 30% mission source in the next 10 years can bring Konoha more than 300 million ryo income. I wonder if the Hokage is satisfied with our sincerity. Ebizo finished, his dark eyes fixed on Senju Tobirama, waiting for his answer. 500 million taels in cash. Add to that Sunagaku's 30% of missions in the next 10 years, and it would be a huge loss for them. Sand Shinobi is already poor. Once this price is paid, there will be no progress in the next 10 years, and it may even fall out of the top 5 ninja villages. They negotiated these conditions with great effort and gritted their teeth. Once the content of the peace talks with Konoha was exposed, he, Ebizo, would really be branded as a Sand Shinobi sinner. Advertisement. Therefore, in his heart, he really hoped that Senju Tobirama would refuse. After the refusal, the worst that could happen to them would be a loss. After all, if they lost, they would just have to pay more money. Just as Ebizo said, this condition was very tempting. Even Nara Shikaku on the side couldn't help but glance sideways, his eyes were very fiery, as if he couldn't wait to agree to this condition on behalf of Senju Tobirama. But Senju Tobirama just said, oh, and nothing more was said. Indeed, the conditions offered by Sand Shinobi were very good and the money was sufficient. But as long as Senju Tobirama refused to return the Jinchuriki, there would be no possibility of peaceful negotiations between the two. Moreover, if the Sand Shinobi were completely defeated on the front battlefield, would there be anything less to gain? Hearing Senju Tobirama's extremely calm, oh, even Ebizo, with his temperament, couldn't help it, and his whole face seemed to be red and warm. Although he hoped that Senju Tobirama would make trouble, he didn't want Tobirama to disrespect the Sand Shinobi village. The 5 young ninjas who were accompanying them were so angry that they seemed to jump up. Immediately, the one of the 5 Sand Shinobi closest to Ebizo spoke up. I wonder what price we Sand Shinobi will have to pay in order to accept our apology, Hokage. The Sand Shinobi almost gritted his teeth when he said the word, apology, which shows how angry he was at the moment. After the young sand shinobi finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the room. Ebizo also stared at Senju Tobirama, waiting for his answer. Nara Shikaku also looked at the Hokage curiously, he also wanted to know what Senju Tobirama wanted. Under the gaze of 7 pairs of eyes, Senju Tobirama said calmly. As for money and resources, I don't have any needs myself, but Konoha does. So, of course I agree to your conditions in exchange for Konoha's forgiveness. You sand shinobi can also take back all the ninjas captured by Konoha. Ebizo opened his eyes wide in surprise, he didn't expect that Senju Tobirama, who had done so many tricks, would inexplicably agree to their conditions. But before he could respond, Senju Tobirama changed the subject. But, Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagaku, must stay in Konoha village and accept the teachings of our Konoha. If you agree, I can make peace with you on behalf of Konoha. Even a new alliance can be discussed. Senju Tobirama said, then sat in his seat and smiled without saying anything. This is impossible. Chapter 32. Declaring war on Sand Shinobi. This is impossible, really. Hearing what Senju Tobirama said, Ebizo slammed the table and stood up. The 5 Sand Shinobi sitting nearby also had gloomy expressions. Ebizo looked at Senju Tobirama, his already toothless lips tightly clenched. We in Sunagaku will never agree to this condition. One-tailed Jinchuriki is an important strategic deterrent weapon for us in Sunagaku. I still remember that at the first 5-cage summit, it was your eldest brother, Senju Hashirama, who personally assigned the tailed beasts to each ninja village. Does the second Hokage want to disobey the decision made by the first Hokage now? Hey, Senju Tobirama chuckled. This Ebizo actually wanted to use Senju Hashirama to suppress him. I only have this one request. Other than that, Konoha will never accept any form of peace from the Sand Shinobi. Senju Tobirama's attitude was extremely firm. His goal is to collect these 9-tailed beasts. Not to mention the Sand Shinobi, all the other tailed beasts in the entire ninja world will also be in his pocket. The entire conference room suddenly became extremely silent, and everyone's breathing could be clearly heard. The Sand Shinobi never imagined that Senju Tobirama's target was their tailed beasts. A moment of silence. With a swish, Ebizo stood up straight. He took a deep breath, his face became uncertain, and even his voice became sharp. Hokage, your conditions are not meant for peace talks with a Sunagaku. You are making things difficult for us. Or rather, you've never thought about accepting our peace talks. Advertisement. Ebizo said. Senju Tobirama had a smile on his face. Have you reacted? Yes, that's what he thought. Ebizo stared at Senju Tobirama, his eyes seemed to be emitting light. If looks could kill, Senju Tobirama would have been killed by him 1,000 times. When he saw the half-smile on Senju Tobirama's face, he understood everything. The second Hokage's goal is to get the tailed beasts of the Sand Shinobi. Ebizo even suspected that he was not the only one who wanted to start a war. Senju Tobirama made such an excessive request in order to anger the Sand Shinobi and send troops against them. With these thoughts in mind, Ebizo calmed down and said in a low voice. Senju Tobirama, do you have to make Konoha go to war with a Sunagaku before you are satisfied? As soon as these words came out, Nara Shikaku's eyes widened. War, don't talk about it casually. Although she wanted to persuade Senju Tobirama to calm down, she held back the words that were about to come out of her mouth when she saw Senju Tobirama's resolute face. Senju Tobirama didn't care at all. Collecting the tailed beasts is the system's task. If this intelligence is not triggered to ask him to synthesize 10 tails, he will not kill Gaara, but will let him continue to stay in Konoha. As for the battle with Sand Shinobi, it was to verify an idea in his mind. Would this trigger a new task from the system, thus allowing him to gain more abilities? If it cannot be triggered, then that means his previous analysis is nonsense. But if it is really confirmed, then Tobirama will know what to do in the future. Even without the mission, unifying the entire ninja world would be his goal. Advertisement. Maybe, he still has to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya and fight back against the alien invasion. Putting aside his thoughts, Senju Tobirama glanced at Ebizo and his group, wanting to say something. At this time, Senju Tobirama's expression was shocked, but he quickly returned to normal. Because in his mind, the system that had been silent all this time actually sounded a new task. Name. Senju Tobirama. Strength. Super Shadow. Status. Impure World Reincarnation. Mission. Gather the tailed beasts, in progress. Led Konoha Shinobi village to completely defeat Sunagaku on the front battlefield. Reward. Double spiritual energy, double natural energy. After receiving the new information, Senju Tobirama was delighted. While Senju Tobirama was thinking, Ebizo on the opposite side was about to explode. He couldn't understand why Senju Tobirama looked like he was about to laugh when he heard the information about going to war. Is he so sure of winning? Senju Tobirama, if you insist on forcing a Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki to stay before you give up, then we Sunagaku and Konoha will have no choice but to go to war. As Ebizo said this, he was already planning to return to the village and discuss with his sister about how to join forces with Ono Kuroko to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. He didn't believe that after Konoha had experienced a series of events, it would still have the strength to fight 3 alone during the Third Ninja War. Then let's fight. After listening to this, Senju Tobirama said lightly. Then, before the 6 Ebizos could make any move, Senju Tobirama shouted towards the door. Go ahead and take them down. When 2 countries are at war, kill the envoy first. Chapter 33 Hokage's Declaration. Senju Tobirama's shout was too sudden. Even Nara Shikaku, who was standing beside him, didn't react. Was he going to capture the Sand Shinobi now? But Hitaki Kakashi and the Anbu of Konoha had been waiting outside the door for a long time. That's when Senju Tobirama spoke. The gate was broken open in an instant. They didn't care why they captured the Sand Shinobi envoy who came for peace talks, they only knew that this was the order of the Hokage. In a flash, Ebizo and the 5 Sand Shinobi tried to fight back. Dozens of Anbu ninjas have appeared before them. Senju Tobirama had made preparations long before the negotiations. Although he was strong enough, he did not want to do everything by himself. Therefore, he arranged Anbu led by Kakashi around the area in advance. When the Sand Shinobi were forced back by Anbu, Ebizo's face almost completely darkened and he yelled. Senju Tobirama, you are fighting without declaring war. You, Konoha, can expect to be conquered by the entire ninja world. After saying that, he made a hand signal, and the 5 Sand Shinobi retreated at high speed at the same time, ready to fight. Boom, boom. The roar of the continuous 6 paths resounded in the Hokage building. The loud noise startled the villagers of Konoha village, and they subconsciously looked up at the Hokage building. They were immediately shocked to see. The 6 paths smashed through the glass of the Hokage building and flew out, leaving a large hole in the ground after flying more than 10 meters. The 6 people fell to the ground and groaned in pain, especially an old man who seemed to be breathing more than breathing in. Advertisement. It wasn't over yet. Soon, dozens of Anbu flew out of the Hokage building and stepped forward to control the 6 people. Bright swords were already placed on their necks. Ebizo spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed violently a few times. He was already old, and after being kicked by Hitaki Kakashi, his bones were almost broken. When he opened his eyes and saw the long sword only a millimeter away from him, Ebizo's heart trembled. He could even see the eyes of those Konoha Anbu hidden under the masks, emitting a cold light that wanted to tear him apart. With his consciousness already somewhat blurred, he looked at the younger Sand Shinobi who came with him. After seeing that all 5 of them were controlled, his face became grim, as if he had made an important decision. He gathered up all the chakra in his body and roared at the top of his voice. Senju Tobirama, you provoked the 4th ninja war. You are the sinner of the entire ninja world. The words fell. Ebizo has been surrounded and captured by the Anbu. The 5 accompanying Sand Shinobi were also captured by Anbu. But the words that Ebizo just shouted with all his might, echoed at least a few kilometers away, and had already caused everyone in Konoha to go crazy. Whether they were Konoha Shinobi or ordinary civilians, their expressions froze after hearing these words. The Sand Shinobi just said that Senju Tobirama is going to start the 4th Ninja World War. Although the Sand Shinobi's expression was true, few people actually believed it. However, the smart people had already got the answer in their hearts. Hokage, it seems that he wants to start a war against Tsunagaku. Is it because of the Chunin exam? This thought flashed through the minds of the ninjas in Konoha village. Considering the series of actions taken by the second Hokage after his resurrection, it seems reasonable that he would be so enraged by the Konoha collapse plan that he would go to war with the Sand Shinobi. Not only the ninjas thought so, even the civilians vaguely felt that this was the truth of the matter. Maybe this is the only case. It can't be that the Hokage is not happy with the Sand Shinobi and refuses to negotiate. Advertisement. The people of Konoha who had imagined the reasons for Senju Tobirama to start a war in their minds had red eyes, and the civilians were trembling, wishing they could bow down and kowtow. They were moved. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, Konoha would give in when facing other ninja villages, and would never fight if peace talks were possible. They would only think about how to negotiate in order to pay less money. But now, Senju Tobirama, his actions, let everyone see the once strong and domineering Konoha. The older generation of ninjas and civilians even shed tears. Because they recalled the Konoha village during the first generation and second generation. At that time, Konoha, the 4 villages in the ninja world had to bow their heads, and they could win magnificently even when fighting 1 against 4. And now, a small Sand Shinobi, a defeated general of Konoha, actually dared to collude with Konoha's rebel ninjas to wreak havoc in Konoha. The second Hokage was so angry about Konoha's collapse that he wanted to go to war with the Sand Shinobi. How could this not move them? At this time, under everyone's yearning eyes, Senju Tobirama walked out step by step. He walked up to the 6 Ebizo who had fainted, and nodded to Shikaku who was behind them. Take them to the interrogation room and let the intelligence department dig out all the secrets in their heads. Yes, Nara Shikaku nodded, although he still had some hesitations in his heart, since he had already done it, he had to do it thoroughly. Now that the war between the 2 villages was a foregone conclusion, he would not persuade the Hokage to change his mind. Swoosh. Senju Tobirama disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already on the roof of the Hokage building. He looked down at the entire Konoha, and the natural energy in his body was gathered into his throat. The next moment, his voice resounded in everyone's ears. Gather all the ninjas of Konoha, and start a war with Tsunagaku in 3 days. Chapter 34 Sand Shinobi in Trouble. After the words fell, Senju Tobirama disappeared, but Konoha village was in an unprecedented state of excitement at this moment. Are we really going to fight the Sand Shinobi? Can we win? Nonsense, the Sand Shinobi's messengers have all been captured by the Hokage-sama. I know the old man on the ground just now. He is the Ebizo of the Sand Shinobi, but he is Chiyo's younger brother. Even he has been captured alive. Is there any reason not to start a war? As for whether we can win, We have Tobirama-sama in Konoha. Sand Shinobi, a village where even the Cage was killed, wants to defeat us. Okay. Okay, brother, I can avenge you. Go back and tell our family the good news. We will definitely win. The voices were discussing heatedly, then turned into support for the Hokage. Konoha will win. Long live the Hokage. Konoha will win. We will win. The ninjas of Konoha all boosted the morale of the village. The spies from various villages hiding in Konoha were in turmoil. Konoha is really going to war. They were all shocked and found it unbelievable. Senju Tobirama has only been resurrected for a month. Is there going to be such a big move? This news must be reported to the village. Advertisement. Afterwards, one by one, the spies hidden in Konoha village from other ninja villages passed the news to the leaders of each village at the fastest speed. Are you serious? Hyuga Hiyashi, who was sitting on a wooden chair, slammed the table, stood up and stared at the Hyuga branch house in front of him. Is the Hokage really going to war with Sunagaku? Branch house Hyuga, who was half kneeling on the ground, quickly replied. Yes, clan leader, the Hokage-sama refused to negotiate with Sunagaku due to the Konoha collapse plan, and imprisoned the Sand Shinobi messenger, threatening to officially go to war with Sunagaku in 3 days. Okay. Hyuga Hiyashi clenched his fists tightly as he thought of his deceased brother Hyuga Hazashi. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had been as strong as the second Hokage when facing the oppression of Cloud Shinobi village, then there wouldn't have been so many tragedies in their Hyuga clan. Tobirama adult. Hyuga Hiyashi glanced in the direction of the Hokage building and inwardly recognized the resurrected second Hokage. The news that Konoha was going to war with the Sand Shinobi spread throughout the ninja world in less than a day. The entire ninja world was shaken once again. The cages of various ninja villages couldn't understand why Senju Tobirama wanted to declare war on Sunagaku. Could it be that Sand Shinobi's conditions for peace were not sufficient? But we can still negotiate even if the conditions are not met. Is it necessary to start a war directly? Once the war spreads, it is very likely to trigger the Fourth Ninja World War. However, 15 years have passed since the Third Ninja World War, and each ninja village has long since healed its wounds. Except for the Mist Shinobi that has long implemented the Blood Mist policy, each ninja village is now quite powerful. Advertisement. Of course, the most anxious person right now is definitely Sunagaku. Sunagaku, the land of wind. Hateful. The 60-year-old grandmother Chio slammed her fist on the table and said with a gloomy face. My brother and the other 6 have been detained by Konoha. According to intelligence, they have been detained in the Konoha interrogation department by Senju Tobirama. Elder Chio, I understand your concerns, but it's not important. Although Elder Ebizo is your younger brother, he is only responsible for the financial management of the village and doesn't know much about the core secrets of the village. There is no need to worry that Konoha will know our secrets. An old man said indifferently. What we should be more worried about right now is the war with Konoha. Shut up, Sha Yan, of course I know that the village is what we need to worry about more right now, and I don't need you to remind me. Chio glared at the old man fiercely. The overall strength of Konoha village is stronger than our Sand Shinobi. In addition, we lost the 4th Cage and one-tailed Jinchuriki not long ago, and the 5th Cage has not been selected yet. It will be disadvantageous for us to start a war at this time. The third old man's voice trembled slightly. Also, Rock Shinobi Onoki sent news that the second Hokage can be resurrected. It is said that he invented the forbidden technique Impure World Reincarnation. Those who are resurrected by this forbidden technique have immortality. Apart from the sealing technique, there is no way to kill him. And he is also the founder of the Flying Thunder God technique. Imagine what the consequences would be if an immortal Namikaze Minato were on the battlefield. We have to find a way to limit Senju Tobirama. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at everyone. The elders were also in a dilemma. How the hell could they defeat a zombie that wouldn't die and had cage-level combat power and the Flying Thunder God technique that could provide support at any time anywhere on the battlefield? As to why Onoki knew about Impure World Reincarnation, in the original work, when Mu was resurrected, he knew that it was Impure World Reincarnation. As Mu's apprentice, it is reasonable for Onoki to know this. Chapter 35 Orochimaru's Container. There is a way. At this time, Grandma Chio raised her head, pursed her lips, exhaled slowly and said. Indeed, Senju Tobirama is very powerful, and he is immortal, so he can do whatever he wants. We are no match for such a character. But this is war, not just his game. We will withdraw all the ninjas stationed at the border of river country and move the main battlefield to the desert, which is the most suitable place for us to fight. At the same time, we will continue to harass the Konoha troops in a guerrilla manner, and immediately withdraw after a successful attack, never giving Senju Tobirama a chance to react. No matter how strong he is only one man after all. The desert is our home ground, and we have a geographical advantage. As long as we don't confront him head-on, we can restrict his actions. Besides, according to the records of Namikaze Minato's combat during his lifetime, the Flying Thunder God technique is essentially just an alternative body flicker technique that uses a specially made kunai to instantly move. It also requires coordinates to be prepared in advance. Senju Tobirama has never been to the Kingdom of Wind, so we don't have to worry about him being able to quickly provide support in this regard. After Chio said this, the eyes of all the Sand Shinobi elders present lit up. Good strategy. They exclaimed in their hearts, as expected of the first Cage's wife, she had rich experience in warfare. This method can be said to be an open conspiracy. Senju Tobirama knows their purpose and has no countermeasures. Through guerrilla tactics of shooting and moving to another place, the Konoha shinobi will lose their inherent advantages, thereby depleting Konoha's overall strength. In this situation, Senju Tobirama is absolutely powerless. Of course, the premise of this tactic is that Senju Tobirama's strength is really just a slightly stronger cage level. However, the elders present had never seen Senju Tobirama take action in person, so they naturally could not imagine Senju Tobirama's strength. What if Senju Tobirama attacks directly from inside our village? Advertisement. The third old man suddenly thought of something. Yes, although guerrilla warfare can restrict Senju Tobirama, their village is here, and they cannot move the village away. Senju Tobirama can go deep into the Kingdom of Wind and defeat them from the inside. Then, move the village's population and supplies to a safe place before the war begins. Chiyo's wife narrowed her eyes and made the decision. The elders all passed the resolution without objection. Soon, the entire Sunagaku was in operation. Under the arrangement of Chiyo's wife, Sand Shinobi's disadvantages no longer seemed so painful, and all the Sand Shinobi executives who participated in the meeting also swept away the uneasiness in their hearts. From this point of view, they don't necessarily lose if they fight Konoha. If they can win, not only do they not have to compensate Konoha, but they can also get a lot of benefits from Konoha. At the same time, in the land of rice, Otogaku, in a secret laboratory deep underground. Several figures were busy working. Orochimaru was lying on a laboratory table. The right arm that was cut off by Senju Tobirama had already been reattached, but Orochimaru's face was extremely pale at this time, like a corpse that had been dead for half a month. Who? Orochimaru panted, waiting for Yakushi Kabuto's research report. Master Orochimaru, your body has reached its limit. If you don't replace it in time, I'm afraid. Yakushi Kabuto said solemnly, holding several tubes of Orochimaru's body samples in his hands. Advertisement. I know. Orochimaru nodded. The compatibility between his body and soul was not very high. In addition, he had experienced a great battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen and was severely injured by Senju Tobirama. His body had already shown obvious signs of collapse. However, there is no suitable container right now. Orochimaru showed a rare helplessness. At this time, Kimimaro, who was waiting on the side, was startled for a moment, then his eyes fixed, and he quickly walked to Orochimaru, half knelt on the ground, and said very firmly. Master Orochimaru, please allow me to be your vessel. Kimimaro's voice was firm, he lowered his head with a firm determination, his life was given by Orochimaru, he was willing to become Orochimaru's vessel. Orochimaru, who was lying on the experimental table, heard this and his eyes flickered. He looked at Kimimaro who was kneeling in front of him and fell into deep thought. Uchiha Sasuke, whom he had reserved as the vessel, was still in Konoha at this time. There was Senju Tobirama there. He would not want to be bitten by a water dragon even if he had 10 lives. And it was impossible for Uchiha Sasuke to betray the village and come to find him. There is no suitable container, and I really need a new body. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru shook his head. No, I don't have a cure for your blood disease yet.
Kabuto, bring Guren here. I need her body. In Kimimaro's hopeful eyes, Orochimaru rejected his request. Although Kimimaro's body was quite compatible with his, and he also had the powerful bloodline limit of dead bone pulse, but unfortunately, even he was helpless against Kimimaro's bloodline disease. I can only resort to the next option and use crystal-style Red Lotus as his container. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto on the side quickly left. In the huge laboratory, Kimimaro was the only one left to take care of the bedridden Orochimaru. Chapter 36. Star Ninja's Request for Help. Konoha. Except for a few who were unable to leave, all the ninjas who were on missions outside have basically returned to the village. At the gate of Konoha, you can occasionally see ninjas returning with excited looks on their faces. The war is about to begin. Inside the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama frowned. He was thinking about one thing, how to help Konoha win the war with the least cost. Thanks to Shimura Danzo's roots, Konoha also has an insider in Sunagaku. Therefore, Senju Tobirama knew that a large-scale transfer was taking place inside Sunagaku, and the transfer location was quite secretive, so the insiders could not get any information. All the ninja actions at the Sunagaku border naturally could not be hidden from the sight of the ninja world, and they were quickly retreating back to the interior of the Wind Country. This also allowed Senju Tobirama to see the strategic approach of Sand Shinobi. They wanted to pull the battle line to the home turf of Wind Country and use guerrilla tactics on their home turf. I have to say, there are still smart people among Sand Shinobi. Because, even if he personally took action, it would be impossible to wipe out the Sand Shinobi troops scattered in the Wind Country at once. The Sand Shinobi were not fools. In the absence of high-end combat power, as long as Senju Tobirama appeared, they would immediately disperse and retreat. But even so, Senju Tobirama was not panicked. Victory in the war was inevitable, and he just wanted to minimize consumption. Just as Senju Tobirama was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Come in. Hokage, the envoy from the Star Ninja village wants to see you. Nara Shikaku's voice came. Oh, a hint of curiosity flashed across Tobirama's face. Advertisement. Star Ninja wants to see him. Do you know why they are here? Senju Tobirama asked. It's not clear for the moment, but the leading Star Ninja looks panicked. I'm afraid he has a request for Konoha. Nara Shikaku replied. Senju Tobirama recalled the plot in the original work and immediately understood the purpose of Star Ninja's visit. It seems that in the Star Ninja village of the Bear Country, there is a meteorite that contains a small part of the power of 10 tails, which can allow the absorbed Star Ninja to use the secret technique, Peacock Magic. If he remembered correctly, Kai Xing, who called himself Xingying, got the meteorite into his body and was then irradiated and turned into a monster. In the plot, it was Uzumaki Naruto who defeated this red star. But now, Naruto was arranged by him into Anbu, and Jiraiya did not accept him as an apprentice. Naturally, the ninjas of the Star Ninja village could not resist the red star who turned into a monster. Senju Tobirama, who understood everything, nodded and said, "Let them come in and see me." A few minutes later, 3 ninjas from the Star Ninja village walked in, with serious injuries on their bodies, looking very embarrassed. Hokage adults. As soon as they entered the room, the 3 Star Ninjas half knelt on the ground in unison, as if they had discussed it beforehand. The leading Star Ninja looked at Senju Tobirama with tears on his face and said in a trembling voice, "Hokage-sama, please, save our Star Ninja village. Our Star Ninja village is currently suffering from a huge catastrophe. If you don't come to save it, we'll be finished." Senju Tobirama was frightened by the attitude of this Star Ninja, but he quickly calmed down and asked calmly. "Advertisement. I can help you, but what price can you pay?" The leading Star Ninja was startled, hesitated for a moment, and said through gritted teeth. "If Lord Hokage can save the Star Ninja village, we are willing to offer the secret technique of Peacock Magic, and the whole village will join Konoha and obey the Hokage's orders." Senju Tobirama was silent. After a while, he asked, "How many ninjas are left in your village?" The Star Ninja was stunned, as if he didn't expect Senju Tobirama to ask this question. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Sir, there are about 1,000 ninjas in the Star Ninja village, but many of them were killed by the monster Akahoshi. As for how many are left now, we don't know. How many of you Star Ninjas have mastered the Peacock technique to the point where you can fly?" When asked this, the Star Ninja shook his head, but the young ninja behind him took over the conversation. To reply to the Hokage, to practice the Peacock mysticism to the point where one can fly, one must be at least at the Jonin level. There are about 40 such people in our ninja village. Speaking of Jonin, the young man showed a longing look. Senju Tobirama curled his lips. The Jonin in this small ninja village were quite weak, otherwise more than 40 Jonin would not be unable to capture a tiny red star. However, if more than 40 flying star ninjas joined Konoha. Senju Tobirama had a smile on his face, he had already thought of a way to crack the Sand Shinobi. Finally, he said to the 3 Star Ninjas, "You guys stay in Konoha now. I will take care of the affairs of the Star Ninja village." After saying this, Senju Tobirama disappeared in a flash in front of the shocked eyes of the 3 Star Ninjas. "Is this the Hokage? He's so fast I can't even see clearly." They marveled. Chapter 37 Methods to Defeat Sand Shinobi. "Damn Hokage, I won't accept this," accompanied by Akahoshi's hoarse roar. The best master of the Star Ninja village died unwillingly before he could realize his dream of becoming a Star Shadow. He died a horrible death, being chopped into pieces alive by Senju Tobirama, who was in a hurry with a large amount of high-pressure water blades. That's all. Senju Tobirama shook his head, expressing contempt for Akahoshi's strength. He thought that Akahoshi, who had absorbed some of 10 Tails' power, could at least be considered a slightly weaker cage level, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even reach the level of an elite Jonin. This made him somewhat worried about the strength of the Star Ninja village. The fact that such a character could wreak havoc in their village made him a little skeptical about the counterattack against the Sand Shinobi's guerrilla tactics in his mind. Stretching, Senju Tobirama went forward to inspect the wreckage of the Red Star. There is indeed some residual aura that is the same origin as the tailed beasts, but it is very weak, probably equivalent to 1% of 9 tails. I really don't know how Akahoshi, with such limited strength, dared to attack him. I can only say that it is the tragedy of the small ninja village that they have never seen a truly strong person in their entire life. Senju Tobirama sighed slightly. "Excuse me, are you the Hokage of Konoha?" A timid voice asked from behind. Senju Tobirama turned his head and saw a dusty female ninja looking at him with watery eyes. Behind her, a group of Star Ninja refugees suddenly appeared. "Yes, I received the request for help from your Star Ninjas, and the scourge of your ninja village has been killed by me." Senju Tobirama said calmly. "Very good. I said that it would be no problem to let that boy Shing go and ask for help." The refugees behind the kunoichi cheered, happy that the scourge of Akahoshi had been eliminated. Advertisement. "Thank you Hokage-sama. Without your help, all of us would have died at the hands of Akahoshi." The leading kunoichi stepped forward and bowed deeply to Senju Tobirama. "Wait, there are only so few people left in your ninja village." Senju Tobirama looked around and frowned. He only saw a few hundred refugees, and the only one with chakra aura was this female ninja. Could they have been killed? That's not the case Hokage-sama. The other ninjas in the village had already retreated to a safe place in order to evacuate the civilians, but they didn't have the chance to leave yet. "I stayed here on my own initiative," the kunoichi explained. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to come here in vain, otherwise it would be completely useless if only one ninja village joined Konoha. "What's your name?" asked Senju Tobirama. "My name is Beidou, sir," the kunoichi replied. "Well, Beidou, go tell the surviving ninjas in your village. My condition for rescuing you Star Ninjas is that all of your ninja villages join Konoha and become Konoha's clan. Your 3 ninjas who asked for help have already promised this, and I don't want you to go back on your word. Hearing this, Beidou was stunned, as if she didn't expect the Hokage to ask for this, but such a big matter was not something she, a small genin, could decide, so she replied immediately. Hokage, I will tell them and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Beidou trembled. The Hokage who could easily kill Akahoshi was someone they, the Star Ninjas, could not afford to offend. If they failed to help the Hokage achieve his goal, they would probably not have a good ending. Senju Tobirama nodded and watched Beidou quickly run towards the evacuation site of the Star Ninja Force. He turned to the group of refugees behind him and said, "You, join Konoha as well. I will send someone to pick you up." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Konoha in an instant. Only a bunch of refugees were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Advertisement. Return to Konoha village. As soon as Senju Tobirama returned to the village, he immediately convened a meeting of Konoha's top leaders. The content of the meeting was simple: how to defeat the Sand Shinobi. At the meeting, Senju Tobirama talked about the guerrilla tactics that Sand Shinobi would most likely adopt, and all the high-level officials present looked very unhappy. After all, with Sand Shinobi's tactics, the price Konoha will have to pay to win the war will probably be very high. But soon, the Hokage's decision made them see the light. Everyone, I just took the time to solve the disaster of the Star Ninja Village. The Star Ninja Village will join Konoha with the entire village. And the Star Ninja Village has a secret technique, the Peacock Technique, which can make chakra grow wings on the back and reach the level of flying. Senju Tobirama stated his purpose. Flight. The senior executives present were not fools. After Senju Tobirama's advice, they immediately thought of a way to fight. If they let these flying star ninjas throw detonating tags in the air, wouldn't it be easy to break up the Sand Shinobi's guerrilla warfare? Use air combat to counter guerrilla warfare. The top leaders discussed the matter excitedly and perfected the bombing plan to ensure that it went smoothly. During the journey, Senju Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Star Ninja Village, brought the newly elected leader of the Star Ninja Village to Konoha, signed an agreement for the entire village to join Konoha, and participated in the Konoha high-level meeting. After making the above decision, Senju Tobirama began to wait. According to the Star Ninja leader, there were a total of 43 people in their village who had practiced the peacock mysticism to the level of flying. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama went to the Star Ninja Village in person to welcome these 43 Star Ninjas to join Konoha, which made these Star Ninjas, who were called Jonin but were actually Chunin, flattered. Soon, the 3 days agreed with Tobirama were approaching. Chapter 38 Night Raid. When the daimyo of Kawanokuni learned that the Konoha shinobi troops wanted to pass through his territory, he was almost frightened to death. Konoha's advance force, a total of 3,000 ninjas, passed through the river country and set up camp at the border of the river country, just a few kilometers away from the wind country. Under the arrangement of Senju Tobirama, Akamaiki Tofu, the commander of the vanguard, ordered the 3,000 Konoha shinobi to rest assured, except for a small number of people left to guard the night. The Konoha shinobi camp was eerily quiet, with only the crackling sound of a few burning campfires. In such a situation, hundreds of figures moved silently towards the Konoha camp. The Sand Shinobi were all lightly armed, and had several kunai with detonating tags tied around their waists. Their purpose in this night attack was not to cause much damage to Konoha, but only to harass the Konoha shinobi. They just threw all the kunai in their hands, and it would be even better if they could kill some of the Konoha shinobi. Strange, how come the Konoha shinobi can't even see the few night watchmen? The camp is so dark that I can't see anything. Is there a trick? A Sand Shinobi with his head tightly wrapped wondered, his exposed eyes full of confusion. What are you afraid of? We won't go deep into the enemy camp. Our mission is just to harass them. We just need to throw a few detonating tags. Even if it's a trick, Konoha won't leave us behind. Sand Shinobi, the commander of this night attack, said. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and after making a few gestures, the scattered teams behind also followed. After one attack, they will retreat immediately, never giving Konoha a chance to react. Let's go together. The leading Sand Shinobi charged first. The Sand Shinobi following behind him came from the woods in all directions towards the Konoha camp. However, when they were about to reach a suitable throwing location, the leading Sand Shinobi was stunned. He was trembling all over, as if he was about to cry, and he turned around and shouted in fear. Stop! There's a detonating talisman in the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As he shouted, the sound of countless burning reached the ears of the Sand Shinobi. Each Sand Shinobi had a terrified look on their face, looking down at their feet in horror. Even the trees around them were covered with detonating talismans. Advertisement. Too many. The sound of sparks igniting was everywhere. When the fire illuminated the surroundings, what came into view was a densely packed number of detonating talismans. There were more than 100,000 of them visible to the naked eye. These detonating tags were ignited at the same time, and the light they emitted directly illuminated the entire Konoha camp. The next moment, boom, 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 countless explosions echoed in the darkness. The flames caused by the explosion shot up into the sky, and even Senju Tobirama, which was tens of thousands meters away, could see it. Hey, have you fallen into my trap? Senju Tobirama took a sip of the tea in his cup and smiled slightly. The energy fluctuations emitted by the explosion tore everything apart. As for Konoha, the defensive ninjutsu released by the Earth-style troops had completely isolated the camp from the explosion site as soon as the first ray of fire was lit. The explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually subsiding, and the air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. When everything is settled, of the 300 elite Sand Shinobi troops that came for the night attack, only a dozen were still capable of fighting. Countless broken limbs and arms were hanging on the trees, and bodies that had been blown in half were everywhere on the ground. Since the Sand Shinobi who came for the night attack also had more or less detonating tags on them, the explosion caused a chain reaction, and not a single complete body could be found. Even among the dozen or so people who survived, some were injured to varying degrees. They were all captains of each team, and each of them had the strength of a Jonin, so they were able to survive the explosion. Retreat, retreat quickly. Must report to the elders. There's a spy in the village, and Konoha knows our strategy. Advertisement. The remaining Sand Shinobi went crazy, their bodies were shaking. Why did the people of Konoha know their tactics? If this information is not passed back to the village, the Sand Shinobi will definitely suffer a huge loss. When they realized the importance of the matter, all the Sand Shinobi turned around quickly and ran away as fast as they could. They had to report the information leak. After running a few hundred meters, the fastest Sand Shinobi stopped. He saw that, in the woods ahead, every tree was filled with Konoha Shinobi, stretching as far as the eye could see, and one could even see their cold eyes. The Sand Shinobi who was running behind bumped into him and was about to ask a question, but then he followed his gaze and looked over. His legs went weak and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. A dozen Sand Shinobi looked desperate, but still wanted to fight to the death. They only needed one person to get away. Next second. Fire style. Fire bomb. Wind style great breakthrough. The Konoha Shinobi's combined wind and fire ninjutsu were already rushing towards them in an overwhelming manner. Blazing flames ignited in the darkness. The woods, which had just quieted down, began to boil again. The dense trees were burned down by the flames, starting a forest fire. Soon, the violent movement subsided, but the flames continued to surge. When the dust settled, a clearing of several hundred meters wide had been created where the Sand Shinobi were. There was not a single living Sand Shinobi left in the clearing. After confirming that there were no survivors, a rough voice came from the darkness. Leave some people to clean up the battlefield, and the rest go back to have a good rest and be ready to fight again at any time. Chapter 39. The Star Clan. Time flies and 5 days have passed. During these 5 days, Sand Shinobi felt what despair was like. Because the Sand Shinobi troops were completely wiped out in the night attack, the Sand Shinobi rear was unable to receive intelligence from the front in time, and Sand Shinobi continued to send out guerrilla teams. This resulted in the situation that when these small groups of Sand Shinobi troops were about to raid other Konoha camps, they were met with an ambush that had already been set up by Konoha. By the time the Sand Shinobi rear base realized something was wrong, the guerrilla troops they had sent out in batches had almost all been killed or wounded. In these 5 days, Senju Tobirama himself has come to Konoha's camp in the Wind Country. At this time, the number of ninjas sent by Konoha had reached 8,000. The entire Konoha camp was so large that there were tents as far as the eye could see. According to the report of Konoha's medical ninjas, Konoha suffered 120 casualties in these 5 days, most of whom were injured, mostly from ninjutsu or explosive talismans in the melee, and the number of deaths was only in the double digits, mostly some weaker Chunin and Genin. As for Jonin, there was none. Compared with Konoha, Sand Shinobi suffered heavy losses in these 5 days. Because Senju Tobirama guessed in advance that Sand Shinobi might adopt guerrilla tactics, Konoha had set traps early on, and in the first 2 days, the night attack troops, more than 1,500 people, were almost all killed. Fortunately, during the 3rd day of the operation, a Sand Shinobi team managed to escape and pass the information about Konoha's ambush back to the village. As soon as they received the news, all the senior members of Sand Shinobi were collectively furious. More than 1,500 Sand Shinobi troops did not even have a chance to fight the enemy head-on and died inexplicably in Konoha's ambush. This made them suspect that there was a spy within Sand Shinobi who revealed the battle plan to Konoha, so they conducted a village-wide search in Sunagaku, but they did not find the spy sent by Konoha. In the following days, Sand Shinobi no longer adopted the tactic of attacking Konoha's camp, but instead engaged in guerrilla warfare with Konoha in the desert, but also lost nearly 200 people. In other words, it has only been 5 days since the battle between the Sand Shinobi and Konoha began, and the situation of the war seems to have already tilted towards Konoha. Advertisement. Now, Senju Tobirama was sitting steadily in the big tent of the Konoha camp, surrounded by Konoha's commanders at all levels for this military operation. Tobirama was thinking about whether he should go to the Sand Shinobi frontline himself to bully the weaklings, so as to force Chiyo to take action, or force the Sand Shinobi leaders to besiege him. This way, he could crush the Sand Shinobi leader in one fell swoop and defeat Sunagaku. Just as Senju Tobirama closed his eyes and thought, Akamaiki Tofu, the commander-in-chief of this battle, received a message from the ninja below and hurriedly interrupted Senju Tobirama's thoughts. Teacher, there is an urgent report from Assistant Shikaku in the village. All the ninjas and civilians in the Star Ninja village have been relocated to Konoha. The Star Ninjas are now ready to join the battle. Good. Senju Tobirama, who was lost in thought, slapped his thigh when he heard the news. Immediately have Nara Shikaku send all the Jonin from the Star Ninja village to the battlefield, so that our plan can be implemented. Yes. Akamaiki nodded and quickly ran out of the tent. Senju Tobirama smiled. He would be able to carry out the bombing of the Sand Shinobi once the Star Ninjas arrived at the battlefield. After he brought the leader of the Star Ninja to Konoha, the Star Ninja leader presented him with the Peacock Magic Technique as a reward to Konoha. With Senju Tobirama's talent, he has already mastered this secret technique completely. In addition, he can use natural energy instead of chakra to activate the Peacock Technique. A pair of wings formed by natural energy have been born behind him. His flying time and speed are much faster than those of the Star Ninjas. Hokage-sama, we are ready to sacrifice ourselves for Konoha. Outside the big tent, 43 Star Ninjas wearing Konoha's forehead protectors half knelt on the ground, respectfully facing Senju Tobirama. Hehe, since you have joined our Konoha, you are now part of our Konoha. As the Hokage, I will never let the Konoha Shinobi be in danger, and the missions you perform will not be extremely difficult. Have you made all the arrangements for your family and clan members? Senju Tobirama asked these Star Ninjas in a very kind manner with a smile on his face. Advertisement. Hearing Senju Tobirama's question, the leading Star Ninja looked up and said, Hokage-sama, Shikaku-sama has divided the living areas for us and registered the information of every Star Ninja. From now on, there will no longer be a Star Ninja village. We, the Star Ninja, are willing to become the Star Clan of Konoha. The Star Clan. Senju Tobirama nodded, and after listening to the words of the Star Ninja leader, he immediately said, Okay, you guys get up. Konoha doesn't have so many rules. This time, our war with the Sand Shinobi requires the assistance of the Star Clan to end it with the least loss and the fastest speed. Every one of you, the Star Clan, is a hero of Konoha. Senju Tobirama sighed. Upon hearing this, the Star Clan ninjas' faces were filled with surprise. They didn't expect that they would be valued so much by Senju Tobirama just after joining Konoha and would be asked to participate in the war against Sand Shinobi. They, the Star Ninja, are just a small ninja village. Which of the 5 major countries is not high and mighty? Now they can actually fight against them. If you perfectly complete the tasks assigned by Senju Tobirama, you will end the war with the Sand Shinobi. Then, their entire Star Clan will be the heroes of Konoha and will soon be accepted by everyone in Konoha. It's not like it is now. Although they joined Konoha, the local ninjas and civilians of Konoha can tell from their faces that they don't think highly of them. All the Star Clan ninjas present raised their heads and said firmly to Senju Tobirama. Please give us your orders, Hokage-sama. We will go through fire and water without hesitation. Okay. Senju Tobirama nodded with satisfaction after hearing their answers. The Konoha Shinobi who came with Senju Tobirama to greet the Star Ninja couldn't help but stare at him. Hokage-sama won the hearts of these Star Ninjas with just a few words. He is really amazing. They talked. Chapter 40 Air Raid. Gaining air superiority was crucial in wars in previous lives. After all, you can hit him but he can't hit you, which makes him a complete rogue in war. There are only a handful of ninjas in the entire ninja world who have the ability to fly. Rock Shinobi's Onoki can fly through the light and heavy rock technique. There is also the Sky Ninja Village in a certain movie version of the original work that can also fly through some kind of machine. Senju Tobirama thought to himself. Then, Senju Tobirama gave an order to all the Konoha Jonin and Star Clan ninjas in front of him. At 2 a.m. tomorrow night, the 43 of you, each carrying a Konoha Jonin, will fly over the Sand Shinobi's position and throw detonating tags at them. Be sure to destroy all of their facilities. Konoha has no shortage of detonating tags. In order to achieve a perfect victory in this war, Konoha Village urgently manufactured and purchased a large number of detonating tags. They have been sent to the front line along with this group of Star Ninjas, and are ready to be used. Besides, Senju Tobirama turned to look at the ninjas of Konoha. As the burden of the Star Clan, your mission is not only to bomb the Sand Shinobi, but also to protect the safety of the Star Clan members. They are part of Konoha, and I don't want any Star Ninja to die on the battlefield. Of course, you have to protect yourself too. Senju Tobirama gave his orders with a very serious look. Yes, Hokage-sama. The voices rang out in unison. Each of the Konoha Jonin responsible for this air raid is an elite of Konoha, and some of them have well-known names. The task of protecting the Star Ninja in the air is not easy, but for them, it is not a difficult task. Very good. Now everyone should have a good rest and prepare for the action at 2 a.m. We must be in our best condition. This attack will definitely intimidate the enemy. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama's order was quickly carried out. In the huge Konoha camp, the sound of ninjas running around could be heard. Damn it. I don't know how many people died in our village. What a crap guerrilla war. They don't take our lives seriously. Shish, 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 you're courting death. If the elders hear you saying this, you'll be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. In a camp of about 100 people in Sunagaku, several Jonin from Sand Shinobi village were talking to each other with very grim expressions. Due to the failure of the war on the front line, these Jonin were too anxious to sleep, so they simply gathered around the campfire to chat. One of the Jonin said something extremely treasonous and was immediately stopped by his companion. If this word were to spread, it would shake the morale of the army. Alas, I didn't expect that Elder Chio's sophisticated strategic deployment would be destroyed by Konoha right after it was implemented. How did Konoha know our plan? Now we can't defeat them through guerrilla warfare or sneak attacks. Even if we run away as soon as we meet them, we will be chased by Konoha. Sand Shinobi, who was sitting on the ground, complained sadly. In my opinion, we should fight Konoha to the death. Our Sand Shinobi is no less powerful than Konoha. Now these high-ranking officials have killed so many of our people, and we can't defeat them head-on. Don't worry, I have some news for you. My brother who is the Elder's bodyguard told me that Elder Chiyo has asked for help from Rock Shinobi village. As long as Rock Shinobi is willing to unite with us, we can still turn the tide in this war. A Sand Shinobi wearing an eye patch tells the other Jonin the secrets of the Sand Shinobi. Then why hasn't Rock Shinobi provided support in such a long time? One of them asked in confusion. Well, my brother told me that it seems that the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure made excessive demands, and Elder Chiyo has not relented. The one-eyed Sand Shinobi smiled awkwardly when talking about this. Advertisement. Several Sand Shinobi also showed worried expressions. If they wanted Rock Shinobi's support, they had to give benefits. If Konoha didn't want them to fight, they also had to give benefits. So why did they start a war with Konoha in the first place? Forget it, forget it. These things are not something we should worry about. The elders will take care of them. In my opinion, you should think about what to eat tomorrow morning. When the Sand Shinobi talked about this, they no longer felt like continuing the small talk. One by one they stood up from the ground, patted their buttocks, and prepared to go back to their tents to rest. Hey, look, there are so many birds in the sky. The shouts of several genins on night watch attracted their attention. They all raised their heads. In the dark red sky, a group of black dots with huge wings were flying towards their camp. Hey, what kind of bird is this? I've never seen one in my 30 years of life. Amid the curious conversation of the Sand Shinobi, a flock of dark birds flew over their camp, and along with them came a sky full of pieces of paper. Those pieces of paper fell from the sky, and because they were all tied to the kunai, they fell very quickly. After seeing this, no one dared to continue reading. Several Jonin felt their scalps tingling and shouted in fear. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There's an explosive talisman in the sky. Chapter 41 Mighty Guy. The hair on my body stood up. The thigh that wants to escape but doesn't obey. When it was clear that the pieces of paper falling from the sky were detonating talismans, the originally quiet Sand Shinobi camp suddenly became noisy. The sleeping Sand Shinobi were awakened by the noise outside. When the Sand Shinobi who was in charge of night watch was shouting, the ninjas whose sweet dreams were interrupted looked unhappy, but when they looked in the direction of his gaze, they suddenly turned pale. The few Jonin who were chatting just now widened their eyes and shouted in disbelief. Why can Konoha's ninja fly? Could it be that the ninjas from Rock Shinobi are helping them? Retreat. Quickly get all the ninjas in the camp to retreat. Everyone, run apart. Only by spreading out can you survive. Several Jonin shouted while not lagging behind in their actions. They led a small group of Sand Shinobi who had just woken up to escape. But, can you escape? There were so many detonating tags that the entire Sand Shinobi camp was covered with densely packed detonating tags from the sky. Wherever the Sand Shinobi could see, there was almost no empty sky. Senju Tobirama did not take money seriously. When the Fire Country daimyo highly praised the war he launched and offered to cover all military expenses, he was ready to squander his fortune. Are detonating talismans expensive? Of course they are expensive, but they are far less expensive than human lives. Senju Tobirama is quite willing to use ninja tools to reduce the losses of Konoha Shinobi. He must fight his first battle in the ninja world with the least losses and at the fastest speed. This time, Konoha had prepared a reserve of explosive tags totaling over 1 million. Under the influence of gravity, the dense sheets of death paper in the sky exploded in the Sand Shinobi camp like flowers scattered by fairies, creating beautiful sparks one after another. The hissing sound of burning and the colorful flames resounded over the Sand Shinobi camp. Boom, boom. The continuous explosions seemed to explode in the hearts of all Sand Shinobi. At a glance, explosions were heard everywhere. In just a few moments, the ground was shattered into cracks hundreds of meters long. The power of the detonating tags was equivalent to the fire-style ninjutsu released by a Jonin. The simultaneous explosion of so many detonating tags was almost equivalent to the wood-style ninjutsu released by Senju Tobirama. The trees turned to ashes, the boulders turned to dust, and even the river was broken in the middle, with a huge gap forming several new streams. The camp built by the Sand Shinobi turned into a sea of fire. Screaming, wailing, and crying out in pain. Not only this place, but all the camps of Sand Shinobi outside the Kingdom of Wind suffered this devastating disaster. It's clearly night. The sky seemed to be lit up by the flames of the explosion, as bright as day. No one knows how long the explosion will last. Advertisement. The Sand Shinobi who was lucky enough to survive the first wave of air raids only saw the same scene. Flames everywhere, the body parts of their fellow villagers, red blood, and pieces of paper falling from the sky. All they could see, apart from the continuous explosions and flames, was the devastation on the ground. Despair. Powerlessness. Enemies in the sky are out of their range. The feeling of being unable to resist grows in the heart of every Sand Shinobi. The base camp where Chiyo-san is located. At this moment, this place was also being attacked by a group of ninjas from the Star Clan. But with the powerful puppeteer Chiyo around, he can still protect some of the Sand Shinobi behind him. With a gloomy face, she dodged the aftermath of an explosion and glanced around. What he saw were the faces of the Sand Shinobi before they died, and he was filled with anger. Chiandai's eyes fixed, as if he had thought of something, and he immediately gave the order in the loudest voice. A ninja who specializes in wind style releases ninjutsu into the sky. Hearing her voice, the surviving Sand Shinobi instantly understood what Chiyo meant. As long as the wind blows, Konoha's ninjas will not be able to accurately throw detonating tags on their heads. Wind-style vacuum wave. Wind-style great breakthrough. Wind-style sky-slashing wave. Strong winds broke through the limitations of the explosion and roared up into the sky. All the living Sand Shinobi stared at the Star Shinobi flying in the sky. They were looking forward to it and shouting in their hearts, "We must succeed." But this team of star ninjas responsible for bombing the Sand Shinobi base camp, Senju Tobirama, for their safety, the ninja carrying the heavy load behind them is none other than Might Guy, who serves as Senju Tobirama's bodyguard. When Might Guy saw the hundreds of strong winds whistling above the ground, a serious expression appeared on his face, and he said softly to the star ninja who was trying his best to keep his balance in front of him, "Thank you for your hard work, and now, leave it to me, the blue beast." Then, he jumped straight down from behind the star ninja. The star ninja was stunned. He could never have imagined that the watermelon-headed guy would dare to jump down from such a high altitude. Isn't he afraid of death? Everyone was shocked by Might Guy's actions, as the Sand Shinobi looked on in amazement. In midair, a strong chakra wave burst out from Might Guy's body, and he roared. 8 Inner Gates Technique. 7th Gate, the Shock Gate, open. Advertisement. With a hissing sound, a stream of blue air burst out from Might Guy's body. Veins bulged on his forehead, the pupils in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes, and the hair on his head stood up into the sky, like a god of war. Might Guy's body was still falling at a high speed, but at this time, he placed his hands in front of his chest in a palm shape, and a huge air cannon shot out from his fists. Daytime Tiger. Boom. An extremely fast fatal punch, an air cannon that was condensed into a tiger shape with high pressure. As soon as it appeared, its range covered several hundred meters and was still expanding. The giant tiger formed by the air dispelled all the strong winds head-on, carrying indescribable power, and rushed towards the underground Sand Shinobi camp. The huge reaction force directly bounced Might Guy's falling body back onto the back of the Star Ninja. In midair, the huge tiger rushed downward fiercely, its power unstoppable. The Sand Shinobi on the ground were so frightened by the strong momentum when Might Guy opened the door that they dared not move. Seeing the tiger falling downwards, they almost collapsed to the ground. Chiyo moved. As early as when Might Guy opened the door, she knew that something was wrong, and when Day Tiger appeared, her expression became more serious than ever. If this move is not stopped, everyone will die. Shikamatsu 10 guards. Chiyo quickly opened a scroll and released 10 top-level puppets made by the puppet master Monziman, Shikamatsu Juninbei. In terms of puppetry, Chiyo has reached the ultimate for mortals, that is, each of her 10 fingers can control a puppet. When she was young, she once conquered a city with the help of these 10 puppets. But the appearance of Shikamatsu Jurei did not make Chiyo feel at ease at all. An attack of this level would never be blocked so easily. She controlled 10 puppets to form a formation at the same time, opened the seals on the 10 puppets, and released an enhanced version of the sealing technique. Suck up the 10 treasures. 10 strong tornadoes burst out from the puppet at the same time, forming a huge wind wall. Quick, release defensive ninjutsu. We must stop it. While trying her best to maintain the huge consumption of 10 puppets, Chiyo yelled at the Sand Shinobi who were almost losing their will to resist. Hearing Chiyo's shout, these bewildered Sand Shinobi seemed to have found their backbone, and they released chakra desperately. Earth-style earth flow wall. Water-style water barrier. The huge Day Tiger did not give the Sand Shinobi much time to react and crashed head-on into the ground. Boom, boom. A huge shock wave enveloped the base camp of the Sand Shinobi, like a strong light, and the night seemed to be lit by the sun. Chapter 42 Fear. Boom. With Might Guy's move, the Daytime Tiger fell. Not to mention the Sand Shinobi, even the Star Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi flying in the sky were affected by this move. They no longer cared to continue throwing detonating tags and quickly turned around and retreated. Sir, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The Star Ninja who was carrying Might Guy was sweating profusely. He never thought that this guy with thick eyebrows that looked a bit big could release such a powerful shock wave. If this move landed on their Star Ninja village, it would probably raise the entire village to the ground in one move. Might Guy gasped for breath. The 7th gate was also a big burden for him. Even though it only lasted for a moment, he felt every bone in his body trembling. Let's go back to the camp and report to Lord Hokage. Might Guy said with some difficulty. Sand Shinobi suffered such a heavy blow that they had to go back as soon as possible to inform the main force, pursue Sand Shinobi and defeat Sand Shinobi completely with one blow. Understood. After receiving the order, without looking back at the aftermath that had not yet dissipated on the ground, the Star Ninja made a hand gesture, and all the Star Ninjas around him lined up in a line and flew away quickly. Let's talk about Sand Shinobi. At the moment when the joint defensive ninjutsu released by Day Tiger and the Sand Shinobi collided, at least half of the Sand Shinobi died under the strong shock. The wind pressure field created by Granny Chiyo's enhanced 3 treasures absorption performed by Shikamatsu Jurei at one time isolated a large part of the power of the Sand Shinobi. But this wind field only lasted for a few seconds before it was broken by the tiger. However, its power was much lower than before. It then broke through the Sand Shinobi's defensive ninjutsu again and tore open the Sand Shinobi's defense line. In an instant, Chiyo felt that she had died under this horrific ninjutsu. Her eyes went dark and she fainted. When she woke up again, it was already the next morning. She had never felt such a wonderful feeling as to be able to see the sun. When he opened his eyes, he saw the elders of Sand Shinobi. When the news that the Sand Shinobi camp was attacked by Konoha's air raid last night reached all the camps, they were so shocked that they felt like the sky was falling. Elder Chiyo can be considered the Sand Shinobi's highest leader and strongest fighting force at this point, and if anything were to happen to her, the Sand Shinobi would surrender to Konoha. Advertisement. Fortunately, when the reinforcements they led arrived at the battlefield, although there were almost no living people on the scene, Elder Chiyo was still breathing, so they quickly sent medical ninjas to treat her, which prevented Chiyo from seeing her son. They couldn't imagine that Chiyo, the strongest puppeteer, would be in such an embarrassing state. Could it be that Konoha's second Hokage took action personally? Elder Chiyo, you are finally awake. Before she could check the surrounding situation, a group of Sand Shinobi high-ranking officials interrupted her thoughts. How many of us died in the attack on Konoha last night? Chiyo took a breath, trying not to lose her composure. Elder Chiyo, last night Konoha sent out several flying Konoha shinobi to attack our camps in various places. Preliminary estimates show that our casualties are at least 3,000. And in the camp where you were personally, under the influence of that technique last night, only 54 of the 1,000 ninjas here are still alive. We have less than 5,000 combatants left, and we don't have the strength to engage Konoha head-on. The Sand Shinobi elders said with pale faces that they could never imagine that Konoha would have such a tactic to fight them, causing them to suffer heavy casualties before they could even touch the enemy. Sand Shinobi was not a strong village to begin with, and they could muster no more than 10,000 ninjas. Less than a week after the war with Konoha began, half of their ninjas were already killed or wounded. They had never suffered such heavy losses in any ninja war. It is conceivable to what extent they would be despised by the villagers. As the little old men read out these numbers, they felt their lips trembling. Grandma Chiyo's face looked extremely ugly, and her lips, which already looked pale due to the injuries, were almost bitten by her to the point of bleeding. This amount of casualties is too heavy. Especially the Konoha shinobi with thick eyebrows last night. She never wants to experience the power of that punch again in her life. The Chikamatsu Juninbei made by Monziman was destroyed in the battle last night and it is almost impossible to repair it. At that time, she thought she was going to die here. Now, a more serious situation lies before her. They, the Sand Shinobi, should continue to fight, or surrender to Konoha. Almost all of this depends on her to make this decision. I'm afraid it's impossible for this old man Onoki to get Rock Shinobi's support. Chiyo thought silently in her mind. If we continue to fight Konoha to the death, how can we fight back against their ninjas who can fly in the sky? Advertisement. Konoha is the strongest ninja village, and the number of ninjas in Konoha far exceeds that of Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi sent a 10,000-man army to fight Konoha, which was a desperate decision. In just a few days of fighting with Konoha, half of their troops were lost. If this continues, won't the Sand Shinobi village be wiped out? What about Konoha's casualties? Is there any information? A glimmer of hope flashed in Chiyo's eyes. If Konoha also suffered huge losses, then it was not impossible for her to agree to Unoki's conditions and form an alliance with them. Konoha. Apart from the fact that we shot down a flying ninja last night, we only achieved some results in the night raid a few days ago. According to preliminary estimates, Konoha's losses did not exceed 3 digits, said the elder in charge of reporting the intelligence with a gloomy face. Even though he shouldn't behave like this at his age, his voice still trembled when he said the number. His heart suddenly tightened, and a sense of despair spread from his heart. Chiyo had just woken up from her injuries, and when she heard the news, she almost fainted again. It took a long time to recover from the shock. The atmosphere at the scene was also extremely quiet. After several minutes, an older elder said earnestly, Chiyo, otherwise, let's surrender. If we continue like this, Sunagaku will be finished. Whatever Konoha asks, we should agree to it. At least this way, we, Sunagaku, can still exist. Senju Tobirama will die eventually. He is already dead. Even if no one can kill him, he will die one day. As long as Senju Tobirama dies, Konoha will be leaderless, and we can take back everything we have lost now. But the premise is, we, Sunagaku, can still exist until the day Senju Tobirama dies. Granny Chiyo's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the elder who had spoken and at the group of elders around her who were silent. Those elders who had boasted before the war that they would fight Konoha to the death were now like rats with their tails cut off. When they heard the idea of surrender, there was still a glimmer of expectation in their eyes. They are already scared, they would rather surrender than be bombed by detonating talismans again. Let me think about it again. Grandma Chiyo covered her forehead with her hands, not knowing what to do. At this time, there were screams of fear all around. Oh no, the people from Konoha are coming again. Chapter 43 Sand Shinobi Surrender. Oh no, the people from Konoha are coming again. So many detonating talismans. Quick, get some guys over here to defend. I don't want to die yet. The overwhelming shouting resounded through the sky and the earth. Instant. Granny Chiyo, who was still thinking in the big tent, changed her expression drastically. She hurriedly called all the elders to rush out of the tent together. Looking up at the sky, they found that dozens of ninjas from the Star Clan were carrying Konoha Jonin on their backs, and they were constantly throwing detonating tags at their position frantically. This scene made the senior executives of Sand Shinobi gnashing with hatred, but deep down they also grew in irresistible fear. It's really haunting. They had just experienced a series of air raids from Konoha last night, and before the Sand Shinobi could even have time to rest, people from Konoha came again. Are these Konoha ninjas going to kill them all? Elder Chiyo, please make a decision quickly. Looking at the detonating tags in the sky falling heavily on their heads under the pull of kunai, all the elders looked at Chiyo. They wanted to know her decision. The Sand Shinobi who were on their way to their deaths even forgot to escape and looked towards the Sand Shinobi leaders in the center of the camp. Now, the 5th Kazekage has not been elected yet, and the ones with the most say in the entire Sunagaku are Granny Chiyo and the elders. Advertisement. Whether to fight or surrender depends entirely on their words. Granny Chiyo's eyes flickered, her forehead covered with sweat. She turned her head to look at the Konoha Shinobi who were wreaking havoc over the Sand Shinobi, and then looked at the Sand Shinobi who had suffered heavy casualties. He nodded weakly and said hoarsely, "Surrender to Konoha." Finally, the elders felt relieved. At the moment Chiyo nodded, several old men waved their hands in the air and shouted, "Friends of Konoha, we Sand Shinobi surrender. Please stop attacking." In the sky, the Konoha Shinobi who were busy throwing detonating tags from their hands stopped moving when they heard this. Including the star ninjas beneath them, all of them were stunned and wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Sunagaku, surrender. In other words, the war between Konoha and Sand Shinobi lasted only a week, and Konoha won the war. Hey, did we hear it wrong just now? The flying star ninja asked his fellow tribesmen beside him. No, those old Sand Shinobi guys said they wanted to surrender to us. The star ninja on the side had excitement written all over his face. The Konoha Jonin who led the team also had a smile on his face, and ordered the ninjas who came with him, Team 1 stays here and chooses a place to land. If the Sand Shinobi village still wants to attack us, fly into the air immediately. I will go back and report this to the Hokage immediately. Okay. The others nodded. The Jonin smiled slightly and said to the star ninja under him, "Brother, please help me. We need to get back to the camp immediately." Advertisement. The Star Clan ninja nodded quickly. His mind was still immersed in Senju Tobirama's words before the war. Combining the Star Ninja Village's peacock magic and the explosive talisman can actually produce such powerful destructive power on the battlefield. Why didn't the Star Ninjas think of it? On second thought, even if they thought about it, their small ninja village would not be able to afford such a large consumption of detonating tags. As expected, Lord Hokage is still Lord Hokage, and he is far superior to others even in terms of strategy. However, they are now also part of Konoha. Thinking of this, they are filled with pride, and even their flying speed has increased. Sunagaku surrendered. When they first received the news, most of the Konoha shinobi couldn't believe it. After all, most of them hadn't even gone to the battlefield to fight the Sand Shinobi head-on, and it had only been 7 days since the war began. It's impossible for him to win against Sand Shinobi in 7 days, right? But as Granny Chiyo and the Sand Shinobi elders personally went to their military camp, they were forced to believe this fact. Everyone then realized that the Sand Shinobi had truly surrendered. Inside Senju Tobirama's tent, Granny Chiyo and the 2 oldest Sand Shinobi elders were sitting across from each other at the round table. Senju Tobirama was sitting opposite him, and Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi, was sitting on either side of him. Chiyo looked at Senju Tobirama carefully. She wanted to see what changes had happened to the first Hokage's younger brother after his resurrection. Chapter 44 Be Konoha's dog. What caught Chiyo's eye was the Hokage. Senju Tobirama is wearing a dark blue Sengoku armor that looks out of place in this era. On his face is a huge forehead protector that is different from any other ninja. If you ignore his lifeless eyes and the cracks on his cheeks, he looks just like an ordinary ninja. But if you sense it carefully, the chakra in Senju Tobirama is so powerful that it almost solidifies into substance. Chiyo, whose expression was already bitter, became even more distorted after she felt the malice of Senju Tobirama. Hokage, we Sand Shinobi lost. I have to admit that your tactical command is the best I have ever seen. Tell me, what price do you Konoha want in order to cease fire with the Sand Shinobi? I don't think you, the Fire Nation, would want to completely conquer the Wind Nation. After all, the Fire Nation already occupies the most fertile land in the ninja world, which can fully meet the living needs of the Fire Nation's people. And our Wind Nation is located in the desert and lacks resources. After conquering the Wind Nation, you will have to send people to take over, which will undoubtedly disperse your strength and give other ninja villages an opportunity to take advantage of it. So, why don't you accept our surrender and let the Sand Shinobi continue to guard the Kingdom of Wind? And you, Konoha, just say what you want. Granny Chiyo slowly recited a list of benefits of accepting Sand Shinobi's surrender. After all, the Sand Shinobi had already been defeated miserably. If they didn't find a way to make Konoha accept their surrender, their village might really be destroyed. Granny Chiyo never expected that she would be overwhelmingly defeated by Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama fell into deep thought. What Chiyo said is not unreasonable. The manpower required to conquer the Wind Country is not proportional to the gains, and the cost outweighs the gains. It will also be beneficial for Konoha to agree to Sunagaku's surrender. As for what the Sand Shinobi will have to pay for losing this war, what he, Senju Tobirama, wants is nothing more than the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Besides, Gaara is already being detained in Konoha, and this consequence was caused by the Sand Shinobi's disagreement. Advertisement. His progress in collecting the tailed beasts is that, currently, including 9 tails, he has only collected 2. However, He is now the Hokage, and in the war between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi, the loss of ninjas was not great, but the expenditure of money was huge. Now that the war is won, in addition to asking for one-tailed Jinchuriki, he also wants war supplies, resources and money. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, Senju Tobirama looked up at Chiyo and said in an extremely cold voice. If you want us Konoha to accept the surrender of Sand Shinobi, you can. However, Sand Shinobi must fully reimburse our Konoha for all the expenses in the war. We Konoha has suffered great losses in order to win against you Sand Shinobi. The pensions for the dead and the consolation money for their relatives must all be paid by you Sand Shinobi. In total, you Sand Shinobi must compensate our Konoha with at least 2 billion taels. Also, we in Konoha also need the right to station troops on the border between the Kingdom of River and the Kingdom of Wind. 2 billion. And the right to garrison troops in the country of K's and the country of K's. Hearing this condition, Chiyo's heart almost jumped out of her chest and she was filled with anxiety. Senju Tobirama doesn't just have a big appetite, he wants to remove the Sand Shinobi from the 5 major ninja villages and also wants their garrison rights in the Wind Country. He simply wants the Sand Shinobi to become a vassal of Konoha. Such a huge price. Once they agree, they, the Sand Shinobi, will become Konoha's dogs from now on. Unless a strong man comparable to the god of ninja appears in the future, they, the Sand Shinobi, will never be able to make a comeback. Besides, Senju Tobirama continued to speak, causing Chiyo to shudder. Advertisement. There is still one. Are they Sunagaku, or is there something else that interests Senju Tobirama? One-tail Jinchuriki. I need one-tail Jinchuriki to stay in Konoha village forever. What? Chiyo looked at Senju Tobirama in disbelief. You want one-tail Jinchuriki? With your strength, can you even take a fancy to a tailed beast? This statement is true. After all, even the 4th cage Rasa, who is at the bottom of the 5 cages, can easily suppress one-tail Shukaku. It can be seen that these tailed beasts are not that important in front of cage-level strongmen. Chiyo is a little confused about Senju Tobirama. If she knew that Tobirama's original goal was the tailed beasts, she would probably speak well of Konoha to Gaara personally. This has nothing to do with you. These are the conditions. If you agree, we will withdraw immediately. If you don't agree, we will continue to fight. Senju Tobirama's face turned cold and he interrupted Chiyo's speech. Yes, the Kingdom of Wind is really too poor. It took a lot of manpower and resources to conquer it, but it was of little use to Konoha and the Land of Fire. At best, it made their territory look a little bigger. If I don't want it, I'm reluctant to give it up. It feels like it's tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. Silence. Chiyo was currently thinking deeply. She was quite willing to use Gaara to exchange for the Sand Shinobi's surrender. After all, she and Gaara were not as familiar with each other as they were later. In her eyes, Gaara was just an orphan of the previous cage and a Jinchuriki. What really made her unable to make a decision were the first 2 conditions. Finally, after hesitating for a few minutes, Granny Chiyo stood up. She seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. With the help of 2 elders, she nodded to Senju Tobirama with difficulty. Okay, we Sand Shinobi all agree. Chapter 45 Gaara. Granny Chiyo gritted her teeth and said this, and her whole body seemed to collapse, falling into the arms of the 2 elders. She couldn't refuse. If they agree, they will have to pay a lot of compensation, lose one-tail Jinchuriki, and even lose the military autonomy in the Wind Country. But at least, Sunagaku is still there. As long as Sunagaku has not perished, then one day, it can be restored to its former glory. If we don't agree, it will be hard to say whether the Sand Shinobi village will still exist in the ninja world in the future. In the previous bombing of Konoha, most of the ninjas who died in Sunagaku were middle-level genin. Their elite combat power is still there. With these people alive, they can definitely slowly recover their vitality. In another 10 years, when the new generation of Sand Shinobi grows up, Senju Tobirama will probably be dead by then. They, Sunagaku, will definitely take everything back. Chiyo knew clearly what to choose. But her name, Chiyo, will probably become a synonym for losing sovereignty and humiliating the country. After Chiyo agreed to Senju Tobirama's conditions, a mechanical electronic sound suddenly sounded in Senju Tobirama's mind. Mission. Defeat the Sand Shinobi completed. Reward. Double spiritual energy, double natural energy already issued. When a thin light flashed. Even though Senju Tobirama is very strong now, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but groan inwardly. In his mind, his mental strength was constantly increasing, transforming, and sublimating. However, because his body was created through Impure World Reincarnation, the natural energy could not be released into his internal organs and meridians. Instead, it was all stored in his body. As long as he could regain his flesh and blood, this energy would allow his body to undergo a complete transformation. During the time when Senju Tobirama was silent, everyone in the tent was surprised to find that the Hokage seemed to give people a different feeling. If the previous Senju Tobirama was a tiger that looked mighty, then the current Senju Tobirama was like a restrained and deep dragon. Although he did not have any explosive chakra around him, the aura that seemed to be born with him made it almost impossible for people to have the will to resist him. Chiyo, who was almost collapsed, fainted after feeling this strange feeling. Advertisement. The 2 elders who were supporting Chiyo apologized to Senju Tobirama tremblingly, then left in a hurry with Chiyo on their backs. When everything was over, Senju Tobirama smiled slightly, looked at Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, and said with a smile. Kakashi, Guy, you 2 will lead the team to receive the compensation materials from Sunagaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. The two of them nodded at the same time. 2 days later. When boxes and piles of carriages loaded with supplies were delivered to Konoha village, the villagers of Konoha felt like they were still living in a dream bubble. We won. It's only been that long. Hokage-sama has already defeated Sunagaku. Long live the Hokage-sama. We, Konoha, are invincible. There were cheers of joy on the streets, and the villagers of Konoha village stood on both sides of the street, enthusiastically welcoming the victorious ninja team. Many Konoha shinobi blushed on their faces. They didn't actually put in much effort but easily defeated the Sand Shinobi, which made them feel a little ashamed. On the other hand, the star ninjas had smiles on their faces that almost reached their mouths. When the people of Konoha found out that it was their flying ninjutsu that dealt a heavy blow to the Sand Shinobi, they were extremely enthusiastic towards them and almost wanted to give each of them a hug. I'm telling you, I was flying in the sky at the time, and that Sand Shinobi tried to knock me down with a ninjutsu, and then I just threw an explosive tag at his head, and I blew him to death on the spot. Oh my god, that's amazing. Of course, let me tell you, this is the Star Clan's secret peacock technique, which can grow wings on your back. Let me show you. Advertisement. In an empty space, Gaara watched the scene with indifference. Since the Sand Shinobi surrendered, all the Sand Shinobi ninjas detained by Konoha were released and returned to Sunagaku by Senju Tobirama, including his brothers and sisters Temari and Konkuro. Only Gaara was kept in Konoha by Konoha as a result of the victory. He was now in Konoha, alone again. Thinking back to the relieved look on his face when his brother and sister parted ways, the Shukaku in his body almost went berserk again, but the Shukaku in him had been sealed more deeply by the Hokage, so now it was probably just impotent and furious. Gaara, you're here. At this moment, a recognizable sound sounded from behind, and Gaara turned his head. Gaara, let's go train together today. Sasuke has always wanted to spar with you, but he's too shy to tell you. Uzumaki Naruto walked over carelessly and patted Gaara on the back. Uchiha Sasuke behind him stroked his forehead, turned sideways and looked at him coolly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Let's go. Today I'm going to show you my new secret ninjutsu. It's super powerful. After that, he didn't care if Gaara replied or not, he took his hand and walked away, Sasuke beside him quickly following. Perhaps, it's easier in Konoha than in Sand Shinobi. Gaara thought silently in his heart. In Sand Shinobi, even though he was the son of the fourth Kazekage, he was the object of everyone's fear. His own brothers and sisters were afraid of angering him, and his own father only used him as a weapon of war and never considered his feelings. In Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, who has the same fate as him, lives a cheerful and sunny life. Uchiha Sasuke looks cold and ruthless, but he is also a warm-hearted person to his companions. They have no prejudice against him and treat him as a companion. I am looking forward to the next life. From today on, he would no longer think of himself as the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagaku, he was from Konoha, Gaara. After thinking about it, Gaara's steps became a little lighter. Chapter 46 Crisis of Uchiha Itachi. Let's not talk about whether Gaara can have a better life in Konoha. After Hatake Kakashi led the last group of Konoha shinobi escorting the spoils away. In the highest meeting room of Sunagaku, the senior executives headed by Granny Chiyo are discussing who will be the fifth Kazekage. A candidate was proposed by them, and then rejected by them. At last, Granny Chiyo rejected all the opinions and said without question, I propose that Temari be the fifth Kazekage. She is the daughter of Rasa. She is now as strong as a special Jonin. As long as she continues to gain experience, she will one day be able to be competent for the position of Kazekage. Grandma Chiyo's tone was firm and her eyes were resolute, she had already made all the plans. In the entire Sunagaku, the people who are currently the most suitable to be the Kazekage and have the right status can be counted on one hand. Although Temari is not very strong, she is not even a Jonin. But what does that matter? Making Temari the Kazekage is not to let her lead the Sand Shinobi. She is just a puppet chosen by the people. After the defeat, Sand Shinobi urgently needed an outlet for their emotions. The village was very resentful towards the higher-ups over the issue of compensation, and they needed to find someone to take the blame on their behalf. Temari is a very good candidate. She is not strong enough to be suppressed, and she is young enough to be controlled. All Sand Shinobi needs now is some time to recover. As for who will be the Kazekage, it really doesn't matter. An amazing idea came into Grandma Chiyo's mind. She's going to find her grandson. Scorpion of the Red Sand. She accidentally heard that her grandson had joined a rebellious ninja organization. Based on Chiyo's understanding of Scorpion, she knew that an organization that could allow someone as arrogant as him to join must be very strong. Sunagaku was nearly destroyed in her hands, and Chiyo couldn't swallow this humiliation and dreamed of killing Senju Tobirama herself. She wants to find her grandson, hoping to borrow the power of that mysterious organization to deal with Konoha. Advertisement. Even if she dies, she will die in the fight against Konoha. The war between Sand Shinobi and Konoha ended in just 7 days with Konohagaku's victory. The defeated Sunagaku not only had to pay 2 billion in compensation, but Konoha also had to station troops in its own territory. According to witnesses from other countries' merchant caravans in the Land of Wind, they saw with their own eyes that only the day after Sand Shinobi signed the surrender agreement, several hundred ninja teams sent by Konoha had already begun to enter the Land of Wind. Even outside the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Wind, organized teams of Konoha shinobi could be seen. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Sunagaku had suffered a crushing defeat this time, and could not even guarantee the territorial sovereignty within its own country. Suddenly, the entire ninja world was shocked. Onoki somewhat regretted having offered overly harsh conditions when asking Chio for help. Because he felt the crisis. Konoha was so powerful that it completely defeated Sunagaku in just 7 days. Does this mean that Konoha can easily defeat other ninja villages? The resurrection of Senju Tobirama originally gave Konoha an additional powerful and cutting-edge combat force. Now, Konoha's military capabilities are so strong, isn't this a trend of unifying the ninja world? Most importantly, after the defeat of San Shinobi, Senju Tobirama, in addition to demanding financial compensation, also seized the Jinchuriki of San Shinobi, which made all the villages that had Jinchuriki somewhat uneasy. They didn't understand why Senju Tobirama wanted to take the tailed beasts back when they were clearly distributed by his eldest brother, Senju Hashirama himself. Now that he has seized one tail, will he get his hands on the other tailed beasts in the future? When they thought of this, everyone in the other villages felt insecure. Especially Takiguni village and Kurigakure, their respective villages are not very strong. Mist Shinobi had previously experienced the Mizukage being controlled by the Sharingan, and most of the bloodline families in the village were exterminated under the Iron Order of the 4th Mizukage Yagura. 5th Mizukage Terumi had just cleared up the situation in Kurigakure. She was certain that the 4th Mizukage was being controlled by the Sharingan of Konoha's Uchiha clan, but there was no evidence as to whether it was the Hokage's order. However, it was too shameful for the cage of her own village to be controlled by someone. If it got out, it would have a bad impact on the village, so she did not publicize it. But now she has secretly become more vigilant against Konoha. As long as Konoha village takes any action again, then the 4th Ninja World War might really break out, but this time, it will be a siege of Konoha by all the villages. Advertisement. However, during this period, a major event occurred in an unknown place in the ninja world. In the land of rain, in a suburb, several figures stood facing each other in the drizzle. The two figures on the left are Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. However, Orochimaru now looks very different, with obvious feminine features, and even wearing a female kimono, which looks very gorgeous. On the right, there were 3 figures standing, namely, Scorpion, Conan, and Pain. I didn't expect you to break free from my control over you. As soon as the two sides met, the puppet Fei Liuhu controlled by Scorpion asked in a hoarse voice. Yakushi Kabuto stroked the lenses of his glasses, smiled slightly, and did not answer. Orochimaru licked it with her long tongue and said in a soft and gentle female voice. Shie, it's been so long since we last met, but your temper is still so bad. After saying that, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Pain who was standing in the middle. When he saw the Rinnegan in Pain's eyes, a hint of barely perceptible greed flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by Orochimaru. Because he is no match for Pain now, even if he has changed into this body with crystal-style bloodline. However, although he has no idea about the Rinnegan for the time being, he is determined to obtain Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing Orochimaru's covetous eyes towards him, Nagato, who was controlling the heavenly path, raised his eyebrows slightly, and immediately controlled the heavenly path to make a cold voice. Orochimaru, stop talking too much. What is your purpose in contacting the organization? If your answer does not satisfy me, I don't mind personally dealing with you, the traitor, today. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru smiled sinisterly on her charming face and licked her lips. If Akatsuki wants to realize its plan, Konoha will definitely be a big obstacle for you. You must destroy Konoha or kill Senju Tobirama. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Before Nagato, Conan, and Scorpion could come to their senses, he said something shocking. Perhaps you don't know yet. Uchiha Itachi is Konoha's undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 47 Orochimaru's Deal with Pain. Orochimaru's voice fell. Instant. The atmosphere at the scene dropped to a freezing point. Orochimaru, do you know what you are talking about? Tiandao took the lead in attacking, and a powerful repulsive force suddenly burst out from his body, centered on him, spreading out around Pain. Suddenly, boom, the earth was shaking violently at this moment, and spider-web-like cracks spread across the ground. It looked like a natural disaster. Moreover, this was the result of Nagato deliberately controlling the power for fear of accidentally hurting Conan and Sasori. Why should I believe the words of a traitor like you? The Rinnegan in Tendu's eyes stared at Orochimaru intently, looking like he was about to take action. However, despite his great power, Tendo had no real intention of attacking Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't move at all. In the past, he would have shown some emotion when facing Pain's powerful repulsive force. But after witnessing Senju Tobirama's full-powered chakra explosion during the Konoha collapse plan, Pain's movement really didn't make him feel anything. Besides, he is now a different person than before. After fusing with Honglian's body and mastering the crystal-style bloodline, he has become even more unscrupulous. Of course I know what I'm talking about. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and threw a scroll in his hand. After Pain took it, he looked at it quietly. After Pain took the scroll, he only took a closer look, and his expression was as calm as ever, but Nagato, the operator, had a serious look on his face. Pain remained silent, but his silence meant that he believed that the content of the scroll recording Uchiha Itachi passing on Akatsuki intelligence to Konoha was true. This made Orochimaru laugh evilly. Although he had defected from Konoha a long time ago, defection did not mean that he had no backup plan in Konoha. Uchiha Itachi offered to exterminate the Uchiha clan in exchange for Konoha's protection for his brother Sasuke, while he himself infiltrated the Akatsuki organization to find out about this mercenary organization composed entirely of S-rank rebel ninjas. Uchiha Itachi himself passed the information to the former Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, who was the assistant Hokage at the time, naturally had the right to inquire. Coincidentally, Shimura Danzo's right hand was transplanted with the help of Orochimaru. He also had a cooperative relationship with Shimura Danzo, so of course he also learned this secret. Advertisement. Seeing that Pain didn't speak, Orochimaru licked his lips and said in an even more passionate voice. So, you believe Uchiha Itachi is the mole. Now that you know, let's talk about cooperation. If you want your plan to come true, you have to get past Senju Tobirama. After all, One Tail and Nine Tails are both in Konoha now, and who knows if the Hokage will have any ideas about the other tailed beasts. And I have a way to limit Senju Tobirama. Just give me Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru said this and stopped talking, but looked at Pain's reaction. Pain. Conan walked up silently and asked. After the two of them talked in words that others could not hear, Pain spoke. Why should I trust you to restrain Senju Tobirama? Pain questioned. Orochimaru, who had already made all the preparations, smiled and said, this is very simple. Orochimaru made hand seals with both hands. Tiger. Snake. Dog. Dragon. Then he put his hands together and shouted, Reanimation Jutsu. Suddenly, there were rumbling sounds coming from the ground beneath his feet. A coffin rose up quickly in the black light. With a swing of Orochimaru's hand, the coffin opened automatically. With a puff of dust, the coffin lid fell to the ground, revealing a figure inside. Fourth cage, Rasa. That's my method. Orochimaru looked at Pain and said, as long as you can find the bodies of the powerful people in the past of the ninja world, even if it's just a hair, I can revive and control them through Impure World Reincarnation. Moreover, I haven't completely perfected this trick yet. After it's perfected, I can control dozens of cage-level warriors at the same time, and their strength will probably reach 80% of what it was in life. How is it? Is this power enough to threaten Akatsuki? Even if Senju Tobirama is very strong, as long as there are enough cage-level strongmen, they can delay him even if they can't kill him. If you can find the body of the legendary ninja Shira Uchiha Madara, then it won't be difficult to kill Senju Tobirama. As for why it was Uchiha Madara and not Senju Hashirama, that's because during the collapse of Konoha, the Senju Hashirama that was not yet completed in the Impure World Reincarnation summoning was sealed by Senju Tobirama, and now Orochimaru can no longer summon the god of ninja. Uchiha Madara. Pain and Conan were stunned when they heard the name Orochimaru said. Advertisement. Nagato had a vision of a figure wearing an Uzumaki mask in his mind. However, Nagato already had the answer in his mind as to whether that person was Uchiha Madara. Seeing Orochimaru reveal his methods, even Nagato felt a little fear in his heart and immediately fell into deep thought. Not long after, Pain looked up and nodded at Orochimaru. I can agree to your request, but when it comes to attacking Konoha, I must have the final say when using Impure World Reincarnation. As for the Uchiha Itachi, I can give it to you, but it will take a few days before I can help you. Can. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had already spent countless years trying to obtain Uchiha Itachi's body, so a little more time wouldn't make a difference. However, Scorpion of the Red Sand interrupted and said. After Uchiha Itachi dies, I want his body. Hearing this, Orochimaru, Pain, Conan, and Kabuto all looked over. Then, Orochimaru agreed with a sinister smile, of course, his body no longer interests me. If it were in the past, Orochimaru would never let go of Uchiha Itachi, this excellent vessel, but now he has merged with crystal-style Guren's body, and from his previous work with Uchiha Itachi in the Akatsuki organization, he saw that Uchiha Itachi's body was already terminally ill. All he wanted now was Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, who would want a sickly body when they can use a healthy one? As for Scorpion wanting to use Itachi's corpse to make a human puppet, that was none of his business. The deal between Pain and Orochimaru, as well as the plan to hunt Uchiha Itachi, had been quietly decided, and no sixth person in the entire ninja world knew about it. At this time, Itachi and Kisame were in a small country carrying out a mercenary mission issued by a small ninja village. As for the battle, Hoshigaki Kisame was slaughtering everyone one-sidedly. Itachi followed closely beside, finishing off the ninjas who were not yet dead. At this moment, Sasuke's face was appearing in his mind. He had to find a way to return to Konoha. After all, his negotiations with the village's top leaders were only with the former Konoha top leaders, and now those people were either arrested or killed. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was confined by the Hokage. He wanted to meet Senju Tobirama. Itachi didn't know what kind of person the previous Hokage was, but Shimura Danzo, Tobirama's disciple, had always wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Itachi was worried that Sasuke would be in danger if he stayed in the village. Chapter 48 Ambush. Scorpion, what are you doing here? Uchiha Itachi heard the knock on the door and frowned slightly as he looked at the hunchbacked old man wearing a black mask in front of him. Having just finished a war with Kisame, Itachi now returns to the Rain Shinobi Akatsuki base to rest. Itachi, the leader asked me to come to you with a new mission. To kill the traitor of the organization, Orochimaru. Scorpion's voice was still as old and hoarse as ever, without a trace of emotion. Uchiha Itachi frowned even more tightly. The mission of hunting down Orochimaru had always been in charge of Deidara and Sasori. Why was he needed now? The organization has identified Orochimaru's location. But even if we want to kill Orochimaru, it should be Kisame and me together, right? Kisame has other tasks. The Red Sand Scorpion's voice seemed unquestionable, and he spoke indifferently. The organization has discovered Orochimaru's whereabouts. He is now seriously injured by Senju Tobirama. This is the best time for us to kill him. It just so happens that I am in need of a strong body right now. Let Orochimaru be my human puppet. Very good. Please pack up. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Fei Liuhu's hunched figure turned around and disappeared into the darkness step by step. Scorpion's behavior was no different from usual. Everything seemed quite normal. Even the observant Uchiha Itachi did not notice anything unusual. However, Itachi was confused as to why he was needed for this mission, but since it was an order from the leader of Akatsuki himself, he couldn't refuse. After simply preparing some ninja tools, Uchiha Itachi quickly caught up with Sasori. The two of them ran towards the land of rice country at full speed. As we went deeper into the land of fields, there was nothing unusual on the road and it looked very peaceful. But deep down in Itachi's heart, there was a strong sense of uneasiness. The Hiriko controlled by Scorpion was still advancing steadily, but Itachi's inner uneasiness became even stronger. The three Magatama in his eyes rotated slightly and looked at the figure of Fei Liuhu. The chakra inside Scorpion was running very calmly, without any abnormalities. He didn't notice anything unusual. But sometimes, the absence of anomalies is the biggest anomaly. He silently raised his vigilance and adjusted his whole body into a fighting posture. When the two of them walked to the edge of a huge waterfall, Uchiha Itachi suddenly stopped. Advertisement. Etc. Uchiha Itachi said to the Red Sand Scorpion. Scorpion of the Red Sand turned around, looked at Uchiha Itachi, and said in a hoarse voice, "What? I need to contact the leader to confirm the specific content of the mission." Uchiha Itachi stared at Fei Liuhu's expressionless eyes. "Okay, but you'd better hurry up. I hate waiting." Scorpion's answer was very calm, with the same attitude as always, even his catchphrases were no different from before. But seeing Scorpion's indifferent expression, Uchiha Itachi almost attacked Scorpion directly. Scorpion was so confident that he could contact the leader, which meant that even the leader of Akatsuki was going to take action against him. These thoughts flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind, but there was nothing abnormal about his hand movements. Itachi pretended to use the phantom body technique to contact pain. A myriad of thoughts were running through his mind. If his worries were true, then, how could he escape from this ambush? Having been undercover in Akatsuki for so long, Itachi knew very well what kind of desperate criminals were in this organization. If Chief Pain was involved in this ambush, he didn't know what to do. If the other members had any idea about him, he would almost certainly die. Various situations emerged in Itachi's mind, and he had to think of the best way to escape. Soon, Uchiha Itachi looked as if he had gotten an answer from the slide body technique, and he looked much more relaxed. He looked towards the Scorpion of the Red Sand, nodded slightly and said, "No problem, let's go." Good. Scorpion's tone was still as lifeless as ever. But this time, after hearing Uchiha Itachi's answer, he did not lead the way ahead. Instead, he stood there quietly, waiting for Uchiha Itachi to come forward. They both seemed to have their own agenda, but they both understood each other's thoughts. Above the huge waterfall, except for the crashing sound of the water, it was eerily quiet. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. When Uchiha Itachi was less than 5 meters away from Scorpion, at that moment, Itachi stopped. His hands quickly reached for the ninja tool bag at his waist, and the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly like a windmill, and his hands kept grabbing, waving, and throwing around like a dream. Advertisement. Immediately, countless kunai and shurikens flew towards the Red Sand Scorpion. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. With Uchiha Itachi's superb ninja tool throwing skills, combined with the firepower coverage of Shuriken Shadow Clone, even ordinary Jonin can't resist so many hidden weapons. Even the Red Sand Scorpion is enough for him to delay time. However, Scorpion of the Red Sand is no ordinary Jonin, he is a gifted young man who is a Sand Shinobi. As early as Uchiha Itachi stopped, he knew that the other party had seen through the conspiracy. So, when Uchiha Itachi threw various ninja tools, Sasori had already controlled Fei Liuhu's iron tail to sweep forward. The tail forged with fine steel swept away all the hidden weapons shot at Vice Admiral in midair, making a crisp metallic sound of ding ding ding. Then the iron tail circled in the air and quickly stabbed towards Uchiha Itachi's heart. It's not over yet. Just when Uchiha Itachi realized something was wrong and started to fight back, 8 figures shot out from the water in the waterfall. As soon as they appeared, they attacked Uchiha Itachi almost at the same time. Shadow Snake Hand, Universal Pull, Ninjutsu, Paper Shuriken. In an instant, the dense attacks almost covered Uchiha Itachi. In front of him, the Scorpion's iron tail pierced him. At the same time, Tiandao was standing next to the Scorpion, and his hands generated a strong suction force to gradually grab the weasel towards the Scorpion's iron tail. Behind Itachi, 2 giant pythons entangled with each other and opened their huge mouths towards Uchiha Itachi at the same time. Above his head, there were densely packed paper shurikens, falling towards Uchiha Itachi's body like raindrops. In such a dead end, if it were a slightly weaker cage level, it would almost certainly lead to death. But Itachi's expression didn't change. Grabbed by the gravity of heaven, his body crashed straight into Fei Liuhu's iron tail coated with poison. But also at this moment. Ninjutsu. Big clone explosion. Uchiha Itachi suddenly shouted and formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. A deafening explosion sounded around the waterfall, with Scorpion's scarlet amber as the center. In just a moment, the terrifying energy and flames spread in all directions, submerging Scorpion's scarlet amber in the blink of an eye. Chapter 49 Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi exploded. No, it should be Uchiha Itachi's clone that exploded. Clone explosion is an A-level ninjutsu created by Uchiha Itachi. It achieves the effect of explosion by injecting chakra into shadow clone. The power of the explosion is extremely huge. Along with the sound of the explosion, huge waves of dust and fire spread in all directions. At this moment, the scorpion's shell, the amber, was directly blown into pieces. Soon, a handsome figure with red hair rushed out from the flames. It was Scorpion's real body that was made into a human puppet. After everyone present discovered that Itachi's body was a shadow clone, they immediately sensed the direction of Uchiha Itachi's chakra. Immediately, Orochimaru, Pain's 6 paths, and Konan's various attacks all changed direction and whizzed towards the edge of the waterfall. The 2 giant pythons in Orochimaru's sleeves bit towards Uchiha Itachi's body. However, Uchiha Itachi, who had already prepared for the battle, had completed the hand seal after using shadow clone to attract everyone's attention. Fire-style great fireball technique. He raised his head slightly, looked at the 2 giant pythons, and spit out a huge fireball from his mouth. The 2 giant pythons were still in the air when they were enveloped by overwhelming flames. The huge python was turned into ashes bit by bit in the burning flames. But Uchiha Itachi's crisis has just begun. The missile on Shirato's wrist bombarded Uchiha Itachi before everyone else. However, Itachi's figure flashed across the ground quickly, and every time he flashed and reappeared, he dodged the shells with incredible precision. When Shirato's attack was over, Uchiha Itachi took the lead and rushed towards Orochimaru. Surrounded by so many people, he had to break through a weak point in order to escape. As for Orochimaru, his soul has a very weak resistance to illusions due to the many changes of bodies during the living corpse reincarnation. Uchiha Itachi had felt this many years ago. Summoning technique. At this time, the voice of the animal realm came.
A giant 3-headed hellhound and an 8-foot bird flying in the air, with Itachi's figure reflected in the Rinnegan in its eyes, rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi doesn't know Sage Mode, so he can't knock over the 2 beasts with his bare hands like Naruto did. Advertisement: if he were hit by these 2 summoning beasts, he would most likely be seriously injured. However, at this moment, the 3 Magatama in Uchiha Itachi's eyes had switched to Mangekyo, and windmill-like patterns in his eyes were spinning rapidly. He raised his head slightly, a stream of blood and tears flowed from his left eye, and he glared at the 2 summoning beasts. Amaterasu. Suddenly, black flames continued to burn. The Cerberus with the ability to split is most afraid of fire, not to mention that this fire is the fire of Amaterasu that will never go out. Unable to even use the ability to split, the 3-headed dog fell to the ground and kept wailing. The 8-foot bird in the air fell directly from the sky, making a shrill scream. Nagato, who was controlling the animal realm, frowned. The movement of Uchiha Itachi was only paused for a moment because of the release of Amaterasu, and he still rushed towards Orochimaru at the fastest speed. Orochimaru was startled, then a longing smile appeared on his face. Itachi-kun, are you planning to use illusion to get rid of me first, and then find a chance to escape? What an amazing combat instinct. Orochimaru saw through Uchiha Itachi's thoughts at the first moment, and he certainly would not give Itachi this opportunity. The illusion in Itachi's right eye, Tsukuyomi, is very powerful. Once hit, it is difficult to resolve, but it has a fatal weakness, which is that the casting distance is only 5 meters. I can't let Itachi get close to me. I don't want to experience the illusion of Mangekyo Sharingan again. Orochimaru licked his lips, with a fierce look in his eyes. Orochimaru began to quickly form seals with his hands, and as Uchiha Itachi got closer and closer to him, Orochimaru's hands moved faster and faster. Water-style mist shinobi technique. Orochimaru used Kirigakure's signature ninjutsu to perfection, and the pale white mist quickly covered Orochimaru's figure. However, this move was clearly intended to conceal one's form and allow for assassination, so why would Orochimaru use it for defense? Itachi had a question in his mind. Orochimaru soon gave an answer. He smiled fiercely, clapped his hands on the ground, and shouted. Crystal-style crystal shuriken. The mist in the air, under Orochimaru's crystal-style bloodline, turned into sharp crystal shurikens. The coverage was so wide and the number was so large that even Uchiha Itachi was surprised. Those crystals are extremely hard and sharp. No matter whether it is stone or steel, they can be easily penetrated and shattered in front of these hardened crystals. Advertisement: Uchiha Itachi's figure came to an abrupt halt. Crystal style. His eyes were full of disbelief. Although he didn't know how Orochimaru obtained this bloodline limit, it was obvious that he could no longer get close to Orochimaru. These crystals have a large range. If you continue to move forward, even if you can avoid the attack of the crystals, you will be covered by the mist shinobi technique. Through Orochimaru's performance just now, he understood the ability of crystal style, which allowed physical objects to crystallize. The purpose of Orochimaru's release of Mist Shinobi technique was to fill the air with moist water droplets. A few ideas flashed through his mind, and Uchiha Itachi's body quickly retreated. Fireballs shot out of his mouth,
knocking down a large area of red crystals in the air. Do it, don't give him another chance. Seeing that Orochimaru was fine, Tendo immediately looked towards Uchiha Itachi. Shinra Tensai. A powerful repulsive force pressed towards Uchiha Itachi's body. After Tiandao's order was given, everyone launched an overwhelming attack on Uchiha Itachi. The giant python, the paper, the puppet, the hidden weapon coated with poison, and the red puppet in the sky all spewed out flames. Uchiha Itachi paused. The two Mangekyo bled red together. When those attacks were about to hit him, Itachi's entire body was covered with a circle of red chakra. Susanoo. Boom. The ground shattered, and a huge red chakra giant stood on the ground. The giant manifested a huge chakra sword in his right hand and swept it across his body. All the pieces of paper were chopped into pieces, and the giant python was chopped into blood foam. After these attacks were resolved, a huge chakra shield appeared in the giant's left hand. The dense flames ejected by the puppets and the repulsive force fields released by the heavenly Tao were all blocked by the shield in the giant's hand. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, as well as the sacred artifacts Tenkan Sword and Yasukami. Seeing the appearance of this red chakra giant, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with greed, and he almost wanted to dig out Itachi's eyes and replace them himself. Keep attacking, he's already at the end of his strength. Chapter 50 Itachi's Tactics. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant bursts of explosions in the air. The dense attacks collided with the red chakra giant, causing the Susanoo maintained by Itachi to tremble continuously. Thanks to the artifact 8-foot mirror in his left hand, it can bounce back almost all attacks in the ninja world. Therefore, except for some minor injuries caused by Tendu's Shinra Tensai, other attacks are ineffective against Uchiha Itachi. This is also the reason why Itachi has been able to persist for so long. However, Itachi's body was already terminally ill. His Susanoo can only be activated to the third stage. If he could activate the complete form of Susanoo, his situation would never be so passive. But Susanoo in the third stage alone consumed a great deal of Itachi's pupil power. Blood and tears continued to ooze out of his eyes, and Itachi could clearly feel the blurriness in his vision deepening. Soon another wave of attacks was blocked by Susanoo. But the missiles from the Shira Road and the summoning beasts from the Animal Road have arrived again. Dense rockets shot at Susanoo's body. The red chakra giant's body continued to tremble, and tiny cracks appeared on the bottom. Itachi completely ignored the artillery attack from Shirado and covered his left eye instead. At this moment, he activated the Amaterasu in his right eye ultimate. The sea of fire formed by black flames ignited the bodies of the three summoning beasts, chameleon, rhino, and foam crab that came out of the animal path. Sharp screams roared out from the mouths of the summoning beasts. With 3 puffs of smoke, the beasts were teleported back to the summoning world. It was only at this point that the attack was completely intercepted by Uchiha Itachi. You really deserve the title of Uchiha Clan Genius, Itachi-kun. I didn't expect that you could hold out for so long under the attack of so many of us. I really want you more and more. Orochimaru stared at Uchiha Itachi with burning eyes, or rather at the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes. Advertisement, great. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is a perfect bloodline limit, a blessing from the gods. I must get it. Orochimaru was determined to get Mangekyo. Tiandao stood aside with an expressionless face. Nagato also didn't expect that so many attacks could be blocked by the chakra giant summoned by Uchiha Itachi. Tiandao looked at the 8-foot mirror in Susanoo's hand. This shield can bounce back energy attacks. Nagato reacted quickly, and most of the ninjutsu he had used on Uchiha Itachi were deflected by the shield, but his Shinra Tensai hit the chakra giant's body solidly. Shinra Tensai is essentially the control of repulsion, not a pure energy attack. In other words, as long as I add the power of God-tier Shinra Tensai, I can break this layer of Uchiha Itachi's tortoise shell. Nagato's mind was working rapidly and he soon understood the mystery. During the time that Nagato was thinking, Uchiha Itachi got a chance to catch his breath temporarily. His brain was also working fast, thinking about how to escape. We must kill a few before we can escape. Uchiha Itachi's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, making his vision a little blurry, which was a side effect of overusing Mangekyo. But even so, he continued to maintain Susanoo and quickly looked at everyone present. He quickly made a tactical strategy. Orochimaru can't be controlled for now. He has the crystal-style bloodline in his body, so he's hard to kill. Scorpion, he controls too many puppets, and they are all highly poisonous. We must eliminate all of them. Itachi's Mangekyo immediately saw the core with the word, Scorpion, written on it on the chest of Scorpion. And Konan. Her attack methods are all paper escape techniques, which are very restrained by fire, so they are not a big threat. Finally, these 6 people. Uchiha Itachi looked at Pain's 6 paths, and this observation made him discover a crucial detail. That person, hiding at the back, is he important? Itachi's gaze fell on the Hell Road. After thinking carefully, Itachi realized that in the previous attack, everyone stood in the front except Konan, who had obvious weaknesses. Only this man and the fat man in front of him didn't even attack him. Uchiha Itachi has tested the fat man's ability and it seems that he can absorb chakra? Advertisement, but Helda has never shown any ability. Itachi felt that he seemed to have found a chance to survive. If he kills this Helda Pain, he might be able to escape. Among these 6 people, the Animal Path is good at summoning technique, the Shira Path can launch powerful missiles, and the Heaven Path, which is the leader, can attract or rebound people. The biggest threats to him are Hungry Kido and Tiandao. In a flash of thought, when Itachi decided who to attack, his eyes widened and his hands immediately took action. Outside of his body, the Crimson Chakra Giant moved almost simultaneously with the movements of his hands. Yasaka's Magatama. A huge Magatama with a Sharingan pattern appeared in Susanoo's hand, and it threw it with force, whizzing towards the target. The speed of the Magatama was extremely fast. In just a moment, countless densely packed puppets in the air exploded one after another. These human puppets, whose individual combat power was not very strong, were shattered one after another in the explosion of Yasaka Magatama. After all the puppets were shattered, another Magatama was thrown towards the Red Sand Scorpion's body. The goal is extremely clear, which is to crush the core in his chest. However, Scorpion was no pushover. He immediately took out a huge scroll from his back and pulled it open. The human puppet of the third case cage appeared next to Scorpion. Magnet style. Iron ore attack. A tide of black iron sand poured out from the third case cage's body, blocking Scorpion in front of him and forming a huge line of defense. Sasori's eyes are full of confidence. As the strongest case cage, the shield formed by his bloodline limit can never be defeated by Uchiha Itachi. Getting closer. The Magatama flying at high speed in the air became even faster and was about to hit the shield made of iron sand. Pain's 6 paths, Konan, and Orochimaru split into 2 parts, one went towards Uchiha Itachi's body, and the other went to help Sasori. Meanwhile, Hungry Kido, who had been standing in front of Hell, was also rushing towards Scorpion. Nagato felt the enormous destructive power of the Magatama, and he wanted to use Hungry Kido's absorption ability to rescue Scorpion. Hellpath Pain, who had been protected all the time, now had a gap in his defense. Just when Yasaka Magatama was about to hit the sand iron, it quickly changed direction. The Magatama made a 90-degree turn in the air. In an instant, it fell in front of the Hell. 2TR Chapter 51 Eye-catching. What? Under the fierce attack of the Yasakana Magatama, Hellpath Pain couldn't even resist. His shattered body tissue turned into fragments and floated in the air. Itachi discovered my secret? Is this a coincidence, or did he figure out my abilities? A trace of bloodline came out of Nagato's mouth. Except for Pain's Shira Path and Animal Path abilities, which are very obvious, all other abilities of Pain are hidden very well by him. But why is it that the first target that Uchiha Itachi killed was the Hell Path that could revive other Pains? Could it be that Uchiha Itachi's combat IQ is so amazing that he could find the key point in Pain's 6 paths after such a short analysis? No, Uchiha Itachi has to stay here today. Nagato, who originally had some reservations, has decided that he must kill Uchiha Itachi, even if it costs his body more. The battle with him has already exposed most of Pain's 6 paths abilities. If Itachi survived and escaped back to Konoha, and revealed his information to Konoha, or even the entire ninja world, his situation would be very difficult. The battle between ninjas is based on intelligence. When he is no longer mysterious, he will have many ways to deal with it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Tiandao's body left the ground and slowly flew into the air. He's going to go all out. Scorpion reacted immediately after the attack was deflected, realizing that the attack on him was just a cover for Uchiha Itachi. His real target was the leader, and he immediately pulled the chakra strings with both hands, and the third case cage's puppet began to form hand seals. Black iron sand was flying all over the sky. In addition to a part of it protecting his safety, it also formed a huge iron sand cone and flew towards Susanoo. From the paper wings behind Konan, paper shurikens with detonating talismans fused into them tore through the air and landed densely on Susanoo, causing continuous explosions. Orochimaru bit his finger, slapped it on the ground, and summoned countless lion majesties. These lion majesties were injected with special chakra, which could detonate their bodies and spray out large amounts of venom. Next second, a huge cone of iron sand in midair slammed down heavily on Susanoo. After the red chakra giant trembled violently, the 10-fist sword in his right hand was swung horizontally, chopping it into grains of sand and iron. Next, Konan launched a dense array of paper shurikens, which covered a large area, and the 8-foot mirror in Susanoo's hand could not completely cover herself. At this point, it was almost impossible to defend herself, and cracks continued to spread on Susanoo's body. It wasn't over yet. The group of lion majesties that Orochimaru summoned continued to explode under Susanoo. The colorful venom was like sulfuric acid poured on metal, corroding scars on Susanoo. Advertisement with a click. Under Uchiha Itachi's unpleasant look, a very long gap appeared on Susanoo's body. After seeing that Uchiha Itachi was overwhelmed by the attacks of the crowd, the Tendo floating in the air was ready. In order to increase the power of Tendo, Nagato even temporarily made the other 4 paths of pain lose their combat effectiveness, and all the chakra was concentrated on Tendo pain alone. Shinra Tensai. In midair, Tiandao under the sun descended like a god, and the Rinnegan in his eyes added to his divinity. He raised his hands slightly, and an invisible powerful repulsive force emanated from his body. Boom! The powerful repulsive force crushed Susanoo, and the sounds of crackling and crackling continued to ring out, and white cracks appeared like spider webs. The ground beneath Susanoo sank directly into a huge hole. Hundreds and thousands of meters of ground were razed to the ground by the Shinra Tensai of the Heavenly Tao, and the waterfall that was originally rushing forward was left with only puddles of water. In less than 3 seconds, Susanoo collapsed under the Shinra Tensai. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes trembled violently, bleeding madly. His body twitched and he half knelt on the ground weakly, spitting out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Good opportunity. Just as Uchiha Itachi was half kneeling on the ground weakly and gasping for breath, Orochimaru's figure shot out from the mouth of the snake. Orochimaru's entire body was covered in a layer of red crystals, even his eyes were covered with a layer. As soon as he appeared, he immediately stretched out two pairs of pale and slender hands, and as Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened slightly, he grabbed forward fiercely. Phew! The symphony of two flesh and blood sounded on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi's face turned pale and a slight cry of pain came out of his mouth. Orochimaru was running away at a high speed, the layer of red crystals on his body gradually faded away, and he looked at his palm with excitement on his face. Two Mangekyo Sharingan were in his hands, still carrying the blood and body temperature from Uchiha Itachi's eyes. I finally got you. The long tongue in Orochimaru's mouth was almost licking the Sharingan, he wished he could replace these two eyeballs right now. However, Itachi's crisis was not resolved by losing the Sharingan. Seeing Orochimaru's success, the remaining Sasori, Konan, and Tendo rushed towards Uchiha Itachi together. Uchiha Itachi's strength is beyond expectations, and he knows the ability of Pain's 6 paths. Nagato and Konan will never let him go, and Sasori is thinking about making Itachi's body into a human puppet. Advertisement. Is this the end of me? Uchiha Itachi's eyes were empty, with only blood in his dark eye sockets, and he looked extremely miserable. But there was no fear on his face. At a certain moment, two figures appeared in his mind. You are the only one I can ask for help from, my good friend. Protect this village, protect the name of Uchiha. These are my eyes, my Mangekyo Sharingan. Just think of it as my last gift to you. Use your own hands to carve out a path, and I will watch carefully. These were the words Shisui entrusted to Itachi before his death. He placed all the hopes of his family on Uchiha Itachi. The other figure was his beloved younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. My foolish brother, if you want to kill me, then hate me, resent me, then live on in humiliation, keep running away, run away, as long as you can survive, and then when you have the same eyes as mine, come find me, only then will your life have meaning. Uchiha Itachi, I will never die before I kill you. Thinking back to what he had said to Sasuke on the night of the genocide, and the hateful expression on his brother's face, Itachi's mind recalled the time when he practiced ninjutsu with Sasuke many years ago. Brother, come and play with me, forgive me Sasuke, maybe next time. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi stood up suddenly, he must not die here. At this moment, the strong desire to survive made Uchiha Itachi recall the Mangekyo Sharingan that Shisui entrusted to him. It houses the distinguished heavenly gods, an illusion that can put people into permanent hypnosis. Since his Sharingan was taken away by Orochimaru, he will use Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan to survive. Everything happened in a brief moment. The moment Uchiha Itachi looked up, the summoning technique formed with his hands had already taken effect, and a crow screamed and appeared in front of Itachi. Just when Tendo, Sasori and Konan were about to kill Uchiha Itachi, the black crow turned its head, and its other eye was actually a Mangekyo Sharingan that looked like a shuriken. Chapter 52 Distinguished Heavenly Gods. It was at this moment. Konan, Sasori and Tendo surrounded Uchiha Itachi from the left, center and right almost at the same time, and attacked Uchiha Itachi with various means. Boom! The next second, the attacks of the three people collided with each other, and a huge roar was heard. The ground, which had already collapsed due to the Shinra Tensei, trembled again, and a huge hole appeared. Solved? Tiandao stared at the dusty center. Make sure the corpse isn't damaged. Scorpion had a worried look on his face. The next moment, gaw, 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 the hoarse cries of crows were heard from the explosion, and then at least hundreds of crows flew out from the sea of fire. Hey, he actually has the ability to fight back. Nagato's face looked a little bad. Amir Uchiha Itachi had actually wasted so much of his time and exposed a lot of information. However, no matter how many tricks you have, it will be useless. Tiandao squinted his dead face and raised his right hand slightly, intending to use universal pull to gather all the crows in one place and kill them. A crow flew in front of Konan in the sky. Konan, who was waiting for Pain to make a move, frowned and gathered several paper shurikens around him, intending to deal with this ignorant bird. Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this possible? Konan's cold face turned pale for the first time, and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. The crow turned around in midair, and its other eye turned out to be a Mangekyo Sharingan. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. A strange scream came out of the crow's mouth, and then the Mangekyo in its eyes spun rapidly, and Konan, who was looking at it, was caught in the trap at this moment. The next second, the crow's eyes turned back into ordinary crow's eyes. Konan's eyes became confused, but became clear the next second. Advertisement. Universal pull. A black sphere lit up in Tiandao's right hand. Its huge gravitational force attracted all the crows in front of him, and then they were shattered by him. The few remaining crows in the air ran away as fast as they could. Tiandao turned around and glanced at Konan in midair. He was worried that something had happened to Konan after hearing the sharp crow's cry just now. However, Konan in midair looked very normal, which made Nagato breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the crows that were flying in all directions kept regrouping in the air and turned into the embarrassed Uchiha Itachi, falling heavily from the sky. Seeing this, Tendo, Sasori, and the calmed-down Orochimaru all moved towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi fell in a pool of blood. His black robe with red clouds had been torn to pieces by various attacks. Scars were visible all over his body. The two black eye sockets on his head were even more creepy. He looked very scary. Uchiha Itachi, that's enough for you. With an expressionless face, Tendo raised his hands, ready to use Shinra Tensei to end his life. Chief, no, don't destroy his body, I can use it. Seeing this, Scorpion of the Red Sand next to him hurriedly spoke up to stop Tendo. He knew the power of Shinra Tensei. If the leader used this trick, there would be nothing left of Uchiha Itachi's body. What would he use as a puppet? Hearing this, Tiandao paused. It would be a good thing for him to allow the organization members to improve their combat effectiveness, so he immediately stopped the technique that was about to be released and instead condensed a black stick in his right hand. Since the corpse cannot be destroyed, then use the black stick to kill Itachi, Tiandao thought to himself, and walked step by step towards Uchiha Itachi who was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Itachi, goodbye. Tendo raised the black stick in his hand high and was about to insert it into Uchiha Itachi's heart. Something strange happened. Paper God technique. When Conan's cold voice sounded, a shocking scene appeared. Such a large area of land was actually disguised by pieces of paper. There was a crack in the ground, and in the crack there was a large amount of paper mixed with a small amount of detonating talismans. Uchiha Itachi, who fell to the ground, was surrounded by a pile of paper in the first place, but now he has disappeared. The remaining Tendo, Sasori, and Orochimaru are surrounded by these detonating tags that can explode at any time. Orochimaru, who was still playing with the Sharingan in his hand, could no longer laugh at this time. He didn't want the Mangekyo he had just obtained to be destroyed by these detonating tags. Advertisement, Conan, what are you doing? The voice of heaven questioned loudly. In midair, Conan, who was in the state of paper god, did not answer him because she was already controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods. Originally, this area was disguised by Conan's secret technique in order to prevent Uchiha Itachi from escaping. But they didn't expect that this great gift specially prepared for Uchiha Itachi would fall on their own heads. She's been hit by an illusion. Orochimaru looked a little grim, wondering whether he should use the reverse summoning technique to protect the two Mangekyo Sharingan in his hands. How is that possible? Aren't both of Uchiha Itachi's eyes in your hands? What did he use to perform the illusion? Tiandao didn't believe it. It's Uchiha Shisui's eye. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling what happened back then. Shimura Danzo took one of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo, and the remaining one was probably given to Uchiha Itachi by Shisui. Tiandao looked unhappy. Orochimaru had not told him such important information in advance, causing them to fall into the trap without any preparation. Before he could question Orochimaru, the attack from Conan began. Burst! Conan shouted loudly, and as her hands moved, the detonating talismans disguised as terrain revealed their true forms. The three people not far away couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Orochimaru had already stuffed Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan into the belly of the little snake that summoning had just arrived. As for him, he was not afraid at all, because he had many ways to save his life. Even if he lost the container of the crystal-style bloodline, it was still a great gain for him. And Tendao is just a puppet. Even if he dies here, it won't have much impact on Nagato, but this is the body of Nagato's best friend Yahiko. If possible, he definitely doesn't want Yahiko's body to be damaged. Moreover, as the core of the six paths, it is not so easy to find the candidate for Tendao. It is Scorpion among the three who will actually die from this move. Even though he has transformed himself into a human puppet, he cannot survive under the attack of so many detonating talismans. Chief, can you kill her and interrupt this ninjutsu? Scorpion scolded. No, Tiandao immediately rebuked Shay, but his expression soon dimmed. Once this move is launched, it will not stop unless Conan takes the initiative to stop it. Hearing this, Orochimaru was ready to run away. Sasori controlled the third cage to release a large amount of iron sand in an attempt to defend. Tendo stopped all actions, and Nagato seemed to be talking to someone. Soon, the three of them regained their composure. The space was distorted, and a figure wearing a spiral mask emerged from the black Uzumaki. Chapter 53. Escape. Obito and Zetsu also knew about and agreed to the siege of Uchiha Itachi. Senju Tobirama defeated Sanagakure at lightning speed and seized the one-tailed Jinchuriki of San Shinobi, which had caused Obito to feel a sense of crisis. He wondered if Senju Tobirama also had the ambition to control all the tailed beasts in his hands. It happened that at this time Orochimaru took the initiative to contact Akatsuki and proposed to use Impure World Reincarnation to help suppress Konoha, which was at its peak at the moment. After discussing with Zetsu and Nagato, they all agreed to use Uchiha Itachi as a bargaining chip in exchange for the Impure World Reincarnation power in Orochimaru's hands. Unexpectedly, the Shisui Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's hand actually controlled Conan, putting the three of them in crisis. This is something Obito doesn't want to see. The plan has not yet been put into action, and Akatsuki must not lose its manpower now. If something happens to these people here, Obito's plan will be delayed for a long time. If Orochimaru died here, what would he use to compete with Senju Tobirama? Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God alone had caused him to taste defeat during the Nine Tails Rebellion. He didn't want to try whether the founder of this Flying Thunder God would be more difficult to deal with than Minato. And Tendao Pain is the key point in Pain's six paths and the best tool to deal with Nine Tails. He cannot be lost here. As for Scorpion and Conan, it doesn't matter. With so many thoughts flashing through his mind, Obito's figure twisted and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the space around Orochimaru, Tendo, and Sasori was distorted. Uchiha Obito stepped out. Hooligan! Scorpion heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the intern in the organization. Even though this intern did not show any real strength, he had a mysterious space-time ninjutsu that could at least prevent them from dying here. Seeing the three Tomo Sharingan under Obito's mask, Orochimaru's face changed, and his heart was stirred. Who is this masked man? Why does he have a Sharingan? Could he be a remnant of the Uchiha clan? There was no time to think too much, as the explosion of the detonating tag was about to affect them, so Obito immediately activated Kamui and sucked the three of them into the Kamui space. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions sounded where they disappeared. In broad daylight, the area within a few thousand meters was covered by flames. Advertisement: the explosion lasted for several minutes, and all visible objects disappeared under the outpouring of energy. When it was all over, the cliff that was once a waterfall turned directly into a basin. Hundreds of kilometers away, the civilians of TNG country were experiencing a dream. How could an explosion happen in broad daylight? In Kamui's space, Orochimaru curiously observed this strange space composed of irregular cubes, and exclaimed in amazement. Scorpion checked his third case cage puppet to see if it was damaged in the previous battle. As for Tien Dao, he lowered his head slightly. Uchiha Itachi escapes. Pain 6 paths, Sasori, Konan, and Orochimaru attacked together, and with the death trap set up in advance, Uchiha Itachi actually escaped under such multiple ambushes. However, this is not the point. The Sharingan promised to Orochimaru has been obtained, and the cooperation is essentially successful. But now, Konan is controlled by Uchiha Itachi's illusion. Thinking of this, Tien Dao immediately looked at Uchiha Obito. Afei, Konan is being controlled by Uchiha Itachi using Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you have a solution? Hearing this, Uchiha Obito was stunned, and his expression hidden under the mask turned ugly. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Shisui's eye technique is Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Obito had been planning in Konoha for a long time, and had acted together with Uchiha Itachi on the night of the genocide, so he was quite aware of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo abilities. Distinguished Heavenly Gods? What kind of illusion is this? Can it wake Konan up? Nagato frowned slightly. It's difficult. Distinguished Heavenly Gods is known as the most powerful illusion, which can permanently and completely change a person's thoughts and will without the person knowing. If Konan is controlled by this trick, then I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, the Sharingan beneath the mask revealed a cold light, and anyone with a discerning eye could see what he was thinking. I will never allow anyone to attack Konan. Tendao's figure blocked Obito's way, with an unfriendly look on his face. Well, maybe Uchiha Itachi can't fully activate the Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Maybe he can only control Konan for a while. Advertisement: we can subdue Konan first and use sealing techniques to seal the chakra in her body. Maybe she will be able to get rid of her control after some time. Obito didn't want to be at odds with Nagato yet, so seeing his firm attitude, he suggested a compromise. Tendo was silent for a while, then nodded to Obito. After getting the answer, Obito's body twisted and disappeared into the Kamui space. He reappeared at the same place a moment later, but with Konan in his hands, who was in a coma. Tien Dao condensed several black rods in his hands and inserted them into Konan's body. After Konan's problem was solved, Orochimaru, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help but speak. I want to know, who are you? As far as I know, there are no Uchiha members in the Uchiha clan except Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. I wonder, how did you get your Sharingan? Obito's Sharingan, which was exposed outside the mask, glared at Orochimaru and said coldly. I don't have an identity. You just need to know that the Akatsuki organization was established by Pain and I. Hearing this, the Red Sand Scorpion who was repairing the puppet was stunned and thought to himself, this guy, is his intern identity fake? I agree to your deal with Pain. Now, Orochimaru, you have obtained Itachi's Sharingan. When Akatsuki needs your power, you must serve the organization. Orochimaru licked his lips, no longer bothered by the identity of the masked man, and nodded. I can't find too many bodies of those strong men by myself. The organization will help you. With that, Obito's Sharingan looked towards Orochimaru, and after a twist, Orochimaru was teleported out of the Kamui space. Pen, Uchiha Itachi can't stay, he knows too many secrets of the organization. Hearing this, Nagato, who was outside, thought for a moment and said, I will have members of the organization search for Uchiha Itachi, find him, and kill him. After receiving the answer, Obito waved his hand, and the figures of Scorpion and Tendo were also teleported out. All members of Akatsuki were given a new mission to search for Uchiha Itachi on the border between the Land of Rice and the Land of Fire and kill him. The Akatsuki members who received the order had different expressions and some were confused. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi had also betrayed the organization? Mr. Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was on a mission, showed a rare look of worry. Chapter 54 Rescue Konoha's war with the Sand Shinobi has come to an end. After returning from a great victory, Konoha entered a period of prosperity. The whole village was thriving and villagers passing by on the road could be seen everywhere with happy smiles on their faces. One-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara had long been released from imprisonment by Senju Tobirama, who placed him into a team with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to deepen the bond between the three. As for how these three people will grow after deviating from the development path of the original work, that is not something Senju Tobirama can interfere with. Senju Tobirama sat idle in the Hokage's office, seemingly thinking about the list of reports on Konoha's big and small things in his hand, but in fact his mind had already wandered away. What should I do next, to destroy the Akatsuki organization? Or should we kidnap 2 more Jinchuriki and bring them back to the village? Shaking his head, Senju Tobirama temporarily stopped this idea. Seizing the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Shinobi could be considered a revenge for the Sand Shinobi's attack on Konoha. If he were to rob the Jinchuriki of other villages, it would almost be writing his goal of collecting the tailed beasts openly on his forehead. Not to mention that each village has already been prepared. If he really takes action, it will definitely arouse the hostility of all ninja villages, thus triggering the Fourth Ninja World War. The Akatsuki organization will definitely realize that Senju Tobirama is contrary to their plan, and may attack Konoha in secret. If we adopt air combat tactics in wars against other villages, we will definitely not achieve such good results as this time. After the end of this war, other ninja villages had already obtained intelligence. Although they were surprised that Konoha had flying ninjas, they were not without ways to fight back. Cloud Shinobi is located in the Land of Thunder, where there are thunderstorms all year round, and flying at high altitudes will definitely result in being struck by lightning. The Mist Shinobi ninja has the Grandmaster Mist Shinobi technique, which allows them to create a mass mist on the battlefield, making it impossible to even see the target. Not to mention the Rock Shinobi. Tsuchikage Onoki himself can fly, and he also has the bloodline eliminating dust release, which can be regarded as a killer of miscellaneous soldiers. It can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack against this group of star ninjas with low strength. The war against the Sand Shinobi, with the opportunity of Konoha's collapse, can be regarded as a just war. As for other ninja villages, it is a clear invasion, which will inevitably make the Konoha Shinobi less motivated to fight. Besides, with Konoha's current strength, it is not possible to fight 1 against 3. Unless he personally takes action. Not to mention, if Senju Tobirama personally takes action, the other villages really don't have any particularly good counterattack methods. With his immortal body and the high mobility of the Flying Thunder God, he can even bring Jinchuriki to sneak into the enemy village and launch a tailed beast bomb, and then leave in style. But let's not talk about the fact that Uzumaki, Naruto and Gaara are currently unable to perfectly let go of their prejudices against the tailed beasts. Now as long as Senju Tobirama leaves the village, Akatsuki hiding in the dark will definitely take action. Advertisement, Hokage-sama. Arrangements have been made for the delivery of supplies to the village following the Sand Shinobi's surrender. Please review them. At this time, Nara Shikaku walked into the office and handed over a stack of reports. Senju Tobirama took it, glanced at it briefly, and nodded. No problem. By the way, Shikaku, the entire village of the Star Clan has joined Konoha, and they made a great contribution in the war with the Sand Shinobi, so let's find a better piece of land for the clan land allocated to them. Understood. Nara Shikaku nodded, but did not go to make arrangements immediately. Instead, he looked at Senju Tobirama with a strange expression. What? Is there something on my face? Senju Tobirama saw his strange expression and reached out to touch his cheek, but he only felt coldness and cracks. That's not the case, Hokage-sama. Just now, our border ninjas sent us news that the rebel ninja Uchiha Itachi appeared at the border of Tien Kingdom, but his condition is not very good. There are also several people wearing black robes with red clouds chasing him. They are suspected to be the Akatsuki, who has become famous in the black market recently. Based on what Nara Shikaku knew in the performance of Senju Tobirama's disciples, he could almost conclude that the second Hokage was not so friendly towards the Uchiha clan. It was said that it was Senju Tobirama who decided to let the Uchiha clan take charge of Konoha's security. Only a proud family like the Uchiha would do such a thankless and offensive job. Facts have also proved that after the demise of the Uchiha clan, there were not even a few people in Konoha who were sad, which shows how unpopular the Uchiha clan was. As for Uchiha Itachi, after Danzo's evil deeds were made public by Senju Tobirama, everyone knew that he had his reasons for exterminating his clan. However, since the older generation of Konoha's rulers were either dead or imprisoned, the only people who knew that he was an undercover agent were Senju Tobirama and the confined Sarutobi Hiruzen. After saying this, Nara Shikaku quietly observed Senju Tobirama's expression, trying to see a different expression on his face. To his disappointment, Senju Tobirama did not react after hearing this, but fell into deep thought. Uchiha Itachi is being hunted by Akatsuki. He wondered if the intelligence was wrong, as it completely messed up the plot in his mind. But on second thought, he had even resurrected Senju Tobirama and led Konoha to defeat the Sand Shinobi and seize the Jinchuriki. It seemed not unacceptable that Uchiha Itachi's identity was exposed and he was ordered to be hunted down by Nagato. However, since people from the Akatsuki organization appeared at the border of the Land of Rice, not far from the territory of the Land of Fire, he, as the Hokage, could not ignore it. In addition, although it is a bit difficult to accept Itachi's extreme way of exterminating the entire Uchiha clan, let alone, this matter is actually related to Senju Tobirama's predecessor. It was under the influence of Senju Tobirama that Shimura Danzo had such a big prejudice against the Uchiha clan, and was afraid that he could not exterminate the clan. Advertisement all in all, Itachi's heart is still on the side of the village, and he was originally an undercover agent sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Akatsuki organization. Rescue is necessary. There is a severe shortage of cage-level combat power in Konoha village. Allowing Uchiha Itachi to reintegrate into Konoha will also be a good thing for enhancing Konoha's combat power. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama stood up and said to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, I'm going to go out for a while and see what's going on with Uchiha Itachi and this Akatsuki organization. Before he could say anything more, a blue light flashed and Senju Tobirama disappeared in the office. Nara Shikaku stood there in a daze, then sighed helplessly. Hokage-sama is really something, he does whatever he thinks of. Fire country border in a lush jungle, a figure emerged from a pile of weeds. It was Uchiha Itachi who had lost both eyes. Standing on his shoulder was a crow with black feathers, acting as his eyes to guide him. Uchiha Itachi was now in the most miserable moment of his life. There was not a single part of his body without scars, and the clothes on his body were like pieces of rags, merely covering his body. There was no more blood seeping from his dark eye sockets, as the blood had already drained away, and his pale complexion rivaled that of Orochimaru. Although he couldn't see the road, the moisture in the air and the nearby terrain let Uchiha Itachi know that he had arrived in the land of fire. Itachi didn't want to come to this place. He didn't know how to face Konoha and his brother in this state. But after being chased by Akatsuki members all the way, he returned to his hometown without realizing it, and Itachi sighed slightly. Following the sound of flowing water, Itachi found a stream, carefully scooped up a handful of water with both hands, and poured it into his already parched throat. The crow on his shoulder was already exhausted, and it also dived into the stream and drank heavily. And on the other side of the stream, which Itachi did not notice, a figure emerged from a big tree. The black and white figure shrouded in the pitcher plant let out a strange laugh. Chapter 55. Uchiha Itachi is about to die. He. Nagato has been informed of Itachi's location, so let's wait and see a good show from now on. The black side of the pitcher plant revealed an evil smile. Wow, Black Zetsu, your smile is so evil. You make us look like some big bad guys. The white one complained. Just shut up. After a slight movement, Ju's figure slowly sank into the ground. After taking a short rest, Uchiha Itachi took the crow beside him and went into the woods. Time passes by every second. Uchiha Itachi, who was on his way, suddenly stopped, and the crow on his shoulder let out a vigilant scream. Fire-style great fireball technique. A fireball that was significantly smaller than before burst out of Itachi's mouth. The fireball emitted a scorching heat, burning a clearing in the woods dozens of meters away. Boom. After a violent explosion, 5 figures jumped out from the sea of fire. Along with the human figure, there were also overwhelming shurikens, kunai and various hidden weapons. Although he couldn't see the enemy's attacks, Uchiha Itachi's long-honed combat instincts and experience made his ears particularly sensitive, allowing him to dodge the continuous attacks. Hey, I told you, Itachi's intuition is very sharp. Why set up an ambush? Why don't we just use our ultimate moves together? A cynical and playful voice came out. It was Hidan. At the same time, behind Hidan, the other people also revealed their true identities. Tendo, Sasori, Kakuzu, Deidara. It can be said that most of the members of Akatsuki organization are gathered here, and they only have to deal with Uchiha Itachi. The familiar chakra made Uchiha Itachi's heart tremble, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. So many people came to kill him. Was it just to prevent him from passing the information back to Konoha? Kisame didn't come because he was unwilling to attack me, his former companion. Or was Pain worried that he would show mercy to me? After sensing everyone's chakra aura, Uchiha Itachi did not notice Hoshigaki Kisame. During the analysis process, the members of the Akatsuki organization who came to surround and kill Uchiha Itachi had already blocked his retreat. Advertisement. Itachi, I let you escape last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. I will make your corpse into a human puppet that is more worthy of collection than the third cage. The teasing voice of Scorpion of the Red Sand came over. His shell, the amber, was completely destroyed last time. After returning, Scorpion completely abandoned this shell with low defense power and instead put on a layer of iron armor made of fine steel on his body, which looked particularly eye-catching. His companion Deidara was shocked when he saw Scorpion's true form. He didn't expect that the face under Scorpion's shell looked younger than him. Scorpion, Itachi's body is yours, but his heart must be left to me. The heart of such a strong man will surely help me to go further. Kakuzu's face was filled with passion. This was the heart of a cage-level warrior. It was much stronger than his current heart, which was only at the highest level of an elite jonin. Such a high-quality sacrifice is offered to the evil god. He will definitely be very satisfied. Hidan could barely conceal the arrogance on his face. He pulled out the scythe behind him and swung it fiercely. I don't have any purpose, but Uchiha Itachi, I told you, I will definitely give you a taste of art. Deidara reached out and pulled out a handful of clay and fed it into his mouth, preparing for his explosion. It's terrifying that the colleague from Akatsuki who was discussing together a few days ago has now become Itachi's killer. This is troublesome. Itachi's body was slightly crawling, with a distorted expression, as if he was experiencing great pain. What's wrong with him? The next moment, a red chakra burst out from his body. A red skeleton frame wraps around Uchiha Itachi's body. Susanoo. Why was Uchiha Itachi still able to open Susanoo after he lost the Mangekyo Sharingan? It's simple, because Susanoo's requirements for Hitomi are not that demanding. As long as one has once activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, one can use this divine power, but without the Sharingan, Susanoo's consumption of chakra and body will be more severe, and Uchiha Itachi relied entirely on his strong belief in Sasuke and Konoha to allow him to activate Susanoo. Itachi's body was shaking, and his already weak body suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Even though he had tried his best, Susanoo could only maintain its second form, which was a red skeleton and part of muscle tissue. With so many Akatsuki members coming to surround and kill him, he must try his best from the beginning. As soon as Susanoo's skeleton appeared, the huge skeletal hand immediately grabbed the red sand scorpion. A roar erupted in the air. The scorpion's body trembled slightly, and a steel rope stretched out from its chest. It shot out at the fastest speed and grabbed a big tree, narrowly avoiding Susanoo's attack. Superior. The Tiandao in front issued an order. Fire style head hard work. Advertisement. Wind style suppression. The earth grudge monster that split from Kakuzu's body spewed out strong wind and raging fire from its mouth, forming a powerful compound ninjutsu. C1. Hundreds of clay spiders were thrown out by Deidara. Sand and iron rain. Countless tiny particles of sand and iron gathered around the third cage released by Scorpion, moving so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. These attacks covered Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo without any blind spots. In an instant, every bone around Susanoo's body exploded violently. Susanoo, summoned by Uchiha Itachi with all his willpower, couldn't even last 10 seconds and was shattered inch by inch under this huge attack. Inside, Uchiha Itachi's figure was exposed for everyone to see. Itachi, show me the art of explosion. Deidara threw out 3 clay birds and blasted them hard at Uchiha Itachi. Deidara, you idiot, don't blow his heart out. Seeing Deidara throwing explosive clay, Kakuzu, who was not far away, started cursing. Scorpion on the side also looked at Deidara with a strange look. They shouldn't explode into ashes, right? Deidara looked at the 3 clay birds and touched his head. But as he was shocked, Itachi's body turned into a ball of smoke. Shadow clone. Everyone's eyes fixed. Was it the shadow clone that was created the moment Susanoo was shattered? There. Hidan, who was not doing anything at the side, suddenly noticed Uchiha Itachi, who had just poked his head out of the stream. Ha ha ha. Let me, Hidan, offer this sacrifice to the evil god. Dragging the huge bloody march sickle in his hand, Hidan showed a crazy smile on his face and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi at an extremely fast speed. Uchiha Itachi, go to hell. Hidan swung the huge sickle in his hand towards Uchiha Itachi's head in the water. Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to die, Hidan's eyes caught a glimpse of a kunai flying towards him. There are strange spells engraved on the kunai. Who is it? Chapter 56 Hokage to the rescue. Hidan, who was about to chop off Uchiha Itachi's head, was kicked by a figure that suddenly appeared in front of him and was kicked hundreds of meters away. Hidan's body was like being bombarded, and he crashed into dozens of trees before coming to a stop due to the resistance. How dare you be so disrespectful to Master Hidan? Who is it? The Akatsuki robe on his body was almost torn into rags under the strong force, but Hidan, who had an immortal body, did not suffer any fatal injuries. He only broke a few ribs. He fell under a tree, spitting blood and cursing. He is. Kakuzu felt something was wrong. Who? Tiandao scolded. Damn it, Hidan was just about to kill Uchiha Itachi here, and no information about Akatsuki would be leaked out. But unexpectedly, someone would come to save Uchiha Itachi at this critical moment. When he thought about the secret of Pain's 6 paths being known by Uchiha Itachi and Konan being controlled by Uchiha Itachi, Tendu's expression was full of hostility. No matter who it is, they will face Nagato's wrath. However, when they saw the man's figure clearly, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. A blue Sengoku armor, white fur on both shoulders, and the unique Konoha forehead protector on the face, it is Konoha's second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It's him, the second Hokage. Kakuzu's mouth under the mask could no longer be closed, and surprise was almost written on his face. A memory that had been buried in his mind for a long time came to his mind. You naturally evil Tokigakure assassin, I will eliminate you with my own hands right now. Wait, Tobirama, it's not easy for a small country ninja village to train such an elite jonin. Besides, I'm fine here, so let him go back to the village. There is no need to say much about what happened afterwards. Kakuzu returned to Tokigakure and killed a number of high-ranking officials in the village and seized the earthly blade. He has survived to this day by relying on the earthly blade's ability to seize hearts. But until now, even though he is over 90 years old, there is still an indelible shadow in his heart. The battle with the god of ninja was just a wood clone of Senju Hashirama, and Senju Hashirama had no intention of killing him. But after he was defeated, Kakuzu never forgot the momentum of Senju Tobirama to kill him. That was the first time that the young man felt the oppression from a cage-level strongman. Seeing Senju Tobirama again after so many years, Kakuzu couldn't help but shudder, and a trace of retreat began to arise in his heart. With the sound of footsteps, the water on both sides of the stream automatically separated into a path, and Senju Tobirama walked out of it. The rebel ninja organization entered our land of fire without permission and hunted down the remnants of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Did you ask me? Senju Tobirama asked the strongest question in the calmest tone. Uchiha Itachi half fell in the barrier formed by the water, his face full of surprise. Advertisement. He never expected that at the last moment when he was about to die, it was second Hokage Senju Tobirama who came to save him. Moreover, Senju Tobirama identified him as a remnant of the Uchiha clan, not a traitor. This made him feel surprised, but also gave him a sense of belonging. Senju Tobirama, are you trying to become an enemy of Akatsuki? After recovering from his shock, Tiandao walked up to all the members of Akatsuki and spoke coldly. An enemy, haha. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama twisted his lips and laughed mockingly. The next moment, Tobirama threw out dozens of kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God spell in an instant, and his figure disappeared from the spot like a flash of light. The incident happened in a flash. Even Nagato himself did not expect that Senju Tobirama would start a fight over a disagreement without even giving Nagato a chance to talk. Without time to think, Tiandao raised his hand in an instant and released the Shinra Tensai, which bounced away all objects around him. The powerful repulsive force deflected away all the flying thunder god kunai that flew towards him, but the other members of the Akatsuki organization did not have such an ninjutsu that could surround them without any blind spots. Senju Tobirama's figure was like a stream of blue light, switching back and forth between the kunai he threw. Flying Thunder God Slash. After just one encounter, the fire-attributed Earth Wrath summoned by Kakuzu was pierced through the heart by Flying Thunder God Slash. The next moment, Senju Tobirama instantly switched positions with the kunai above Kakuzu's head and slashed at the horrified Kakuzu. Earth Style. Earth Spear. At the critical moment, the Earth-attributed heart in his body started to work, and Kakuzu's arms hardened into black blocks. He raised his hands and protected his forehead. Bang, bang. The sword hit Kakuzu's arm, and a flash of fire burst out. The attack failed and Senju Tobirama disappeared from sight again in an instant. Watch out for those kunai. Destroy them. Tiandao roared, and a black sphere condensed in his hand. The next time Senju Tobirama attacked, he would immediately release Universal Pull to control it. Every member of the Akatsuki organization present was a well-known S-rank rebel ninja in their respective villages and was very experienced in combat. Without Pain saying anything, they knew that these kunai were the medium for Senju Tobirama to instantly transform. C1. Sand Iron Realm Method. Advertisement. Lightning Style Pseudo Dark. In an instant, all kinds of overwhelming ninjutsu covered the flight paths of these Flying Thunder God kunai. The next moment, Senju Tobirama appeared next to the Flying Thunder God kunai that was previously blown away by Shinra Tensai. The time is now. Under Nagato's control, Tiandao reached out and grabbed him fiercely at the fastest speed. Universal Pull. The terrifying suction force made Senju Tobirama pause, and he was immediately pulled towards the sky. The other Akatsuki members were also busy seeing this. They used all their best skills and rushed towards Senju Tobirama in an overwhelming manner. In midair, a smile appeared on Tobirama's lips. Without any resistance, Senju Tobirama was drowned in the massive attacks. Is it solved? Deidara breathed a sigh of relief. The second Hokage was really fast. Fortunately, the leader was here, so dealing with a Hokage was no problem. No. Disperse. The Rinnegan in Tendu's pupils trembled, as if he saw something extraordinary. Under the smoke, Senju Tobirama's chakra did not disappear, but was replaced by a large area of tree roots that seemed to have life. Wood-style the tree world is born. After reconstructing his body, Senju Tobirama put his hands together, and trees with extremely strong vitality rushed towards the Akatsuki organization like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was torn apart by the force of nature. In this place that was originally a dense jungle, the power of wood style was even stronger. Even without the integration of fairy chakra, its power was still quite amazing. Retreat quickly. Tendo Pain was blocked by this huge sea of trees. Nagato never expected that this second Hokage actually possessed wood-style bloodline, and it was to such a terrifying degree. For the convenience of ambush, Nagato only sent out Tendo Pain to kill Uchiha Itachi Nagato, and the other 5 were left in Rain Shinobi village. However, he did not expect to meet Senju Tobirama here, which made him unable to cope. Nagato is not a fool. He must be the one to intercept the wood style with such a large range. Otherwise, these people will have to stay here. Even if they can't resist it, they need to delay for some time. With the summoning technique of the animal path, the heaven path can retreat at any time. After receiving the instructions, Scorpion, Deidara, and Kakuzu hurriedly boarded the clay bird that Deidara had made. Below him, a loud shout came from Tiandao's mouth. Shinra Tensai. This Shinra Tensai is almost 80% as powerful as the one that destroyed Konoha in the original work. If it wants to be stronger, it will consume Nagato's lifespan before it can be released. This time, the strong repulsive force was almost condensed to the point where it could be seen even with the naked eye, and pale white light waves burst out from Tiandao's body. Chapter 57. Follow me back to Konoha. Shinra Tensai. The Rinnegan in Tendu's eyes emitted a dazzling purple light, like a judgment from the divine world. Boom. The sea of trees formed by the birth of the tree world collided with the almost materialized repulsive force and was torn into wood chips like a dead tree or rotten wood. But the vast sea of trees was almost endless. After the ones in front were shattered, the ones behind followed. In just a dozen seconds, Shinra Tensai's repulsive field lost its strength and was submerged in the crisscrossing tree roots like mud and rocks in the sea. Impossible, they actually blocked the Shinra Tensai. Tendao's body trembled. The move just now had consumed a lot of Nagato's energy, but he couldn't even block Senju Tobirama's wood-style secret technique. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama folded his arms and smiled. His current chakra amount was almost endless, and Nagato actually dared to fight against him, which was a bit unreasonable. There was no time to fight back. The vast sea of trees submerged him almost instantly after Tendo Pain entered a brief period of weakness. Hiss, it seems the leader was defeated by the Hokage. In midair, 3 people riding on the clay birds cautiously looked down. What they saw was that Tendo was nowhere to be found under Senju Tobirama's wood style. Hurry, hurry, Deidara, make your bird fly faster. Even Pain is no match for him, let's retreat first. The 2 green eyes above Kakuzu's mask almost showed panic on his face. Senju Tobirama actually used wood style. He was once crushed by the ninja god's wood clone, and now he almost dared not look directly at the figure of Senju Tobirama below. The leader should not be dead. Let's go back to the organization's base first. After a brief thought, Scorpion acted as the backbone among the 3. He heard Ah Fei's words in the Kamui space and knew that this person who looked like an intern was actually an important figure in the organization. If the leader encounters any crisis, this masked man Ah Fei will definitely take action. Even if he doesn't take action, the masked man will most likely take some action. Hearing Scorpion's words, Kakuzu at the back nodded vigorously. Upon hearing that, Deidara formed a seal with his hands, and the speed of the clay bird suddenly increased. The figures of the three people quickly disappeared into the clouds. But they seemed to have forgotten something. Back to Nagato. At the moment when Tiandao was about to be buried by Wood Style, he immediately controlled the animal path to release the summoning technique. At the critical moment, Tiandao was successfully summoned back to a safe place. Advertisement. Seeing this, Nagato's skinny face let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was full of doubts in his heart. Why did Senju Tobirama appear here? Could it be that someone leaked this plan? Besides Uchiha Itachi, there are spies in Akatsuki. Turning around and looking at Konan, who was still in a coma, Nagato felt a little powerless. He wanted to realize Yahiko's ideal of peace in the ninja world, but it seemed to be getting more and more difficult. When all Akatsuki members retreated, Senju Tobirama stopped the spread of Wood Style. The chakra of the heavenly path disappeared, and it seemed that it was rescued by the animal path using the summoning technique. Then I looked towards the vast sea of trees and saw a figure with only the upper half of his body left, who seemed to be shouting something. A*hole Senju Tobirama. A*hole Wood Style. A*hole Kakuzu. He ran away without me. A*hole Scorpion. A*hole Deidara. Hidan's upper body was pierced by several wooden spikes from the waist down, and his limbs were entangled by several vines. The only part of his body that could move was his head. Hidan had been lying here since he was kicked several hundred meters away by Senju Tobirama and had several ribs broken. Just when he was expecting the other three to avenge him, he didn't expect that the three of them actually ran away. Even the leader was killed by Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, don't you dare let me out. I want to show you the power of the evil god. Hidan continued to chatter as he watched Senju Tobirama gradually approach him. It's so noisy, be quiet for a while. He formed a sealing seal with his hands and slapped Hidan on the head. Soon Hidan was unable to utter a word, and he began to stammer and shake his head from side to side. At this time, heavy footsteps were heard behind Tobirama. Uchiha Itachi staggered to the front of Senju Tobirama. After sensing the weak chakra in Uchiha Itachi's body and the dark holes in his eye sockets, Senju Tobirama shook his head slightly. Hokage adult. Uchiha Itachi said hello faintly to Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama nodded and helped Uchiha Itachi, who wanted to thank him. After thinking for a moment, Tobirama said something surprising. Uchiha Itachi, are you willing to return to Konoha? Advertisement. Senju Tobirama's tone was very gentle, not at all as aggressive as before when facing the leader of Akatsuki, and he even had a slight smile on his face. Uchiha Itachi was surprised when he heard this. Return to Konoha. When Senju Tobirama recognized his status as a remnant of the Uchiha clan, he thought that Senju Tobirama knew the truth about his clan's extermination and his deal with the former high-ranking officials of Konoha, but he did not expect that Senju Tobirama would actually let him return to Konoha. Hearing these words, Itachi's heart trembled a little. But he didn't know how to face his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke with his current status. Why not tell the Hokage everything and see what his response is? Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi sat cross-legged and spoke to Senju Tobirama in front of him. Hokage-sama, you were resurrected during the Konoha collapse plan. Before that, a lot of things happened in the village. Uchiha Itachi recounts his experiences with the Uchiha clan and Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Shisui, as well as how he made a deal so that Sasuke would not be ostracized in the village. Senju Tobirama listened with great interest and nodded from time to time. Even though he knew the plot of the original work, knowing and experiencing it personally are two different things. Some of the details mentioned by Uchiha Itachi were not described in detail in the original work. Even he gained some inside information from it. The radicals in the Uchiha clan could not stand the constant suppression of their clan by the Konoha high-ups, and wanted to launch a coup to allow Uchiha Fugaku to become Hokage. However, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, is indecisive and not good at making decisions. He has neither made it clear whether he wants to launch a coup nor has he shown any intention of tolerating the situation. This leaves the entire Uchiha clan without a backbone to make decisions. Uchiha Shisui sees the situation within the clan and wants to change Fugaku's will through his Mangekyo Sharingan distinguished heavenly gods, so as to achieve peace between himself and the village. But Shisui's mistake was that he told the Konoha high-level officials about his distinguished heavenly god's eye technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried that Shisui would use the distinguished heavenly gods on him, and Shimura Danzo coveted the power of the distinguished heavenly gods and wanted to obtain it. After the two had a secret conversation, Shimura Danzo secretly took away one of Shisui's Mangekyo. Shisui's plan failed, and as a last resort, Uchiha Itachi informed Sarutobi Hiruzen on the eve of the Uchiha clan's coup and exterminated the Uchiha clan. He did this simply to create an opportunity for his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke to perfectly integrate into Konoha. Without the threat of Uchiha, the Konoha high-ups would no longer take action against the only remaining orphan Sasuke. Coupled with the hatred towards him, Sasuke's strength will become stronger step by step, and when he activates the Mangekyo Sharingan, he will be able to die peacefully and give his eyes to Sasuke. By then, Sasuke, who has activated the Eternal Eye, will sooner or later be able to bring the Uchiha clan back to its peak. After listening to Itachi's explanation, Senju Tobirama sighed deeply. He did not approve of Uchiha Itachi's actions. After all, Uchiha Sasuke was almost tortured into a madman after learning the truth, and wanted to destroy Konoha to avenge Uchiha Itachi. However, the fact that Uchiha Itachi could do this for Konoha made Senju Tobirama look at him deeply. But, Itachi, did you know that Sasuke later gave birth to a daughter? The Uchiha clan was almost extinct, so how could they return to the top? Hokage-sama, this is the truth. I did kill all the Uchiha and betrayed Konoha. Can a person like me return to Konoha? Itachi smiled bitterly and looked at Senju Tobirama with his empty eyes. Chapter 58 Convincing Uchiha Itachi. Why not? You can come back to the village anytime you want. I know what you are worried about. Shimura Danzo has been killed by me. His evil deeds are now known to everyone in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also been confined to his home, and I have purged all the corrupt senior officials. I can announce to Konoha the truth about your clan extermination and revoke your status as a traitor. If you want, you can also make your undercover identity as an Akatsuki member public. You will no longer be a traitor to Konoha, but a hero who endures humiliation. Senju Tobirama smiled and said that Uchiha Itachi's heart was with Konoha after all. Perhaps from the perspective of the Uchiha clan he is a complete traitor and an ungrateful person. But from Konoha's perspective, he really killed his own relatives for the sake of justice. The Uchiha clan has always been a paranoid clan. The former Senju Tobirama has studied their clan very thoroughly. To put it bluntly, every Uchiha has more or less some mental problems. The deeper the love, the stronger the hatred. If a coup really took place among such a group of people who either love or hate each other, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the Senju Tobirama Hokage, Uchiha Itachi did the right thing. As for whether your brother will accept you as his brother again, Itachi, you are too self-righteous. If you want Uchiha Sasuke to live a normal life, then you must first treat him as a younger brother who can communicate with you on an equal footing, instead of training him to be a tool that will only generate hatred towards you and Konoha. You can just tell Sasuke the whole truth. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was stunned, as if he had suddenly realized something. Yes, he was too self-righteous and always thought he had everything under control. He never considered Sasuke's wishes or his feelings. After figuring this out, Uchiha Itachi showed a look of guilt on his face, but soon, it turned into joy. At least he still had a chance to make amends. I understand, Master Hokage. Thank you for your teachings. I am willing to return to Konoha and contribute to the development of the village. Uchiha Itachi's respect for Senju Tobirama this time was genuine. If it weren't for the Hokage's words, he would probably only understand this truth when he died. Tobirama chuckled at Itachi's answer, but frowned when he saw the empty eyes of Uchiha Itachi. Your eyes. Seeing Senju Tobirama asking, Uchiha explained to him the whole story. It was Orochimaru. He might have made some deal with the leader of Akatsuki, using my eyes as a bargaining chip, so Pain and other Akatsuki members attacked me. My Sharingan has been taken away by Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi's voice was tinged with resignation. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't help but feel ashamed for not being able to protect his Sharingan. Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama was not surprised to hear the name. Advertisement. Ever since Orochimaru suffered a loss at the hands of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan illusion, his desire for the Sharingan has almost reached an obsession, and ordinary Sharingan is not even worth his attention. As for what strange research Orochimaru, who had already made achievements in science, would do after obtaining Itachi's Mangekyo, Senju Tobirama had no idea. Tobirama secretly became more wary of Orochimaru. Shisui's eye is on you. Yes. Although it was unknown why the Hokage asked this question, Uchiha Itachi quickly summoned a crow, and the black bird turned around, revealing its blood-red eyes. Without this eye, I would have died in their first ambush. Uchiha Itachi tells Senju Tobirama how he escaped after controlling Konan with the distinguished heavenly gods, but he was unable to fully activate Shisui's eye at the time, so it is estimated that the control over Konan has now been lifted. Senju Tobirama's expression flashed with surprise. Just from Uchiha Itachi's description he could understand how critical the situation was at that time. He didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi could actually escape. This made it even harder for him to conceal his joy at having convinced Uchiha Itachi to return to the village. After a moment's hesitation, Senju Tobirama made a few seals and opened a scroll, revealing a Sharingan in a glass bottle. This is Shisui's other eye. I found it from Danzo's body. Let the medical ninja replace it for you when we return to Konoha. It's not that Senju Tobirama was so generous that he could just give the Mangekyo Sharingan away, but there was no use for him to keep it. He doesn't even have a flesh and blood body now, so he can't live in peace. If he really waits for the day of resurrection, I think he will not look down on the Mangekyo Sharingan. The combat effectiveness of Uchiha Itachi who lost his eyes is undoubtedly greatly reduced, so giving him Shisui's eyes in exchange can maximize his value. What if Itachi was given an eternal Mangekyo? Of course, according to the original work, only blood relatives Mangekyo can be fused into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and this is just a little fantasy of Senju Tobirama. This, Uchiha Itachi took the glass bottle handed to him by Senju Tobirama blankly. Take them. These eyes need a suitable owner. I guess Uchiha Shisui entrusted his eyes to you before jumping off the cliff in the hope that you can continue to protect the village and the Uchiha clan with his eyes. Thinking of Shisui's appearance, Itachi nodded and accepted the eye. When we get back to Konoha, we'll arrange an eye replacement surgery for Itachi. Let's go back to the village. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama talks to Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi nodded solemnly. Just as Senju Tobirama was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, a voice came over. Woo, 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 woo. Hidan, who was entangled by vines, was struggling hard. He couldn't speak because of Senju Tobirama's sealing technique, and could only make whimpering sounds. I almost forgot about you. Patting his forehead, Senju Tobirama walked up to Hidan. Although this guy is not very strong, he is immortal, and he also has the death blood that can use the enemy's blood to cast a curse. It can be said that he has a very pervert ability, but his brain is not very good. If Itachi can still retain the ability of distinguished heavenly gods after transplanting Shisui's eyes, then he can try to control Hidan. If he gets Uchiha Obito's blood in the future, then. After searching for a while, Senju Tobirama found Hidan's lower body which was severed by the tree roots. Okay, now we can go back. After saying that, Senju Tobirama placed his left hand on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, holding the hopeless Hidan in his right hand. A blue light flashed, and the three figures disappeared. After everything calmed down, all that remains in this area are countless dense forests. The ground beneath his feet made a sound, and a figure in clear black and white emerged from it. Senju Tobirama rescued Itachi. Black Zetsu said with some surprise, if he was not mistaken, it was wood style. Wow, Itachi has got Shisui's eyes again. Should we call Orochimaru to snatch them again? White Zetsu said noisily. This is a bit troublesome. Let's go back and report to Obito first. This time, Black Zetsu did not rebuke White Zetsu for his remarks, but fell into deep thought. Soon, after a slight sound, the jungle returned to silence. Chapter 59 Eye Replacement. Inside the Hokage's office. Nara Shikaku, who was writing furiously, heard footsteps. He knew without thinking that it was the shopkeeper who came back. Without even raising his eyes, he said. My Hokage, you are finally back. However, Nara Shikaku, who felt something was wrong, raised his head and found that there was another person behind him along with Senju Tobirama. Who is this? Uchiha Itachi's appearance at this moment is a little difficult to identify. The iconic Sharingan in his eyes is gone, and his clothes are tattered. If you are not familiar with him, you may not be able to recognize him. He is Uchiha Itachi, and he has now returned to Konoha. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly. Shikaku, you already know the truth about the demise of the Uchiha clan. Nara nodded. After becoming the assistant to the Hokage, he already knew some of the dirty tricks between the previous Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Itachi is actually an undercover agent planted by Sarutobi in the Akatsuki organization, which is why he is being hunted by the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru has now teamed up with the Akatsuki organization and has taken Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Shikaku, have the Anbu of Kakashi and your root keep an eye on Orochimaru's whereabouts. I'm worried about what he might do now that he has Itachi's eye. Orochimaru stole the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. This news made Nara Shikaku feel like he was struck by lightning, and he nodded silently. The mark of the Flying Thunder God that Senju Tobirama left on Orochimaru can no longer be felt by Tobirama, so it seems that he has replaced his body with a new one. This made Senju Tobirama regret not being able to keep Orochimaru. He was so careless that he forgot that Orochimaru had the living corpse reincarnation that could directly remove the Flying Thunder God mark. Shikaku, take Uchiha Itachi to the Konoha hospital later. I will personally perform an eye replacement surgery on him and treat his injuries. Once Itachi recovers, let him enter Anbu. Senju Tobirama said lightly. Eye replacement surgery. Nara Shikaku was a little surprised. Where did the eyes for Uchiha Itachi to replace come from? It's Shisui's. Uchiha Shisui gave one eye to Itachi before committing suicide. The other was found after Shimura Danzo was killed by me. It has now been given to Itachi. Advertisement. Seeing Nara Shikaku's doubts, Senju Tobirama explained. Okay. Nara Shikaku was stunned after learning another secret. These things between the high-ranking officials of Konoha were really. By the way, this is Hidan from the Akatsuki organization. Senju Tobirama was holding the struggling upper body of Hidan in his hands, which looked very funny. I captured this man alive. He has a very strange condition. He is immortal and can curse and kill people by getting their blood. Don't try to sew up his wounds. Put him in Konoha's prison first and tell the guards to keep an eye on him. Ah, Nara Shikaku's face was filled with surprise. Immortal, and he could even curse. He felt that he had seen too many strange things today. First, Uchiha Itachi returned to Konoha, then Shisui's Sharingan, and now there's an undead monster from the Akatsuki organization. Understood, Hokage-sama, I'll have someone keep a close watch on him. Nara Shikaku nodded solemnly. After sealing the chakra in Hidan's body and imprisoning him, they all went to the Konoha hospital. After using his privileges to prepare a separate operating room, Senju Tobirama is about to begin demonstrating his medical skills. If you ask him if he can do it, the answer is definitely no, but the former Senju Tobirama could. Senju Tobirama probably knows more about Sharingan than Uchiha himself. He must have done countless studies on eye changing. After searching his mind for a while, Senju Tobirama put on a white coat and medical gloves, looking like an experienced doctor. Uchiha Itachi, who was lying on the operating table, took out Uchiha Shisui's eyes from his body and handed them to Senju Tobirama, and the operation officially began. Senju Tobirama first controlled Chakra Scalpel to remove the necrotic optic nerve in Itachi's eye socket, and then used healing jutsu to heal the wound. After taking out the Sharingan from the glass bottle, he disinfected it and reconnected the optic nerves one by one. Nara Shikaku watched from the side and was amazed. He didn't expect that the Hokage was so good at medicine. Of course, if Itachi had Hashirama cells in his body, then the Sharingan could really be plug and play like a USB flash drive interface. After all, Hashirama cells are simply a rip-off. Half an hour later, Tobirama had successfully replaced Itachi's eyes. After performing healing jutsu to heal Itachi once again, Tobirama took off the mask on his face. Advertisement. How's it going? How do you feel? Senju Tobirama asked. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had performed surgery on someone else, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Very good. I can see it now. Uchiha Itachi on the operating table slowly opened his eyes. Except for some blurriness at the beginning, his vision became very clear. Shisui's eyes were much better than his own. After all, Shisui's Mangekyo pupil power was still sufficient. As for himself, since he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13, even though he has tried his best to minimize the consumption of pupil power in battle, he cannot withstand the accumulation over the long term. Can Mangekyo be activated? Senju Tobirama asked curiously. I'll give it a try. Uchiha Itachi nodded and began to move his 2 eyeballs. Soon, 2 shuriken-like patterns appeared in his eyeballs, but the style was somewhat different from Shisui's. As if combined with Itachi's Mangekyo, the pattern in the eyeball seemed to be a shuriken mixed with spirals. This is. Senju Tobirama was a little surprised. This situation was something he had not expected. Itachi evolved after transplanting Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Itachi was also confused. He felt the power resided in his eyes. Both were distinguished heavenly gods, but one was compulsory and permanent control, while the other was influencing people's thoughts and decisions subtly. And his own Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu could no longer be sensed. Hokage-sama, the power in my eyes is Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. I can no longer feel my own. After hearing Itachi's answer, Senju Tobirama was a little confused. Could it be that just the pattern in the eyes changed shape? But on second thought, the goal has been achieved, so I won't delve into it any further. He nodded slightly, but after glancing over Itachi's body, his brows furrowed. Uchiha Itachi's health is too poor, and he is suffering from a terminal illness that he doesn't know about. Unless Tsunade is here, there is really no way to help him. But Tsunade is away all year round and can't be found now. Well, Itachi, you should get used to your new eyes. If you need anything, you can ask Shikaku to solve it for you. I'll be leaving first. Yes. Ignoring the gloomy expression on Nara Shikaku's face, Tobirama flashed with a blue light and could no longer be found. Chapter 60 Orochimaru discovers the secret. Now, in an underground laboratory in Odonagaku village, Tiongwo country. Orochimaru lay quietly on a laboratory table, and Yakushi Kabuto was fiddling with his eyes with tweezers in his hand. After the last optic nerve was connected, Yakushi Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief and took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Following Orochimaru's rapid breathing, Yakushi Kabuto spoke softly. Master Orochimaru, the Sharingan has been replaced for you. I wonder if you will have a rejection reaction to the Sharingan since you already have the crystal-style bloodline. Are you being a little impatient in wanting to get the Sharingan so badly? Yakushi Kabuto's face was filled with worry. It was unprecedented in the history of the ninja world for a person to have 2 bloodline limits at the same time. Kabuto didn't know that Danzo had transplanted the Sharingan and would style. If it succeeds, then Orochimaru will be the first person. On the contrary, if it fails, the consequences will be disastrous, and no one knows what kind of rejection reaction the 2 bloodlines will produce. Orochimaru on the operating table did not answer Yakushi Kabuto's question. He raised his right hand, but his hand was shaking violently. Are you okay? Yakushi Kabuto hurried forward and helped Orochimaru up. It's okay, but something seems to be wrong. Orochimaru now felt that his body was very strange, but he couldn't describe the feeling. He just opened his eyelids slightly, revealing his eyes. 3 Magatama are spinning in the blood-red eyes. Successful. Suddenly, Yakushi Kabuto showed surprise on his face, and then asked. Master Orochimaru, can you try to convert the Sharingan to Mangekyo form? And is your crystal style still usable? Okay. Orochimaru nodded slightly, with a satisfied smile on his face. He was also very curious. Orochimaru immediately activated the eye power in the Sharingan, and the 3 Magatama spun wildly, finally forming a spiral Mangekyo. Success. Advertisement. Do couldn't wait to cheer. No, that's not right. Orochimaru did not look happy at all, but instead there was a hint of panic in his voice. Why? Why is Mangekyo's pupil power so weak? Orochimaru roared. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes not only lacked powerful power, but also made him almost blind. His eyes seemed to be covered with a thick black veil, and he couldn't even see Yakushi Kabuto clearly. Then Orochimaru seemed to understand something, and muttered, no wonder Uchiha Itachi has only maintained the Sharingan at 3 Magatama all year round, so that's why. Mangekyo's eye power was almost exhausted by Uchiha Itachi. Yakushi Kabuto on the side didn't understand what was going on and stared blankly at Orochimaru who was talking to himself. Wait, what if it's Hashirama cells? Can Hashirama cells replenish the Mangekyo Sharingan? Orochimaru suddenly thought of a point he had forgotten. He once transplanted an arm covered with Sharingan for Shimura Danzo, but people who were not from the Uchiha clan were simply unable to deactivate the Sharingan and had to endure huge consumption, Kakashi being a good example. But the Hashirama cells he transplanted into Danzo solved this problem perfectly, not only being able to control the Sharingan in one hand, but even being able to adapt to Shisui's Mangekyo. Hashirama cells can balance the power of Sharingan, so can they replenish Sharingan's eye power. When Orochimaru thought of this, he almost trembled all over and said hurriedly, Kabuto, go get me a copy of Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru had a lot of Hashirama cells. Almost all the bodies in the first Hokage's tomb were moved away by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, so there was no shortage of such things. After receiving the order, Yakushi Kabuto left in a hurry, and returned to Orochimaru quickly after a moment, with a syringe filled with white liquid in his hand. Taking back the syringe, Orochimaru injected the Hashirama cells into his body without any hesitation. Soon, the huge life force contained in it poured into his body, especially his eyes, which seemed to be wrapped in life energy, making Orochimaru very comfortable. The blurriness in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the black veil seemed to be lifted, and his eyes really regained their brightness. When Orochimaru activated the Mangekyo Sharingan again, a bloodline flowed from his right eye, and the black fire of Amaterasu burned wherever his sight reached. Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto was stunned. Orochimaru stared at Amaterasu's flames in a daze for a moment, and after a moment, a sinister smile came out of his mouth. He, as expected, Hashirama cells really can replenish the eye power consumed by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement. The long tongue in Orochimaru's mouth licked his lips hard, and he discovered a secret. Senju Hashirama. The cells of this first Hokage, who has no blood relationship with the Uchiha clan, can actually replenish the eye power of the Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan. There must be a huge secret hidden in this. Maybe, it has something to do with the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru himself was shocked by his own thoughts. Sage of Six Paths, a legendary existence. Could it be that the Uchiha and Senju clans were really related to the Sage of Six Paths? Putting aside the associations in his mind, Orochimaru felt the powerful force in his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he activated the crystal-style bloodline in his body, and the Mangekyo in his left eye also rotated rapidly. Soon, a crescent-shaped crystal blade formed on Orochimaru's left arm. It wasn't over yet, as his left eye's pupil technique was activated and black flames ignited on the crystal blade. Orochimaru moved his mind slightly, and the crystal blade on his arm shot out like a spring. Boom. The wall of the laboratory was directly shattered with a crack, and the fine steel structure inside was burned into nothingness by Amaterasu. Hiss. The lenses on the tip of Yakushi Kabuto's nose almost flashed white, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Orochimaru actually balanced the two bloodline limits in his body and combined them perfectly. Lord Orochimaru is so amazing. Yakushi Kabuto's face was filled with longing, and the admiration in his eyes was almost overflowing. Master Orochimaru, you succeeded. Not only did you solve the problem of the Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, but you also perfectly integrated the two bloodlines in your body. This is simply. Do wanted to say a few words of praise, but he didn't know what words could express his feelings at the moment. Orochimaru nodded, smiling all the time. Yeah, I didn't expect Hashirama cells to have this effect. Now, this vessel can be used almost forever. And my strength has probably caught up with the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, right? After saying that, Orochimaru shook his head again. Strength was not what he pursued, but possessing strong strength was also an indispensable part of his pursuit of immortality. Chapter 61 Tsunade. Konoha Village Gate. Ah, it's so boring. Xiao Tai, aren't you bored? Our village just won a battle, who would dare to mess with us? It's a waste of our talents to let us guard the gate. We should enter Anbu and serve the Hokage. This is what real men should do. Shenyu Izumo held his chin with one hand and said listlessly. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, an iron fist hit him hard on the head. Idiot. Guarding the gate is a very important task. We must always be vigilant and never let any suspicious people sneak into the village. The safety of Konoha village depends on us. Besides, you want to join Anbu even though you are like this. It's really laughable. Gang Ziti immediately acted like an experienced veteran and lectured Shen Yu Chu-yun. Xiao Tai, how could you be so cruel? Shen Yu Chu-yun held his head and squatted on the ground with his teeth bared. Humph, our village now has the second Hokage in charge, who dares to cause trouble in the village. Even though the big bump on his head was still painful, Shen Yu Chu-yun was not convinced. That being said, we still need to be vigilant. Gang Ziti shook his head slightly, then perked up his attention and glanced at the people coming and going at the entrance of Konoha village. The guarding job is long and boring, and the only way to pass the time is to watch the beauties coming and going. Oh my god, Xiao Tai, look. That's Senior Hong. Shen Yu Chu-yun, who was squatting on the ground, seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly grabbed Gang Ziti's trouser leg. Gang Ziti followed his gaze and saw a pretty figure in a red and black kimono slowly walking past the two of them. Wow, Senior Hong is dressed so beautifully. Shen Yu Chu-yun swallowed his saliva, and love almost appeared in his eyes. Tisk, forget it. Senior Hong is already taken. Do you want to be beaten by Brother Asuma? No, I dare not have such thoughts. Turning his head awkwardly, Kamiju Izumo stood up, retracted his gaze, and returned to the task of guarding the gate of Konoha. Advertisement. I don't know how much time had passed, but the sun was almost rising to the sky. Just when Shenyu Azuma was about to fall asleep, two beautiful women suddenly appeared in his sight. The one in front has blonde hair and brown eyes. She wears a green jacket and two low ponytails at the back of her head. Most importantly, her hair is too big. His whole body suddenly felt as if it had been electrocuted, and his eyes widened. Shizune, hurry up, I can't wait to see second grandpa. Tsunade-sama, it's all because you wanted to gamble again before leaving, causing us to be chased by a group of people for debt. Just as Shenyu Chuyun was watching intently, he heard the pleasant voices of two women. At the same time, Gang Ziti on the side also turned his head. That one seems to be. After searching through his childhood memories, Gang Ziti trembled all over and looked shocked. Lord Tsunade. Gang Ziti immediately put his legs together, stood straight, and shouted with a serious face. Kamijutsuki Izumo next to him also reacted at this time, and quickly perked up and greeted Tsunade together. Hearing the two people's shouts, Tsunade and Shizune behind him also walked towards them. Shouty and Izumo, long time no see, you've grown so big. Lord Tsunade, after all these years, you are still so young and beautiful. Komatsuki Izumo praised shyly. Oh ha 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 ha, you can talk. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately laughed like an alarm clock and patted Komatsuki Izumo's shoulder to express his appreciation. This blow almost made Kamijutsuki Izumo kneel on the ground. Lord Tsunade was too strong. Okay, no more small talk. I came back to Konoha just to see my second grandfather. See you another day. Tsunade felt better at the thought of meeting his resurrected second grandfather soon. He waved to the two of them with a smile on his face, and walked towards the village with Shizune beside him. Wow, I didn't expect that one of the Sanin, Lady Tsunade, would return to the village. The last time I saw her, I was still in the Jonin school. Komatsuki Izumo rubbed his shoulders and said in surprise. It should be to meet the Hokage. After all, Tsunade-sama is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Gang Ziti fell into deep thought. Advertisement. Now, there is the Hokage in charge of Konoha village, and Master Jiraiya has never left the village since he returned during the Konoha collapse plan, and Master Tsunade is back now as well. Doesn't this mean that Konoha now has 3 cage-level masters in the open? The door to the Hokage's office was pushed open with a clang. Second grandfather. As soon as Tsunade entered the door, she couldn't help shouting. Nara Shikaku, who was processing documents at his seat, raised his head, looking confused. Shikaku, why is it you? Tsunade didn't know what was going on at the moment. Wasn't it said that her second grandfather Senju Tobirama had been resurrected? Why was he nowhere to be seen? Shizune, who was following closely behind Tsunade, complained to Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, could you not knock on the door properly first? Then he turned around and saluted Nara Shikaku who was sitting on the seat. Shikaku-senpai, I'm sorry. Nara Shikaku waved to Shizune, indicating that it was nothing serious, then stood up and said to Tsunade helplessly. Master Tsunade, you are back. Hokage-sama should be in the hospital observing Uchiha Itachi now. You can see him if you go there now. Uchiha. Tsunade looked a little surprised to hear the last name. The Senju and the Uchiha have never gotten along, especially her second grandfather. Ever since she could remember, she had never seen Senju Tobirama treat the Uchiha clan in a nice manner. Master Tsunade, this is a long story. You can go to the hospital and see for yourself. I think the Hokage needs you right now. After saying that, Nara Shikaku called an Anbu ninja to lead the way for the two of them, while he buried himself in the documents on the dark table again. Uchiha Itachi. He silently said the name. Tsunade had heard of this man who wiped out the Uchiha clan. There was a lot of sighing at the beginning. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan who founded Konoha were actually expelled from Konoha. Fortunately, the Senju clan still had a branch in the capital of the Land of Fire, so they avoided the fate of extermination. This is why Tsunade has been reluctant to return to the village. Hemophobia is just an excuse. What really disgusts her about Konoha is the shameful power transactions among the top leaders, including her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without further daydreaming, Tsunade quickened her pace. She would be able to meet her second grandfather soon. The image of Senju Tobirama as a child seems to be right in front of me. Chapter 62 Meeting with Tsunade. When we arrived at the entrance of Konoha Hospital, the Anbu ninja who was leading the way paused and turned to salute Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, the Hokage-sama is in the leftmost ward on the second floor. I will not disturb you. Bye. Tsunade nodded, and the Anbu ninja disappeared in a few moments. Looking towards the gate of Konoha Hospital, for some reason, she, who had been looking forward to seeing her second grandfather, was now a little afraid to take a step. She was a little afraid to face her second grandfather. As a princess of the Senju clan, she failed to protect the Senju clan. Even her own brother Naoki died in the Second Ninja World War. She herself became depressed and suffered from hemophobia. She was addicted to gambling all day long, numbing herself by losing money and drinking. How could she have the face to meet her second grandfather who was the Hokage? Thinking of this, Tsunade's eyes turned slightly red. Shizune noticed Tsunade's abnormality, put down the little piglet in his arms, walked up to Tsunade and gave him a hug, whispering. Tsunade-sama, go meet the Hokage-sama. He is your second grandfather. As an elder, the Hokage-sama will surely be very happy to meet his junior. Hearing Shizune's comfort, Tsunade rubbed his eyes that seemed to be about to cry, gently pushed Shizune away, as if he had turned back into the heroic Sannin, and said heroically. Of course, why would I be afraid of meeting my second grandfather? After tidying up her messy long hair, Tsunade turned around and strode into the hospital gate. She murmured in a voice that Shizune couldn't hear, "Thank you, Shizune." Under the admiring gaze of a nurse, Tsunade walked into this special ward. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Tsunade still couldn't help but shed tears when he saw the back of the man wearing the Hokage's divine robe. Second grandfather, Senju Tobirama, who was originally asking about the health of Uchiha Itachi who was lying on the hospital bed, heard the door open and thought it was Nara Shikaku who wanted to see him. When he turned around, a pretty figure rushed into his arms. This is. Before he could react, the beautiful woman in his arms burst into tears. Advertisement. Tsunade cried, crying very heartbreakingly. In front of outsiders, she is the princess of the Senju clan, the only female among the Sannin, and the object of admiration of all female ninjas. But no matter how heroic or strong you appear in front of outsiders. In front of Senju Tobirama, she is just Senju Tobirama's granddaughter. She also has a feminine side. After seeing the identity of the visitor, Senju Tobirama remained silent for a long time. After a long while, Tobirama slowly hugged Tsunade and whispered. Welcome back, Shao Gang. Tsunade cried even louder, and she was crying for more than just the joy of seeing Senju Tobirama. The decline of the Senju clan and the death of her younger brother Naoki were all expressed in this cry. Shizune behind Tsunade did not disturb the warm moment of meeting between relatives and quietly closed the door of the ward. As for Uchiha Itachi lying on the hospital bed, he had already covered his face with the sheets. Perhaps, Sasuke would have had the same reaction when he saw him in the past. Wiping the snot and tears from his face, Tsunade slowly stood up and seemed to have recovered. Second grandpa, long time no see. Thousands of words gathered in my heart, but what came out of my mouth was just a simple greeting. Suna, are you okay? There were no extra words. Senju Tobirama also just expressed slight concern. Senju Tobirama used to be taciturn, and after his rebirth and integration into the new life, he was even more so. Only when facing his loved ones did he show this brief tenderness. Second grandpa, I'm fine. Don't underestimate me, I'm Tsunade from the Senju clan. Tsunade's tone was tinged with pride, like a child who wanted to prove himself in front of his elders, and after saying that, he raised his head proudly. Second grandpa, what's wrong with your body? Tsunade was a little confused. Second grandpa was resurrected, but this resurrection was different from what she imagined. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama's body had no temperature, his face was pale and bloodless, and there were several cracks on his body. It looked as if someone had cut it with a knife, and there was no expression in his pupils. He looks like a living dead. I invented Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru stole the trick and resurrected me and my brother together. Senju Tobirama told Tsunade in detail all the major and minor events that had occurred in Konoha during this period. Konoha's collapse plan, the war against the Sand Shinobi, saving Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade frowned after hearing this. She had a bad temper, and when she heard that Orochimaru had used the forbidden technique to revive Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, she was so angry that she smashed a big hole in the wall of the ward on the spot. Damn Orochimaru, he actually blasphemed the souls of my great-grandfather and second grandfather like this. I will skin him alive when I see him. Senju Tobirama waved his hand apologetically to the nurse in the next ward and said softly. Don't be angry, Shao Gang. I have sealed your uncle's body and his soul has returned to the Pure Land. What about you? Will you stay in Konoha forever? Tsunade's tone was filled with some expectation. She certainly hoped that her second grandfather could remain alive in the world so that she could always see him. Yes, the current situation in the ninja world is not optimistic. Konoha needs me to take charge. After receiving a positive answer from Senju Tobirama, Tsunade showed joy on his face. Suna, since you are back in the village, why don't you stay in Konoha from now on? Senju Tobirama inquired. There are too few available talents in Konoha now. If Tsunade can stay in Konoha, it will solve the urgent problem of Konoha's lack of high-end combat power. He won't have to worry about Konoha's future when he does things in the future. Second grandfather, if you want me to stay in Konoha, of course I am willing. Tsunade nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Now that her second grandfather was in charge of Konoha again, she would of course lend a hand to Tobirama. For no other reason than that Konoha is a ninja village founded by the great-grandfather Senju Hashirama himself, and Tsunade is willing to protect the dreams of his ancestors. However, the actions of four former Konoha high-ranking officials, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Udatane Kaharu, and Mitokado Homura, gradually extinguished her passion. The two sat opposite each other and talked about what had happened during this period. Upon learning of Shimura Danzo's death and Sarutobi Hiruzen being confined to his house, Tsunade couldn't help but clap his hands. After so many years of investigation, Tsunade has actually figured out why the two were secretly persecuting the Senju clan, but she can't change anything and can only drown her sorrows in alcohol. Now that one person has been killed and the other has been under house arrest, her years of resentment have been released, and now she just wants to have a drink to cheer. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was once her teacher, and the second grandfather did not kill him, but only confined him to house arrest. This may be the best ending for him. When Uchiha Itachi was feeling a little breathless and stuck his head out to breathe, Senju Tobirama remembered that he needed Tsunade's help with something. Chapter 63. The Almighty Hashirama Cell. Suna, can you tell what disease Uchiha Itachi has? Senju Tobirama then remembered that there was another person in the ward. Uchiha Itachi, who was lying nearby, poked his head out from under the covers. Is it Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade glanced at the patient in the bed. In her previous conversation with Senju Tobirama, she had learned the truth about the demise of the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan has reached an irreconcilable point. When my second grandfather was alive, he was only wary of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama himself actually treated the Uchiha clan equally. Even among his disciples and bodyguards there is Uchiha Kagami, a member of the Uchiha clan. However, Senju Tobirama's vigilance against the Uchiha clan was misunderstood by Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others as the Uchiha clan being a hidden danger to Konoha that must be eliminated. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, the signs of the Sharingan controlling Nine Tails' eyes only heightened Konoha's suspicion of Uchiha. Even without evidence, they were certain that Uchiha had the intention of rebelling. In order to avoid a war between the village and the clan, Uchiha Itachi chose to kill all the clan members himself. This was incomprehensible to Tsunade. If she were faced with a conflict between the Senju clan and the village, she would definitely choose the clan. After all, the original intention of establishing Konoha was to protect the descendants of each family from the suffering of war. But if you can't even protect your own family, what's the point of having a village? Although he doesn't understand, Tsunade respects Uchiha Itachi's choice. Maybe in his heart, the village is more important than his family. Nodding slightly, Tsunade looked towards Uchiha Itachi lying on the bed. After careful observation, Tsunade's expression became more and more surprised, and he said, "Hey, Uchiha kid, what the hell are you doing? This is clearly a symptom of a blood disease. How come you are using the Sharingan?" Tsunade's expression was a little serious. It's not like she hasn't treated bloodline diseases before, but this is the first time she has seen a patient like Uchiha Itachi who has overdrawn his bloodline limit to such an extent. Tsunade-sama, there is nothing we can do about it. Ahem, in an organization like Akatsuki that is made up of all kinds of dangerous traitors, the only way to survive is to always maintain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi explained silently. There were people coveting him in the Akatsuki organization. He had to be in top condition at all times and not show any signs of fatigue. Otherwise, not to mention the spying from within the organization, the difficult mercenary missions alone would be enough to kill him. Tsunade frowned, turned to Senju Tobirama and said, "Second grandfather, Uchiha Itachi's condition is not good. To put it bluntly, even if he stops using the Sharingan in the future, his lifespan will not exceed 5 years. Mangekyo Sharingan consumes pupil power. Where does pupil power come from? Pupil power is actually a special chakra emitted from the brain. Under the influence of this chakra, the shape of the eyes will change. Over-squeezing your pupil power is actually squeezing your brain. Once the brain is overstrained, the following symptoms will appear: staggering, dysmetria, mental disorder, and bipolar disorder. It seems that all Uchiha who have opened Mangekyo have these symptoms. In his situation, can he be saved?" Senju Tobirama asked. He didn't want Uchiha Itachi to die like this. After all, the other party was a dedicated member of Konoha. He was very powerful and listened to the Hokage. To be honest, it's hard. Uchiha Itachi's expression didn't change when he heard Tsunade's words. He was well aware of his own situation. To be honest, living for another 5 years was already beyond his expectations. In the last 5 years of his life, he was able to return to Konoha as a Konoha shinobi, and see Sasuke accompany him for another 5 years. He has no regrets. But there is a solution. After taking a slight breath, Tsunade said something that surprised Uchiha Itachi. "I can prepare a prescription to heal Uchiha Itachi, but it can only temporarily relieve his symptoms. If you want him to recover completely, I'm afraid only my great-grandfather's cells can help." Appeared. The almighty Hashirama cell. As early as when Tsunade said there was another way, Tobirama guessed that it should be Hashirama cells. Looking at the entire Hokage original, Hashirama cells are simply omnipotent. Not enough chakra. Get a shot of Hashirama cells. Want wood style. Get a shot of Hashirama cells. Sharingan is going blind. Get an injection of Hashirama cells. If Senju Hashirama were to be resurrected, I wonder how he would feel if he knew that his corpse had been played with by future generations. Advertisement. But this thing is not without side effects, especially for those who are not from the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru bred 60 wood-style larvae, and only Yamato survived. Moreover, this cell is alive and needs constant exercise to adapt to its strong vitality and phagocytic ability of its own cells. Itachi, are you willing to give it a try? Senju Tobirama inquired. He had no shortage of Hashirama cells, not to mention that he had done experiments on Senju Hashirama when he was alive and had left behind some. He had no idea how many copies he had found just from copying Shimura Danzo's root laboratory. This is very dangerous, and whether it can succeed is still unknown. Tsunade explained. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, I do. My life was saved by the Hokage. If I can survive and continue to serve the Hokage, I would be more than happy. Uchiha Itachi nodded decisively without any hesitation. Who would want to die when there is still hope of living? He also hopes to see Sasuke grow up, see Sasuke get married, and see Sasuke have children. Well, since the patient has no objection, then it's fine. Tsunade shook her shoulders to show that she didn't care. Take the medicine I prepared for you these few days to recuperate. I hope you can survive by then. Itachi's health is very poor, and it is unknown whether he can withstand the consuming power of Hashirama's cells. Tsunade will do his best to nurse him back to health. Okay, second grandpa, don't disturb the patient's rest, let's go out and walk around Konoha together. Having temporarily solved the problem of Uchiha Itachi, Tsunade turned around and looked at Senju Tobirama with a smile. When she was a child, she also acted like this to her second grandfather. Okay. Although he wanted to use Flying Thunder God to escape, Tobirama held back. With Senju Tobirama not so willing, Tsunade pushed and shoved him out of Konoha Hospital. Hee, Lady Tsunade's mood has improved. Picking up the little piglet Tuntun, Shizune chuckled and followed the two of them silently. Chapter 64 Obito in action. After accompanying Tsunade to tour almost all of Konoha, Senju Tobirama finally found an opportunity to leave and felt relieved. It was really tiring to accompany a woman shopping, especially when this woman was his granddaughter. He would rather fight Obito right now. He has appointed Tsunade as the director of Konoha Hospital and will be fully responsible for Konoha's medical institutions in the future. As for Tsunade's hemophobia, he cured it himself. She has hemophobia because whenever she sees blood, she will recall the scene of her first love, Kato Dan, dying in front of her. Now that she has gotten over this, she has naturally recovered. About 3 days later, Uchiha Itachi will be injected with Hashirama cells, and his life or death will depend entirely on his luck. Putting aside the trivial matters in his mind, Senju Tobirama planned to have a good rest for a few days. Since his reincarnation, he has not stopped for a moment. Even his immortal body could not withstand his efforts. He felt that his soul was a little weak. The land of fields, Otogakure village. Orochimaru, your eye transplant was successful. Uchiha Obito, wearing a yellow spiral mask, quietly entered Orochimaru's laboratory through Kamui. After seeing the Magatama in Orochimaru's eyes, he sounded a little surprised. Orochimaru, who was doing research, almost dropped the test tube in his hand when he heard the sudden question. As he reacted, his eyes instantly switched to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and black flames attached to the pink crystal blade stabbed forward. The place that was hit instantly became a death zone covered by crystals and Amaterasu fire. But, it's of no use. The masked man didn't even move, and all attacks seemed nothing to him. It was as if he didn't exist in this space, and all attacks passed through him like air. There was a glimmer of fear in Orochimaru's eyes. He thought he could be on par with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but he suffered a setback so soon. The masked man in front of him made him a little confused. Then the means to penetrate the attack, is it the ability of his Sharingan? Thinking silently in his heart, Orochimaru looked at the masked man's exposed Sharingan with a greedy look, and he felt that Uchiha Itachi's eyes were not so fragrant. Of course, I have perfectly combined the power of crystal style with the Sharingan. Even though he really wanted the masked man's eyes, Orochimaru didn't have the courage to take action. The other party was hiding too well, and he didn't know the masked man's strength. Obito looked at Orochimaru coldly. Damn rotten snake, if it weren't for you being a bit useful. He silently removed Orochimaru from the beautiful world of illusion in his heart, and said indifferently. Don't forget our cooperation. It won't be long before I need the power of Impure World Reincarnation in your hands. I will provide you with the bodies of the strong. Advertisement. Of course, I am trustworthy. I will never forget what I promised to Akatsuki. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue and said with a wicked smile. This action made Obito feel nauseous under the mask, and after a brief conversation, he didn't want to stay any longer and immediately went into the Kamui space. Watching the masked man enter the vortex-shaped alien space, a drop of cold sweat fell on Orochimaru's forehead. Is his Mangekyo ability a space-time ninjutsu? Not only can it create an extremely large alien space, but it also seems to be able to penetrate all attacks. After thinking about it carefully, Orochimaru became more fearful. If this move didn't have any weaknesses, who in the ninja world could be the opponent of this masked man? A mountain top, Uchiha Obito, who had just left, appeared in this dark and damp cave. What a disgusting rotten snake. As soon as he appeared, Obito couldn't help but curse. How is it? Did Orochimaru fuse Itachi's eyes? The pitcher plant figure next to him popped half of its head out of the ground. Yes, not only has he fused the Sharingan, he's also combined it with the crystal style. His current strength is probably on par with Pain's 6 paths. Obito's voice took on a hint of importance. That's amazing. White Zetsu with half of his head couldn't help but shout. That's not important. The most important thing now is for Nagato to start taking action. I suspect that Senju Tobirama is very likely aware of the existence of 10 tails. Uchiha Obito looked at Zetsu. Hearing this, Black Zetsu lost his composure and asked in surprise, how is this possible? I'm not sure, but this would explain why he took the Sand Shinobi's one tail as soon as he was resurrected. Unless, he knew something. Black Zetsu was slightly stunned, his mind spinning wildly. In order to resurrect his mother, he planned for 1,000 years and finally waited for Uchiha Madara to activate the Rinnegan. This plan will never be destroyed by anyone. We have to start taking action. No matter what, we have to catch at least one tailed beast. Even if Senju Tobirama gathers the other 8 tailed beasts, there is absolutely no way. Moreover, Only those with Rinnegan can summoning Gedo Statue, and he cannot fuse the tailed beasts. Obito took off the mask on his face, revealing his disfigured face. What are you going to do? Black Zetsu asked. Go inform Nagato and tell him to start the plan, starting with Iwagakure's 5 tails. Advertisement. Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato was manipulating Tendo Pain to feed medicine to Konan, who was lying on the bed. Konan has woken up and the Sharingan's control over her has been lifted, but Konan still suffered severe mental trauma and needs rest. Konan, Zetsu told me that Uchiha Madara wants to implement the plan. Nagato's voice was conveyed through Tiandao. He can't wait. Konan wondered as he wiped the medicine stains from the corner of his mouth. Senju Tobirama's resurrection must have made him anxious. However, this second Hokage is indeed very powerful. If the plan is not implemented, I am worried that something unexpected will happen. Nagato frowned slightly. Nagato, do we really have to do this? Konan's eyes flashed with helplessness. Konan, I promised Yahiko that I would realize his dream and make the ninja world free of war from now on. For this, we must do it. Nagato's voice was full of determination. Achieving peace in the ninja world was not only Yahiko's dream, but also his dream. Hearing this answer, Konan nodded silently. If it was a decision made by Nagato and Yahiko, she would always support it unconditionally. Nagato, keep an eye on Uchiha Madara. I feel he is very dangerous. Looking at Pain's back, Konan said finally. I will, Konan, you have a good rest, I'm going to gather the members of the organization. After leaving these words, Tendo Pain's figure slowly disappeared. Deidara, Sasori, and Kakuzu returned to Rain Shinobi Village and were about to go back to see if the leader was still alive. Damn it, he actually ran away so miserably in front of Senju Tobirama. I must let him see my ultimate art next time. Deidara said something harsh, then suddenly remembered something, turned to Kakuzu and said. Master Kakuzu, didn't you always say that you and first Hokage Senju Hashirama had fought before? Why did you run away when you saw his brother? Kakuzu behind him was stunned, his 2 green eyes narrowed slightly. How come he was brought to the forefront of the conversation? After holding it in for a long time, he finally uttered. That was a fight with Senju Hashirama's wood clone. After saying this, Kakuzu tried his best to control himself from looking at Deidara, who couldn't hold back his laughter, and suddenly thought, where is his partner? By the way, have we forgotten about Hidan? Scorpion next to Deidara spoke up. Forget it, he won't die anyway, we can just go and rescue him when the time comes. Kakuzu said calmly. The leader seems to be calling us. I was wondering, how could such a powerful person die at the hands of the Hokage? Deidara looked at the Akatsuki ring on his finger. Pain was calling them. Chapter 65 Steam Ninja Han. In the dark and damp cave. Several shadows appeared on several huge stone pillars one after another. Hoshigaki Kisame was the first to react, looking around at the members. Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, Zetsu, the leader and himself. Compared to the past, this cave, which they often used for meetings, seemed a little empty. Hidan and Konan didn't come. Hoshigaki Kisame narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the leader had led people to personally intercept and kill Itachi. But Lord Madara personally convinced Kisame at the time that in the future world without any falsehood, all the dead could be resurrected, and Itachi's sacrifice was necessary for the success of the beautiful new world. Therefore, Kisame acquiesced, on the condition that he would not do anything himself. But things seemed to fail, and Mr. Itachi was rescued by Konoha's second Hokage. Mr. Itachi, I hope you can live well, Kisame murmured. Kisame respects Uchiha Itachi very much, even though he is old enough to be Itachi's father. Itachi and he have the same painful past, but Itachi's thoughts are on a much higher level than his. Kisame is willing to be impressed by Itachi's personality. I'm afraid only Madara-sama can order him to leave Itachi-san to die without rescuing him. Looking at Pain standing at the highest point, a trace of sadness flashed in Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes. Soon, all the members of Akatsuki arrived. Tiandao glanced sideways, frowned, and asked, why didn't Hidan come? I forgot about it when we retreated, Kakuzu explained without any guilt. Seeing Senju Tobirama use Senju Hashirama's signature wood-style technique reminded him of not-so-good memories, and he had no time to care about Hidan, who was kicked away by Senju Tobirama. Forget it, let's ignore him for now. Tien Dao sighed, and then ordered. Now, the organization has accumulated enough funds, and Akatsuki's plan can begin the final stage. Ah, is it about collecting the tailed beasts? We've finally come to this. Deidara became excited. The combat supplies needed to organize the operation, including Scorpion's puppet tools, Deidara's detonating clay, and various weapon consumables, have almost been purchased. Kakuzu's 2 green eyes looked at Tiandao, who was in the lead. Very good, Ju, next you will report the Jinchuriki intelligence you have collected. Tiandao glanced at the pitcher plant that had been silent. After getting the hint, Zetsu spoke slowly. Han, the 5 tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, recently left Iwagakure. I found his trail outside the land of Earth. Now is the best time to capture him. Han's special armor can generate steam and is good at physical skills. After the report, everyone had different reactions. This guy, I heard he has a good relationship with the old man. Deidara lowered his head and muttered to himself. Make steam. Scorpion became interested. After listening to this, Tendo Pain slowly spoke. Since Hidan is currently missing and Kisame has no partner, Kakuzu, you and Kisame will team up to be responsible for this capture operation. Oh, the tailed beast. I hope he's got what it takes to be my partner. Advertisement. Kakuzu glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and said in a bad tone. Before he met Hidan, the unkillable freak, several of his former partners had been killed by him and turned into money at the gold exchange. Feeling Kakuzu's prying eyes, Hoshigaki Kisame squinted at him and fired back, I hope you, who always brag about having fought the first Hokage, won't hold me back. You. Kakuzu was about to explode. The last thing he wanted anyone to mention right now was his fight with the first Hokage. Deidara, being such a loudmouth, had spread the news throughout the organization, causing him to lose face. Stop arguing, it's time for you two to take action. Pain said this coldly at last, and his figure gradually disappeared. Hee, Master Kakuzu, I didn't mean it. Deidara laughed and disappeared. The remaining few people left one after another. Ju was the only one present. When he saw that there was no one around, he let out a strange laugh. Land of Earth. A rough voice was heard from a somewhat secluded path. Onoki is such an old man. He just wanted to go out for a walk, but he had to make me pester him for so long before he agreed. He was wearing strange red armor, a bamboo hat, and even a mask on his face. Only 2 golden-purple pupils were visible on his entire body. It is none other than Five Tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, Han. He was a little bored of staying in the village, and after much persuasion and making Onoki a little impatient, he finally got a half-month vacation away from the village. There seems to be a village ahead, let's go and take a rest. Seeing a small village not far away, he felt a little tired and planned to go and take a rest. However, as they gradually approached the village, Han felt something was wrong and his pace quickened. Dozens of villagers knelt in a circle on an open space at the entrance of the village. From time to time, a sinister laugh mixed with women's cries could be heard from inside. Dad, Mom. A young girl in coarse linen clothes knelt on the ground, crying to her parents who had already passed away. The onlookers knelt on the ground, and they were angry but dared not say anything when they saw this scene. Because the one who did this was Master Ninja. Don't go too far. A young man couldn't bear it anymore and stood up and shouted angrily. In response, he was hit by an extremely sharp kunai and blood gushing out of his head. Advertisement. Stupid little brat, you still want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Ha 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 ha. After taking back the bloody kunai and wiping it on your body, the arrogant bald man grinned. The men behind him all cheered for the bald man. Seeing the young man who had stood out die, the villagers kneeling on the ground just lowered their heads silently, even the boy's parents did the same. It's because the bald guy is a famous wandering ninja in this area, Kurokama. Relying on the fact that he had picked up a chakra refining scroll that was abandoned by someone, he was lucky enough to refine chakra. He recruited a few younger brothers who were also gangsters and started to cause trouble in the area. Unexpectedly, it was their village's turn today. What a bunch of losers, poor bastards. Heijian curled his lips. This group of villagers couldn't even raise 100,000 taels from a single village. You know, his rule is that he must rob 100,000 taels for each job. If the village hands over 100,000 taels, he will not visit that village again for the next year. But if the village cannot hand over, he will kill everyone. Sanping, the two of you come here. After giving instructions to the 2 younger brothers behind him, Heijian turned around with a grim smile and looked at the villagers kneeling on the ground. Kill them all. Under the incredulous gazes of the villagers, the kunai in Heijian's hand directly cut off the head of the person closest to him. Run. After a burst of chaos, they stopped kneeling and turned around and fled in all directions. Why not resist? Because even if Kurokama was just a rubbish ninja who was not even a genin, he was not someone that ordinary people could contend with. He could easily kill a strong man, and the father of the little girl lying on the ground was proof of that. Hey, where are you running to? In front, several of Heijian's brothers blocked the way. They are not ordinary people either, they all have chakra to a greater or lesser extent. Soon, under the attack of several powerful ninjas, the villagers fell in a pool of blood one after another. After a while, the only sound left at the entrance of the village, which was originally noisy, was the crying of the little girl. Little devil, why are you crying? Lousy will send you to see your dead parents right away, ha 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 ha. Heijian grabbed the crying girl, and the kunai in his hand, with a slightly curled blade, dripped a drop of blood onto the girl's face. Boss, awesome. The 4 younger brothers beside him shouted. The power to control other people's life and death is really wonderful. Heijian narrowed his eyes slightly. If he didn't have the chakra refining technique, he would probably be no different from these villagers, right? Little devil, go to hell. The kunai in his hand stabbed the girl's neck fiercely. At this moment, a cloud of steam suddenly appeared in front of Heijian's eyes. The next second, his head exploded like a broken watermelon. Damn bastards. Han picked up the frightened girl and growled through gritted teeth as he looked at the scene around him. The next moment, a figure as fast as a gust of wind appeared in front of the 4 younger brothers who were fleeing for their lives, and directly broke all their limbs. Chapter 66. Battle. The 4 wandering ninjas with their limbs broken collapsed to the ground, wailing continuously, with a large amount of blood flowing out. It was obvious that they would not live long. Seeing this, the little girl in Han's arms broke free from Han, jumped down and picked up the kunai in Heijian's hand. He cried and stabbed into the bodies of these people with force. Beast. Give me back my parents' lives, woo woo woo. Han did not stop her, but stood silently behind the girl with a look of pity in his eyes. They are just a bunch of rubbish that can't even be considered genin, but... Oh, with a deep sigh, Han grabbed the girl's wrist. That's enough. They're already dead. If you continue like this, your parents won't. Why? Why didn't you come earlier? If you had come earlier, they wouldn't have died. You are an Iwagakure ninja, why couldn't you protect us? The girl interrupted Han, her red and swollen eyes fixed on the Iwagakure forehead protector on Han's forehead. Han was speechless for a moment. He seemed to have 1,000 words in his mouth, but in the end he just sighed, hugged the girl, and said softly. I'm sorry, I'm late. Hearing this, the girl lost her voice and burst into tears in Han's arms. Time seems to stand still at this moment. After the girl cried until she had no more strength and fell asleep from exhaustion. Han stood up silently and began to collect the bodies of the villagers. He dug a large pit in the center of the village, buried all the bodies, and erected a simple tombstone using the earth style. Taking the sleeping girl with him, Han slowly left this painful place. May I have your name? Purple Rose. After a few days of getting along, the girl and Han became familiar with each other. Although she still remembered the sadness of her parents' death, at least the situation was much better than before. Is there anywhere else you can go? Han asked. I don't know. I have lived in the village with my parents since I was a child. The girl shook her head. Then you should follow me from now on. Come back to Iwagakure with me. Maybe you can enter the ninja school and become a ninja. Han said to the girl. Ninja. The girl was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly. It was because there were no ninjas in the village that they were killed by Heijian. If I could become a ninja, I would be able to protect them, right? My name is Han, Zi Luo. Han said gently to the girl. Uncle Han, thank you for saving me. I apologize to you for what happened before. I'm sorry, the girl said embarrassedly. Advertisement. Well, that's nothing. How could Lord Han care about such a small matter? Two shadows, one big and one small, shine in the sunlight, so warm. After taking in Shiro, Han no longer planned to continue traveling. He planned to return to Iwagakure immediately and tell the old man that he wanted to accept a disciple. Han felt very guilty for not being able to save the villagers. He wanted to take Zi Luo as his apprentice. He saw determination in this girl. The two walked towards Iwagakure. In order to take care of the little child Zi Luo, Han deliberately slowed down his pace. Old man, if you don't hurry up, the target will return to the village. Hoshigaki Kisame shouted at Kakuzu. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the clock on the wall and became more helpless. As soon as they met Kakuzu, the two of them fought fiercely. In the end, Hoshigaki Kisame won and Kakuzu surrendered, and the two of them reluctantly reached an agreement. Arriving at the border of the land of Earth, Kakuzu on a whim went to the underground gold exchange to accept a bounty mission. He took him with him and killed a wandering ninja to exchange for gold and money. What do you know? Counting money is a pleasure. We'll leave as soon as I finish counting this time. Kakuzu was counting a stack of banknotes in his hand and glanced at the impatient Hoshigaki Kisame. You'd better hurry up. Leaving behind these words, Hoshigaki Kisame silently walked out of this underground exchange built under the toilet. 98, 99, 100. Not bad, there is no problem with the number. Closing the suitcase with satisfaction, Kakuzu glanced at the exchange employee with appreciation. How dare I deceive you, Lord Kakuzu? Hee. The old man replied embarrassedly. Holding the money in his hand, Kakuzu walked out of the money exchange satisfied. As soon as I went out, I saw Hoshigaki Kisame's murderous gaze. Young man, why are you in such a hurry? It will be the same if you start now. Kakuzu glanced at Kisame indifferently and said indifferently that since he couldn't beat Hoshigaki Kisame, he could only use his age to suppress the junior in front of him. Anyway, Kisame had no intention of killing him. Old people, go. After taking a quick glance, Kisame took off the samahata hanging on his back and quickly jumped onto a tree. The two quickly rushed towards the direction of Five Tails Jinchuriki. Shiro, Onoki is an old stubborn guy. If I want to take you as my apprentice, he will definitely not agree. Then you can act like a spoiled child in front of him. He will fall for it. Han said to Zi Luo seriously. Yeah, okay. The little girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Haha, Master Steam Ninja Han is going to accept an apprentice. From now on, my apprentice will definitely be able to beat that Akado brat. Advertisement. Han ran in front with an excited look on his face. Shiro smiled and followed silently behind him. She had never seen a ninja like this before. Han, don't run. Watch out behind you. Kokuo in the body suddenly woke up and issued a warning to Han in an instant. A huge shark formed by water attacked him from behind. At the moment Kokuo reminded him, the special device behind Han suddenly burst into steam. Spray formation body. The gathered steam chakra instantly condensed on Han's legs, increasing his speed to ultimate. The shark narrowly avoided the attack and crashed into the ground, creating a large puddle of water. Did you manage to escape? Hoshigaki Kisame's figure popped out from a patch of grass and said with some surprise. Who are you? Han's face looked heavy, and his chakra exploded all over his body. He felt the huge pressure from the other party. At the same time, he signaled Zi Luo beside him with his eyes to leave quickly. Zi Luo, who understood what he meant, immediately turned around and ran away. Kisame glanced at it but didn't stop it, just a non-threatening little girl. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know now is that you are my target. Kisame ignored Han's warning and moved closer to him. The special device behind Han instantly spewed out thick steam, and his speed reached ultimate. Kisame chuckled and untied the bandages on Samahata's back, revealing Samahata's hideous face. Spray forward. Steam chakra was attached to Han's fist. He was confident that no one would survive if hit by this punch. In an instant, Kisame swept the Samahata sword in his hand and blocked Han's punch head-on. Not only that, Samahata's ferocious mouth directly swallowed up the steam chakra attached to Han's fist. What? That weird weapon eats chakra. Han was surprised and his speed increased again in an instant, widening the distance between him and Kisame. But before Han could think about it, the attack from Kisame was already coming towards him. After a brief seal, Kisame released a ninjutsu. Water style. Rain and squid. 4 enormous mermaids attacked Han fiercely. What kind of monster is this? How can it release such a huge water style in a waterless place? Han exclaimed in his heart, and the steam device behind him suddenly moved forward, dodging the attack at an extremely fast speed. After knowing that the strange weapon could devour chakra, Han no longer chose to attach steam chakra to his attacks. Although this would cause his physical strength to decrease, at least it would not leave him without the ability to fight back. This guy is very good at physical skills. Kisame was also a little surprised. Han's physical skills were so superb that it was difficult for him to resist. However, when facing physical skills ninja, he still has a killer move. Chapter 67 5 Tails captured successfully. Hoshigaki Kisame quickly formed seals with his hands and performed a huge ninjutsu. Water style. Big water wave. It was as if a vast ocean came out of Kisame's mouth. The expanding water ball did not stop until it flooded an area of nearly 5 kilometers around it. Under Kisame's control, the water ball seemed to be blocked, isolating a piece of ocean on the land. Since the opponent is good at physical skills, then create an environment where he cannot exert his strength. In the water, how can he fight back when he can't even breathe? The Samahata in Kisame's hand seemed to come to life, and then merged with Kisame. After a moment, Hoshigaki Kisame, who originally had some fish man characteristics, turned into a complete monster. The top of the head is smooth and curved, with a long fish fin growing on the back, fish fins sprouting from the joints on both sides of the arms, and even a huge fish tail growing at the tail vertebrae. Hoshigaki Kisame seems to have turned into a humanoid shark. This is also the reason why Hoshigaki Kisame is called the tailed beast. In addition to the fact that he has a large amount of chakra, he can also become a half-human, half-fish being by fusing with his favorite sword Samahata. In this state, his speed and strength will be greatly enhanced, and he can also breathe freely underwater. What a powerful ninjutsu. Is he really not a Jinchuriki? Han's body continued to sink after being submerged by the water. But what he was worried about at the moment was not himself, but Shi Luo. With such a powerful ninjutsu, he wondered if she could escape. When he thought of this, Han was filled with a strong desire to fight. Under his control, the special device behind him madly sprayed out huge amounts of steam, forming a huge wave in the water. He can't fight underwater, which is disadvantageous to him, he must surface as soon as possible. But Kisame won't do as he wishes. The fish tail above the tail vertebrae swung rapidly, and his speed was even faster than Han in steam state. Water style. Water prison Samasurge. He formed several hand seals in his hands, and the originally calm waters began to become noisy. What? Han turned his head and looked around. In this huge area of water that was originally formed by the flooded jungle, a flesh and blood shark suddenly emerged. Steam fist. Han's fists were covered with white chakra, like a windmill, shattering the sharks that bit him into bloody residue. However, the sharks behind him became more crazy after smelling the blood of their own kind, and rushed towards Han in the center to bite him. Advertisement. Oh no, there are too many of them. Han's face looked a little bad. Holding his breath was not his strong point. Staying in the water for so long had made his lungs breathing a little uncomfortable. In addition, he had to fight off these sharks all the time. The intense exercise consumed a lot of oxygen. He felt a little breathless. Hey, now is the time. Kisame, hiding in the school of fish, has been waiting for Han to reveal a flaw. These sharks are only responsible for delaying time. The Jinchuriki, who cannot breathe in water, will definitely be careless in their rush to leave the water, and now is his chance. Hoshigaki Kisame's body was like an arrow shot out from a bow. The sharp claws in his hands, which were fused with Samahata, pierced into his body fiercely the moment Han was thinking. Although Han was wearing a somewhat heavy layer of armor, when Kisame's huge body and extremely fast speed ran towards him at the same time, it took only a second for a small hole to be pierced through the armor on his body under the attack, and bloodline emerged from it. Hiss, Han pursed his lips under the mask and let out a slight cry of pain. At the same time, he swung a punch to clear the group of sharks above his head, creating a gap for him. Steam suddenly burst out from behind him, pushing him to swim upwards quickly. Jinchuriki, I'll take it. Water style. Big Samadin technique. Kisame grinned, and an extremely huge Mizusume bullet technique formed in his hand. This is Kisame's most proud ninjutsu, which has great destructive power. If attacked by a ninjutsu, he will instantly absorb all the chakra of the opponent's attack to make his own attack power stronger. Inside Han's body, Kokuo, sensing the danger, screamed and shouted. Han, I'll lend you my strength, run. Without Five Tails as reminders, Han, feeling the enormous power behind him that was about to swallow him up, almost exploded all his steam chakra to its strongest point. Under the strong fluctuations of his emotions, Han took the initiative to activate the tailed beast mode. On the surface of his body, a layer of red-tailed beast coat wrapped his body. Then, still feeling overwhelmed, Han once again intensified his transformation into the tailed beast, the red chakra not only appearing in the form of a coat, but completely forming his body, with 5 tails emerging from his back. Since Kokuo took the initiative to give power to Han, Han did not lose his mind in the tailed beast state. He turned his head and a terrifying chakra began to brew in his mouth. All the chakra in his body gathered into a black sphere in his mouth. After continuous compression, it quickly expanded and sprayed out from his mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. This is the most powerful move that Jinchuriki can use. The power of this move can even directly destroy a ninja village. The Big Shark Bomb technique collided with the pitch-black Tailed Beast Bomb, causing an astonishing explosion. Boom. Advertisement. The intense heat vaporized tons of water almost instantly, and huge amounts of steam emerged from the ocean. Mizusume Bullet can devour the chakra of ninjutsu to replenish and strengthen itself, but that only applies to ninjutsu with an equivalent smaller than its own, and obviously Tailed Beast Bomb is not included. At the moment of the collision, Mizusume was at a disadvantage. Although it continued to absorb chakra from Tailed Beast Bomb, it soon reached the limit of what it could absorb, and the wave gradually tilted towards Hoshigaki Kisame. After a loud noise, the two of them were engulfed in a white light. The unmaintained waters quickly spread in all directions, leaving only patches of wet land and ruins in the vast jungle. Hey, isn't this Kisame? Why is he like this? When Kakuzu found Kisame, Samahata had already repaired Kisami's wounds, but the tattered Akatsuki robe made Kisame look a little disheveled. Rolling his eyes at Kakuzu, Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at the unconscious Jinchuriki beside him. Old man, the leader wanted us to capture the Jinchuriki together, where have you been? How dare you say that? You created such a large area of water. I'm not good at water battles. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, inwardly surprised at the power of this Mist Shinobi's tailless tailed beast, having never seen him use such a massive water style in previous battles with him. This little brat is a companion of the Jinchuriki, right? Should we kill him? Looking at the little girl held in Kakuzu's arms, Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head. She's not a ninja, let her go. Kakuzu's green eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured, I didn't expect that after walking out of the blood mist, you would still have compassion for ordinary people. I'm just tired of this fake world, I'm not bloodthirsty. Looking at the flustered little girl, Kisame seemed to see the water lily who once invited him to dinner. This made him more determined to reshape this false world. Picking up the unconscious Five Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame shook his head at Kakuzu. Okay, but she might expose our identities. Seeing Kisame turn and leave, Kakuzu left the little girl behind and left immediately. Ziluo watched Han being taken away by the two men, worry in her eyes, but she knew that these two men could even defeat Uncle Han, so she was definitely not their match. She turned around and ran madly towards Iwagakure. She wanted to report the news and rescue Uncle Han. Chapter 68. Onoki sees the truth. The battle between Five Tails Jinchuriki and Hoshigaki Kisame caused a lot of noise, especially the sound of the tailed beast bomb exploding, which could be heard dozens of kilometers away. Many rock shinobi who live relatively close to here come here to check it out. They immediately discovered traces of fighting at the scene, as well as a little girl who was in a coma not too far away from the scene. A rock shinobi Jonin who was leading a team on a mission outside had a bad feeling in his heart. With his vision, he saw the traces of battle left at the scene in the aura of chakra, and he could tell at a glance that it was Han's aura. A battle broke out between a strange cage-level warrior and the Jinchuriki on the land of Earth. Unable to make up his mind, he abandoned the mission he was carrying out and rushed back to Iwagakure with the sleeping girl. Tsuchikage-sama, Jonin Ishige wants to see you. He said he has something very important to report to you. Rock shinobi Anbu, who was directly under the jurisdiction of Tsuchikage, knocked on the door of Onoki's office. Shiji, didn't he just lead a team out of the village to carry out a mission? He's back so soon. Onoki, who was sitting on the chair, patted his old waist and looked at the Anbu ninja with a puzzled look. Let him in. Having obtained permission, Anbu hurried downstairs, and soon came in with Shiji following behind him. What puzzled Onoki was that this guy Ishichi was carrying a noisy girl. I want to see Ying. I want to see Ying. There's something very important. The girl kept shouting, beating Shiji's back with her two little hands. Be quiet, little brat, and don't act so unruly in front of Master Tsuchikage. Anbu at the side stepped forward and warned her, and the trace of chakra that leaked out scared Ziluo so much that she dared not say anything. Shiji, what's going on? Onoki straightened his still aching waist and tried to look serious. The middle-aged man standing up did not hesitate. After putting down the quiet girl on his shoulder, he reported to Tsuchikage what he saw and heard. Tsuchikage-sama, I was leading a mission at noon today in a village in the southeast of the land of Earth. There was a sudden loud noise, and I immediately took the students to the scene to check. We found signs of a battle. Advertisement. According to my judgment of the remaining aura at the scene and the surrounding environment, the person fighting was definitely Han. And there was also another strong man of unknown cage level. Shiji said all he wanted to say in one breath and took a deep breath. What? When Onoki, who was sitting on a chair, heard this, he didn't care about his image and stood directly on the chair. His short height made him look a little funny, and the sound of bones cracking in his waist made his face change. Are you all right, Tsuchikage-sama? Anbu at the side hurried forward and helped Unoki sit back on the chair. What about her? Who is she? Unoki glanced at the little girl beside him. Without Shiji's explanation, the silent Luo suddenly spoke loudly. Master Ying, Uncle Han has been captured by two weirdos, please go and rescue him. Han was captured. Onoki's eyes widened instantly and he asked, little girl, do you know who took Han away? I don't know them. Those two people look very strange, but they are both wearing black robes with red cloud patterns on them. Lord Tsuchikage, please go and save Uncle Han. Shi Luo carefully recalled the characteristics of the two people, crying and begging to Unoki. Black robe, red cloud pattern. Hearing this, Onoki was stunned. Of course he knew what kind of person this was. Akatsuki, an underground black market mercenary organization composed of rebel ninjas from various villages. They are very powerful and often take on military commissions between small countries. His apprentice Deidara joined this rebel ninja organization just because he refused to obey his discipline. And Onoki had also issued tasks to Akatsuki to intervene in the military operations of some small countries when Iwagakure was not convenient to show up. They actually dared to attack the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. No, that's not right. Unoki suddenly thought of something. He remembered that Senju Tobirama took away the Jinchuriki of the Sand Shinobi, and seemed to have the intention of collecting the tailed beasts. Could it be that he hired the Akatsuki organization to snatch Jinchuriki from other villages for him? Senju Tobirama is very powerful and can easily defeat the Jinchuriki, but he would never dare to go to the land of Earth alone to start a war with the Jinchuriki. With Konoha's current momentum, if people find out that he dares to do such a thing, several ninja villages will definitely unite to besiege Konoha. Advertisement. Akatsuki is just a mercenary organization, how could they have the guts to provoke Iwagakure? Besides, they have no motive to collect the tailed beasts. This is definitely the work of Senju Tobirama. Onoki felt that he had seen through the phenomenon and the essence. It must be that Senju Tobirama was worried that the Fourth Shinobi World War would break out if he took action personally, so he hired the Akatsuki organization to collect Jinchuriki for him. That's ridiculous. Do you think I won't notice it? A slight curve appeared at the corner of Onoki's mouth. He had already mastered the method of hiring rebellious ninjas to do things. Damn Akatsuki, how dare you attack Rock Shinobi's Jinchuriki? Having said that, Onoki could not provide any evidence to prove that it was Konoha that instructed the Akatsuki, so he could only turn his anger towards the Akatsuki organization. Slapping the table in front of him, Onoki roared. Send someone to look for Han immediately. Put the underground black market mercenary organization Akatsuki on the wanted list. Once found, kill them without mercy. Also, since the black market actually dared to issue such a mission, immediately send ninjas to destroy all the underground black markets in the land of Earth. Yes, the Anbu ninja at the side left in a hurry. The Jinchuriki of their village was actually kidnapped. He couldn't help but panic. After Shiji and Zaluo left, Unoki was the only one left in the office. The irregular footsteps as he moved down from his seat indicated Unoki's uneasiness at the moment. Damn Senju Tobirama, don't think I don't know. Muttering something to himself, Onoki clenched his fists and couldn't help but regret why he let Han leave the village in the first place. Then, Onoki's eyes turned, as if he had come up with an idea. You dare to play this trick on me? You can't blame me. The news that Iwagakure's Five Tails Jinchuriki was captured by the Akatsuki organization was spread by someone unknown, and soon the entire ninja world was in an uproar. Along with this news came rumors that Senju Tobirama had hired the Akatsuki to capture the Jinchuriki for him. Soon, these two pieces of news, whether true or false, spread throughout the ninja world. Senju Tobirama had already stolen one tail from Sunagakure, causing everyone in the village to be insecure and wary of Konoha. The information that the Akatsuki organization was hired to collect Jinchuriki for Senju Tobirama was also quickly delivered to the desks of the village leaders. Although there is no substantial evidence that Akatsuki is directed by Senju Tobirama, the villages that own Jinchuriki would rather believe it than not. Chapter 69 Peace. Konoha, Hokage Office. At this moment, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku, Senju Tobirama and others are here. What a bunch of bastards. What basis do they have to say that it was second grandfather who secretly instructed them? Tsunade smashed the Hokage's dark table in front of him into pieces with an angry punch. Lord Tsunade. Nara Shikaku wiped the sweat off his forehead. The desk in the Hokage's office had been replaced 3 times this month. The rumor that Senju Tobirama secretly sent a mercenary mission to Akatsuki to kidnap Five Tails Jinchuriki has become widely known, and she doesn't believe it if there is no one behind it pushing her. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly and thought for a moment. Someone wants to use this to provoke hostility from other ninja villages towards Konoha. The person behind it probably wants everyone to think that I want to collect all the tailed beasts, and then the Fourth Ninja World War will break out. Why would second grandfather want to collect the tailed beasts? Tsunade said angrily. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly. Suna, you are wrong. Collecting all the tailed beasts is indeed one of my goals. Although Five Tails being captured this time really has nothing to do with me. Senju Tobirama made a shocking statement. If they say yes, then so be it. I thought silently in my heart. Five Tails was captured by Akatsuki, most likely Nagato has already started to implement the plan. Was he a little anxious because both Jinchuriki were in Konoha? And the plan hadn't even started and 2 members were missing. I want to capture a tailed beast first, just to have some insurance. Tobirama is now on high alert regarding Akatsuki, and Orochimaru is working with Akatsuki, and will most likely use Impure World Reincarnation to strengthen them. Advertisement. Although Tobirama himself knows this move, what he has in his hand is only a semi-finished product developed by his predecessor during his lifetime. In terms of the strength of the reincarnated object, it is probably far inferior to Orochimaru's improved version. To improve this ninjutsu, a large number of human body and soul experiments and multiple calibrations are needed, and he does not have time for this. In the office, there was a brief silence after Tobirama himself admitted that he wanted to collect the tailed beasts. Second Master. Ah no, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya changed his words after being glared at by Tsunade. I wonder why you want to collect the tailed beasts. Senju Tobirama glanced at Jiraiya and said calmly, after the 3 ninja wars that broke out in just a few decades, it was a complete mistake for Big Brother to distribute the tailed beasts to the various ninja villages. I didn't agree with this action at first, but my eldest brother thought that distributing the tailed beasts would balance the power of the major ninja villages, so that they would be cautious when they wanted to cause unrest. Facts have proved that distributing the tailed beasts will only make the scale of the war even larger. These tailed beasts should not have been distributed to them in the first place. The 9 tailed beasts should be controlled by one ninja village. This way, the deterrent force will be on the heads of every ninja village, so that they will not have the intention of starting a war. And now that I am here in Konoha, there is no need to worry about the tailed beasts rioting. This is the most appropriate time. If all 9 tailed beasts are really gathered, perhaps true peace can be achieved. Tobirama spoke at length for once, and after he finished, he stared at Jiraiya. Real peace. Although Jiraiya did not approve of this kind of peace achieved through the powerful threat of violence, he could not think of any reason to refute it. Tobirama raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The 5 major countries in the previous life were able to maintain relative peace under this kind of nuclear deterrence. In the world of ninjas, the tailed beast is equivalent to a human-shaped nuclear weapon. In fact, his concept of peace is similar to Nagato's. The mutual understanding between people, as Jiraiya and Naruto said, is too fake and impossible to achieve. Even in the seemingly peaceful surface of Boruto, it is not just an alternative deterrent of Naruto and Sasuke, 2 six-paths level fighters. Everyone was shocked by Tobirama's theory of deterrence and peace, but after thinking about it carefully, they found that it did make sense. The expression on Tsunade's face changed slightly. She didn't expect that her second grandfather would have such a big goal. As for those rumors in the ninja world, let them spread them. They can't do anything to Konoha without evidence. If there is really a ninja village that wants to put pressure on Konoha based on such a rumor, I will make him regret it. Senju Tobirama gave an order and stopped talking about this topic. Suna, how is Itachi's recovery going? Can I transplant cells into him? Advertisement. Asked out of the blue. Tsunade, who still hadn't recovered from Tobirama's long speech, was stunned and said. Although it's still in very bad condition, it has recovered quite well compared to the past few days. We can now perform a transplant on him. There is no time to lose. Let's perform the transplant surgery on him today. After discussing the recent rumors in the ninja world, Tobirama and Tsunade went to the hospital in person to inject Hashirama cells into Uchiha Itachi. After the two left, Jiraiya was still standing there in a daze, not coming back to his senses. Master Jiraiya, what are you thinking about? Master Tsunade and Master Hokage have already left. Nara Shikaku interrupted Jiraiya's thoughts. Shikaku, do you think it's really impossible for people to understand each other? Jiraiya's face was full of melancholy. He has always dreamed of creating a world where everyone can understand each other and achieve peace. But he couldn't refute Senju Tobirama's argument. Haha, Lord Jiraiya, this is too idealistic. Even if people can understand each other, what about countries? The essential conflict between countries is nothing more than interests. Human nature is naturally greedy, and greed will lead to war. I think what the Hokage said is very right. Without the deterrence of a strong force, who would be willing to maintain peace with you? When Shodai was alive, other ninja villages did not dare to start a war. After a little thought, Nara Shikaku gave Jiraiya an answer. Could it be that the child of prophecy mentioned by the great Toad Sage is also unable to do it? Jiraiya has wasted most of his life trying to find the child of prophecy mentioned by the Toad Sage. He once thought it was Minato or Nagato, but unfortunately both of them are dead. Minato, by the way, I wonder how Naruto is doing in Anbu now. Jiraiya suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid attention to Minato's child's situation for a long time. I am such a failure as a teacher. After asking about Naruto's condition, Jiraiya set off in a dusty state. He wanted to see how his grand disciple was doing. At the same time, in a ward of Konoha Hospital, a silent battle is taking place. Chapter 70, a different Mangekyo. In the operating room, noises were heard from time to time. Uchiha Itachi's body has been transplanted with Hashirama cells, and at this moment, he is trying his best to endure the strong corrosiveness of Hashirama cells. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes. It had been a long time since he had felt the feeling of pain in Impure World Reincarnation, and he couldn't help but reminisce. Second grandpa, what's that expression on your face? Tsunade shook her head. She felt that her second grandfather was a little different after his resurrection. He seemed more approachable and even a little playful sometimes. Hiss, Uchiha Itachi, lying on the hospital bed, took a deep breath and felt the cells in his body being replaced one after another, just like thousands of ants gnawing at his flesh and blood, but even more painful than that. However, no matter how painful it is, can it be more painful than when you yourself wield the butcher knife against your own people and parents? Thinking of this, Itachi stopped shaking violently, and calmly allowed the Hashirama cells in his body to transform him. However, the few drops of cold sweat on his forehead showed that he was not as relaxed as he looked. I don't know how long it has been. Uchiha Itachi, who had been lying on the hospital bed, suddenly sat up. Successful. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Senju Tobirama with a, "See what I said was right," expression. After giving Tsunade a thumbs up in encouragement, Senju Tobirama walked up to Itachi. "Itachi, how do you feel?" Uchiha Itachi, who had been bowing his head slightly, raised his head and showed a rare smile on his face. "Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, I feel better than ever before. The disease that has been causing me so much pain seems to have been cleared, and I feel that my chakra volume has expanded a lot. There is also an inexplicable power in my body." Tsunade on the side walked forward and stretched out her palm to gently press Uchiha Itachi's back. "I really can't sense that there is anything wrong with you, but your eyes seem to have changed a little bit." Hearing this, Senju Tobirama's face changed slightly, remembering that the pattern seemed to have changed after Itachi transplanted Shisui's eyes, and he couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. The Uchiha clan has always intermarried, so it can be said that every Uchiha member is more or less related by blood. Shisui and Itachi, maybe they are cousins. Advertisement. But this raises another problem. Only by transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan of a direct relative can the eternal eye be opened. Moreover, this is not a transplant in essence, but a fusion. If brothers and fathers only needed to swap eyes to unlock eternal Mangekyo, the entire ninja world would have been ruled by the Uchiha long ago. Itachi and Shisui are obviously not brothers, and Itachi's Mangekyo was taken away by Orochimaru, so there is no material for fusion. What happened to Itachi's eyes? Itachi, do you feel any changes in your eyes? Senju Tobirama asked. Uchiha Itachi was stunned. 3 Magatama appeared in his eyes, and then they quickly spun into a fusion of shuriken and spiral shapes, looking no different from before. But Itachi's face showed astonishment, as if he sensed something strange. "Hokage-sama, I know why the Sharingan changed. But I'm afraid I can't explain it to you in a few words. Why don't we find a more open area and demonstrate it to you?" Itachi spoke with some excitement. "Hey, Uchiha kid, you just transplanted my grandfather's cells, and you're already fully recovered." Tsunade was a little unhappy, and reached out to pat the bed strings. The powerful force made Itachi, who was sitting on the bed, sway. As a doctor, she has the obligation to take good care of every patient. "Lord Tsunade, I have indeed recovered, you can take a look." Uchiha Itachi said respectfully. "Humph, every patient says this when he wants to be discharged." A green light appeared in his hand, and a healing jutsu was released by Tsunade. After the medical ninjutsu was completed, Tsunade waved at Itachi. "Alright Suna, since Itachi isn't in any serious condition, let's discharge him from the hospital." Senju Tobirama waved at Tsunade. He also wanted to see what changes had happened to Uchiha Itachi's eyes. In the Forest of Death, Uchiha Itachi and Senju Tobirama found an empty space. Senju Tobirama looked at Itachi curiously, he wanted to know what Itachi was going to show him now. "Hokage-sama, please look." Uchiha Itachi asked for his instructions, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes rotated rapidly. Advertisement. Red blood flowed from his eyes, but at this time Itachi had already transplanted Hashirama cells, and his physical fitness had been greatly improved, so there was nothing serious. Orange chakra burst out from Uchiha Itachi's body. The orange skeleton surrounded Uchiha Itachi, and then gradually transformed into the bones of ribs, arms, and half of the body. Furthermore, muscles and skin were attached to the bones, like an orange giant. Then, a layer of red armor was put on the giant's body over the surface. A red chakra giant tens of meters tall stood up in the open space. It's not over yet. The chakra giant has a helmet on its head, and a set of armor similar to that of a samurai covering its entire body. Its chest is covered with a yasakami, and it holds a ten-fist sword in its hands. Legs have grown from its lower body, and a pair of giant wings have formed behind it. Complete form. Susanoo. Senju Tobirama on the side was amazed, but after a closer look, he found that Itachi's complete form Susanoo was surprisingly short. Compared with the Gundams that were hundreds of meters tall, in his perception, this orange giant was only 50 meters tall, and could be called a dwarf among Susanoos. Looking at Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Itachi gasped and said, "Hokage-sama, this is the limit." After a moment, the orange giant dissipated and Uchiha Itachi slowly fell down. "Hokage-sama, after transplanting Shisui's Sharingan, my Susanoo seems to be able to enter a new stage, but it is very exhausting to my body. If it weren't for Shodai's cells, I'm afraid I would be drained of it in an instant." Uchiha Itachi, who was half kneeling on the ground, explained to Senju Tobirama. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama touched his chin, thinking. In the original story, only Madara and Izuna, Itachi and Sasuke, opened the eternal Mangekyo after fusing their eyes, so it became an iron rule that blood relatives, eyes confuse. Shisui and Itachi are not direct relatives, and the two pairs of eyes have not merged, so those are not the eternal eyes, but a type of eye that has never appeared in the ninja world. This Sharingan, which was born from transplanting the eyes of a fellow tribe member, can activate the perfect form of Susanoo, but its strength has obviously dropped by more than one level. According to Itachi, the consumption is still very large. This book is set up, please don't take it seriously. After thinking for a moment, Senju Tobirama came up with a reasonable answer. Itachi, how is your eye power consumption? Senju Tobirama asked. He wanted to know if this kind of eyes could also have the ability of eternity. Very little, but it consumes a lot of chakra in the body. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama was not too upset. After all, if Mangekyo could achieve immortality simply by transplanting the eyes of a fellow tribesman, that would be too. In short, Itachi's strength has been greatly improved now. He can activate the weakened version of the perfect form Susanoo, his chakra problem has been alleviated, and all his diseases have been solved. Senju Tobirama's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 71 Absolute Plan. Ninjutsu. 9 Sealings of the Phantom Dragon. In the dark cave, 9 figures were on the giant fingers of the golem, surrounding the huge Gedo statue and launching a powerful sealing technique. The tailed beasts must be sealed in order, this is a secondary setting. 9 blue chakra dragons gushed out from the Gedo statue's mouth and enveloped Han, who was already in a coma. Han's body kept twitching, and the tailed beast chakra in his body was drawn out at a very fast speed. The chakra of the tailed beasts is very huge, and even if it is extracted at such a fast speed, the progress is very slow. I don't know how much time has passed. Just when everyone was feeling a little tired, a noise was heard, and the Han who fell to the ground trembled all over and died completely. The 5 tails were completely sealed inside the Gedo statue, and as the golem trembled, they gradually sank and were buried underground. After everything was over, Tendo Pain, who was in the center, moved slightly, and a strong suction force suddenly appeared in his hand, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. Universal pull. As 3 cries of pain were heard, the black stick in Pain's hand pierced the hearts of the 3 people. Why didn't you say you would let us go after sealing us? A moment later, 3 corpses were left in Tiandao's hands. Due to the absence of Uchiha Itachi and Hidan, and Konan is still recuperating, there is a lack of manpower for the sealing technique that requires 9 people to perform together. Nagato manipulated Tendo to personally capture 3 Jonin who had defected from the ninja village to serve as the seal bearers. After the matter was over, of course, these 3 people could not be allowed to leave alive. I'm so tired, Chief. This is really not something a human should do. Deidara, who was lying on the ground, turned over, facing the sky and shouted. This is just the first tailed beast. Scorpion on the side glanced at him and said. But having said that, the old guy actually thought that Senju Tobirama hired us to capture Jinchuriki. I'm dying of laughter, haha. He's so smart. A burst of laughter came from Deidara's mouth. It turned out that the old guy Onoki would miscalculate one day. Perhaps we can use this to make the various ninja villages turn their spearheads against Konoha. Ju suddenly spoke at this time. Advertisement. He was the one who spread the rumors in the ninja world in order to cover up the Akatsuki's purpose of collecting the tailed beasts and let Konoha take the blame for them. However, due to the lack of evidence, the various ninja villages could not really take action against Konoha and could only issue condemnations. The ones who were really wanted were still their Akatsuki. But considering the personality of Senju Tobirama, these so-called condemnations are of no concern to him at all. Ju, what do you think? Nagato had an idea. If they could let Konoha attract the attacks of various ninja villages for them, Akatsuki could take the opportunity to capture all the Jinchuriki in one fell swoop. The face of the pitcher plant slowly opens. Given Senju Tobirama's personality, he won't explain to other ninja villages. If we take the initiative to admit that the mission to capture Jinchuriki was issued by Senju Tobirama, Konoha will definitely become the target of public criticism. Even if Konoha denies it, they won't believe it. We will hide in the dark and create chaos, causing the other ninja villages to wage war against Konoha. When Konoha and the other ninja villages are both defeated, we can reap the benefits and capture all the Jinchuriki in one fell swoop, including 9 tails and 1 tail. After saying that, he glanced at Pain's reaction, and when he saw that he didn't object, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Hey, you're too insidious. Deidara, who was lying on the ground, rolled his eyes and gave him a blank look. This is just a small trick to make the plan successful. Ju glanced at him indifferently and replied. No matter how strong Konoha is, it will never be a match for the coalition of the 3 major ninja villages. If Senju Tobirama uses his immortal body to bring down the 3 major ninja villages, then we can call on Orochimaru to attack Senju Tobirama. After sealing him, 9 tails and 1 tail will be ours. Hearing this, a ray of purple light appeared from the Rinnegan in Tendu's eyes. Nagato himself was a little moved. Even though he claimed to be a god, he couldn't help but feel anxious about a series of events that had happened recently. The plan to capture the tailed beast was progressing slowly. Uchiha Itachi escaped back to Konoha with his information. Konan was mentally damaged by the illusion, and his body was becoming increasingly burdened. All of these were a bit too much for him to bear. Being able to bring down Konoha and the 3 major ninja villages with simple means will undoubtedly greatly speed up the progress of the plan. Once all the tailed beasts are sealed in the Gedo statue, he will be able to create a truly peaceful world. In that case, Ju, then you should do this. Pain's voice came out. After receiving the answer, Ju Delling shouted and slowly dived into the ground. Advertisement. Then leader, do you want to capture other Jinchuriki next? Scorpion asked. After the war is provoked, we will act accordingly. After leaving a word, Tiandao disappeared. In a hidden place, Ju who had just left drilled out of the ground. Obito, Nagato agreed. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito, who was sitting there, opened the Sharingan under the mask. He will definitely agree. After losing the battle with Senju Tobirama, he began to doubt whether he was still a god. If he can use the power of other ninja villages to deal with Senju Tobirama, he will definitely agree. He calls himself a god, but he is nothing more than a pawn. Once this operation is over and he has sealed the tailed beast, we can take back his Rinnegan. Ju nodded. That's right. Once the tailed beasts are gathered and Senju Tobirama is sealed, we can consider reviving 10 tails. Obito said coldly. Next we should wait for an opportunity. When the war between the 4 major ninja villages breaks out, we will let Orochimaru help us and ensure that Senju Tobirama can be sealed. He is a variable. Go spread the word to the outside world and add fuel to the fire. Make sure to arouse the anger of the other ninja villages. Of course. He nodded slightly and burrowed into the ground with a hissing sound. After there was no more movement around him, Obito covered his face with the mask and murmured. It's almost done. Lin, don't worry, I will be able to create another world with you in it soon. Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei, Kakashi, you will all be able to be reborn in the new world, a perfect world of peace and happiness. Chapter 72 Rock Shinobi's questioning. Onoki is going crazy lately. Five Tails Jinchuriki was captured by the Akatsuki organization and his life or death is unknown. The people sent out to search for him were unable to find any trace of Han. Even the members of Akatsuki seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and no clues were found after searching the entire underground black market in the land of Earth. Originally, Onoki's belief that Akatsuki was hired by Senju Tobirama was just speculation. But he didn't expect that 3 days ago, a man claiming to be a member of Akatsuki organization showed up in his office, admitted in person that this matter was instigated by Senju Tobirama, and then disappeared right under his nose. He had suspected that it was Akatsuki who wanted them to go to war with Konoha, but he couldn't figure out what good it would do to a mercenary organization. Intervening in their war to earn commissions. Just when he was half believing and half doubting, a piece of information came from the border of Rock Shinobi village that the defending ninjas had captured a team of Konoha spies. According to the information obtained from their torture by the interrogation department, the purpose of these Konoha shinobi who sneaked into the land of Earth was to find out the whereabouts of Four Tails Jinchuriki. This made Onoki no longer have any doubts. Damn Konoha. Following Onoki's roar, a team set out towards Konoha to hold Senju Tobirama accountable. Very good, the confessions of the White Zetsu who pretended to be Konoha shinobi convinced Onoki. Zetsu, who was hiding underground, looked at the group of rock shinobi heading towards Konoha and let out a strange laugh. Hokage-sama, there is a group of people claiming to be from the Rock Shinobi village delegation outside the village. They say they want to question you. Outside the Hokage's office, an Anbu ninja with a somewhat anxious look knocked on the door. Ask me for the crime. Senju Tobirama, who was sitting on the chair, was stunned. He didn't remember provoking Rock Shinobi village. Was this old man Onoki confused? Did he really believe those rumors in the ninja world? Take Rock Shinobi's men to meet me in the conference room. Also notify Uchiha Itachi, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Nara Shikaku, and yes, call Jiraiya as well. Come to the conference room to meet me and tell them to prepare for a fight. Senju Tobirama stood up straight and said grimly. Since the people from Rock Shinobi village came with bad intentions, we naturally cannot treat them well. Those who cannot catch the Akatsuki want to use Konoha as a punching bag, but let's see if Onoki has the ability to do so. After saying this, Senju Tobirama grabbed the Hokage hat that was placed on the table and covered his head with it. The whole person exuded a cold and stern aura. The Anbu ninja was stunned for a moment, and when the footsteps of Senju Tobirama were heard, a response came. Advertisement. Yes. When Uchiha Itachi, Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, and Jiraiya were summoned by Anbu and rushed to the conference room. The atmosphere here has dropped to a freezing point. When seeing the arrival of these 5 people, especially the appearance of Uchiha Itachi, the 4 members of Iwagakure's team narrowed their eyes slightly, becoming more certain of the collusion between Senju Tobirama and the Akatsuki organization. Led by Huang Tu, the 3 rock shinobi Jonin beside him sat facing Senju Tobirama. The expressions of the 4 people were somewhat heavy. They were not unaware of the precedent of Sunagaku. Chio's brother Ebizo personally led a team to Konoha for peace talks. Note that it was peace talks, not to ask for punishment like them. They were all detained by Senju Tobirama. They were not released until Sunagaku was defeated. But who knows what kind of inhuman treatment they received in Konoha. As the son of Onoki, Huang Tu was not supposed to lead the team personally to carry out such a high-risk mission, but he could not swallow this. Even though this might be life-threatening, he still came. They, Iwagakure, did not provoke Konoha, but Senju Tobirama actually hired a rebel ninja organization to capture the Jinchuriki from their village. This is really intolerable. To this end, he took the initiative to ask his father for help, in order to put heavy pressure on Konoha and force Senju Tobirama to return the Jinchuriki. If Konoha really wants to become the public enemy of the ninja world, then they, the Rock Shinobi village, will definitely start a war. Iwagakure's overall strength is not inferior to Konoha's, why should it suffer this kind of humiliation? After thinking countless things in his mind, Huang Tu's somewhat weathered face slowly opened his mouth, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he was aggressive. Hokage, please ask Konoha to return the 5 Tails Jinchuriki to us at Iwagakure immediately. They Rock Shinobi have evidence, so they must be strong in their attitude. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama almost laughed out loud. Your Jinchuriki from Iwagakure was captured by Akatsuki. Why don't you ask Akatsuki for it instead of asking me? Excuse me, why did Iwagakure ask Konoha to return the Jinchuriki when it was the Akatsuki that captured them? Senju Tobirama stroked his chin and chuckled as he spoke. Advertisement. When Huang-Tu saw Senju Tobirama's attitude, his eyes almost popped out. We have caught all of your Konoha's spies, why are you, the Hokage, still pretending here? The Akatsuki organization is employed by your Konoha. Or rather, it is employed by your Hokage. The people of the Akatsuki organization have personally admitted it to our master Tsuchikage. Before Huang-Tu could speak again, a rock shinobi Jonin beside him couldn't help but speak. His tone was almost accusatory, and his saliva almost sprayed onto the table. Senju Tobirama looked at him in surprise. How could this guy be so bold? He dared to be so rude in his territory. Then, can we let that Akatsuki member come here and identify me in person? The smile on Senju Tobirama's face did not disappear, but a subtle chakra fluctuation burst out from his body. The rock shinobi Jonin who questioned him shuddered and was immediately speechless. If this evidence is not enough, then what about this? Hokage-sama, how do you explain this? Huang-Tu was not frightened by the slight chakra fluctuation, and turned around and clapped his hands at the other rock shinobi. The man took out a scroll. After opening it, a human head appeared on the scroll, with a Konoha forehead protector on the forehead. This is the Konoha shinobi we captured at the domestic border. According to him, they came to our land of Earth on the orders of the Hokage to investigate the whereabouts of Four Tails Jinchuriki. Afterwards, this man tried to escape, but we shot him dead on the spot. While escaping, he also used the secret shadow technique of your Konoha village Nara clan. Huang-Tu's expression was arrogant, this was irrefutable evidence. Upon hearing the secret technique of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku behind him changed his expression and walked forward to carefully identify the head. After a while, Nara Shikaku returned to Senju Tobirama's back and whispered in his ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Hokage-sama, this is indeed Shunin Nara Dan from our Nara clan, but he was confirmed to have died during a mission a few months ago. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama's expression finally changed, and he began to think rapidly in his mind. Since this Nara has long been confirmed dead, whose head is this? Soon, all the speculations were ruled out by him one by one. White Zetsu. Finally, a possibility came to Tobirama's mind. White Zetsu has a disguise technique. As long as he can obtain the target's chakra, he can transform into a person who is exactly the same as the target, even the chakra is the same, and he can also use all the non-bloodline limit abilities of the original owner. Even the closest people and perception ninjas couldn't tell the real from the fake. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto was not able to see through it until he obtained Nine Tails chakra and awakened his malicious perception. No wonder Iwagakure was so sure that he was the one who ordered the Akatsuki organization. It turned out that someone was behind this. Hokage, how do you explain this? And the Akatsuki member Uchiha Itachi behind you. Huang-Tu's roar reached Senju Tobirama's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Chapter 73 Traditional Arts. Hokage, the man behind you must be Uchiha Itachi, the rebel ninja of Konoha. He is obviously a member of Akatsuki, why is he here? What kind of deal do you have with the Akatsuki organization? Huang-Tu's sturdy body stood up and slapped the table with a loud bang. Seeing this, the five people behind Senju Tobirama looked solemn. Might Guy had already stood beside Senju Tobirama, ready to protect the Hokage at any time. Senju Tobirama stretched out his hand, his expression did not show much reaction, and said lightly. Uchiha Itachi was an undercover agent planted by Konoha in the Akatsuki organization to gather intelligence on this dangerous organization. His mission has been completed, so of course he has to return to the village. Regarding this head, I can only tell you that he is not a ninja from the Nara clan, but someone else in disguise. As for who he is, I have no way of telling you. Five Tails Jinchuriki's disappearance has nothing to do with me or Konoha. What you are really looking for is the Akatsuki organization. Even if he explained the disguise technique of White Zetsu to them, they would not believe it, but would question why he knew it. The four rock shinobi, especially Huang-Tu, almost had a fit on the spot after hearing what Senju Tobirama said. What kind of explanation is that? He has used the Nara clan's secret shadow technique, but he is still a member of your Konoha. Hokage, if you, Konoha, really refuse to return the Jinchuriki, then we will have to meet on the battlefield. All four rock shinobi stood up and announced to Senju Tobirama in a condescending manner. What an idiot they are. They don't even realize they are being used as a gun. Senju Tobirama thought to himself. Does the Akatsuki organization want to use the rock shinobi village to attack Konoha? Then you guys come and give it a try. Senju Tobirama raised his head slightly. No matter what the person behind this was planning, he would take it. The remaining three ninja villages will never sit idly by and watch Konoha become the only dominant force. Even if he stops collecting Jinchuriki, a war will break out one day. Do you want to wait until Konoha and the other ninja villages are both defeated before taking action to seize the Jinchuriki? Then let's see if Konoha will be defeated. Since rock shinobi was used by someone to start a war with Konoha, then they would fight until the other ninja villages were afraid. At that time, even if Senju Tobirama really captured all the tailed beasts, these ninja villages would not dare to say anything. Advertisement. However, he still had to be wary of whether Akatsuki would target him in the war. Uchiha Madara's body is in the hands of Black Zetsu, and Orochimaru has now reached a cooperation with the Akatsuki organization. It is unknown whether he will resurrect Uchiha Madara to deal with Senju Tobirama. It just so happens that we can take advantage of this war to lure out the Akatsuki organization that has been hiding. Okay, Hokage, Konoha will meet Rock Shinobi on the battlefield. Let's go. Huang Tu glanced coldly at Senju Tobirama, waved his arm, and was about to take the three of them away. Did I let you go? Senju Tobirama looked at the four people with a cold face. Nara Shikaku beside him did not say anything to stop them, because he knew that when the disguised head appeared, the battle was inevitable. Might Guy rushed forward when he heard the first word spoken by Senju Tobirama. These guys actually dared to be so arrogant. It was obvious that the tailed beasts were not caught by Konoha, but they insisted on asking Konoha to return them to them. Might Guy has long wanted to beat them up. Therefore, when he sensed the Hokage's attitude, he was the first to rush forward. Leaf Hurricane. Might Guy kicked out with a whirlwind kick, hitting Huang Tu's back directly and kicking him more than 10 meters away. Hokage. You. Rock Shinobi next to him was stunned, and immediately turned around to question Senju Tobirama, but was met with the three Magatama in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Magic Jail Hang Technique. When Rock Shinobi looked around, he was already being controlled by Uchiha Itachi in the spirit world. Huang Tu and the remaining two people who got up had no time to care about the man who was trapped in the illusion. They fled in three directions. But unfortunately, the Konoha shinobi present, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, and Might Guy are all well known and powerful. But after a while, the three people who had lost their ability to resist were captured. Hokage, you, my father will definitely make Konoha pay. Huang Tu, who was lying on the ground gasping, threatened Senju Tobirama with a whimper. Advertisement. Second Grandpa, do we really want to do this? Jiraiya, who was standing aside, couldn't help but ask. Who is your second grandfather? Senju Tobirama glanced at him. Onoki was already convinced of this when he saw the disguised Konoha shinobi. War was inevitable. Rock shinobi was used, but when I made the decision to collect all the tailed beasts, these wars had to be fought sooner or later. Now, it's just a little earlier. Senju Tobirama gave a brief explanation. Kakashi, take these people to Konoha prison and lock them up. Remember to seal their chakras. Yes, Kakashi took a few rock shinobi lying on the ground and called a few Anbu ninjas to carry them up. Now, we have to prepare for war, and also be wary of the possibility that Akatsuki may attack in secret. Senju Tobirama put his hands on the table and began to analyze. Speaking of Akatsuki, Itachi, it will be up to you to explain the information about this organization to them. Yes, Uchiha Itachi had been undercover in the Akatsuki organization for several years, and especially after experiencing a siege, he had a deep understanding of the intelligence within the organization. Akatsuki is a group of people from different villages. Among them is the Sand Shinobi Kakuzu. Their leader is the Rinnegan. All 6 of them have the Rinnegan. They absorb ninjutsu, gravitation and repulsion. Wait, did you just say Rinnegan? Jiraiya, who was listening, changed his expression. He had only seen Rinnegan in his former apprentice Nagato. He had thought about bringing Nagato back to Konoha for training, but it ended up in nothing. Later, he heard that his 3 disciples had died and was sad for a long time. But now he learned that the leader of Akatsuki also had a Rinnegan. Yes, Lord Jiraiya, the leaders of Akatsuki organization possess Rinnegan, and there are more than 1, but 6. Uchiha Itachi said solemnly. Could it be that Nagato is not dead yet? Jiraiya thought silently in his heart. If Nagato is not dead, why would he create such a dangerous rebel ninja organization? In his impression, the 3 disciples are all peace-loving people, how could it be? Seeing Jiraiya deep in thought, Senju Tobirama certainly knew what he was thinking. Okay, now Itachi has almost finished explaining the intelligence about the Akatsuki organization. Next, let's prepare for the battle with Iwagakure. Senju Tobirama waved his hand and said coldly. At this moment, a mechanical electronic sound came into my mind, and a system sound that had not appeared for a long time came out. Chapter 74. 3 Shadows Talks. A mechanical electronic sound came out of my mind. Name. Senju Tobirama. Strength. Super Shadow. Status. Impure World Reincarnation. Mission. Gather the tailed beasts in progress. Defeat Rock Shinobi. Reward. Water Style Enhancement. The new mission was glanced over by Senju Tobirama. Water Style Enhancement. How to enhance it. Make his water turn into mercury. No longer thinking about the things that were not yet in his hands, Senju Tobirama turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, have you met your brother Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi shook his head slightly. Yes, I have seen it, but Sasuke can't accept the truth of the matter for a while, and now he is a little. He'll figure it out slowly. Senju Tobirama nodded. In the original work, if it weren't for Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi constantly stimulating him, I'm afraid Sasuke would have almost forgotten his hatred. How's your mastery of the distinguished heavenly gods going? Senju Tobirama looked into Uchiha Itachi's eyes. It can almost be used at full strength. If you want to completely change a person's will, you can do it. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Very good. Senju Tobirama looked at him with satisfaction. However, as to who the target of distinguished heavenly god's spell should be, this is a question that requires careful consideration. The eye that can permanently control a person has a very long cooling time, almost measured in years. Even with the blessing of Hashirama cells, it takes several months to recover. Shisui's other eye, Danzo's, is a bit useless in comparison. It can only subtly influence a person's thinking, and as long as others point it out, he will realize that he is under an illusion. Perhaps this goal can be left to Orochimaru. Advertisement. Just when Onoki's son Wangtu went to Konoha and had not returned yet. A meeting concerning the situation of the entire ninja world is quietly taking place. Of the 5 major ninja villages, except for the Hokage of Konoha and the cage of the Sand Shinobi, all the remaining cages are gathered here. There are also several small ninja villages with strong comprehensive strength, and representatives of Kusanagi and Takigaku are also here. It can be seen that this was a very grand meeting. This large tent located in a small country is already filled with people. Everyone, Senju Tobirama has his evil ambitions written all over his face. Don't you have any opinions? Onoki slammed his fist on the round meeting table. The 5 tails of their village were captured by Senju Tobirama, and his son went to Konoha to ask for accountability but was also imprisoned by Senju Tobirama. Therefore, his hatred for Konoha is the greatest. He denied that he captured 5 tails Jinchuriki, but we rock shinobi already have evidence, and we also captured Konoha spies found in our country. The Akatsuki people also confessed to me that it was Senju Tobirama who ordered them to capture Jinchuriki. Sooner or later, Konoha will take action against every village with Jinchuriki. Onoki's 2 strands of whitebeard were shaking up and down, showing his inner unrest. That's right. Grandma Chio, who was sitting next to him, spoke up, echoing Unoki's words. The cage did not come, and the Kingdom of Wind did not make any statement, because they, Sunagaku, had lost their sovereignty, and the village was even supervised by the garrison sent by Konoha. If you do not obey its control, Senju Tobirama will immediately rush to Sunagaku via the Flying Thunder God Kunai stored in the Konoha Diplomatic Friendship Force in Sand Shinobi. Therefore, the cage was not even invited to this meeting concerning important decisions of the ninja world, because even the cage himself, Tamari, had to show his face in front of the captain of Konoha's Sand Shinobi every day to show his obedience. Grandma Chio participated in this meeting in her personal capacity. He took away our Sand Shinobi's 1-tail Jinchuriki, and Rock Shinobi's 5 tails Jinchuriki. Who will be next? Senju Tobirama's ambition is comparable to that of Uchiha Madara. He wants to rule the ninja world by gathering the power of all the tailed beasts. Granny Chio became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and she even stood up excitedly, which aroused everyone's sympathy. At this time, Terumi Mei, wearing a Mizukage hat, clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. This was also the first time that everyone saw the 5th Mizukage of Kurigaku. Since Kurigaku had been implementing the blood mist policy for a long time and had been closed to the outside world, the villages could not even plant spies, and everyone was curious about this Mizukage. Everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage of Kurigaku. The blood mist policy and isolation policy that were started by the 3rd Mizukage and developed to the peak by the 4th Mizukage in Kurigaku have been abolished by me. If there are ninja villages that want to have friendly exchanges, I will welcome them to visit Miss Shinobi. Advertisement. However, this is not what I want to talk about today. I'm sure you've all heard about the 4th Mizukage's policy of massacring the bloodline families in Kurigaku when he was in power. Although this is extremely embarrassing, I have to tell you about it. The 4th Mizukage of our village was controlled by the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. That's why the blood mist policy was wrongly continued. Terumi Mei's very beautiful face was now full of coldness. After these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Are you kidding me? Even the shadow of a village is controlled. Could it be the Hokage's order as well? Nonsense. It's Sharingan. It must be related to Konoha. But wasn't the Uchiha clan wiped out a long time ago? Maybe it's to hide it from others. The inside of the big tent was filled with noises of amazement. Terumi Mei covered her face. This kind of scandal within the village was spread. Although it was embarrassing for Miss Shinobi, it was a strong proof of Konoha's crimes. She had to say it. The leaders of some small ninja villages all scratched their heads at this moment. Even the Mizukage, one of the 5 great cages, could be controlled silently by Konoha. Wouldn't it be easy for Konoha to deal with them? There is such a thing. Senju Tobirama really should be eliminated. Reikage, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. The Cloud Shinobi and Konoha are enemies for generations. Let's not talk about the old things during the second Reikage period. A few years ago, the Cloud Shinobi wanted to kidnap the daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan of Konoha and forced Hyuga Hazashi to death. When Senju Tobirama was just resurrected, he sent a team to assassinate the Hokage. Even if Senju Tobirama had no intention of collecting the tailed beasts, a war would have broken out between the 2 villages sooner or later. Right now Senju Tobirama's goal is to take away the Jinchuriki from each village. No matter which village he wants to attack first, we must stop him. 4th Reikage's words were eloquent and reasonable, drawing cheers from the crowd. Now the tailed beasts of each village are sealed in the bodies of the Jinchuriki. They are all strategic forces of a ninja village. Since Senju Tobirama wants to take action against them, the Jinchuriki must be protected. Unoki took over Ai's words. However, it is definitely not enough to just protect the Jinchuriki. What I am going to say next is also the main reason why I invited you all here. I propose that all of our ninja villages unite and form a ninja coalition. It would be best if we could drive Senju Tobirama back to the underworld and wipe the unstable ninja village of Konoha off the map of the ninja world. Onoki finally revealed his true intentions. Chapter 75. If you want to fight, then fight. Senju Tobirama didn't even let go of the Sand Shinobi who took the initiative to negotiate. He has great ambitions. The Fourth Shinobi World War will be triggered by him sooner or later. Everyone knows Konoha's current strength. Is there any ninja village that can defeat Konoha alone? Do you guys want to go back to the time when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara dominated the ninja world? The only way is to form a ninja coalition and completely break the backbone of Konoha. Unoki's thoughts finally came to light. It is just an exaggeration to say that Rock Shinobi's overall strength is not inferior to Konoha. To be honest, they are actually weaker than Konoha. His real purpose was to unite the other ninja villages to attack Konoha together. The previous ninja world wars have proven that Konoha is simply the destiny of the entire ninja world. It has been able to win several times by defeating many enemies alone. Not only does it have a unique geographical location, but there are also a large number of new generation geniuses emerging in the village. How can he not be jealous? Now that the second Hokage has been resurrected, Konoha's ambition to unify the ninja world has been exposed. If they do not unite, they will be defeated one by one. I agree with the Tsuchikage's decision. Senju Tobirama is too dangerous. We must unite. Chiyo was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Her hostility towards Konoha was no less than that of Unoki. I agree too. Reikage stood up and agreed. Although Cloud Shinobi's Jinchuriki were not threatened, they, the Cloud Shinobi, had never been on good terms with Konoha, so he would naturally welcome this opportunity to take action against Konoha. It would be even better if I could bite off a piece of meat from Konoha. Both cages had expressed their opinions, and with the support of Chiyo, the elder of the Sand Shinobi, the representatives of the small ninja villages naturally had no objection. Mizukage Terumi Mei, the only one who did not express her opinion, thought for a moment and then nodded. Mist Shinobi had just ended the civil strife in the village, and now there was a lot of work to be done. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But the fact that the previous Mizukage was controlled by the Uchiha clan requires Konoha's explanation, plus they also have Jinchuriki in Mist Shinobi, although one died and the other became a traitor. If they don't get along now, then if Konoha is dealt with individually later, no one will help them. With the sound of signatures being signed inside the tent, the Ninja World Conference led by Tsuchikage came to an end. Advertisement. After the meeting, leaders from each village left and returned to their villages to discuss mobilizing the army. After there is completely no movement here. Two figures appeared out of nowhere. Yes, Zetsu, you did a great job on this. They even got the allied shinobi forces out of the way, the masked Uchiha Obito whispered. Once this so-called ninja coalition starts fighting with Konoha, we can take advantage of the chaos to collect the tailed beasts. Ju laughed playfully. Then you'd better do something secretly to make this war break out faster, and the more chaotic the better. Why not have the white Zetsu dress up as Konoha shinobi and go to these ninja villages to cause damage? Amidst the murmurs of communication, the two figures gradually disappeared. At a training ground in Konoha, two figures were fighting fiercely. Naruto, be careful. Following Gaara's warning, countless sands gushed out of the gourd behind him and quickly buried the entire duel arena. Ha! Rasengan. Naruto rolled a glowing ball in his hand. This was a move that Pervy Sage taught him. It is worth mentioning that since the last time he saw Uncle Hokage, he felt that it was much easier for him to release ninjutsu than before. As the Rasengan hit the shield formed by the sand, the fight between the two came to an end. Naruto, you're still the same, you can only roll balls every time. Gaara still had that expressionless look on his face and spoke coldly. However, compared to his past, his current appearance is completely different. Since staying in Konoha, no one has any prejudice against him anymore, and he has Naruto and Sasuke, who are both companions and teammates, to accompany him. Advertisement. It's much stronger than when he was a sand shinobi. But speaking of Sasuke, Gaara glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting in the distance watching the battle. He hasn't been in a good state recently. Ever since he met and talked with the man who claimed to be his brother, Sasuke has become uninterested in everything and occasionally says strange things. Tisk, you're still the same, playing with sand every time. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips in dissatisfaction. But after looking at Sasuke, Naruto's eyes were filled with worry. I don't know when Sasuke will recover. In the Hokage's office, several figures were standing around the Hokage, and Nara Shikaku was standing in front of Senju Tobirama, reporting on his work. Hokage-sama, today we received a transmission from one of our intelligence agents in the outside world. A few days ago, Onoki secretly held a secret Ninja World meeting. The content of the meeting was to form a ninja coalition to jointly resist Konoha in response to your collection of tailed beasts. Nara Shikaku held a confidential document in his hand and read out its contents. I see. Senju Tobirama just nodded. He had guessed whether the remaining villages would unite, but he didn't expect that Onoki even invited some small villages. It seemed that they really wanted to kill Konoha. Perhaps Senju Tobirama's previous act of collecting tailed beasts reminded them of Senju Hashirama. They were unwilling to return to the era when Konoha had one superpower and many strong ones, and they were afraid. If we don't take any action now, when Konoha is eaten away piece by piece, we won't even have the chance to resist. The Fourth Shinobi World War could break out at any time. Let all departments of Konoha prepare for war. After a moment of silence, Senju Tobirama issued an order. Understood. Nara Shikaku nodded, but did not leave. Instead, he continued. Hokage-sama, there is one more thing. Yesterday a group of people attacked Iwagakure under the banner of our Konoha. After destroying a bunch of Rock Shinobi's buildings, this group of mysterious people immediately retreated before the Rock Shinobi could react. Onoki was furious again. After listening to the report, Tobirama thought for a moment and quickly came to the conclusion, the Akatsuki people did this to frame us. If things go as expected, they will then launch attacks on all the ninja villages that participated in the meeting, intensifying the hatred of these ninja villages towards Konoha so that the war will break out faster. Too insidious. Nara Shikaku frowned. Frame up. Since Akatsuki wants us to fight quickly, I will help them. There is no need to wait for the ninja coalition to gather. We in Konoha will declare war on them now. Senju Tobirama made the final decision. Chapter 76. Let's see who is faster. Hokage, isn't this a little too impulsive? After Nara Shikaku came to his senses, a trace of concern appeared on his face. Hey, wasn't their decision to form a ninja coalition just to attack Konoha?
But Akatsuki wants to use the gap between our Konoha and other ninja villages to collect the tailed beasts. I won't agree to that. Senju Tobirama said coldly. Since the Akatsuki organization is secretly plotting to speed up the outbreak of the Fourth Ninja World War, let them compete to see who is faster. The tailed beast, he Senju Tobirama wants. Victory, Senju Tobirama 2. Senju Tobirama took out several kunai engraved with the mark of the Flying Thunder God and placed them on the table. Shikaku, have the strongest members of the Star Clan selected, those who can maintain the peacock magic the longest. Have them raid over Iwagakure tomorrow night. We don't require them to go deep into the Rock Shinobi, we just need them to throw these special kunai into Iwagakure.
After throwing the kunai, have them withdraw as quickly as possible. I might make a big noise at Rock Shinobi tomorrow night, and have the village's defense forces pay attention to the village's vigilance. Senju Tobirama spoke up. Ah, you're going to take action against Rock Shinobi yourself. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth in horror. That's right, don't worry about my safety. With the Flying Thunder God technique, I can return to the village at any time. Senju Tobirama nodded. Also, I will be taking Uchiha Itachi with me to carry out the Tailed Beast collection plan in a while. You will be in charge of the affairs of the village for the time being. Nara Shikaku. He no longer knew how to evaluate this second Hokage, he had to go to Rock Shinobi for a night raid tomorrow, and he also had to find time to catch the tailed beast today. Now, let's get started. Senju Tobirama said without further ado, and walked out of the office. Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment and quickly followed. As for the remaining Nara Shikaku and Kakashi, they did not stay for long and began to prepare for the transfer of affairs within Konoha and the selection of personnel for the Star Clan. Iwagakure. The buildings on the road were sparse and more or less damaged. Especially the Tsuchikage building of Rock Shinobi, which was directly destroyed into ruins. A stone house nearby, improvised by Earth-style ninjutsu, became the temporary Tsuchikage's office. Tsuchikage-sama, the extent of the damage to the village has been tallied. Please review it. A Rock Shinobi with a scar on his head held a report in his hand and presented it to the gloomy-looking Onoki. Behind Onoki, his granddaughter Kuretsuchi and his apprentice Akatsuki were standing on both sides, but their faces did not look very good. Old man, the people of Konoha are too arrogant. Not only did they detain my father, they also sent people to Rock Shinobi to sabotage. Kuretsuchi said hatefully. Advertisement. This isn't right. Onoki rubbed his temple, his mind racing. This group of people are using the banner of Konoha, but their methods are not like those of Konoha. Unoki said. Someone is using us Rock Shinobi as a gun. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid this group of people will sabotage other ninja villages together. They want to provoke the Fourth Ninja World War. Onoki was not an old fool. He felt that someone was behind it. But, what does this matter? The purpose of the establishment of the Shinobi Alliance is to deal with Konoha. Even if the people behind the scenes didn't instigate it, it's only a matter of time before the war starts. Now, this gives us an excellent excuse and a legitimate reason to declare war on Konoha. A hint of coldness appeared on Unoki's face. Black Earth, Red Earth, Stone Rock, and Gray Earth, get ready. In 3 days, lead the troops that have been assembled in the village to attack Konoha. Also, remember to notify Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, and have them prepare to support us as well. Onoki said finally. Yes. After receiving the order, all the ninjas in the simple stone house left together. The only one left sitting here, Onoki, sighed deeply, alas. Lao Zi, where on earth have you been? Four Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, left the village early in her life and wandered around the ninja world because of a disagreement with him. After Five Tails Han was killed, Onoki wanted to find Lao Shi, but the people he sent could not find any trace of Lao Shi. However, he could never have imagined that the Lao Zi he was talking about was currently experiencing the most critical moment in his life. Land of Earth. Inside a huge active volcano. Old Z, dressed as a monk, sat cross-legged inside the crater, practicing. The temperature here is abnormally high, and even living things are very rare, which is why the Rock Shinobi can't find Lao Zi. Four Tails Son Goku is sealed inside Lao Zi's body. Not only does his lava style require the high temperature of a volcano to practice, the tailed beast inside his body also likes such an environment. Lao Zi, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed 2 extremely strong chakras. The Four Tails Sun Wukong in the body also issued a warning. Old Z, it seems someone is coming. There was no need for Sun Wukong to explain much, Lao Zi had already seen 2 figures without any disguise. Both of them were wearing Konoha's forehead protector, and it seemed that they were not friendly. The person in the front is Senju Tobirama, and right behind him is Uchiha Itachi. The volcano where Lao Zi was hiding was indeed very hidden, but it could not escape Senju Tobirama's extraordinary perception. Just as he stepped onto the path of the land of Earth, he could already sense Four Tails' huge chakra. Advertisement. You two are from Konoha? Lao Zi asked in surprise. This is clearly the land of Earth, how come there are ninjas from Konoha here? Could it be that since he had been in seclusion for so long, Konoha had already defeated the Rock Shinobi? Lao Zi didn't recognize these two people, but the Sun Wukong in his body recognized one of them and exclaimed. Isn't this that man's brother? Didn't he die a long time ago? The man that Four Tails was referring to was, of course, Senju Hashirama. Originally, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara captured all the tailed beasts except one tail, including him, and sold them to Iwagakure at the first 5-cage summit. Son Goku also got to know Senju Tobirama, but as far as he knew, this person had already died at the hands of the two monsters who ate Nine Tails' flesh and blood. Old Z, be careful, they might be here with bad intentions. Four Tails reminded Lao Zi that although it had seen Senju Tobirama, it did not know his strength. If it knew that Senju Tobirama was best at water style, Lao Zi would have turned around and ran away long ago. After all, lava style is naturally antagonized by water style. Itachi, fight quickly and decisively. Senju Tobirama turned and instructed Uchiha Itachi. Got it. Uchiha Itachi nodded, the Mangekyo Sharingan appearing in his eyes. When he saw the red light flashing in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, Lao Zi had already quickly formed seals with his hands. Lava-style Wagwoshin. He slammed his hands on the ground. Suddenly, with a roar, the ground cracked and hot magma gushed out from under the ground. The scorching temperature and the red magma that seemed to melt everything rushed towards the two of them like crazy. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly and clasped his hands together. Water-style grand waterfall technique. A huge amount of water gushed out of Senju Tobirama's mouth like a waterfall. But in just a moment, the water flow collided with the magma, and the high-temperature water vapor that erupted in the air almost condensed into thick fog. The water and magma merged to form irregular pieces of obsidian. Using water style in a volcano. Lao Zi's eyes widened. After just a face-to-face encounter, Senju Tobirama easily resolved Lao Zi's signature ninjutsu. Before Lao Zi could recover from his shock, he faced the two rapidly rotating Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Instantly, the Monkey King in the spiritual world lost consciousness, and his two eyes took on the shape of Itachi Mangekyo. Then, Uchiha Itachi once again cast the Sharingan's Genjutsu on Murasaki himself. In less than 3 seconds, the Rock Shinobi's Four Tails Jinchuriki fell to the ground unconscious. Chapter 77 Seven Tails. After packing up Four Tails Jinchuriki, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi rushed to the next place without stopping. There was a valley with dense forests and no human habitation within 100 miles. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi walked on the wet land one after the other. Although Itachi was confused, he saw that the Hokage had no intention of explaining and simply followed him silently. After the two had walked for more than 10 minutes, Senju Tobirama in front stopped. Through the lush woods, a huge waterfall appeared in front of the two. We're here. Senju Tobirama waved and gestured to Itachi behind him. Takigakure, a ninja village hidden behind a waterfall, is the hometown of Kakuzu and the location of Seven Tails Jinchuriki. It also has an ancestral hero's water that can increase a ninja's chakra dozens of times. There seems to be someone behind the waterfall. Uchiha Itachi pursed his lips, sensing the mystery behind it. Yes, Takigakure village is behind this waterfall. Itachi, our strategy for now is to fight quickly and decisively. Take the Jinchuriki away as quickly as possible. If anyone tries to stop us, don't show any mercy. Senju Tobirama spoke coldly. Although Takigakure village is not one of the 5 major ninja villages, its strength is also top-notch among the smaller ninja villages, otherwise it would not have been qualified to distribute the tailed beasts at the first 5-cage summit. However, perhaps because they had not tasted bitterness for too long, their leaders participated in the joint meeting led by Onoki and chose to be enemies with Konoha. Senju Tobirama would not show any mercy when it came to attacking them. After Itachi nodded, the two flew towards the waterfall. Rumble. The sound of water hitting is very crisp. As soon as he approached the waterfall, Senju Tobirama sensed several tacky ninja guards hiding behind the waterfall. Hey, why did these two guys outside suddenly stop? Don't worry, if they dare to come in, they will surely die. It's ridiculous that these two guys from Konoha dared to come to our Takigakure to cause trouble. Behind the waterfall, several ninjas who were responsible for guarding the entrance and exit of Takigakure village were talking to each other, laughing and talking, without any signs of nervousness at all. The reason is simple. They are all elite ninjas of Takigakure who have drunk the water of heroes. The water of heroes is the sacred object of Takigakure village and is the most precious treasure besides the Jinchuriki. Drinking the water of heroes can increase the chakra in the body by dozens of times, but the side effect is that it will devour the life of the user, so it was also sealed up by the village leader. The waterfall is the only way in and out of Takigakure village. As the ninjas guarding here, they must have strong strength. Therefore, these people are the elites selected from the village who are willing to sacrifice their lives. Although their lifespans have been devoured a lot, their strength is comparable to that of elite Jonin. They are confident that no one can break through the village's defenses. But soon, these tacky ninjas could no longer laugh. Because several wooden spears thicker than humans had pierced their hearts. Several people who were spitting blood from their mouths were unable to even send out a warning to the village and fell to the ground with unwillingness. Advertisement. Southeast direction. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already sensed Seven Tails' huge chakra. The two of them ran wildly on the streets of Tokigakure village without any disguise. In the village, one could occasionally hear villagers talking to each other and the noise of children playing. However, at this time, two voices were running on the main street of Tokigakure village at an extremely fast speed, without paying any attention to the surprised and frightened looks of the natives. It's someone from Konoha. How did they get in? Aren't Karasuma and his men responsible for guarding the entrance to the village? Where are they? Hurry up and notify the ninjas in the village. The noisy villagers scattered in all directions, some went to call for the ninja guards, some went to contact the village leader, and some went to inform Lord Kaide. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi followed the route of several villagers, so he didn't have to look for anyone himself, as someone would lead the way for him. Invaders of Konoha, stop right there. At this time, the ninja guards responsible for maintaining the public order in Tokigakure finally arrived after receiving news from the villagers. Swish, swish, swish. On the roof in front of the two of them, there were dozens of figures wearing protective gear. They had completely surrounded the two invaders. Just surrender. You killed Karasuma and the others, and we must find the Hokage to punish you. The leading ninja had a fierce look in his eyes. He did not recognize these two Konoha shinobi. In other words, there is no one in the entire Tokigakure who knows Senju Tobirama at all, because when Kakuzu defected, all the elderly senior officials in the village had already been killed by him. Without any nonsense, the moment this tacky nin finished speaking, the Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up. Senju Tobirama glanced around slightly, with just one movement of his hands. Before the ninjas could react, thick branches pierced their chests in front of their shocked eyes. Amidst the screams, the group of tacky ninjas surrounding them were strung together into human strings. In just a few seconds, the flat street seemed to have turned into a primeval forest. There was silence for a long while before screams of women and children were heard. For a moment, the land was filled with panic. Such a big commotion finally alarmed the leader of Tokigakure village and Seven Tails Jinchuriki Kaide. She has blue-green hair, eyes as clear as orange gemstones, a navel-bearing outfit that is sexy but not seductive, and two translucent insect wings flapping behind her. The teenage girl finally appeared above the two of them. The target showed up on his own initiative. Senju Tobirama winked at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Uchiha Itachi, realizing what he meant, immediately activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes. Advertisement. Feng, hurry up, they are targeting you. After seeing the Konoha forehead protector on the foreheads of the two men, the leader of Tokigakure village, a young man in his 20s, shouted. Having participated in the three-cage summit held by Onoki, he of course knew Konoha's ambition. The Hokage wanted to collect all the Jinchuriki. But I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Konoha had actually sent people to come to the village to rob openly. You actually killed Uncle Tetsuka. Unforgivable. Feng, who was flying in the sky, ignored the leader's words, but looked at the tacky ninja captain who was stabbed to death by Senju Tobirama wood style. You two bastards, go to hell. Secret technique. Scale powder explosion. The angry Feng didn't think much and released a large amount of scale powder. These bright yellow phosphorus powders can not only explode, but also contain toxins that can cause blindness. This move can also hide one's body to achieve a similar effect to the mist shinobi technique. Unfortunately, Senju Tobirama is in a hurry now, and he doesn't have time to play this kind of hide-and-seek game with the beautiful girl. Water style. Big water wave. As the seal in his hand fell, Senju Tobirama seemed to move an ocean into Tokigakure village. In just a moment, this isolated ninja village seemed to have turned into an ocean kingdom. What kind of scale powder toxin can make you invisible? Can't you just drown it with water? Cough. Cough cough. Feng, who emerged from the water, coughed violently. She never thought that someone could release such a powerful ninjutsu. Did he directly create a sea? Look here. A shout came from behind Feng. She turned her head subconsciously and looked directly into Uchiha Itachi's eyes as the Mangekyo Sharingan was rotating. In just a moment, Feng fainted in the ocean. Senju Tobirama smiled. This Mangekyo was really useful. It was the nemesis of the tailed beasts. If he was alone, he would probably have to fight with the Jinchuriki for a while before he could succeed. Tobirama stood on the water, picked up the unconscious Feng, and prepared to leave. Don't even think about taking her away. Seeing this, the leader of Tokigakure, who had just poked his head out from the bottom of the water, spewed a fireball from his mouth, regardless of the huge gap in strength between the two sides. For him, the tailed beast is Tokigakure's life. Without the Jinchuriki, will Tokigakure be any different from other small ninja villages? For this reason, he must resist. Senju Tobirama looked sideways slightly and put his right hand in front of him to block the weak fire style. A thin line of water shot out from Tobirama's mouth. At the first sight, the Tokigakure leader could not even utter a scream before he sank into the ocean. Village head. The Tokigakure ninjas and villagers who gradually surfaced from the bottom of the water let out shrill cries when they saw this scene. Senju Tobirama shook his head. Since he had chosen to be the enemy of Konoha, he should be prepared for this outcome. Ignoring the resentful looks behind them, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi, carrying Kaide, stepped out of the waterfall at the entrance of Takigakure village one after the other. Chapter 78. Capture 7 Tails. Even though Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi resolved the battle very quickly, the sky was still getting darker by the second. The battles with the Jinchuriki were often just a moment, as most of the time was spent on their journey. Although both of them are strong and their speed has surpassed most ninjas, the ninja world is very vast. Even with their speed, it will take several days to cross the ninja world. Taking the unconscious Seven Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Itachi, Senju Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and after handing Seven Tails over to Konoha's care, the two took a short rest before heading towards the Land of Water in the night. When Uchiha Itachi and Senju Tobirama set foot on the Land of Water Kingdom, it was already dawn. It took the two of them almost an entire night to reach the Land of Water. Senju Tobirama is the body of Impure World Reincarnation and shows no signs of fatigue, while Uchiha Itachi has had his body greatly enhanced after being transplanted with Hashirama's cells, and neither of them shows any signs of fatigue. When entering this country that had just lifted its lockdown, both of them took off their forehead protectors. Otherwise, he would be recognized as a Konoha man at a glance, which would be disadvantageous to Tobirama's actions. Then the residents of the Water Kingdom saw these two strange figures. The two foreign visitors were both adult men. The man in the front was tall and dressed in a black suit. He had a handsome face with 3 red lines carved on his face, and his hedgehog-like white hair was particularly eye-catching. You can tell at first glance that he is a person who has been in a high position for many years, and he exudes a kind of charm that makes people want to obey him. The young man behind him was equally handsome, and the 2 tear troughs on his face added a touch of depth to him, giving people the impression that he was young but experienced. As the two of them walked along, they attracted a lot of strange looks. Miko, those 2 handsome guys over there are so impressive. Wow, the one in front is my type. But the makeup on her face is a little weird. The sound of the girl in love made people's hearts flutter, but the pace of the two did not slow down at all. Only sighs could be heard from the back. In addition to curious glances on the street, there are also cold and fierce peeping in the dark. Senju Tobirama, who had a strong sense of perception, naturally noticed it, and without thinking too much, he knew that it was a ninja from Miss Shinobi. Advertisement. But he didn't care. After all, the two of them had already hidden their chakras. In the eyes of others, they were just ordinary people with outstanding looks. However, the people in the dark did not give up the idea just because they were civilians, and soon, trouble found the two of them. Soon, several people in black blocked their way. You two guys, you look unfamiliar. Are you from the water country? A thin man who was in the lead came out, looked at the two of them carefully, and then spoke. It was not the first time that the local civilians of the water country had seen such a scene, and they quickly moved away from the street one by one, just shaking their heads slightly for the two of them. Yes, we are not from the land of water. We are traveling here from the land of fire. We heard that 5th Mizukage lifted the isolation order, so we want to see the world. Senju Tobirama said nonchalantly, a smile on his face. The person behind me is my friend, and he also came here with me. However, when these people heard the words, Fire Nation, their faces immediately changed, and a few impatient guys even took out the long swords from their waists. They knew about the Hokage of Konoha village in the land of fire. Lord Mizukage also participated in the United Shinobi Conference, which basically declared war on Konoha. These two guys from the land of fire actually dared to enter the land of water. They were really brave. However, the leading man remained calm, signaled the people around him to put down their weapons, and then said, Haha, 5th Mizukage welcomes every friendly visit, and we are no exception. It's all a misunderstanding. However, since you two are new to the water country and are unfamiliar with the place, how about I lead the way for you two and take a good look at the famous places in the water country? After saying that, he walked ahead without caring about Senju Tobirama's reaction. A group of men in black surrounded Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi. As long as the two made any unusual movements, they would immediately take action. Senju Tobirama did not get angry, because the route led by the man in front happened to be in the same direction as Six Tails' ascent, and he didn't mind letting these guys live a little longer. After all, killing people in the street doesn't have a good impact. The group slowly walked out of the city and gradually entered a wilderness. As soon as they got away from human habitation, this group of people couldn't wait to seek death. You dogs of the Fire Nation, die. The thin man who had been leading the way suddenly turned around and threw out the shuriken he had prepared long ago. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama turned his head slightly and stabbed the shuriken at the stunned man in black. The thin man's eyes widened, confirming that these two were spies sent by Konoha village. He drew the long sword at his waist and rushed towards Senju Tobirama fiercely. Itachi. Clear. Senju Tobirama turned slightly and began to sense the location of Six Tails Jinchuriki. Yugao, Six Tails Jinchuriki, has now betrayed Kurigakure and is outside. In the original work, he also has a girlfriend who was his apprentice and lover. Soon, Six Tails' huge amount of chakra was sensed by Senju Tobirama. Glancing sideways, he saw that Uchiha Itachi behind him had already dealt with all the men in black, leaving a mess on the ground, and even the corpses had been dealt with by Itachi. Let's move. Senju Tobirama strode forward, followed closely by Itachi. In the dark cave, all members of Akatsuki have gathered here. Pain, who was at the head, spoke first. Deidara, how is the operation assigned to you to destroy other ninja villages going? Haha, don't worry, Chief. I almost blew up Cloud Shinobi's Raikage's office. You didn't see the look on that big black guy's face. Deidara replied with a smile. He had not carried out such wanton explosions for a long time, and he was the first one to take the initiative to participate in the operation to destroy other ninja villages. He just felt a little unhappy about having to transfer his artistic creations to Konoha. Everything has been completed. Now the hatred of other ninja villages towards Konoha is very strong. If nothing unexpected happens, the war will start in the next few days. Ju under the pitcher plant made a hoarse sound. Very good. When the war breaks out, we will immediately start the plan of collecting the tailed beasts. Tendo Pain waved his hand and gave the order. After a while, the figures in the cave left one after another. Chapter 79 Hidaka, Konoha, Star Clan, Seiya, Starlight, and Starry Sky, the three of you, step out. Following the order from the Star Clan leader, 3 men walked out from the Star Clan ninjas who were standing in a row. The rest of you, disperse. After the patriarch said this, the dark crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only 3 people standing there at a loss. Lord Shikaku, Lord Kakashi, the 3 of them are the strongest ninjas in our clan. Even by the standards of the 5 great nations, they are qualified to be named Jonin. The Star Clan leader turned to Nara Shikaku and Kakashi beside him and bowed slightly, saying with a smile on his face. After Hatake Kakashi looked at the 3 of them, he made a gesture to Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku nodded, cleared his throat slightly, and said seriously. 3 of you, today I ask the clan leader to select the 3 of you. Because the 3 of you are the strongest among the Star Clan. Here is a mission personally assigned by the Hokage. The difficulty can be classified as S level. The danger index is relatively high and it requires a strong person to complete it. The mission is not mandatory. If any of you want to refuse, you can raise it now. After Nara Shikaku said this, he paused for a moment and looked around at the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked at each other and answered in unison, we are willing to die for the Hokage. The 3 of them had made contributions in the previous battle against the Sand Shinobi. After returning to Konoha, they were not only praised by the villagers, but were also received by the Hokage himself and awarded bonuses. When the clan land was distributed, the 3 of them had the largest properties, and their families all lived a good life that they had never had before in the Star Ninja village. They all knew very well who had guaranteed all this for them, and naturally they would not back down. Nara Shikaku nodded with satisfaction, signaled with his eyes that the Star Clan leader should step aside, and then began to narrate the content of the task. 3 of you, the content of this mission is that the 3 of you carry the Hokage's special kunai and fly high above Iwagakure. You don't have to go deep into the enemy village, just make sure that the kunai is thrown into Iwagakure. There is no combat mission. Retreat immediately after throwing. The time of action will be tonight. Minister Kakashi's Anbu ninjas will escort you to the border of the Fire Country, and the rest will be left to you. Kakashi nodded, and Nara Shikaku took out several kunai engraved with marks from the scroll and handed them to the 3 people. Understood. Mission accomplished. The 3 of them took the kunai in unison and bowed to the 2. Soon, with the sunny weather, a secret team, under the protection of Anbu ninjas, rushed towards the northwest border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Advertisement. In a bamboo forest, a figure was lying on a hammock formed by crossed young bamboos, with one leg hanging out and swaying leisurely. The man was a handsome young man with long bangs. The light blue robe he wore was half open, revealing a large area of white muscles on his chest. He looked like a playboy. Yu Gao was holding a long straw made of reed in his hand and was blowing out bubbles continuously. The beautiful bubbles reflected the colorful sunlight in the air, and then suddenly burst, leaving only a water stain. He didn't know what the point of doing this was, but he just wanted to do it. Perhaps, this burst bubble was just like his life, and it might burst at any time. Yu Gao could never have imagined that his master Harusame would want to kill him, even though he respected him so much. But he wanted to extract the tailed beast from Yu Gao's body. Who doesn't know what will happen to the Jinchuriki if the tailed beast is extracted? For this reason, he left Kurigakure and became a rebel ninja. How unpredictable things are. Just as Yu Gao was immersed in painful memories, the bubbles he blew suddenly burst in an instant, and a drop of water fell on his forehead. Immediately afterwards, Yu Gao sensed 2 auras emitting strong malicious intent. Who is it? Yu Gao jumped down from his bamboo hammock and looked around. No one answered him. He was responded by a violent gust of strong wind. The originally dense bamboo forest was cut into fragments on the ground by several wind blades in an instant. The figures of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of Yu Gao one after another. There were too many bamboos, and they were blocking the road and obstructing the view, so Senju Tobirama simply released wind style to cut them all down. Who are you 2? Are you Mist Shinobi here to hunt down my people? Yu Gao held the straw in his hand horizontally and questioned the 2 men. Why is this always the same question? Senju Tobirama paused for a moment, but did not intend to hide anything. He said. I'm Senju Tobirama of Konoha village. My purpose here is to capture 6 Tails Jinchuriki, that's you. Advertisement. Yu Gao was stunned when he saw that the other party was so straightforward. After a long time, he slowly spoke. You must be the second Hokage who came back from the dead, right? I've heard of you, but I didn't expect the rumors about you collecting the tailed beasts to be true. But I'm not the kind of person who will sit and wait for death. After saying that, He raised the reed straw in his hand and blew out a large bubble the size of a human head. Water style. Bubble technique. When the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up, Uchiha Itachi was already lying on the ground unconscious. Senju Tobirama looked up at the sky. The sunset in the distance has begun to slowly set. Thinking back to tonight's plans, Senju Tobirama stopped thinking about collecting the tailed beasts. Currently, the Jinchuriki of 1 tail, 4 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails are all under Konoha's control. The Akatsuki organization has captured 5 tails, and 3 tails' predecessor, Yagura, died not long ago, and 3 tails is still in the process of resurrection. The remaining 2 tails and 8 tails are all perfect Jinchuriki, and they are all well protected in Cloud Shinobi Village, so it is not convenient to attack them. When he returned to Konoha with Yugao, it was already dark. Hokage-sama, you're back. Nara Shikaku paced anxiously in the office, and only breathed a sigh of relief when Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared. Putting down the Yugao on his shoulder, Senju Tobirama said, Shikaku, this is the 6 tails Jinchuriki of Miss Shinobi. Separate it from the others. Yes. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Nara Shikaku looked at it in amazement. It had only been 2 days, and the Hokage had already captured 3 Jinchuriki. This was almost catching up with the legendary first Hokage. Shikaku, how are the arrangements for you going? Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows. He could feel that the coordinate points of several Flying Thunder God were moving quickly. Everything is ready. According to the time, we should be getting close to Iwagakure. Nara Shikaku nodded to Tobirama. Okay, let Iwagakure drink a big pot tonight. Itachi, you've worked hard these past 2 days, you should go down and have a rest first. After patting the table, Senju Tobirama turned and said to Uchiha Itachi. After Uchiha Itachi left, the remaining 2 stared at the clock on the wall that kept ticking. Advertisement Chapter 80 Rock Shinobi's High Altitude. It's night. The land of Earth. After bidding farewell to the Anbu squad led by Kakashi at the border of the land of grass, Seiya, Hoshiko and Hoshizora used all their strength to activate the peacock magic. Fearing that they would be discovered by the Earth Country ninjas, the 3 men kept their flight altitude above 1,000 meters. With the cover of the moonlight and clouds, the 3 people and Luffy were not observed. However, maintaining the peacock technique for a long time is also a considerable consumption for the 3 people, so they kept swallowing military ration pills to replenish their chakra. Sora, Hikaru, how are you guys doing? Seiya turned his head and asked loudly at the somewhat messy starry sky and starlight beside him. Maintaining a fast flying speed in the sky made the strong airflow constantly hit their faces. If they didn't shout so loudly, no sound would be heard. You can still hold on. The 2 people beside him responded to Seiya with loud roars. Speed up, we're almost over Iwagakure, be alert. After saying that, the wings behind Seiya flapped suddenly, and his speed increased again. Upon hearing this, the 2 people behind him also quickened their pace to catch up. Iwagakure, night, 12 o'clock. This is a village built in a natural location, located in a basin formed by rocky mountains. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it is also very isolated from the outside world. Although Rock Shinobi had previously suffered damage from the Konoha Shinobi, even the Tsuchikage building was reduced to ruins. But there were many ninjas in the village who were good at earth style, and they restored the buildings in the village in a very short time, although they looked a little ugly. Under the moonlight, the village looked very peaceful. Several ninjas who were in charge of night patrols put down their torches, yawned out of boredom, or gathered together to chat. Hey, Oishi, I heard that your house was also bombed by Konoha's people. Is your family okay? The burly man with a beard patted the shoulder of the thin man who was looking at the moonlight. Oh, about this matter, no one is fine, just the house was blown flat, damn Konoha. The thin man responded, and then the 2 of them started chatting to pass the long vigil time. This B************ D Konoha is nothing. They destroyed the new house I just built. The Hokage of Konoha is really shameless. It's bad enough that he took away the Jinchuriki of our village, but he is too shameless to admit it. Lord Wangtu went to argue with them, but this Hokage took advantage of his power and detained him. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The sturdy man spat and yelled viciously. Hey, don't worry, didn't Master Tsuchikage hold a meeting outside the village a few days ago? I heard that he seemed to be planning to unite with Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi to send troops to Konoha. Is this true or false? Advertisement. I'm not lying to you. Haven't you noticed that the village has been mobilizing troops frequently these days? Today, I saw Lord Kuretsuchi and Lord Akatsuki gathering ninjas at the entrance of the village. That's great. When the war starts, I will kill as many dogs of Konoha as possible. The 2 of them started talking to each other. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At this moment, Rock Shinobi standing on the sentry post suddenly shouted loudly, immediately waking everyone's sleepiness. What's going on? Above Iwagakure, Seiya, Hoshiko and Hoshizora have rapidly reduced their flying altitude to a mere 100 meters. If they maintained an altitude of thousands of meters, they would not be able to maintain the accuracy of throwing the kunai, and the wind blowing in the air would prevent the kunai from reaching Iwagakure's range. But doing so would greatly increase their chances of being exposed. Sure enough, as soon as they lowered the flight altitude to a suitable position, the Rock Shinobi sentry immediately discovered them and issued an early warning. Quick, throw the kunai down. Without any nonsense, the 3 of them quickly pulled out the Flying Thunder God kunai on their waists. The rock shinobi below have already spotted them and are attacking them one by one. If they don't move quickly and alert the rock shinobi's Tsuchikage, then none of them will be able to escape. It's someone from Konoha. Knock them down quickly. Too high. Black stone. Use your best wind style. Wind style wind kill. Earth style. Earth dragon bomb. Idiot. Don't use earth style, they'll fly. Among the crowd, several rock shinobi who were good at wind style blew out strong winds from their mouths. The 3-star clan members flying in the air were swaying under the strong wind and seemed to be about to fall. It's working. Keep trying. When the rock shinobi's second round of attack was about to come, the 3 of them quickly threw the kunai in their hands. Advertisement. Several kunai with special marks flew into Iwagakure. Beware of their attacks. It's just a few kunai. Don't worry about it, keep attacking. Without the rock shinobi noticing, the flying thunder god kunai scattered and threw straight into the Iwagakure ground. After completing their mission, the 3 people flying in the air burst out at an astonishing speed and were about to escape into the distance. At this moment, a white beam of light suddenly hit the wings of nature behind the starlight. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Accompanied by an old man's angry roar, the cubic beam of light instantly enveloped the wings behind the starlight, and in an instant, the wings gradually turned into nothingness. And the moment Xingguang lost his wings, he fell rapidly like a bird with broken wings. You little scoundrel from Konohagakure, you came to Iwagakure and you think you can get away with it. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, at this moment, had his legs floating in the air and made a majestic declaration. As he was old, his sleep quality was already poor. Moreover, he was immediately awakened by the noise made by the people outside. He ran out of the house in anger. I didn't expect that it was Konoha's ninjas who were launching a night attack. Senju Tobirama, this old man, really thinks that he, the rock shinobi, is as soft as the sand shinobi and is so easy to bully. Master Tsuchikage is mighty. Seeing that Unoki knocked down the Konoha shinobi in the sky with just one move, the surrounding rock shinobi burst into cheers. The originally quiet Iwagakure suddenly became noisy at this moment. The sleeping villagers walked out of their houses one by one, and the lights in every household were lit up. In midair, Seiya and Hoshizora showed sadness in their eyes when they saw the starlight being shot down, and then they hurriedly flapped the wings behind them and planned to retreat. Seeing this, Onoki once again gathered the power of the white dust release beam in his palm. He wanted to keep these 3 Konoha shinobi who were ignorant of the danger here. Dust escape. Ah! Before Onoki could finish his murmur, he was interrupted by a scream from behind. What are you doing so loudly? Onoki shook his mustache in anger and interrupted the dust release technique that was charging in his hand. When he turned around, the expression on his face instantly changed from anger to horror. Senju Tobirama. Chapter 81 Start killing. Senju Tobirama, I underestimated you. How dare you invade Iwagakure alone? When Onoki looked sideways, what came into view was Senju Tobirama holding a rock shinobi in his hand. Onoki's 2 tufts of beard almost flew up, his eyes glared. What did Senju Tobirama think of them, the rock shinobi? Come and go as you please. Dare to fight an entire ninja village by yourself. Senju Tobirama, who noticed Onoki's gaze, threw the rock shinobi in his hand. The latter flew hundreds of meters like a cannonball in an instant and finally landed with a loud bang. Unoki, you should have known that this day would come whenever you thought of going to war with Konoha. Senju Tobirama waved his hand at the old man and spoke lightly. After sensing that the flying thunder god's coordinates had not moved, he immediately crossed thousands of miles from Konoha and appeared in Iwagakure. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* clenched. But anger was just an expression. His brain was working fast at the moment, thinking about how to keep Senju Tobirama here. He had never fought with Senju Tobirama. After all, the other party was a man of the same era as his teacher. At that time, he was just a little devil in the eyes of these big men. The information about Impure World Reincarnation, this forbidden technique, was known to Second Tsuchikage during the First Ninja World War and was passed on to Onoki as a secret. Impure World Reincarnation, it seems that as long as it is not sealed, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered. I don't know if his most lethal dust release will be effective. It seems that he needs to call up the sealing team in the village. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Onoki's expression became serious, and a white cubic beam of light instantly began to be released from his hand. Dust release, a fusion of the three chakra attributes of wind, fire and earth. It is a bloodline elimination that is one level higher than the bloodline limit. It was not developed by the second Tsuchikage and is extremely powerful. It can decompose the opponent it hits into atomic state. The weakness is that the spell has a huge casting time, even Obito's grandmother can dodge it. Swish. Senju Tobirama's figure disappeared instantly, and dust release decomposed a stone house behind him into molecules. Damn it! Onoki roared angrily, disgusting flying thunder god. During the Third Ninja World War, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato once used this move to kill 50 rock shinobi Jonin in a split second. Since then, Onoki has even issued an order that if Namikaze Minato is encountered during a mission, he can abandon the mission without punishment. Advertisement. Now, Namikaze Minato is dead, but the creator of this move, Senju Tobirama, has been resurrected and has single-handedly invaded their Iwagakure. Quick, evacuate the civilians. Take them all to the underground shelter. Gather the forces in the village. Surround and kill him. Quickly notify the village's sealing squad. Onoki roared at the top of his lungs, but he was cautious and had already used the light and heavy rock technique to keep himself dozens of meters in the air to prevent Senju Tobirama from capturing the thief first. Iwagakure, which was in darkness, suddenly became bright. Civilians were evacuated towards the center of Iwagakure under the escort of ninjas. Groups of rock shinobi rushed towards this direction. All the rock shinobi and Onoki present were paying close attention to their surroundings. Senju Tobirama had not appeared since he disappeared just now. Wood-style Mu-Long technique. A low roar was heard from the darkness, and Senju Tobirama clapped his hands. Beside him, a huge and mighty wooden dragon emerged from the ground with a violent roar. First comes the dragon head, then the dragon body of astonishing length, and finally the powerful dragon tail. There. The roar of the wooden dragon as it emerged startled the panicked rock shinobi. Looking at the wooden dragon that was at least several hundred meters long, the faces of these rock shinobi turned pale and their hands holding the ninja tools were covered with sweat. The largest creatures they had ever heard of were the Jinchuriki that had completely transformed into tailed beasts, but the Hokage's wood-style ninjutsu actually created a wooden dragon that was as big as a tailed beast. Is this really a ninjutsu that a human can perform? He also knows wood style. Onoki widened his eyes and exclaimed. After feeling the power of the wooden dragon, he knew that he must not let Senju Tobirama go unchecked, otherwise the rock shinobi below would suffer heavy casualties. After enduring the severe pain in his old waist, Onoki once again condensed the white light column of dust release in his hand. But Senju Tobirama didn't give him much time to cast the spell. The next second, the wooden dragon under his crotch emitted golden light from its two eyes. Roar. Advertisement. With a dragon roar, the wooden dragon carrying Senju Tobirama stretched out its body, like a 600-yard high-speed train, and slammed into the rock shinobi and Iwagakure's buildings. Boom. Any rock shinobi that stood in the way of the wooden dragon had no power to resist. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Earth-style Dubaku. Even if they tried their best to squeeze out the last drop of chakra and release ninjutsu defense before dying, they would be shattered by the dragon's might. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Onoki took a deep breath, and the bloodline elimination that he had prepared for a long time was finally released by him. This thick white cube, under Onoki's control, was like a wave of light, shooting straight towards the wooden dragon under Senju Tobirama's crotch. Senju Tobirama, who was standing on the top of the dragon's head, curled his lips slightly, and the wooden dragon under his feet instantly increased its speed. Onoki's dust release struggled to keep up with the wood dragon's speed and just barely hit the dragon's tail. The wood dragon roared and crashed into the piles of rock shinobi on the ground like a wild horse. Wherever the wooden dragon went, rock shinobi were knocked away one after another, and by the time they fell to the ground with a plop, there was no sign of life left. Behind the wooden dragon's path, the ground seemed to have been ruthlessly crushed by a steamroller, and a road paved with the flesh, blood and broken bones of rock shinobi deeply shocked everyone. Hateful. The somewhat weak Onoki fell from midair, gasping for breath. The continuous release of dust release consumed a huge amount of his chakra. Hurry. Come on. Block his way. Onoki roared. This is the interior of their rock shinobi. In order to prepare for the upcoming Fourth Ninja World War, most of the rock shinobi were recalled to the village. The thing they have the most of here is manpower. One after another, rock shinobi died tragically under the impact of the wooden dragon, but more rock shinobi quickly filled the gaps on the battlefield. This area located on the outskirts of the village almost became a small battlefield. More rock shinobi are still coming here. Chapter 82 1 against 10,000. Faster, faster. You over there, follow me immediately and support Master Tsuchikage. Red Clay Adults. The first team will immediately block all entrances and exits to the village. The second team will be deployed on the hills surrounding the village. Once they see Konoha's flying ninjas, kill them immediately. The third force will immediately cover the civilians on the battlefield who have not yet evacuated. Fourth and fifth troops. Everyone follow me to support Master Tsuchikage. Following the leader's speech, the various units within Iwagakure quickly began to mobilize. The sound of dense and uniform footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Teams of rock shinobi surrounded a block in the southern part of Iwagakure from all directions. This is where Senju Tobirama landed. In the center of the battlefield, a huge wooden dragon was shuttling back and forth on the ground like a torrent. There were destroyed buildings everywhere, and rock shinobi with miserable deaths could be seen everywhere, with wailing sounds heard from time to time. Tsuchikage Onoki was carried on his back by a tall rock shinobi, his face full of resentment. Quick, bring more people to surround the Hokage and kill him. Onoki roared as he lay behind rock shinobi. He didn't believe that Senju Tobirama could be as powerful as the god of ninja and Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku in Cloud Shinobi Village. This is Iwagakure, and they are everywhere, rock shinobi numbering in the tens of thousands. As long as they find the opportunity, the sealing squad will definitely be able to seal the Hokage here. Back then, wasn't Cloud Shinobi's third Raikage also besieged and killed by his human wave tactics? Kill, kill. Countless rock shinobi troops filled the land and launched a massive charge. Senju Tobirama was hovering over the wooden dragon that only had half of its body left, and he glanced sideways at the rock shinobi below. Dozens of rock shinobi covered their fists with a layer of hard stone and unleashed an amazing punch onto the wooden dragon. The moment their fists touched the dragon's body, these rock shinobi were horrified to find that the chakra in their bodies seemed to be sucked out by a water pipe and was flowing away at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement. Soon, Amid a scream, dozens of rock shinobi whose chakra had been sucked out fell limply to the ground, uttering faint cries for help. However, the deaths of these people did not frighten the rock shinobi behind them at all, but instead aroused their bloodiness even more. Having learned their lesson, they no longer fought the wood dragon in close combat, and instead released a series of overwhelming ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama, standing on the dragon's head, quickly became the target of everyone's attacks and was instantly overwhelmed by a large number of ninjutsu. Earth-style Shan-Tu technique. Finally, Kitu himself released a hemispherical mass of earth and rocks as big as a tall building, which completely crushed it. Looking at the terrifying Hokage being covered by the Yamato technique, Akatsuki showed a hint of joy on his face and said in surprise, "Master, it seems we won." "Idiot, hurry up and get the sealing squad to seal him, or he will recover soon." Onoki, who was hiding in the back to recover his chakra, roared in frustration, but a smile also appeared on his face. It seems that Senju Tobirama's strength is not too outrageous. At least, it has not reached the level of Uchiha Madara. But soon, the smiles on their faces froze. Because, after the dust settled, Senju Tobirama was standing there unscathed, but the wooden dragon under his feet was lifeless, lying on the ground and gradually disappearing. Looking at the rock shinobi who surrounded him, Senju Tobirama looked at Akagi who was at the head, and said slowly, "Young man, this is not the way you use ninjutsu." As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Tobirama's face was instantly covered with black eye shadow, and his hands completed the seals in an instant, and a large amount of fairy chakra accumulated in front of him, and then fire style. Dragon fire technique. A straight line of flame spewed out from Senju Tobirama's mouth, instantly transforming into a huge wave several hundred meters wide that rushed towards the rock shinobi. What a joke. Isn't this just a C-rank ninjutsu? Is he really still human? It's not like they haven't seen the dragon fire technique before, but this is just a basic C-rank fire style, with a power that is at most a few meters wide, and being able to burn through a large tree is considered a sign of the user's high strength. But what is going on? The numerous rock shinobi who had no time to dodge, or who had no way to dodge even if they wanted to, turned into charred corpses amid screams of pain. Water style class. Defense. At the critical moment, Akagi immediately ordered the ninjas who were good at water style to step forward to resist this huge fire style ninjutsu. Water style water barrier. Dozens of rock shinobi stepped forward and spit out a water style barrier that was barely 100 meters long, which could only block a small area of the fire. More rock shinobi were burned to death by the huge flames. For a moment, this place seemed to have turned into a sea of fire. Advertisement. Moreover, since part of Senjutsu chakra was integrated into the fire style, it had a strong resistance to water. The water style ninjutsu released by these dozens of rock shinobi soon showed signs of weakness, and it seemed that they were about to be unable to withstand the attack. Block it with earth style. Onogi in the back was about to bite his teeth to pieces. Could it be that these bastards only thought about things that could be restrained by ninjutsu? Could fire burn through stones? Hearing Tsuchikage's roar from behind, the rock shinobi huddled behind the water barrier suddenly realized something and their eyes lit up. Earth style. Earth wall. Soon, towering earth walls stood firm, completely isolating them from the vast sea of fire. The temporarily safe group of rock shinobi quickly began to think about how to fight back against the Hokage. Looking at these rock shinobi hiding behind the stone wall, Senju Tobirama curled his lips, slightly felt more rock shinobi approaching him from behind, and a smile appeared on his face. Soon, he stopped releasing fire style. He didn't continue the attack. Kill. Seeing that Senju Tobirama stopped the massive fire style, the rock shinobi who went behind Senju Tobirama rushed towards him with ferocious faces. The warm-up exercise is over. Amid the puzzled looks of these rock shinobi, Senju Tobirama clasped his hands together and clapped his hands 11 times. Wooden golem jutsu. The earth was surging like waves, and the violent shaking like a magnitude 10 earthquake made it almost impossible for these rock shinobi to stand. As they watched in amazement, a wooden giant several hundred meters high quickly rose from under Senju Tobirama's feet at the epicenter of the earthquake. Is this really a ninjutsu? Our strength is simply not in the same dimension. The rock shinobi almost dropped their weapons with terrified looks on their faces. Although the wooden dragon released by Senju Tobirama before was also several hundred meters long, it was only length after all and could not give them an intuitive visual impact. But this giant, which was also several hundred meters long, was actually that tall and almost shattered the three views of these rock shinobi. Even with Onoki's vision, he couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw this huge wooden golem. He seemed to recall the time when he and his teacher went to Konoha to discuss the alliance, and the feeling of helplessness when they were manipulated by Uchiha Madara. Even if he used his dust release with all his strength, he would probably only be able to shine at the feet of the wooden golem. Everyone, don't give up. This is our village. Are we just going to watch it being destroyed by Senju Tobirama? Onoki let out a heart-shaking roar, boosting the morale of the rock shinobi. Senju Tobirama, who was standing on top of wooden golem, saw Onoki's actions clearly, with no emotion on his face. Unfortunately, it seems that the Impure World Reincarnation body cannot use true several thousand hands. Otherwise, with the size of true several thousand hands, it is estimated that Iwagakure can be flattened directly. However, what he was about to do next was enough to raise Iwagakure to the ground. Chapter 83 Tandem Paper Bombs. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Bomb. Earth Style. Yellow Spring Swamp. Thousands of rock shinobi, inspired by Onoki, temporarily put aside their fears and organized a large-scale attack. One after another, ninjutsu was launched towards the towering wooden golem, but at most they could only hit the wooden golem's knees. The huge wooden golem only shook slightly under this massive attack, making the wood at its knees look black. How should I fight back? Cast more spells. If 1000 doesn't work, use 2000. If 2000 doesn't work, use 3000. Don't let this wooden man destroy the village. Senju Tobirama stood on top of the wooden golem. In his eyes, the rock shinobi below were like tiny ants. Those so-called attacks couldn't even make the wooden golem tilt slightly. This is the essence between shadow and super shadow. Cage-level strongmen can be slowly worn down to death once the number of ninjas increases. With strength beyond cage level, victory or defeat is no longer determined by the number of people. He can do whatever he wants in a battlefield of tens of thousands. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Onoki did not sit still and wait for death. After finally recovering some of his chakra, he did not rest for a moment. White light instantly burst out from his hand, and a dust escape cube several tens of meters in size was created. Covers one of the wooden golem's legs below the knee. Boom, boom. After a loud noise, the wooden golem's left calf was shattered into molecules by this huge dust release. The entire body of the wooden golem couldn't help but shake. Seeing this, there was no joy on Onoki's face, but instead he looked as pale as death. That was the biggest dust release he could create, but he couldn't even dismantle one of the wooden golem's legs. Could he really resist? Senju Tobirama in the sky did not hesitate too much. After taking in Onoki's dust release, the wooden golem's destroyed left calf was instantly regrown after being injected with chakra. This made the already desperate rock shinobi even more desperate. Since you have objections to my actions, then I will get rid of those who have objections. Senju Tobirama muttered to himself, not caring whether the rock shinobi below could hear him. Then, in the horrified and desperate eyes of the rock shinobi, the indescribable huge wooden golem moved at this moment. Along with it comes a giant wooden dragon wrapped around the wooden golem's arm. Advertisement. Boom. The huge fist smashed into the ground, and the rock shinobi on that area couldn't even fight back and were instantly crushed into meat paste. The huge impact directly created a dent in the street of Iwagakure, like a sinkhole. Roar. The next second, the wooden dragon on the wooden golem's arm flew out and rushed around the remaining rock shinobi, killing anyone who touched them. Don't be afraid. Kill. Charge with me. These rock shinobi did not retreat but advanced, and used their bodies to attack the huge body of the wooden golem without caring about their lives. Some even went so far as to detonate detonators on themselves just to stop the wooden golem for a moment. Are they not afraid of death? Of course they are afraid, but they have no room to retreat. Their village is right beneath their feet. Their wives, children, and parents are all in the refuge area at the rear. If they retreat, who can stop this huge monster? After slightly raising one of the wooden golem's legs and crushing all the rock shinobi to death, Senju Tobirama frowned. This destruction efficiency is a bit too slow. Even though he could kill a large number of rock shinobi with a wave of his hand, there were so many of them that it would probably take until dawn to kill them all. Furthermore, his goal is to completely wipe Iwagakure off the map of the ninja world. Then, some inhumane forbidden techniques have to be used. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly, and then the giant wooden golem began to make hand seals. Wood-style the tree world is born. Huge trees sprout from beneath the streets of Iwagakure, their winding roots entwining the tall stone houses. At least half of Iwagakure's land is covered with dense forests. This village built in a valley now seems like a primitive dense forest. What is he going to do? Seeing that the huge wooden golem did not continue to destroy, but instead transformed the terrain of rock shinobi into a jungle suitable for them to hide, Onoki, who was carried on Akatsuki's back and retreated in a panic, showed confusion on his face. Master, what should we do next? Looking at the weak old man behind him, Kido spoke with some despair. He looked at the ruins around him and the rock shinobi who had died in a very miserable manner. Looking at rock shinobi behind him who had a determined look on his face and was ready to die, Onoki clenched his fists. He spoke slowly with a hoarse voice. Advertisement. Akatsuki, take a team of people to inform Kuretsuchi who is in charge of protecting the civilians, and ask her to take the surviving ninjas in the village to cover the villagers, retreat towards the capital of the land of earth. The rest, come with me and fight Senju Tobirama to the death. After this huge wooden golem appeared, Onoki knew that Iwagakure was finished. Under this ninjutsu that was like a natural disaster, he didn't know how to win. As Tsuchikage, the only thing he can do is to live and die with the village. Create time for the living forces in the village to escape. Master. Kai too, a somewhat simple and honest man, had tears in his eyes and shook his head like a wave drum. I want to be with you. Go quickly. This is Tsuchikage's order. Onoki jumped off his back with a determined look on his face. Yes. Wiping the tears from his face, Kido led a dozen young rock shinobi and quickly retreated to the rear. Everyone, come with an old man like me to protect our village. Onoki gave the final order to the remaining rock shinobi. Fight Senju Tobirama. Long live Iwagakure. Long live Tsuchikage-sama. Led by Onoki, the remaining rock shinobi launched a desperate charge towards the huge wooden golem. Onoki is a man of courage. Squinting his eyes, Senju Tobirama looked at the little old man who was rushing in the front and gave him full affirmation and praise. In that case, I must also go all out. Taking one last look at Iwagakure, Senju Tobirama slowly took out an explosive tag. Throw the detonating talisman in your hand down until it lands on the wooden golem's chest. Senju Tobirama muttered silently in his mind. Tandem paper bomb's wooden golem explodes. The first detonating symbol exploded in the wooden golem's chest without causing any ripples. Then, 2 detonating talismans were summoned out and exploded again. 4, 8, 16, 32. Every explosion of the exploding talisman will summon multiples of more exploding talismans. When the number began to reach several hundred, the aftermath of the explosion on the wooden golem had already formed a considerable scale. Senju Tobirama injected almost all of his chakra into the wooden golem. This caused the wooden golem to constantly explode, yet regenerate at an extremely fast speed. A human bomb several hundred meters in size was formed in this way. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. When this giant fire with explosions all over his body rushed into the dense forest formed by the tree world. A devastating explosion resounded throughout Iwagakure. Advertisement Chapter 84 Death of Onoki. When the number of tandem paper bombs reaches millions, the huge wooden golem is like a walking missile. The ground where the wooden golem stepped was a sea of fire, not to mention the detonating talismans that kept coming out of his body. Save me. Ah, it hurts. Long live Rock Shinobi. Long live Tsuchikage-sama. Rock Shinobi will not die. Earth style. Earth wall. Konoha. Damn it. Screaming, wailing, calling for help, or the heroic words before death, the ninjutsu of full defense, the curse on Konoha and Senju Tobirama, this is the true portrayal of every rock shinobi. The fiery red wooden golem was rampaging through Iwagakure with a body full of exploding detonating talismans. Wherever it went, there was first vibration, then intense flames, and finally a sound of explosions. Master Mew, I'm sorry, Iwagakure was ruined in my hands. Grabbing a stone from the ground, the thin old man Onoki half knelt on the ground, and a few tears rarely shed from his eyes. There was a ruin all around him, and there was no living rock shinobi around. He regretted declaring war on Konoha. Why is Senju Tobirama so strong? Why can he be resurrected even after his death? Why does Konoha rely on this? He pounded hard on the ground, which was a little hot from the burning flames, venting his emotions, and his fingers turned red. This feeling of powerlessness and inability to resist is even worse than when I first met Uchiha Madara. At the very least, Madara at the beginning was just trying to intimidate them, but now Senju Tobirama really wants to kill them. Master Mew. Grandfather Ishikawa. Onoki, I'm sorry for Iwagakure. Unoki stood up and let out a final roar, then turned around and looked at the huge fireman that was still causing a series of explosions. His face was filled with the determination to face death. He, Onoki, will go to the underworld and apologize to the previous Tsuchikages. Advertisement. Master. At this time, a familiar shout came from behind Onoki. Onoki turned around and saw Akagi coming back, but he was alone. The big man's body was covered with shocking wounds, blood oozing out, and half of the rock shinobi forehead protector on his forehead was broken. Akagi, you idiot, didn't I ask you to inform Kuretsuchi and the others to retreat? Seeing Akatsuki's panicked face, Onoki roared. Master, Haitu's little sister and the others have already evacuated towards the capital. I'm here to accompany you. This somewhat honest sturdy man looked into Onoki's eyes with determination in his eyes. Unoki wanted to say something, but when it came to his lips, he just let out a long sigh. My good disciple, today we two will die together. Without further words, Kitu bowed silently. The thin old man crawled on the somewhat broad back of Kitu. After he was steady, the strong man walked forward slowly and firmly. Akagi, Konoha has the will of fire. Do you know about the will of stone in Iwagakure? You don't know. Rock is the hardest soil. My grandfather once said that the stone will of us rock shinobi is just a broken stone. I laughed at him at that time. Later, when I became Tsuchikage, I understood that perseverance and immovability are the essence of the stone will. I wonder if that little brat Kuretsuchi can still inherit our stone will. Maybe she can lead the remaining ninjas to rebuild Iwagakure and succeed as the fourth Tsuchikage. Ha 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 ha. Ahead, there was a sea of fire that stretched as far as the eye could see. When the detonating tags began to explode by the billion, even the huge wooden golem that had been injected with all of its chakra by Senju Tobirama could not keep up with its recovery. Soon, the most powerful explosion ever heard was heard in the sky above Iwagakure. The explosion was so powerful that the blast wave alone spread throughout the entire Iwagakure. High in the sky, the originally dimly lit sky seemed to be set on fire, and a layer of blood-red curtain covered the entire sky. The towering body of the wooden golem slowly fell down, making a loud noise amidst the ruins and fire, and then gradually turned into ashes and disappeared. Tandem paper bombs lose their effect when the target of the explosion disappears. This amazing explosion is finally over. All that was left was a burning rock shinobi in a sky covered in red light. Advertisement. In the blazing air, a few pieces of white paper floated slightly. Then, it quickly formed the body of Senju Tobirama. Dusting himself off, Senju Tobirama stood on a small hill next to Iwagakure. Tandem paper bombs were originally used in conjunction with Impure World Reincarnation, so even he was affected. Glancing at the still burning rock shinobi, Senju Tobirama smiled with satisfaction, and then couldn't help but sigh. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Mission. Defeat rock shinobi completed. Early morning. When the various forces that had sensed the violent explosion in Iwagakure and had come to gather intelligence saw the scene before them, they all wiped their eyes without exception. This is Iwagakure. What they saw before them was a devastating scene. The once glorious rock shinobi was now only in ruins. In the center of Iwagakure lay a huge pit with flames still burning in it. A long, sunken road, as if walked by a giant, almost encircles Iwagakure. Wherever he went, he could see the blackened corpses of rock shinobi lying on the ground, all of them with similar appearances of death. Iwagakure was hit by a meteorite. Wait, isn't that Tsuchikage? The sudden exclamation instantly attracted everyone's attention, and several people looked at that person. He was seen staring at the two corpses with his eyes wide open, muttering, that looks like the Tsuchikage and his disciples." Upon hearing this, several people's faces changed drastically and they all ran to check. By the time they confirmed that the two charred bodies on the ground were the third Tsuchikage Onoki and Akaji, their backs were already covered in cold sweat. Who on earth destroyed the entire Iwagakure and killed the Tsuchikage? This matter is of great importance, we must report back immediately. Without continuing to explore the ruins, several people evacuated the scene without stopping. Chapter 85. Movements of all parties. What did you say? Onoki is dead. Listening to Ma Buyi's report beside him, 4th Reikage jumped up from his seat, and even subconsciously activated the lightning-style armor due to the strong fluctuations in emotions, and several blue electric lights crackled and sizzled. Onoki, who had called him for a meeting a few days ago, is dead. Yes, Reikage-sama, the huge explosion in Iwagakure last night has attracted various forces to investigate. Our spies sent us information that Iwagakure has now been reduced to ruins, and the third Tsuchikage Onoki has been confirmed dead. A cold sweat appeared on Ma Buyi's forehead. She couldn't believe it when she first got the information. Iwagakure was destroyed in one night, doesn't that mean that person could do the same to Cloud Shinobi? Do you know who did it? The usually hot-tempered 4th Reikage now looked unusually timid. No one knows the strength of Rock Shinobi and Onoki better than him. His father, the 3rd Reikage, died in the siege of Iwagakure. It can be said that among the 5 major ninja villages, Iwagakure has the largest number of ninjas. And there is also Onoki who has the bloodline eliminating, dust release. Even his father, the man who had mastered lightning-style chakra mode to the point where he was known as the strongest shield, did not dare to be hit by Onoki's dust release. And Onoki can be said to be the longest-serving Kage. He is a shrewd and extremely cautious person. Therefore, I did not compete with him for the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Ninja Alliance. Tell him now that this old man is dead. Even their Iwagakure was destroyed. It's simply horrifying. Ma Buyi swallowed slightly and read out the top-secret information in his hand with a trembling voice. Onoki's granddaughter, Kuretsuchi, led the remaining 1,000 rock shinobi and nearly 10,000 civilians of Iwagakure to escape to the capital of the Land of Earth. The Land of Earth daimyo specially allocated a piece of land for them. According to Kuretsuchi and the remaining rock shinobi, the person who killed Onoki and destroyed the rock shinobi village was Senju Tobirama. Advertisement. After these words were spoken, the entire Reikage office fell into deathly silence. In the dark and damp cave, several figures appeared one after another. At this time, all members of Akatsuki have gathered here, and it is obvious that they have learned the news of Iwagakure's demise. When these famous rebel ninjas gathered together, the scene became eerily quiet, and no one spoke first. The old man actually. Deidara with a yellow ponytail lowered his head rarely, feeling a little sad. He still had some feelings for Onoki, the old man who used to be his master. But soon, he raised his head, his face showed enthusiasm, and he shouted. This is truly the ultimate art that has never been done before. Who on earth understands me so well? Blowing up Iwagakure is my biggest dream. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. It was Senju Tobirama. He appeared inside Iwagakure last night using the Flying Thunder God technique and single-handedly wiped out the entire rock shinobi. Ju under the pitcher plant spoke in a hoarse voice. Obviously, he had not expected this situation. When he and Obito received the information, both of them showed panic on their faces. Originally, they took the initiative to expose the fact that Akatsuki was collecting the tailed beasts, instigated conflicts between Konoha and the other ninja villages, and then let the White Zetsu and Akatsuki sabotage the major ninja villages and deepen the conflicts so that the Fourth Ninja World War would break out faster, so that they could take advantage of the chaos to capture all the Jinchuriki in one fell swoop. But he never thought of it anyway. Senju Tobirama is so strong that he destroyed an entire village by himself. Their plan now seemed as ridiculous as a clown. With so many thoughts in his mind, Black Zetsu lowered his head silently. He was considering whether to resurrect Uchiha Madara. With the current Akatsuki organization, there is no way they can be a match for Senju Tobirama. Kakuzu turned around silently. He was already considering whether to leave Akatsuki. He was forced to join by pain, so he naturally didn't have much sense of belonging. Hidan, who could be considered a companion, was even captured by Konoha. Now that he knew Senju Tobirama was so powerful, he didn't want to throw his life away. As expected, he is a strong man from the same era as Mr. Madara. Such power is truly shocking. Hoshigaki Kisame exclaimed silently in his heart, but there was no big fluctuation. Advertisement. After all, as a member of Akatsuki recruited by Mr. Madara himself, he naturally knew who the real leader of the organization was. Senju Tobirama, during the Sengoku period, could only be defeated by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. If even he is so strong, then wouldn't Lord Madara's power be even more amazing? And Lord Madara is in the Akatsuki organization, so with him around, there is nothing to worry about. Pain, standing at the highest point, did not speak for a long time and remained silent. Nagato was a little confused and began to doubt whether he was still a god. He could also destroy a ninja village, but he needed to concentrate all the power of Pain's 6 paths on Tendao, consume a lot of his life, and then burst out the strongest, Super Shinra Tensai, to achieve it. But it was only to destroy the landscape of a ninja village, and he knew the situation in Iwagakure. In order to prepare for the war, Onoki had recalled most of the rock shinobi, and there were at least tens of thousands of ninjas in Iwagakure, which was already known for its large number of ninjas. Even he couldn't say that he could withstand the attacks of tens of thousands of rock shinobi and still destroy Iwagakure. But Senju Tobirama did it, and he couldn't help but doubt, can he really snatch 9 tails and 1 tail from such a person? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Nagato's eyes finally lit up as he thought of Orochimaru. Tiandao Pain slowly said, the destruction of other ninja villages can be cancelled, and the operation to collect the tailed beasts can be temporarily stopped. Zetsu, go inform Orochimaru and have him prepare for Impure World Reincarnation. All members of the Akatsuki organization, prepare to fight Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama is too powerful. If he is not eliminated, and other ninja villages are destroyed one by him, Konoha's power will increase to an unknown level. By that time, let alone collecting the tailed beasts, they might as well all join Konoha. After Tiandao gave the order, he disappeared from the spot. The people, each with their own ulterior motives, did not disperse one by one, but instead gathered together and started chatting. Tianjiguo. Orochimaru was quietly tinkering with the sacrifices needed for Impure World Reincarnation in the laboratory. The masked man gave him a group of white monsters. The strong men who were reincarnated from these monsters were extremely close to their strength when they were alive. Orochimaru, I need you to reincarnate Uchiha Madara for me. A black figure suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru, scaring him so much that he stopped moving. Chapter 86. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Orochimaru. Is his laboratory so easy to find? It was the masked man who appeared in front of him without saying a word. Now, another mysterious shadow appeared behind him without his knowledge. Could it be that there are so many secret masterminds in the ninja world? This mysterious shadow also made a request that surprised him, asking him to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Who are you in the Akatsuki organization? Orochimaru's expression froze, and he looked at the black shadow with an unfriendly gaze. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes had been activated, but he still couldn't see the black shadow's face clearly, which made him cautious. I am indeed a member of Akatsuki, but that is not important. I can provide you with the body of Uchiha Madara, and I can also make him use all the power he had before he was born. With him as your power, killing Senju Tobirama will be a piece of cake. The mysterious man hidden in a black robe whispered. This is Black Zetsu. Senju Tobirama's complete destruction of Iwagakure had already given him a sense of urgency. Furthermore, after the white Zetsu spies throughout the ninja world reported back the situation of the Jinchuriki in each village, he was stunned. The day before the destruction of Iwagakure, Senju Tobirama, together with Uchiha Itachi, had actually captured 4 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails, 3 Jinchuriki, within 2 days. The action was so fast that his intelligence network didn't have time to pass on the information to him. They who originally wanted to collect the tailed beasts in the chaos instantly became clowns. If they want to take back the tailed beasts now, they have to go to Konoha and rob them. The current strength of the Akatsuki organization is definitely not enough. Not to mention Senju Tobirama, who was able to destroy an entire village by himself. Konoha's current strength is at its peak, with 2 of the Sannin having returned to the village, and there's also an Uchiha Itachi who has a Shisui Mangekyo transplant. Black Zetsu, who has been planning for 1,000 years, will not allow such a situation beyond his control to occur, so he can only resurrect Uchiha Madara. Only he can truly seal Senju Tobirama. He had never told Obito about this. Obito would never want Uchiha Madara to be resurrected. He also has his own plans and will not completely obey Uchiha Madara's plan. In Uchiha Madara's cognition, Black Zetsu is his own will, and Madara will definitely listen to his opinions. After Madara is resurrected, he will seal Senju Tobirama, then seal all Jinchuriki, and revive 10 tails. Advertisement. Finally, he controlled Nagato to resurrect Uchiha Madara and made him 10 tails Jinchuriki. Only in this way can his plan proceed intact. Otherwise, he would probably have to wait another 1,000 years until the next reincarnation of Indra who awakened the Rinnegan appeared. Hearing this, even Orochimaru couldn't help but be stunned. Cooperating with Akatsuki and being responsible for containing Senju Tobirama during the attack on Konoha was the original condition of their deal. Why did this man in black want to meet with him alone and specifically ask him to resurrect Uchiha Madara? He felt that there was something huge going on here. This was also the first time that Orochimaru felt that the ninja world seemed to have become a huge chessboard, with countless behind-the-scenes masters manipulating the chess pieces to play against each other. The Sharingan wearing a mask, the second Hokage who broke free from his control, and the mysterious man in black in front of him. From this point of view, Pain seems to be just a pawn of theirs. Not long ago, he thought that with the fusion of Crystal Style and Sharingan, he could be on par with the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Now it seems that I am the one who is looking at the world from a narrow perspective. However, it would be nice to get hold of Uchiha Madara's body. A few drops of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said hoarsely. Okay, give me Uchiha Madara's body. The shadow nodded. Mission. Defeat Rock Shinobi completed. Reward. Water style enhancement already issued. A white light poured into Senju Tobirama's body, causing him to squint his eyes involuntarily. Although I don't feel anything. After defeating Iwagakure last night, he had returned to Konoha. As soon as he appeared in the office, Nara Shikaku, Tsunade, Jiraiya and others surrounded him. Hokage adults. Advertisement. Second grandfather. Second master. Jiraiya, are you tired of living? Wait, what's going on? What are you all doing here? After a quick glance, Senju Tobirama spoke lightly. Hokage-sama, what on earth did you do in Iwagakure? Nara Shikaku asked with a look of horror. In the early morning hours, the 3-star clan members who had set out had returned, but only 2 were left. According to them, when throwing the kunai into the Rock Shinobi territory, it caused the Rock Shinobi to attack, and also alarmed Onoki himself, and Xingguang died at the hands of Tsuchikage's dust release. After a commotion, the Rock Shinobi actually gave up attacking the remaining 2 of them and started fighting with someone unknown. Seiya and Hoshizora only saw a giant several hundred meters tall appear in Iwagakure, and they successfully escaped while the Rock Shinobi were busy with their own affairs. About an hour after they evacuated, a large series of explosions were heard in Rock Shinobi village. Then, until this morning, a piece of information spread throughout the ninja world. Iwagakure was destroyed, Tsuchikage Onoki was killed, and of the huge Iwagakure, only 1,000 ninjas escaped to the capital of the land of Earth. The instigator of this incident was their Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Shikaku, don't get excited. This is just a small punishment for Iwagakure. Since they chose to be the enemy of Konoha, they deserved this fate. Cold words came out of Senju Tobirama's mouth, as if this was just a trivial matter to him. Second grandpa, you are so awesome. Tsunade hugged Senju Tobirama tightly, and rubbed her golden hair against Tobirama's chest armor, which made Jiraiya who was standing beside her a little dazed. That's true, but the Hokage has destroyed Iwagakure, and the remaining ninja villages are in danger. I'm afraid they will try every means to target us, Konoha. Nara Shikaku touched his chin and frowned. Since Lord Hokage wants to gather all the tailed beasts, war with these ninja villages is inevitable. However, Akatsuki's target is also the tailed beasts. After seeing Lord Hokage's strength, I'm afraid Pain will take action against Konoha. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing at the end, said with the same concern. Then, we will fight back against the enemy and block the flood with earth. Gently stroking Tsunade's head, Senju Tobirama spoke without showing any emotion. It's not that he's arrogant, but the effect of water-style strengthening this reward gave him the capital. Chapter 87 Cloud Shinobi Mist Shinobi wants to negotiate. What is the current situation of the Jinchuriki imprisoned in the village? Senju Tobirama asked, narrowing his eyes. He imprisoned the 3 Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, Yu Gao, and Feng, in the Konoha prison. He was worried that the tailed beasts in their bodies would riot in his absence. Don't worry Hokage-sama, with Itachi's help, none of the seals on these people have been loosened at the moment. Nara Shikaku explained, and Uchiha Itachi nodded beside him. The Mangekyo Sharingan can be said to be the natural enemy of the tailed beasts, not to mention that Itachi's attainments in illusion techniques are at the pinnacle, so it is not too difficult for him to control several tailed beasts. Hokage-sama, Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi's messengers request a meeting. At this time, an Anbu outside the door walked in hurriedly and asked Senju Tobirama for instructions. Oh, you just got the news that Rock Shinobi was destroyed and you couldn't help but come to see me. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows and looked a little excited. These 2 villages participated in the Ninja World Conference convened by Onoki a few days ago, and planned to form a ninja coalition to start the 4th Ninja World War in response to his collection of the tailed beasts. Now that you see Rock Shinobi being destroyed by him at the speed of light, are you scared? Then, let them wait for me in the conference room. After a little thought, Senju Tobirama gave his answer. Konoha Prison. A few rays of sunlight shine through the window of the iron prison and into the dark and damp remote corner. A damp and faintly rotten smell emanated, making Huang Tu frown. This originally very strong man has become much thinner after just a few days of torture. His great strength could not be used after he was chained and his chakra was sealed. Hateful, Huang Tu slammed his head hard against the iron wall of the cell and let out an angry roar. He is the son of Tsuchikage, and has never suffered such humiliation. Advertisement. Father should have gathered the ninjas of the village to go to war against Konoha by now, right? Damned Senju Tobirama, you will regret this when our Rock Shinobi army arrives. Cursing silently in his heart, Huang Tu lay down on a pile of straw mats next to him and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, a conversation caught his attention. Then, Huang Tu immediately put his ear close to the ground and listened carefully. Jumiya, the Hokage-sama is so powerful. Yes, I didn't expect that the Hokage-sama could flatten the entire Iwagakure in just one night. He even killed Onoki. He was the shadow of the village, and he was killed so easily by our Hokage-sama. I can't even imagine it. Well, didn't that old fellow Onoki want to form a ninja alliance? Ha 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 ha, his village was destroyed before he could even gather the army. In my opinion, the Hokage will take action against Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi in a few days. You see, we just received the news that the two ninja villages sent people to our village to ask for peace. Two Konoha shinobi guards walked past the cell next door, talking to each other, and laughter could be heard from time to time. This is impossible. Huang Tu, who was originally sleeping on the ground, jumped up from the ground, his face full of disbelief and anger, and his eyes were fixed on the two men. Seeing Huang Tu's reaction in prison, the Konoha shinobi named Jumi turned his head and looked at him with a mocking expression, and said with a smile on his face. Hey, isn't this Unoki's son? Look at the look on his face. Ha 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 ha, he didn't even know his own father was dead. How pitiful. You Iwagakure were all wiped out by the Hokage-sama, no one will come to save you. After saying that, he made a mocking gesture towards the Lois. You're lying. Grabbing the iron bars tightly with both hands, Huang Tu's head almost popped out from the gap between the railings. His muscles were bulging, and it was obvious that he was furious to the extreme. Haha, whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. After saying that, without even looking at Huang Tu's expression, the two of them walked out of the prison arm in arm. How could my father? Huang Tu lowered his head silently. Although he did not believe the words of the two Konoha shinobi, his face was still full of worry. Konoha Meeting Room. Advertisement. Shojiro and several missed shinobi Jonin carefully sat on the chairs, not daring to breathe. After Kurigakure received the news that Rock Shinobi was destroyed, Terumi sent several of them to Konoha as quickly as possible to negotiate with the Hokage. The purpose is to prevent the Hokage from coming to Mist Shinobi in person to cause a big explosion. Didn't the Hokage want the tailed beast? Just give it to him. It doesn't matter whether the Mist Shinobi has the tailed beast or not. 3 tails died and has not yet been resurrected, and 6 tails Yugao defected and is now missing. Since the Hokage wants it, just let him catch it himself. As for the matter of the previous Mizukage being controlled by the Sharingan, they didn't want to pursue it any further. After witnessing Senju Tobirama's powerful strength that could destroy an entire village alone, they no longer dared to offend Konoha or provoke the Hokage. Senju Tobirama wants to unify the ninja world. Then go ahead and unify it. Anyway, the water country is just an island country, so this matter has nothing to do with them. Recalling Terumi and Genshi's attitudes, Shojiro rehearsed in his mind several times what he would say when he met the Hokage later. Anyway, Kurigakure has to distance itself from other ninja villages. They have no intention of forming a ninja coalition. They fully support the Hokage's collection of tailed beasts. Mist Shinobi and Konoha should be the best alliance. Wei Wei made eye contact with the Cloud Shinobi envoy in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in Chojiro's eyes. I didn't expect that the always belligerent Cloud Shinobi and the 4th Reikage would come to Konoha to seek peace after seeing the power of the Hokage. However, 8 Tails Killer Bee is the Reikage's younger brother. Are they willing to use the Jinchuriki to buy peace with Konoha? On the side, Darui, who was sitting on a chair, sighed deeply and murmured in a low voice, why did you ask me to come to Konoha for peace talks? Darui, the 3rd Reikage's disciple and the 4th Reikage's bodyguard. In the early hours of the morning, I was shocked when he received the news. He couldn't believe that Commander Onoki died before the Ninja Alliance was established. The Reikage reacted quickly and sent out a peace negotiation team led by Darui. However, Darui himself actually had no expectations for the peace talks. The Hokage's goal is to collect all the tailed beasts. The 2 tails and 8 tails from their Cloud Shinobi village are both perfect Jinchuriki, and Lord Killer Bee is the younger brother that Lord Reikage treats as a brother. How could it be possible for them to hand over these 2 people? This was exactly why he was sighing at the moment. He didn't know how to give a satisfactory answer to the Hokage. If he couldn't handle it well. Darui shuddered as he thought of the fate of Ebizo and Wangtu. Soon, a burst of intensive footsteps broke the silence in the meeting room. When the door opened, the Hokage appeared before them. But, isn't this too exaggerated? Are they going to leave them all here? Chapter 88 Mist Shinobi gave in. Crunch. There was a harsh creaking sound from the wooden door, and then several figures walked into the meeting room. After seeing the face of the visitor clearly, Chojiro and Darui stood up almost at the same time and bowed deeply to the door. Hokage is great for adults. The two of them said respectfully in unison. Seeing this, several followers behind them also stood up from their chairs in a panic and began to imitate them. Senju Tobirama looked at the 2 men in surprise and a faint smile appeared on his face. Is this, scared? Senju Tobirama strode to the main seat at the long table, crossed his hands and rested his chin on them, looking at Chojiro and Darui on both sides with a half smile. Around him, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, Nara Shikaku and others were like his personal bodyguards, with serious expressions. The powerful aura emanating from these strong men was so strong that it almost made everyone breathless. Chojiro gritted his teeth, resisted the pressure and spoke first. Hello, Hokage-sama. I am the leader of this team of Kurigakure, Chojiro. I'm sorry to bother you. I wonder if you'd be interested in hearing what our Mist Shinobi is here for. After saying that, he even forced a flattering smile on his face and looked at Senju Tobirama expectantly. Not bad, your attitude is quite good. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded, expressing his approval of him. Seeing this, Darui's face was very interesting, as if he was shouting, why did you come before me? Chojiro heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, turned around and nodded to the several mist ninjas that accompanied him. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Advertisement. Hokage-sama, we, Mist Shinobi, came to Konoha this time to form an alliance with Konoha village. When the words were spoken, not only Darui's eyes widened, but even Senju Tobirama was slightly stunned, and the people behind him were also shocked. Didn't Kurigakure join Rock Shinobi's ninja alliance? After seeing Rock Shinobi being destroyed, he was eager to cut ties with them. If so, shouldn't he have launched an epic resistance against Konoha? He's so eager to form an alliance so soon. Or does he not even want the Jinchuriki of his own village? Darui had endless fantasies in his mind and regretted his visit to Konoha even more. Mist Shinobi wants to surrender, but Cloud Shinobi is the only one among the 5 major ninja villages who is unwilling to hand over the Jinchuriki. What should they do? A few drops of sweat dripped down Darui's forehead, and his brows furrowed even more. Oh, Kurigakure wants to form an alliance with us, Konoha. But from what I know, 5th Mizukage participated in the Ninja United meeting convened by Onoki, and joined them in forming a ninja coalition. Doesn't this mean you want to be an enemy of Konoha, Mr. Chojuro? Senju Tobirama did not make things difficult for Chojuro, and he remained respectful to those who respected him, but the hostility in his words did not diminish in the slightest. No, that's not the case, Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Chojuro waved his hands anxiously, thinking about what Mizukage and Master had told him, and hesitantly said. Hokage-sama, I wonder if you have heard of Kurigakare's blood mist policy. I've heard a little bit about it. Senju Tobirama nodded. The blood mist policy once referred to a series of harsh and cruel systems implemented by Kurigakure. However, after Uchiha Obito controlled the 4th Mizukage Yagura, he implemented the blood mist policy to the ultimate level. During the blood mist policy, if students of the Kurigakure ninja school wanted to graduate, they had to fight a life and death duel with their classmates until they killed their companions in order to qualify as a ninja. Kurigakure was even more ruthless towards ninjas and bloodline families who possessed bloodline limits, and successively wiped out the Yoruichi clan and the Yuki clan. In short, the reason why Obito created the Blood Mist Village was to weaken Kurigakure's power so that he could better control it. Of course, it was also because the tailed beast in Rin was implanted by the people of Kurigakure, and Obito had some personal grudges against them. Hokage-sama, Mist Shinobi's participation in the joint Shinobi conference was actually forced. Advertisement. When 5th Mizukage was investigating the inside story of the Blood Mist policy, he accidentally discovered the abnormality of 4th Mizukage. After checking with the perception ninja in our village, it was confirmed that 4th Mizukage was controlled by illusion. The reason is Sharingan controlled Mizukage, which led to Mist Shinobi being called Blood Mist Village. Sharingan, only the Uchiha have it. Chojuro didn't dare to continue speaking, and looked at Senju Tobirama tremblingly. Could it be Madara? After hearing the 3 words Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi looked up suddenly. He remembered the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, who had helped him on the night of the genocide and invited him to join the Akatsuki organization afterwards. So, you suspect that the people of Konoha controlled the 4th Mizukage, and that's why they joined the allied ninja forces? Senju Tobirama asked back, then said calmly, then I can tell you clearly that the person from the Uchiha clan who controls the 4th Mizukage has nothing to do with Konoha or me. Hearing the Hokage's answer, Chojuro's face lit up, and then he quickly spoke. That's great, Hokage-sama. It's actually just a misunderstanding. Mizukage-sama is just worried that this has something to do with Konoha. Mist Shinobi is just protecting herself. What about the Jinchuriki? Do you, Kurigakure, have any objections to my collecting the tailed beasts? Senju Tobirama once again threw a difficult question to Chojuro. If the answer is yes, it proves that Kurigakure wants to form a ninja coalition to prevent Konoha from taking away the Jinchuriki. If the answer is no, it proves that they support Senju Tobirama's collection of tailed beasts and want to obediently hand over the village's Jinchuriki. But apparently, this question was very simple for Chojuro. Because when he came, Terumime and Yuenshi had told him that in order to prevent Kurigakure from being destroyed by the Hokage, it would be better not to have the 2 Jinchuriki. Hokage adults, we at Kurigakure support your efforts to collect the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts are dangerous factors that are prone to riots. Kurigakure has no means to curb them. They should be handed over to Konoha, which has a powerful figure like the Hokage, for safekeeping. This will not only benefit Kurigakure, but also greatly benefit the maintenance of peace in the ninja world. The tailed beasts should be handed over to the powerful ninja village for safekeeping. We have no objection. Chojuro said, and bowed deeply to Senju Tobirama. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. After hearing this, even Darui, who was always lazy and listless, couldn't help but want to jump up from his seat. You Mist Shinobi are one of the 5 great ninja villages after all. Where's your backbone? You want to give up the village's Jinchuriki without any resistance, and you want to form an alliance with your enemy. Wait, now that you have formed an alliance, who will be your enemy? In an instant, Darui thought of something extremely terrifying, and sweat almost soaked his entire back. Chapter 89 2 Choices. Hokage-sama, Mist Shinobi will surely become Konoha's most steadfast ally. Chojuro bowed respectfully to Senju Tobirama, not raising his head for a long time, as if waiting for the Hokage's reply. Mist Shinobi no longer wants to be a Jinchuriki, and is no longer an enemy of Konoha. On the contrary, she will become a firm ally of Konoha. What a happy thing this is. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Rock Shinobi was destroyed and Sand Shinobi was in a state of collapse. If they, Mist Shinobi, formed an alliance with Konoha, and could take down Cloud Shinobi in one fell swoop, Then in this huge ninja world, Konoha was eating meat, so how could they, Mist Shinobi, get some soup? Of course, that's only if the Hokage agrees to them. Everyone behind Senju Tobirama looked delighted. If they could easily pull Kurigakure to their side, with the strength of the two major ninja villages, wouldn't they be able to easily wipe out the Cloud Shinobi and unify the ninja world? At this moment, Darui's palms and backs were covered with dense beads of sweat. He wanted to say something, but did not dare to interrupt the Hokage's thoughts. He could only sit in his seat in a daze. Several Cloud Shinobi also looked at Darui anxiously, hoping that this think tank of Cloud Shinobi village would have good ideas. Just when they all thought the Hokage would not refuse, Senju Tobirama spoke coldly. Kurigakure, what qualifies you as an ally of Konoha? In an instant, the atmosphere in the room froze. Chojiro's bent body trembled slightly, and he raised his head in disbelief. Hokage-sama, this. Chojiro wanted to refute Senju Tobirama's words by stating the great benefits that the alliance between the two villages would bring. But he changed his mind and understood it instantly. It seems that Kurigakure is really not qualified to be Konoha's ally. Due to the huge weakening of Kurigakure's strength caused by the Blood Mist policy, the basic strength of Kurigakure's ninjas seems to be only slightly stronger than the Sand Shinobi after they were severely damaged. It seems that the only high-end combat force that the village can bring out is 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. The 7 ninja swordsmen are known as the Pillars of Kurigakure. Momochi Zabuza, the beheading sword, defected after failing to assassinate the 4th Mizukage, Samahata Hoshigaki Kisame defected after killing the Fugu demon, and Thunder Sword Ringo Ariuri died of illness. All of them died or defected, and the few remaining ninja swords couldn't even choose a successor. Almost all the bloodline families in the village were massacred because of the Blood Mist policy. On the other hand, Konoha not only has a Hokage who is powerful enough to rival a country. Jiraiya and Tsunade, the two Sannin, are as powerful as the Cage. Hitaki Kakashi, the elite Jonin known as the Copy Ninja. Might Guy, who had been relatively unknown before, turned out to be a heavyweight, and with one powerful taijutsu he defeated Tsunagakure's strongest puppeteer, Granny Chiyo. There are various powerful ninja clans in the village, Hyuga, Akamaiki, Nara, Yamanaka, countless. Advertisement. It seems that Konoha can unify the ninja world without joining forces with any village. How can they, Mist Shinobi, compare with Konoha? So what you mean is? Chojiro carefully studied the Hokage's eyes, trying to understand, but all he saw was a dead look devoid of any emotion. Konoha doesn't need allies. You, Kurigakure, only have 2 choices. 1. Submit to Konoha and allow Konoha to station troops in Kurigakure. 2nd. Become the enemy of Konoha, and then be destroyed by me. You choose. The words fell. Hiss. Not only did Chojiro's expression change, but even Cloud Shinobi and everyone in Konoha couldn't help but take a breath. Senju Tobirama, he is too. Hokage-sama, this. Chojiro stuttered and was unable to utter a word. His already weak character made him so anxious that he seemed about to cry. He turned around and showed a bitter face to the several mist ninjas who came with him. After a few people whispered to each other for a while, Chojiro finally forced a smile and said to Senju Tobirama sincerely. Hokage-sama, these 2 choices are too grave. None of us are qualified to make the choice for Kurigakure. Why don't we report to the Mizukage after we return to the village? We promise. We will give you and Konoha a satisfactory answer. After saying that, several mist ninjas waited for the Hokage's verdict as if walking on thin ice. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After hearing what Senju Tobirama said, their tense nerves finally relaxed, as if they were prisoners who had been rescued. The pressure from the Hokage is too strong. The faint aura of strength emanating from him almost overwhelmed the few people. Hokage-sama, we will go back and report to Mizukage-sama immediately. After getting some time to relax, several mist ninjas saluted Senju Tobirama and everyone in Konoha one by one, then carefully left the meeting room. Advertisement. Hokage-sama, we will get back to you as quickly as possible. When Chojiro finished his last sentence, he gently closed the door of the conference room from the outside. After saying goodbye to the gatekeeper Konoha Anbu again, the few of them left Konoha while talking. What should I do? Forget it. We can't worry about such a big thing. Let's leave it to Mizukage-sama and Genshi-sama to handle it. Soon, several people set out on the journey back to the village. Looking at the cautious looks of the mist ninjas, Senju Tobirama shook his head with amusement. Kurigakure, there is really no need to attack. After all, the Jinchuriki from their village had been abducted to Konoha without anyone noticing. If Terumi Mei makes the right choice, it's not impossible to let Kurigakure exist for a while longer. Yes, for a while. The 5 major ninja villages, or the 5 major countries, will sooner or later be incorporated into Konoha's territory, it is just a matter of time. His main goal now is to gather all the tailed beasts first, and then destroy the Akatsuki organization. Only then will he have time to attack the various countries and villages in the ninja world. Hokage-sama, seeing that the people from Kurigakure had left, Darui, who was finally able to speak, could no longer hold back. Shut up. However, this time, Senju Tobirama's attitude is completely different from when he treated Kurigakure just now. Senju Tobirama looked at Darui, who possessed the Storm Release Keke and defeated Kinkaku and Ginkaku in the original work, with an unfriendly expression. He remembered something. When he had just left the village to take on the post of Hokage, he was assassinated by Cloud Shinobi, who also possessed Storm Release Keke. He had said at that time that he would settle accounts with Cloud Shinobi village. What's going on? You turned hostile before I even told you my purpose. Darui kept shouting in his heart, his body trembling. Your name is Darui, right? Senju Tobirama turned his head slightly and asked in a cold tone. Yes. Darui nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was full of confusion. He didn't remember offending the Hokage. Go back and tell I that if he commits suicide and sends the 2 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki to Konoha, I can forgive Cloud Shinobi for what happened. What? Chapter 90. Fight with Konoha. Hokage-sama, are you joking? Hee hee, ha ha ha, you are really humorous. Darui was stunned for a moment, and forced a smile on his face somewhat stiffly. Ha ha ha, Hokage-sama is such a joke. Ha 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 ha. The Cloud Shinobi behind him also grinned a little stiffly and laughed stiffly. Even though they had already sensed the threat and determination in Senju Tobirama's tone. But they didn't dare to get angry and could only follow Darui's words and find a way out. Oh, do you think I'm kidding you? Senju Tobirama glanced slightly. The next moment, the Cloud Shinobi who laughed the loudest suddenly trembled all over, and then let out a cry of pain. Whoa! In an instant, his body suddenly exploded. There was even a hint of hot blood splashing onto the remaining Cloud Shinobi. It happened in a split second, and they didn't even see how the Cloud Shinobi died. The Hokage hadn't even left his seat. Only Uchiha Itachi, who had been observing the situation on the field, narrowed his eyes slightly. Darui touched the blood on the tip of his nose and his hands began to tremble violently. Is this the power of the Hokage? Even he had no idea what had just happened. For the first time in his life, this Cloud Shinobi stalwart who always lacked motivation and was known as the Raikage's right arm, felt fear. Now, do you still think I'm kidding? Senju Tobirama looked at Darui who didn't dare to look at him directly, and said lightly. The laughter of several Cloud Shinobi stopped abruptly, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to even look at the corpse of their companion that was still spurting blood. I don't want to say it a third time. Go back and tell I to send the 2 tails and 8 tails to Konoha, and then commit suicide. Of course, you can also choose to resist. But I don't know what I will do then. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama said one last word to Darui before standing up and waving his hand slightly. Shikaku, please see us off. Nara Shikaku reacted and nodded, then walked over and made a, please, gesture to several Cloud Shinobi. Everyone, please. As Darui looked distraught, several Cloud Shinobi helped him out of the conference room. All the while, they didn't dare to blame Senju Tobirama for killing the Cloud Shinobi. After the door behind them slowly closed, a Cloud Shinobi finally couldn't help himself. It's simply too much. How dare you, Hokage, treat them Cloud Shinobi like this? When Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power several years ago, he was very friendly when he met with the Cloud Shinobi. Even when the bloodline ninja of his own village was looted by them, he didn't dare to fart. Whenever the Cloud Shinobi came to Konoha, they were always arrogant. Even when Senju Tobirama was still alive, it was their Cloud Shinobi people who killed him. Now that he is resurrected, they dare to do this. A ninja village that they had ridden over was now daring to do this in this way. Puff. The Cloud Shinobi had just vented his inner dissatisfaction when his body suddenly exploded like a balloon filled with water. The red flesh was smeared on the walls on both sides. Hurry. Go back and report to the Raikage. After a trembling glance, Darui gritted his teeth and gave the order. The remaining 2 followed him carefully and left Konoha village in a mess. Wow, second grandpa, you are too hockey. You chased them away without even letting them speak. Tsunade's eyes sparkled. She leaned against Senju Tobirama's seat, but her eyes kept looking at the pool of blood in the conference room from time to time. Although her hemophobia was cured, this bloody scene still made her feel uncomfortable. Senju Tobirama glanced slightly, and the pool of blood was instantly compressed into a small drop of water that was invisible to the naked eye. Haha, Suna, they Cloud Shinobi deserved it. Touching his chin, Senju Tobirama said with a smile. The guys in Cloud Shinobi village are so annoying no matter how I look at them. But Hokage-sama, I have a question, wouldn't it be better to agree to Kuritaker's request for an alliance? They might be able to become a force against the Akatsuki and the Cloud Shinobi. Nara Shikaku touched the soaring tail behind his head, feeling a little confused. No, there is no need for an alliance. Mist Shinobi is too weak. Moreover, Konoha is not going to be an enemy of other ninja villages, but of the entire ninja world. Advertisement. The ninja world should be led by only one village, and that is Konoha. A unified ninja world, only then can true peace be achieved. Whether it's Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, or Sand Shinobi, there's no need for them to exist anymore. Senju Tobirama stood up and spoke in a sonorous voice. An aura that could not be described in words emanated from him. If it's Lord Hokage, I think he can definitely do it. Uchiha Itachi took over the conversation, affirming Senju Tobirama's words. This genius of the Uchiha clan, through long-term contact with Senju Tobirama, gradually understood the character of the Hokage. If he unified the ninja world, I'm afraid things like what happened to the Uchiha clan wouldn't happen again, right? This is really unbelievable. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and his belief in the Great Toad Sage's prophecy weakened again. Everyone, get ready for the upcoming battle. Shikaku, send all the routes you received outside the village and conduct a thorough search for information on the Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru. If you find any trace of them, report to me immediately. Yes, Senju Tobirama strode out of the conference room. The people from Akatsuki should take action in the next few days. Black Zetsu must be getting impatient now, right? In order to guard against Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu, he had to make full preparations first. Cloud Shinobi Village. What? You want me to commit suicide? And send Hiwa to Konoha by the wooden golem? Is he, Senju Tobirama, dreaming? Lateral bolt of pain. A ray of lightning focused in the furious eye's right hand, and he used a knife to cut a big hole in the wall. Yes, these are Senju Tobirama's exact words. He said that if we don't agree, he will destroy Cloud Shinobi Village like Rock Shinobi. Darui, who was standing behind the rakeage, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hole. How dare you threaten Lousy? Do you think our Cloud Shinobi is as cowardly as Mist Shinobi? Pass the order. The whole village prepares for war. Fight with Konoha. The rakeage roared.
3TR Chapter 91 Impure World Reincarnation Land of Fields, Otogakure. This ninja village created by Orochimaru seems a bit small compared to the 5 major ninja villages. Oh no, it should be the 4 major ninja villages. However, the Sparrow is small but has all the necessary parts. Whatever the Great Ninja Village has, the Sound Ninja Village also has. Although it is called a ninja village, it is actually more like Orochimaru's experimental field. All the ninjas in the village are his experimental subjects. At this time, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were continuously studying the white Zetsu test subjects provided to them by the mysterious masked man. At the same time, the body tissues collected by the Akatsuki organization were neatly placed in jars. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Several loud roars came from the metal walls and ceiling of the laboratory, and large amounts of messy dust dripped onto the 2 men's heads. As the 2 looked in astonishment, huge cracks appeared on the ceiling. A large hole was instantly torn in the metal shell, and dazzling sunlight shone into the sunlightless laboratory. Lord Orochimaru. What's going on? Is someone attacking? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru in panic. He's an old acquaintance of ours. Orochimaru remained calm, just slightly licked his lips with his tongue. However, he was really upset about his laboratory being destroyed so violently. The next second, several figures instantly rushed in from the huge hole above their heads. Hey, can I say it's worthy of being a place where snakes live? It's so wet and smelly. A young and cheerful voice came from the crowd. Deidara, you finally said something I agree with. Scorpion nodded in agreement. Indeed. Kakuzu narrowed his green eyes under the mask. Compared to this place, I think Kirigakure is pretty good. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing rows of shark-like sharp teeth. Hee. Advertisement with a few soft sounds of the hands hitting the ground. Orochimaru's eyes clearly reflected the identity of the visitor. Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Pian. Orochimaru glanced over and noticed Zetsu's figure at the very edge, shrouded in aloe grass. Zetsu, he seems very similar to the person who gave me Uchiha Madara's body. Orochimaru thought silently in his heart. However, it seems that the masked man who possesses the mysterious space-time ninjutsu did not appear, and he may be observing them in secret. Are you from Akatsuki? I'm really flattered that so many people came to see me. Pursing his lips, Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. Stop talking nonsense, Orochimaru. Tiandao Pain walked in front of everyone and spoke coldly without any emotion. Now is the time for you to contribute to the Akatsuki organization. We are about to take action against Konoha and Senju Tobirama. Your forbidden technique should be ready, right? The Rinnegan in his eyes caused a slight ripple, and Tendo slowly glanced at Orochimaru's laboratory. Haha, it's almost there. With a slight wicked smile on his face, Orochimaru instantly formed seals with his hands. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, summoning technique Impure World Reincarnation. As the last seal fell, Orochimaru clasped his hands together. Suddenly, there were waves of dense and violent tremors from the ground. Several black lights emerged from the ground, and wooden coffins slowly rose from it. This is, with the sound of wooden boards falling to the ground, lifeless figures in the coffins appeared before everyone's eyes. Considering that Senju Tobirama's strength is probably beyond the level of a cage, the average Impure World Reincarnationist will probably be ineffective against him. So, there are only strong people who can reach cage-level strength here. Orochimaru exhaled slowly and introduced his Impure World army to everyone. Advertisement. First, the past cages of the 5 great ninja villages. The 4th case cage of Sanagakure, Rasa. The 3rd case cage, known as the strongest case cage, Magnet-style Sanosuke. Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki. 2nd Tsuchikage, Mew, 2 powerful men who have mastered the Kekkei-killing dust release. No way, the old man just died a few days ago and you dug up his grave, Orochimaru? Deidara, who was watching the fun, heard the name of an acquaintance, looked at the thin old man with his eyes closed in the coffin, and shouted in surprise. In fact, no one dug Onoki's grave. I went directly to Iwagakure to pick it up. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled faintly. After answering Deidara's question, Orochimaru continued to introduce the remaining candidates. Kirigakure, this is the 3 tails Jinchuriki of Mist Shinobi, and also the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. The 2nd Mizukage, Genjutsu. Cloud Shinobi Village, 3rd Raikage, and 2nd Raikage. I heard that he seemed to have died with Senju Tobirama. As for Konoha, the 1st Hokage was sealed away by Senju Tobirama after his reincarnation, and the 4th Hokage's soul is inside a Shinigami, so they can't be reincarnated. Also, these strong men who don't have the title of Cage but are definitely worthy of Cage level.
Cloud Shinobi's Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, Hanzo of the Salamander, Scorch-style Yakura. How about it? So many cage-level warriors, quite spectacular, right? And the sacrifices used to reincarnate them are very special, enough for them to exert 90% of their strength before birth. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and whispered hoarsely. However, there is one thing he did not say clearly. To control so many cage-level strongmen, he can only erase their minds, and by then his strength will probably decline. Not bad. Tendo Pain nodded slightly, but Nagato behind the scenes had already secretly listed Vice Admiral Orochimaru as a dangerous person in his heart. Being able to control so many undead zombies is also a great threat to him. If Konoha and Senju Tobirama are eradicated, Orochimaru will definitely be his target to eliminate. However, this seems inconsistent with the dozens of cage-level powerhouses you promised at the beginning. Tendo Pain turned his head slightly, with a malicious look in his Rinnegan. It's not easy to find so many bodies in such a short time. The bodies of other cage and various villages were either completely destroyed in the war or we couldn't find a burial site. Having them is enough. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. However, he still has a very special chess piece. Orochimaru glanced at Black Zetsu without leaving any trace, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then let's declare war on Konoha and the Hokage. Pain nodded, and the ripples in his eyes suddenly emitted a strange purple light. Chapter 92 Water-style Konoha 60th year autumn almost half a year after Senju Tobirama's resurrection. Within this short period of time, the entire ninja world was in turmoil. Sanagakure's spine was broken and he almost became a vassal of Konoha. Iwagakure's fate was even more tragic. The entire village was wiped off the map of the ninja world and completely removed from the list of the 5 major ninja villages. The few remaining rock shinobi could only rely on the daimyo of the Land of Earth under the leadership of the acting Tsuchikage Kuretsuchi. Cloud Shinobi Village, after its peace request with Konoha was rejected, the entire village has entered a full-scale war preparation stage and is about to go to war with Konoha under the order of 4th Reikage. Kirigakure, after Chojuro returned to the village to deliver the message, Mizukage Terumi Mei in the village had no answer after consultation with the master to no avail. The Akatsuki organization, hiding in the dark, is waiting for an opportunity to act. They have reached an agreement with Orochimaru and are about to take action against Konoha and Senju Tobirama. However, all this did not attract Senju Tobirama's attention for the time being. Konoha, the Forest of Death. Senju Tobirama walked into this silent place alone. Because of the wood style he released, the forest expanded a bit more. The towering trees were wild and full of vitality, like a primeval forest. Then, let's try to see to what extent water style has been strengthened. After thinking for a moment, Senju Tobirama made up his mind. Since receiving the reward of water style enhancement, he indeed felt that his control over water style had reached an extremely precise level. For example, during the meeting with the Cloud Shinobi, the 2 Cloud Shinobi who exploded like water-filled balloons died from his new self-created ninjutsu. Water-style Shui Bao technique. The principle is that the water molecules contained in the air are produced by Senju Tobirama and can explode when inhaled into the body during breathing. Some people may wonder, why can't we directly control the blood in the human body to make it explode, instead of letting people breathe water molecules in the air? Because this is undoubtedly like taking off pants to fart. The basis of ninjutsu is chakra. If you want the blood in the human body to explode, you must inject chakra into the body and then control the blood explosion. After the water style is strengthened, Senju Tobirama can almost achieve ultimate control when he releases all water-related ninjutsu. Therefore, he can shrink the water style to the molecular level, which is invisible even to the naked eye. Of course, no amount of words can compare to an actual demonstration. Senju Tobirama did not hesitate too much before releasing a ninjutsu. Advertisement, water style. There is no seal, just a thought. The next moment, Senju Tobirama spit out a long stream in the air. A small lake was created by him in just an instant. Then let's try and see to what extent we can control the water attribute chakra. Senju Tobirama frowned, and the water in the lake began to flow wildly following his thoughts. Sizzle. There was a strong sound of airflow, and half of the water turned into steam and merged into the air, but Tobirama could still sense his chakra and control it precisely. The other half of the water remaining in the lake, after a period of solidification, turned into blocks of solid ice. These are the 3 states of water: liquid, solid, and gas. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly. With the enhanced water-based ninjutsu, he could control the shape and changes of the water at will. And the change in the form of water also allows him to convert water into ice cubes similar to the ice release bloodline. That's not all. Senju Tobirama placed his hands on his chest and raised his head. Instantly, he mobilized the chakra in his body and a huge stream of water gushed out from under his feet. Once the raging water was released by Senju Tobirama, it was like a beast without a bridle, instantly engulfing a large area of woods, mixed with broken branches and stones, and constantly surging and churning like an ocean on land. Water-based ninjutsu, chakra consumption is reduced, and the scale is larger. After observing carefully for a moment, Senju Tobirama nodded. The amount of chakra just transferred was only at the scale of a sea-level ninjutsu, but the water flow created was comparable to an A-level large explosive water wave. An inexplicable thought came to Senju Tobirama's mind. Since we can release such a large amount of water, can we build a Gundam? Senju Tobirama did not hesitate to act immediately. Under his control, the huge water flow gradually gathered into a ball, as if it was rising continuously under the control of an invisible pair of giant hands. A moment later, a water giant nearly 100 meters in size stood in front of Senju Tobirama. Advertisement feeling a little too small for his water giant, he released more water to expand the body of his water giant. After a busy period, looking at the waterman in front of him who was hundreds of meters in size, Senju Tobirama nodded with satisfaction. As the thought moved, 2 red lights emerged from the water giant's eye sockets. This huge monster began to move. Since its whole body was covered with water, a great deal of force was dissipated from it, so it did not make much noise. The giant lowered his head slightly, and stared at the tiny Senju Tobirama with his 2 red eyes. It stretched out a hand slightly, put its 5 fingers together, and placed them in front of Tobirama. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly and stepped onto the waterman's palm. After the waterman gently placed him on his head, he silently waited for his instructions. Looking forward, he took in the entire forest, and even the distant Konoha was clearly visible to him. Although I had created a larger wooden golem when I destroyed Iwagakure before, the feeling this time was completely different from that time. With the tension of water, this giant is almost immune to most physical attacks. In other words, even Uchiha Madara's complete form, Susanoo, would have difficulty destroying it. But there's more to consider than just Uchiha Madara. With his brows slightly furrowed, Senju Tobirama fell into deep thought. Orochimaru used his invention, Impure World Reincarnation, to cooperate with Akatsuki, and probably created quite a few dead armies. In addition, members of the Akatsuki organization and Nagato will join them. With so many people wanting to attack Konoha, even with the current combat power of Konoha village, it would be difficult to resolve the situation easily. Got it. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Senju Tobirama's head, and he remembered something he had forgotten. He then released the massive water giant technique and appeared in the Root's laboratory in a flash. Chapter 93 Hashirama Konoha Root Underground Laboratory. Since the death of the former Root leader Shimura Danzo, the Root has been taken over by the new Hokage. After Danzo's death, the seal of extermination of tongue evil planted on the bodies of the remaining ninjas of the Root has been removed. Some ninjas who were willing to stay in the Root and follow the leadership of the Hokage were forgiven of more or less crimes and continued to contribute to Konoha. Some of them were tired of the endless killing of the Root, so Senju Tobirama allowed them to return to their respective ninja clans or become ordinary ninjas, such as Aburame Tobirama, Yamanaka Kase and others, while retaining their ninja identities. The few die-hard fans of Danzo who wanted to resist even after Danzo's death have all been eliminated. This underground laboratory of the Root was once used by Shimura Danzo to study Hashirama cells and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. After being taken over by Nara Shikaku, this place was not abandoned, but simply stopped being used. Most of the experimental equipment and samples were left here intact, waiting for the Hokage to execute them. Tap tap tap, a busy sound of footsteps rang out in this deserted underground laboratory. Senju Tobirama took out a sealed scroll and then opened it. An object that was wrapped like a dumpling fell to the ground, with black runes appearing on it. Untie. Senju Tobirama put his index and middle fingers together, chanted a few words, and the black runes wrapped around the rice dumpling gradually faded away. To be honest, I'm not really ready to face my big brother. Tobirama murmured, looking a little confused. This strange object wrapped like a dumpling is none other than the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who was born from the Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation during the collapse of Konoha. After Senju Hashirama was sealed by him, it has been kept in the sealing scroll. The Akatsuki organization is now working with Orochimaru, and now that they are going to attack Konoha, they will definitely rely on the Impure World Reincarnation army under their control, plus an Uchiha Madara who is very likely to be reincarnated. But his own strength is not enough to cope with it. Therefore, Tobirama thought of Senju Hashirama, who he had forgotten to deal with after sealing him. He once told Tsunade that he had sent Hashirama back to heaven. Sealing him should count as well, right? Woo woo woo, a sound came from inside the big dumpling, and then a hand tore through the outer layer and reached out. Advertisement. Why is it so dark? Then, Senju Hashirama's head popped out, muttering to himself, and turned around in confusion. When he saw Senju Tobirama, his face lit up with joy. The effect of the charm that Orochimaru had inserted into his head had dissipated after such a long time, so Senju Hashirama regained consciousness. Tobirama, what did that guy with the big wooden ball do again? Senju Hashirama dusted himself off and asked in surprise. Look, I've already told you not to mess around with forbidden technique. Now, we've been summoned out again to be used as punching bags. Senju Hashirama was about to give Tobirama a serious lecture, but when he looked around and didn't find the caster of Impure World Reincarnation, his face was full of confusion. Brother, I called you out. Senju Tobirama let out a soft cry, interrupting his confusion. Huh? Hashirama tilted his head and looked at his brother in surprise. Brother, this is a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly. Be mentally prepared. When I sealed you away, Senju Tobirama explained to Senju Hashirama most of what he had done since his resurrection. Although Senju Hashirama has calmed down after Tobirama's convoluted proposal. But after he heard a series of shocking events, he couldn't help but change his expression. Are all the people of Madara gone? Are our tribesmen missing too? Tobirama, you destroyed Iwagakure. You still want to collect all the tailed beasts? Senju Hashirama uttered a series of exclamations, but fortunately there was no one here at the moment and it did not cause any commotion. It was not until Senju Tobirama told Hashirama the entire series of circumstances and the crisis that Konoha was about to face that he finally stopped talking. After hearing this, Senju Hashirama, the usually innocent and somewhat cute first Hokage, fell into a rare silence and deep thought. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. Those two Uchiha. Don't worry, they're in good condition now. They're all boys. Uchiha will not be without descendants in the future. Advertisement Senju Tobirama saw Hashirama's worry and explained. That's good. Uchiha founded Konoha together with the Senju, but now, I'm sorry for Madara. Hashirama lowered his head, revealing a sad look. The Senju clan. Don't worry, there is still a bloodline of Senju left in the Fire Nation's capital, and Suna is still alive and well. Before Hashirama could ask, Tobirama relieved his worries again. Tobirama you. After learning that both clans still had successors, Senju Hashirama quickly recovered from his sadness. After raising his head, his face showed the determination of eldest brother. Didn't you agree to my decision to distribute the tailed beasts? Why are you starting a war for the tailed beasts now? Giving away Sunagakure and Iwagakure for these Jinchuriki? Aren't you destroying the peace of the ninja world by doing this? No, brother, you are wrong. Peace in the ninja world has long ceased to exist. Senju Tobirama did not humbly accept Senju Hashirama's criticism and interrupted Hashirama's long speech. Brother, do you know that only a few years after your death, the other ninja villages had no worries and they immediately launched the first Ninja World War? I died at that time. Distributing the tailed beasts to the four great nations will not only make them less cautious about balancing power, but will only make them even crazier when starting a war. In the short few decades since then, do you know how many ninja wars have broken out in the ninja world? 3 times. As much as I hate to admit it, it turns out that Madara is right. Only a unified country can achieve true peace. One country, one village. This system will only breed endless chaos. Senju Tobirama earnestly criticized Senju Hashirama for his wrong perception. Madara is right. Tobirama, you actually acknowledge Madara. Senju Hashirama showed astonishment on his face. His brother had always been at odds with Uchiha Madara, not only because of the killing of Izuna, but more because of the hatred that had accumulated during the Sengoku period. But now, Tobirama actually thinks Madara is right? Is it true that peace cannot always be maintained among the 5 great nations? Hashirama was unable to refute Tobirama's words and looked depressed. Cannot. Senju Tobirama ruthlessly interrupted his eldest brother's reverie. Forget it, let's leave these things to you, Tobirama. Senju Hashirama shook his head and stopped thinking about these things that made him unhappy. Tobirama, does this mean that the Akatsuki organization is about to attack the village? Senju Hashirama asked with a rare cold look on his face. Konoha was the common dream of him and Madara when they were young, and he would never allow anyone to destroy Konoha. Yes, big brother. They have probably used Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect many powerful people from past generations, and it is very likely that Uchiha Madara is one of them. Chapter 94. Disposable Body. Tobirama, you just said Madara, right? Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up, and his whole appearance changed in an instant, staring straight at Senju Tobirama's face. Well, that's right. Senju Tobirama's face fell. As expected, his eldest brother's expression would change whenever Uchiha Madara was mentioned. I didn't expect that I would have a chance to meet Madara after resurrection? Ha 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 ha. Senju Hashirama put one hand on his waist and let out a hearty laugh. Brother, don't get excited, this is not a good thing. Stroking his chin, Senju Tobirama paused and planned to tell Hashirama some inside information of the ninja world. Brother, after you and Madara fought in the Valley of the End, Madara did not die. Huh? Senju Hashirama was stunned when he heard that. Madara is not dead. He died when I touched his nose? Didn't you, Tobirama, seize his body? Senju Hashirama couldn't believe that when given the choice between the village and Madara, he chose the village. For this reason, he reluctantly killed his closest friend. Shortly after the war, he himself died in grief and depression. Now, knowing that Madara might not have died at that time, he couldn't believe it. It's Izanagi. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan forbidden technique, at the cost of blinding a Sharingan, can transform all unfavorable factors suffered by the caster into dreams, including death. Uchiha Madara used the transcription seal to prepare Izanagi in a Sharingan in advance, reversing his death. I only found out about this after I discovered the abnormality in Madara's body. Senju Tobirama touched the tip of his nose. Madara used the shadow clone technique to fake his death and escape because he knew his true nature and knew that Tobirama would never give up studying his corpse. Madara has this trick. How amazing! Senju Hashirama was shocked and praised his best friend for his clever method. Brother, this is dangerous. Senju Tobirama touched his forehead, showing helplessness. Remember that Madara bit off a piece of your flesh before he died? It seems like that happened. Madara bit my arm and it was so painful. Senju Hashirama thought for a moment and replied. In the decades since Madara faked his death and escaped, he has been cultivating cells from your body, big brother, and transplanted them into himself, allowing him to activate the Rinnegan. Advertisement, before his death, Madara left his Rinnegan in the eyes of a remnant of the Uzumaki clan, who is now the leader of the Akatsuki organization. The backup plan left by Madara will allow the Akatsuki organization to revive the 10 tails after gathering the tailed beasts, allowing Madara to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and cast an ultimate illusion covering the entire ninja world, achieving what Madara believes is peace. Senju Tobirama looked serious. This matter was of great importance. If he didn't tell Hashirama, it would be very troublesome to follow up. Wait, Tobirama, you've said so much that it's really overwhelming. Let me take a break for a moment. Senju Hashirama touched his brain, which was a little confused, and his eyes were a little confused. Then Rinnegan, isn't it the eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths? Why did it activate when Madara bit a piece of my flesh? Because you are special, big brother. Senju Tobirama only replied with one sentence, and did not elaborate on the 1,000-year-long fight between Indra and Ashura, the two enemies, and their reincarnation love. This is too far-fetched. If we want to explain it clearly, it will have to be after the current crisis is resolved. And what are 10 tails? Aren't there only 9-tailed beasts? The 9-tailed beasts were originally 1. They were all split from 10 tails by the sage of 6 paths. 10 tails is the source of all chakra. Then what is the ultimate illusion that Madara wants to release? Letting people fall into illusions will bring peace. Why does Madara think so? Senju Hashirama seemed to have turned into a curious baby at this moment, and he threw out questions one after another. Brother, this is too troublesome to explain. With a snort, Senju Tobirama turned his head and spoke carefully. In short, Madara was deceived and used by the mastermind. The so-called ultimate illusion was also fake. Now Madara is about to be resurrected by the mastermind using Impure World Reincarnation to fulfill his goal of resurrecting 10 tails. Big brother, tell me whether you want to save Madara from this scam. Ah, Tobirama, you told me so. I see. We must defeat the mastermind behind this, and we can't let Madara be deceived again. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama understood everything instantly. He became motivated to act and no longer cared about why Tobirama knew so much. Madara was actually used by someone to achieve such an evil purpose. The person behind the scenes must be brought to justice. But Tobirama, I can only exert less than the 3rd level of my strength in my previous life. I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Senju Hashirama lowered his head, looking quite depressed. Don't worry, big brother, since I need your help, I am sure you can play a big role. But this also requires your cells, big brother. Senju Tobirama curled his lips and smiled faintly. Huh? My cells are so useful. If I had known this earlier, I should have drawn more blood and sold it while I was still alive. This way, I would have enough money to go to the casino. Ignoring Hashirama's strange idea, Tobirama searched through the boxes and cabinets and found the cell sample in the laboratory. Brother, please release yourself from this body first. I need to cast Impure World Reincarnation on you again. I will choose the sacrifice from among the most heinous criminals. Advertisement to avoid Hashirama lecturing him again, Tobirama made a point to emphasize this. Don't do it again, Senju Hashirama warned. He had always resisted Tobirama's research on this immoral forbidden technique during his lifetime, but now that it was a critical moment, he had to use it. With a slight struggle, a pure white soul emerged from the body. For a strong person of Senju Hashirama's level, it is easy to get rid of Impure World Reincarnation. During the collapse of Konoha, it was Orochimaru who used a talisman to suppress his mind, making it impossible to lift it. Very quickly, after whispering a response to the soul of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama disappeared instantly. Under the admiring gaze of the guards, Senju Tobirama selected a death row prisoner from Konoha prison. Returning to the root laboratory again, after knocking the prisoner unconscious, Senju Tobirama began to tinker with it. Even with the blessing of Hashirama's cells, it would be impossible for him to perfect Impure World Reincarnation in such a short time. Therefore, he could only make slight modifications to Impure World Reincarnation. For example, reducing the usage time of the body can enhance the strength of the reincarnated person. After a long time, Senju Tobirama finally stopped what he was doing. With a slight smile, Tobirama formed seals with his hands. Summoning technique Impure World Reincarnation. As the death row inmate let out a heart-wrenching roar, the body of Senju Hashirama gradually emerged from him. After moving a little, Senju Hashirama looked puzzled and said, Tobirama, nothing seems to have changed. Under normal circumstances, there really is no change. But if you explode, this body will allow you to exert 80% of your strength before birth for about an hour, but then this body will be scrapped. Senju Tobirama explains. It was quite a tiring task for him to improve Impure World Reincarnation and create a disposable body in such a short time. However, with Hashirama at 80% of his strength, plus Tobirama and the remaining cage-level people like Jiraiya, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with Akatsuki and Orochimaru. Chapter 95 The Coming War. Ahahahahaha. A loud laugh could be heard from the Hokage's office. Shao Gang, I won. Seeing that the 2 dice on the table were both 6 points, Senju Hashirama touched Tsunade's head with great pride. No, Grandpa, another round. Tsunade covered the dice on the table again with an unconvinced look on his face, held the wine cup with both hands and shook it up and down, and the dice inside made a crisp sound. Looking at Senju Hashirama and Tsunade who were using the Hokage's office as a gambling table, Senju Tobirama sighed deeply. After he took the resurrected Senju Hashirama on a tour of the current Konoha village, he returned to the Hokage's office and was bumped into by Tsunade who came looking for him. The moment he saw Hashirama, Tsunade immediately pounced on the 2 of them. After a brief reminiscence, the situation has become like this. Hokage-sama, is this necessary? On the side, Nara Shikaku carefully leaned close to Senju Tobirama's ear and asked in a low voice. Orochimaru and the Akatsuki will definitely use Impure World Reincarnation to help them if they join forces. We must even be prepared to face Uchiha Madara. With Konoha and me alone now, it is necessary to take care of everything and resurrect my eldest brother, Shikaku. Senju Tobirama certainly understood what he meant and explained it to him in a soft voice. Uchiha Madara. Nara Shikaku widened his eyes.
The Akatsuki organization actually wanted to resurrect him? Any news about Akatsuki and Orochimaru? Senju Tobirama asked, blinking at him. The root ninjas sent out have sent back information. They focused on investigating the Sound Village, which had obeyed Orochimaru during the Konoha collapse plan, and found that this village was actually founded by Orochimaru. Also, according to a captured Auto Nin, people from the Akatsuki organization have recently appeared in Auto Nin village and they did it openly. But since their appearance, there has been no trace of them. Even Orochimaru is missing. Nara Shikaku tells the story. It has to be said that Shimura Danzo's training is indeed quite good, and he is an expert at stealing intelligence from other ninja villages. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama touched his chin and fell into deep thought. At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open forcefully, and a rather urgent voice was heard. Hokage-sama, urgent news. Shodai? Advertisement? The person who came was none other than Hitaki Kakashi, the minister of Anbu. When he saw Senju Hashirama and Tsunade having fun in the office, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Afterwards, without caring about etiquette, he hurriedly handed a document to Senju Tobirama and said, Hokage-sama, the ninjas on the northern border have sent urgent reports that they have found traces of members of the Akatsuki organization. The enemy is suspected to be the former Iwagakure rebel ninja Deidara and the Sunagakure rebel ninja Scorpion. They are attacking our troops stationed on the border. There is also a person who is suspected to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and Orochimaru appeared in the Valley of the End. Hearing this, everyone became serious. Tobirama, has the Akatsuki organization started to take action? Senju Hashirama put down the few bills he won from Tsunade and put away the smile on his face. It should be, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. Senju Tobirama frowned. Hokage adults, urgent, another Anbu ninja burst into the office. The eastern border has been attacked by members of the Akatsuki organization. The enemy is the mist shinobi rebel ninja known as the Tailless-Tailed Beast, Hoshigaki Kisame, and the Takikakure rebel ninja, Kakuzu. A plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Nara Shikaku wondered. Give me your orders and have Jiraiya, Might Guy, and Uchiha Itachi come to see me. Senju Tobirama gave the order without hesitation, waving his hand. The Anbu ninja who received the order took his leave and left in a hurry. Soon, the three people who received the news rushed to the Hokage's office. However, when they saw Senju Hashirama, they were all stunned. You are, Shodai? Jiraiya rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. Jiraiya, you idiot, you don't even recognize my grandpa? Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the head, and the latter let out a wail. Hashirama didn't say much, but walked straight to Uchiha Itachi, and then, in the latter's surprised expression, he bowed deeply. I'm sorry that Konoha didn't treat the Uchiha clan well. It's my and my brother's fault. On behalf of Konoha, I apologize to you, your brother, and the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama glanced and said nothing more. Everyone was stunned. This legendary ninja god actually apologized to the Uchiha clan. Shodai, this has nothing to do with you or the Hokage. It's the tribesmen who are too rebellious. Uchiha Itachi helped Senju Hashirama up inside. Senju Hashirama could apologize to him because of the Uchiha clan, which made Itachi flattered, and his sense of belonging to Konoha became even deeper. Brother, let's not talk about this for now. We are currently facing a huge threat. Senju Tobirama stopped Senju Hashirama, who was about to say something, and took over the conversation. Advertisement after Kakashi explained the current situation to everyone. Everyone's faces changed. What does Akatsuki want to do? Jiraiya asked. They want to disperse our combat power. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head slightly and analyzed. After the Hokage-sama was resurrected, the Akatsuki organization's plan was disrupted. They should want to get rid of the Hokage-sama first. Pain and Orochimaru's target should be the Hokage-sama. Are they so confident that they can beat Second Grandpa? Tsunade asked, patting the table. Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation gave them enough confidence, Senju Tobirama explained. But we still have a ninja god here. Senju Hashirama felt uncomfortable with Tobirama's gaze. In that case, then, Jiraiya, Might Guy, you are responsible for dealing with Hoshigaki Kisame and Kakuzu. Remember, Kakuzu has 5 hearts in his body, and he will not die unless all of them are shattered. Kisami's ninja sword can absorb chakra for his use, so remember to use taijutsu against him. Kakashi, Tsunade, you are responsible for dealing with Deidara and Scorpion. Deidara's explosive clay will become a dud when it encounters the lightning style. If Deidara explodes, Tsunade, you will have Katsuyu Sage use the reverse summoning technique to transfer the two of you. Scorpion's true form is a puppet, and his weak point is the core in his chest. Senju Tobirama listed out the groups of everyone one by one, and Uchiha Itachi was dumbfounded listening on the side. He had been in the Akatsuki organization for so many years, but he couldn't clearly understand the characteristics and weaknesses of each person. How could the Hokage know so well? If we can ensure our own safety, we can capture these people alive. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows. Each of these people from Akatsuki is a rare talent. It would be great if they could contribute to Konoha. As for Pain and Orochimaru, Itachi and I will take care of them. What about me? What about me? Senju Hashirama raised his hands high and asked his opponent. Brother, you stay in Konoha for the time being and be on guard against anyone secretly attacking the Jinchuriki in prison. If Orochimaru uses Impure World Reincarnation, I will return to Konoha and bring you over. Senju Tobirama said to Hashirama. All right, without looking at Hashirama, who was full of resentment, Senju Tobirama said to Nara Shikaku.
Shikaku, when I'm not here, the affairs of the village will be in your hands. If you can't handle it, you can recruit some people from the various ninja clans and say it's my order. Yes. Nara Shikaku nodded. Brother, I remind you again, you must keep an eye on those Jinchuriki. If you encounter a masked man who tries to snatch Jinchuriki, you must stop him. The masked man's space-time ninjutsu can hollow himself for a maximum of 5 minutes, but he will reveal his flaws when he attacks. Senju Tobirama looked at Hashirama seriously. He was worried that Uchiha Obito would take advantage of the lack of fighting power at the top level of Konoha. Don't worry, Tobirama, Senju Hashirama patted his chest and assured. So now, everyone, move, Senju Tobirama shouted, and everyone started to move. If Madara is resurrected, Tobirama, you must call me. Senju Hashirama shouted as he watched everyone leave. Chapter 96. Their rivals the Valley of the End decades ago, Uchiha Madara left Konoha and suddenly returned to try to destroy Konoha. In order to protect the village, First Hokage Senju Hashirama fought a shocking battle with Uchiha Madara here. The battle ended with Uchiha Madara's death and Senju Hashirama's victory. This battle changed the terrain here, and even split a huge canyon here with the strength of the two of them. Later generations called this canyon the Valley of the End. To commemorate this great war, Konoha built 2 huge stone statues opposing each other for the 2 men. In this area, which has been sparsely populated for many years, there are 2 figures standing at this moment. Orochimaru, why did you choose to fight the Hokage here? Tendo Pain asked, stomping his feet on the stone statue of Uchiha Madara. Nagato's plan was to use other members of the Akatsuki organization to attack the border of Konoha to lure away the remaining core forces in Konoha village, and then he would control 6 Paths Pain and cooperate with Orochimaru's undead army to directly descend on Konoha. In this way, after sealing Senju Tobirama, 9 tails and 1 tail could also be captured, but Orochimaru insisted on bringing him here. Maybe killing Senju Tobirama in this place would be a different experience. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and smiled evilly. That's better. Tiandao snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. Orochimaru stole a glance at the Rinnegan in Tendu's eyes, which were glowing purple, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. A long time, just when Naga's patience was almost exhausted, there was a rustling sound coming from the stone statue under his feet. Under the huge aloe vera, Ju's figure emerged from the ground. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of the two. You too, Senju Tobirama has arrived, and with him comes Uchiha Itachi. After Daiju finished delivering the message, he immediately dived into the ground, leaving the 2 men behind with serious expressions. At the same time, above the huge stone statue of Senju Hashirama that was standing opposite it, there was the sound of a kunai breaking through the air. Swish! Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi instantly appeared on top of the statue. Fire Country Northern Border. Ha 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 ha, Brother Scorpion, it's been a long time since I've displayed my art so wantonly. Deidara rode on the claybird and threw clay bombs at the Konoha shinobi who were constantly collapsing on the ground, and shouted with joy at Scorpion on the other side. Ever since the scarlet amber shell of the red sand scorpion was shattered, the scorpion has been looking at people in its true form, except that it has covered its body with a thick iron armor. After seeing Scorpion's face, which looked only a few years older than him, Deidara changed his way of addressing him from Master to Big Brother. Shut up, Deidara. Your explosion that lasted only a moment cannot be called art. The eternal beauty of the human puppet is the real art. Scorpion pulled the chakra line in his hand slightly, and the head of a Konoha shinobi was cut off by the sharp blade in the hand of the human puppet. He was able to free himself and immediately sneered at Deidara's art. Tisk, Brother Scorpion, you will never understand the dazzling beauty of the moment of explosion. Deidara murmured as he stroked the bird made of explosive clay in his hand. Then he took out a handful of claybirds and threw them hard at the Konoha shinobi's defense line. Advertisement, art is explosion. Drink. A large flock of white birds rushed into the position, and violent explosions sounded along with the wailing of the Konoha shinobi. Quick! Deal with the puppeteer on the ground first. A Konoha shinobi who seemed to be at the commanding level took the lead and stepped forward at this critical moment. After receiving the order, some of the Konoha shinobi were responsible for defending against the bombs from midair while the other part, led by the commander, rushed towards the scorpion. Fire style. Fire bomb. Konoha style swordsmanship. Leaf hurricane. Each ninja used his best moves to attack Scorpion's body, and Scorpion was already in a dead end. But when these attacks hit the black outer armor on the Scorpion, only white marks were left. The high temperature after being hit by fire-style ninjutsu might be fatal to ordinary people, but for Scorpion who has transformed himself into a human puppet, it can be completely ignored. What a poor human body. Scorpion let out a sigh, and then the mechanism on his body activated, firing thousands of swords one after another. The Senbanichi, which was coated with a highly poisonous weapon, hit these Konoha shinobi, killing them instantly. Drink. A loud shout was heard in the air. Then, under the commander's desperate gaze, Deidara, who had already dealt with those who were blocking him, threw a handful of clay bombs in this direction. Lightning-style Thunder Tiger kill. At the critical moment, a Thunder Tiger transformed from the lightning-style form bit hard at the large piece of clay bomb. All the clay bombs affected by the Thunder Tiger instantly lost their ability to explode and fell to the ground. What? Whose lightning-style? Deidara in the air was stunned and looked fiercely at the source of the ninjutsu. The jutsu he hated the most was lightning-style, Heavenly Feet hurt. At this moment, a heroic female voice was heard, and then the puppet of Scorpion, who was about to kill a Konoha ninja, was kicked into pieces. Lord Tsunade, Lord Kakashi. The rescued Konoha shinobi was stunned, opened his eyes and saw Kakashi carrying him on his shoulders and Tsunade beside him. Then, a tiny Katsuyu crawled onto his shoulder at some point, and his injuries began to gradually heal. Thank you for your hard work, leave the rest to us. Those two guys, it's time to stop here. Tsunade waved his arm and took off the green jacket he always wore, looking very heroic. Hearing this, Kakashi on the side made a few gestures to the ninjas behind him to retreat, and then he also prepared for battle. Who is this old woman? She's so arrogant, Brother Scorpion, do you know her? The young Deidara had never heard of the deeds of the Konoha Sannin. Seeing Tsunade's attitude, he couldn't help but ask the Scorpion of the red sand below. But it was obvious that Scorpion didn't want to pay attention to him. His young face was filled with solemnity and hatred. Advertisement Kakashi, White Fang's son. Scorpion's eyes widened, and he wished he could eat Hitaki Kakashi alive. His parents died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Tsukumo during the Second Ninja World War. Even though the person next to Kakashi was Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sannin, Scorpion didn't want to pay attention to him at this moment and kept his eyes fixed on Kakashi's figure. He wants to avenge his parents, at the same time. Fire Nation Eastern Border Hoshigaki Kisame and Kakuzu are also wreaking havoc among the Konoha shinobi's defenses. Oh, Konoha's Wado Atsuki has a bounty of 3 million ryo. Holding a struggling Konoha shinobi in one hand, Kakuzu compared the black market bounty list in his other hand, and smiled with satisfaction when he saw the matching face. Then, in the latter's horrified gaze, he took off his head. I say, are you still thinking about that little bit of money even at this time? Hoshigaki Kisame formed seals with his hands and released a huge water style. After submerging dozens of Konoha shinobi, he turned around and taunted. What do you mean by this little money, young man? You don't understand. You only regret not having enough money when you need it. You will understand when you reach my age. Kakuzu took off his Akatsuki robe, and several Black Earth Wraith monsters split out of his body, rushing into the enemy camp on his behalf and wreaking havoc. Vulgar taste. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced slightly and turned his gaze away. He somewhat missed the time when he teamed up with Mr. Itachi. The level of Mr. Itachi's thinking was something that ordinary people could never reach. Here it comes. Hoshigaki Kisame was shocked and quickly reminded Kakuzu, who was still checking the bounty. The two of them retreated dozens of meters away in an instant. The next moment, the place where the two were previously was covered with burning flames and hot oil. Has it been avoided? In the dense forest, a tall middle-aged man gradually emerged. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Just as Kakuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame were looking at Jiraiya warily, a figure suddenly jumped down from the tree and kicked Kakuzu straight at him. Fortunately, Guy read out the name of the move when he attacked, giving Kakuzu a chance to react and allowing him to use the Earth Spear technique to harden his body. Master Jiraiya, and the surviving Konoha shinobi looked at the two who came to support them with hope. You guys retreat first, leave this to Guy and me. Might Guy, who failed in his sneak attack, used the recoil of the kick and rolled back to Jiraiya after a few rolls. Jiraiya from Sannin. Hoshigaki Kisame narrowed his eyes and instantly became extremely defensive. As for the Konoha shinobi who looked like a rare beast, he automatically ignored him. Chapter 97. War is about to begin. It's been a long time, Second Hokage-sama and Itachi-kun. Even though they were several hundred meters apart, Orochimaru's hoarse voice was still clearly heard by Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi. You kid who likes playing with my forbidden technique, have you forgotten how you escaped in such a mess last time? Senju Tobirama did not give Orochimaru a good look and mocked him sarcastically. Orochimaru did not get angry but continued to talk to himself. To be honest, I don't want to be an enemy of you and Konoha. After all, since your resurrection, some of the rotten Konoha seems to have been reborn. I really want to see what Konoha will become under your leadership. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tendo Pain beside him looked unfriendly. Seeing this, Orochimaru changed the subject and his expression gradually became serious. However, since the Akatsuki organization obtained Itachi-kun's eyes for me in exchange for my assistance to Akatsuki, this is also a very fair deal. I am really sorry, Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama smiled faintly and said, since you are so confident that you can defeat me, then come and give it a try. Rinnegan boy. Even though you are just a poor person being used, since you have chosen to be my enemy, I will show no mercy. Before Nagato could wonder what Senju Tobirama meant by his words, a giant water dragon had already included Tendo and Orochimaru in its attack range. Sealing technique, suction seal. Nagato reacted extremely quickly, and the other hungry Kido Pains who had been ambushed in advance jumped out instantly. Hungry Kido Pain stretched out his arms, stood in front of Tendo and Orochimaru, and continued to absorb the chakra from the giant water dragon. What an amazing chakra! Nagato, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. He didn't expect that the water style released by the Hokage would contain such an astonishing amount of chakra. At the moment when Senju Tobirama launched the attack, Uchiha Itachi beside him instantly realized and immediately activated the power of Sharingan, Susanoo. The third form of the red giant, which was tens of meters high, almost crushed the stone statue of Senju Hashirama as soon as it appeared. Without any hesitation, it condensed the Yusaka Magatama and threw it fiercely at Orochimaru. Yusaka Magatama was flying at an extremely fast speed, and a sharp sonic boom exploded in the air. Crystal-style Kui Jing technique. Orochimaru's face hardened and he formed seals with his hands at an extremely fast speed. A huge pink crystal instantly covered him. Boom. Advertisement Usaka Magatama slammed hard into the shield wall built by Crystal Style, making a loud noise. The head of the Uchiha Madara stone statue was almost smashed into a huge gap. Shinra Tensai. Crystal Style did not block the huge Magatama attack, and it was about to continue rushing towards Orochimaru's body. Although he knew that Orochimaru's ability to save his life was extremely strong, Tendo still took action. Invisible repulsive waves emanated from his body, fiercely repelling the Usaka Magatama that was about to break through the crystal shield. Boom. The Magatama that fell into the lake suddenly exploded, and a large wave of water splashed up dozens of meters high. The first wave of exploratory attacks by both sides came to a brief halt. Itachi-kun has adapted to his new eyes quite well. Taking a look at Uchiha Itachi's tens of meters tall Susanoo, Orochimaru said with some jealousy. He took away Uchiha Itachi's eyes, but he didn't expect that he was unable to activate this divine power. He only had the two eye techniques of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. This made Orochimaru feel that he had really made a loss in this deal. Uchiha Itachi released Susanoo because if it continued, Hashirama's statue would probably collapse first. Then he squinted his eyes slightly and stared coldly into Orochimaru's eyes. This made Orochimaru shudder, and he suddenly remembered that Itachi had transplanted Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo, and he quickly turned his eyes away, and even checked the chakra flow throughout his body, and was relieved to see no signs of genjutsu, but he didn't dare to look Uchiha Itachi in the eye again. Hokage, do you really want to be an enemy of the Akatsuki? Hand over the Jinchuriki, and we can build a permanent and peaceful ninja world together? Tendo Pain walked forward, looked into Senju Tobirama's eyes, and spoke in a tone that could not be refused. He. Senju Tobirama scoffed and folded his arms. Why don't you let your real body say this in person? Besides, what I am doing now is for the peace of the ninja world. Shocking statement. How did he know? Nagato was shocked. He didn't know when the Hokage learned that Pain's 6 paths were just 6 puppets controlled by him. A few drops of cold sweat ran down his forehead. No, this dangerous man must be eliminated. Nagato didn't want to negotiate with Senju Tobirama anymore. He was worried that his true identity would be exposed if they continued the conversation. In this operation, Konan did not accompany the team because he was still recuperating. Nagato's real body was only in the forest several kilometers away, with only 4 pains protecting him. If Senju Tobirama senses his chakra transmission through the black stick receiver on Tendu's body, he can find his location. Then he will be in an extremely dangerous environment. Advertisement immediately, Tendo Pain turned around and winked at Orochimaru, telling him that it was time to take action. Orochimaru nodded, and then instantly formed 4 hand seals with his hands. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, summoning technique Impure World Reincarnation. There was a loud noise, followed by several black lights, and several coffins stood in front of Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, stared at the fallen coffin lid, and looked at the figure inside. Wu, Onoki, Hazuka Genjutsu, Yagura, Second Raikage, Third Raikage, Third Kazekage, Rasa, Hanzo, Kinkaku, Ginkaku, and Hagura. The dense crowds of people almost covered Orochimaru and Tendo. Hokage-sama, this. Even Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but get nervous when he saw the 12 people appear, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly. The targets of Impure World Reincarnation are all the cages of the 5 major ninja villages, or the famous and powerful people in the ninja world. If so many people attack at the same time, I am afraid he can only hold on for a moment. Don't be impatient. Senju Tobirama raised 2 fingers to him without much change on his face. All this was still within his expectations. Seeing the Hokage's attitude, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have taken a reassurance pill, calmed down his somewhat agitated mood, and carefully observed Orochimaru's movements. Dead bodies with cracks on their bodies and without any life stood in a straight line in front of Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's hand moved slightly, these corpses seemed to be injected with souls in an instant. Stupid mustache, go to hell, Master Wu, grandfather. Half-dead mummy. How could I lose to you, hateful? Hokage. There's an ambush, Iwagakure's minions, come. Scorpion, you. Actually, Orochimaru, you're from Akatsuki, Yahiko. Silverhorn. Goldhorn, I'm here to negotiate, what are you doing? Chapter 98. Obito's frustration. Who is it? There's an intruder, In Konoha prison, before the 2 guards could even utter a cry of surprise, they lost their breath and collapsed to the ground in an instant. Uchiha Obito, wearing a yellow mask with black stripes, retracted the chains that killed the 2 guards and gently sucked the 2 bodies into the Kamui space in his eyes. Haha, you guys just fight, I'll take the tailed beast. Obito thought silently in his heart. Seeing that the plan was not going smoothly, Zetsu went to visit Orochimaru privately. Do you think you can hide it from him? Madara's will. Infinite Tsukuyomi's beautiful world no longer needs a single Uchiha's dead soul. As Black Zetsu was the separate body of Uchiha Madara's will, he definitely preserved Madara's body. Obito didn't need to think too much about what Black Zetsu's plan was for meeting Orochimaru in secret. It's nothing more than that after Senju Tobirama was resurrected, he hindered Akatsuki's plans at every turn, and the capture mission of the Jinchuriki was also ineffective. Of the 9-tailed beasts, only one, 5 tails, was successfully captured. Black Zetsu, this guy, has lost his patience, but it doesn't matter. A Sharingan revealed under the mask flashed a cold light. Now all members of Akatsuki have been dispatched to lead away Konoha's high-end combat power, and Senju Tobirama has also been held back by Orochimaru and Nagato. Konoha is now quite empty. Once he has taken away all the tailed beasts captured by Konoha and taken back the Rinnegan from Nagato, the Gedo Statue with several tailed beasts will give Obito the confidence to face Uchiha Madara. The caster of infinite Tsukuyomi can only be him, Uchiha Obito. Obito lowered his head slightly and glanced at his heart, then began to search the prison for the location where the Jinchuriki was imprisoned. With a slight use of the Sharingan illusion, the ninjas guarding the cell with the most ninjas fell to the ground one by one. This prison has the most guards, could it be here? Obito's tone was tinged with excitement. As long as he can take away a few tailed beasts captured by Konoha, he can create a perfect world of illusion. Picking up the cell key from the unconscious ninja, Obito gently opened the cell that was sealed tightly with steel. Eye-catching 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi, 6 tails Jinchuriki Yu Gao, and 7 tails Jinchuriki Feng, the 3 of them sat in a circle with heavy shackles on their bodies, looking very weak. Seeing the door open, the 3 of them just looked up and took a quick look, then did nothing else. The chakras in their bodies had been sealed by Senju Tobirama himself, and the tailed beasts in their bodies had been hypnotized by the Sharingan. Now they're completely powerless. As for who came, it had nothing to do with them, because someone had come before anyway. Advertisement seeing that the 3 Jinchuriki were indeed imprisoned here, Obito smiled softly.
It's really easy to get it. But why does it feel like it's going a little too smoothly? Obito thought back to the Konoha guards he encountered along the way, all of whom were so weak that they could be easily defeated. Logically speaking, the place where the Jinchuriki were imprisoned should be guarded by a large number of people, but the enemies he had encountered before were only in the dozens. Senju Tobirama is so stupid. Shaking his head, Obito stopped thinking about these nonsense. After all, the tailed beasts in the bodies of these Jinchuriki could not be faked. Taking light steps, he prepared to pack up the 3 of them and take them away. In an instant, just as Obito took a step forward, he suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. Having fought against Namikaze Minato, the fastest man in the ninja world, his nerve reflexes were honed, and his body instinctively opened Kamui Hollow within half a second. Boom! A strong punch passed through Obito's body and hit the floor of the cell. A huge hole several meters deep was dug out on the ground, which was made entirely of steel. The 3 Jinchuriki who were sitting leaning against the wall rolled over and slid to the corner of the cell, trembling.
Uchiha Obito shuddered at the destructive power caused by that punch. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. If he was hit on the body by this punch, I'm afraid White Zetsu would have to perform an amputation below the head. But what frightened him even more was that he didn't even notice the person behind him. Either that person is exceptionally good at hiding, or his strength is far above his. If it's the former, it's fine. If it's the latter. It went through my body. Senju Hashirama pulled out his right hand that was deeply embedded in the iron wall, stood up, and said with a smile. You must be the masked man Tobirama was talking about. This ability is really strange, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Obito's face was solemn, and he took a defensive stance. The defensive force left by Senju Tobirama. Although the other person had a smile on his face and looked very amiable, judging from the powerful aura that was faintly visible from him, he was definitely not simple. Wait, this person has the characteristics of Impure World Reincarnation. Obito quickly looked at the other person, and was shocked when he saw the cracked armor and lifeless pupils. Besides, he addressed the Hokage by his name. From this point of view, his seniority must be higher than Senju Tobirama. Obito's mind was working fast. Ever since he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and thought he was invincible, but was defeated by Namikaze Minato, caution has become his style. Advertisement Impure World Reincarnation, older than Senju Tobirama, looks very friendly. These characteristics add up. Even Uchiha Obito's Konoha history class, which he never passed, allowed him to analyze the other party's identity. First Postmaster. Senju Hashirama. Sorry. Tobirama asked me to keep an eye on these Jinchuriki. I can't let you take them away from me. After explaining the reason to the other party in a friendly manner, Senju Hashirama took action. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. He silently recited the time Tobirama had given his masked man to hollow. The huge tree roots broke through the thick iron sheet on the ground and drilled out fiercely. While deliberately avoiding harming the 3 Jinchuriki, Senju Hashirama's wood style instantly blew up the seemingly spacious prison. Obito had maintained his Kamui ever since he dodged Senju Hashirama's punch, and after learning the other party's identity, he didn't dare to release it for even a second. The opponent is the god of ninja, a figure as famous as Uchiha Madara. When fighting with such a person, he dared not be careless for a moment. The dense tree roots and thorns instantly submerged Obito, but without exception, they pierced through his body. Seeing this, Hashirama remained expressionless, and quickly protected the 3 trembling Jinchuriki behind him. Since the opponent's target is Jinchuriki, according to what Tobirama said, the masked man will materialize whenever he attacks, which means that the masked man cannot remain hollow when he touches an object with his physical form. Then the problem is easily solved, just attack when the masked man tries to snatch the Jinchuriki. Although Senju Hashirama has always been carefree, he has an exceptional combat awareness and can analyze what he should do in a moment. Seeing the 3 Jinchuriki so close, Obito salivated, but after taking a look at the Senju Hashirama who was eyeing them eagerly, Obito's face under the mask darkened.
First Hokage, just wait for me. Uchiha Obito silently left a harsh word and unwillingly drilled into the Kamui space. He did not have the courage to confront the legendary ninja god head-on. After seeing the masked man's body twist and disappear, and there was no movement for a long time, Hashirama let down his guard. He turned around and said to the three Jinchuriki in a friendly manner, "Ha ha ha, you three, it's all right now. I've driven the bad guys away. Don't worry, I will keep you safe." The three people who didn't have the energy to speak rolled their eyes at this silly-looking man, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. After explaining the situation to the reinforcements led by Nara Shikaku who came after hearing the news, Senju Hashirama used the wood style to repair the prison he had destroyed and locked up the three Jinchuriki again. Worried that the masked man might come back, Hashirama even made a wooden bench and sat on it at the door of the cell, leisurely watching the scenery. A long time, Senju Hashirama pulled out a flying thunder god kunai that Tobirama had given him when he left, and a familiar burst of chakra came from it. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his arm. "No time to explain, big brother, come with me." Chapter 99, Shake People. This is, that second Hokage guy's forbidden technique? After regaining consciousness, the second Tsuchikage took a quick look at his own condition and looked shocked. "Master Wu, is that you?" At this time, Onoki, who was also imprisoned in the Impure World Reincarnation, asked tremblingly. "Onoki, you were also imprisoned in the Impure World Reincarnation? It seems that quite a long time has passed. Seeing how old you are, you must have died of old age. Iwagakure should have passed on the 6th Tsuchikage." Wu looked at the short old man who spoke. It took him some careful identification before he recognized Onoki. After seeing that the other party died at such an old age, the heavy stone in his heart slowly fell. None of the cages of the 5 major ninja villages live long, and almost every cage will die on the battlefield. The fact that Onoki has lived to such an old age is proof enough that Rock Shinobi is now very powerful, and even the cage doesn't have to fight to the death on the battlefield. Well, it seems that it was quite right to let him inherit Tsuchikage. Wu nodded in satisfaction, and even his gaze towards Onoki became a little gentler. "Miu-sama. I'm so sorry, Iwagakure is gone. It was destroyed by Senju Tobirama." However, along with Onoki's somewhat evasive gaze, a shocking sentence reached Wu's ears. Fortunately, Wu was wrapped in bandages all over his body, so his inappropriate expression did not show. "What on earth is going on? Golden Horn, this seems to be the move of that guy Senju Tobirama." Yin Zhao stared at Jin Zhao's dark brown pupils and recalled a not-so-pleasant memory. After the brothers Gold and Silver Horned killed the second Raikage with a surprise attack, they led a team of elite troops to hunt down the peace negotiation team led by the Hokage. Afterwards, a big battle broke out with Senju Tobirama. I have seen this move before during the battle. However, the Impure World Reincarnation had just been born at that time, and the objects being reincarnated were extremely weak and could only serve as an immortal meat shield, so Senju Tobirama died together with the two of them. I remember it clearly. That guy should have died with us. Kinkaku rubbed his brain, which was a little insufficient in capacity, and couldn't figure out what was going on. Then, when he glanced at the second Raikage who had also been reincarnated, he smiled evilly. The second generation has also been reincarnated. Alright everyone, no more idle chatter. The reason I reincarnated you is to kill the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Do what you need to do now. Advertisement seeing the reincarnated people reminiscing about the past and making a lot of noise, Orochimaru frowned and snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you order us around? The Gold and Silver Horn brothers looked unhappy and stared at the man who looked like the caster of Impure World Reincarnation. They were the ones who dared to kill even the Raikage and the Hokage, and now a junior who had secretly learned the Senju Tobirama forbidden technique dared to tell them what to do. Although the other reincarnated people did not express their opinions, as powerful people who had left their names in the history of the ninja world, they were also unwilling to be manipulated by others. They all looked at Orochimaru and Tendo Pain with unfriendly expressions. However, after hearing Onoki's explanation, Wu was filled with hatred towards Senju Tobirama and was eager to try. "Orochimaru!" Tiandao shouted anxiously, ordering him to deal with these people quickly. The Senju Tobirama standing on the head of the stone statue opposite had disappeared at some point, leaving only Uchiha Itachi standing alone. "You really don't want to drink the toast, but you have to drink the forfeit." With a cold snort, Orochimaru formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, these resurrected people instantly lost control of their bodies, and a consciousness began to act on their behalf. However, they were still able to speak, and their consciousness was not erased, but they could only act as bystanders. Orochimaru didn't want to do this, because not only would the puppet's strength decrease, but controlling so many people at the same time would also be a big test of his mental strength. The soul was already weak and the mental strength was weak due to the living corpse reincarnation, which now added to the burden. However, if we simply wipe out the minds of these people and make them obedient puppets, their strength would probably be reduced to only 1/3, and they would not be able to pose a threat to Senju Tobirama. For this reason, he could only put himself in a difficult position. 12 figures rushed towards Uchiha Itachi in an instant. Dust Release. Original World Separation Technique, ×2. Water Style Water Cannon Technique. The first to attack was the double Dust Release combination attack from Miu and Onoki, and 2 white beams of light shot fiercely at Itachi. And the signature water style ninjutsu of the Kazuna clan, a huge water cannon that shoots out from the fingers like a pistol. Uchiha Itachi did not dare to be arrogant and used all his strength to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes. Complete Susanoo.
the 50-meter tall orange giant instantly enveloped Uchiha Itachi. As soon as it appeared, it almost crushed the stone statue of Senju Hashirama. 8-foot mirror. Susanoo quickly removed the huge 8-foot mirror embedded in her chest, and then raised it to block the 2 white beams of light coming from the sky. As for the water cannon, Susanoo's defense is enough to withstand this level of attack. Itachi-kun's Susanoo has become stronger again? Could this be the complete form of God's power? Advertisement through the vision of the person being controlled, Orochimaru saw it all clearly, and the jealousy in his eyes almost overflowed. Since I can't have it, I'll destroy you. Orochimaru licked his lips with an evil smile and had an idea. As for Nagato, he didn't react much to this, he just wanted to know where Senju Tobirama had gone. If Senju Tobirama saw that they were powerful and used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, then he really didn't have any good solution. But the Hokage didn't even take Uchiha Itachi with him when he escaped. Hell Thrust. One Punch Hand. The third Raikage, who has mastered the lightning-style chakra mode to the extreme, concentrates all the chakra in his body on one finger, a move with extremely strong penetrating power. Boom. With a loud bang, a long crack instantly appeared on the leg of the indestructible Susanoo, and it was still spreading upwards. Dust Release. Limit Separation Technique, times 2 huge cube-shaped dust releases almost covered the entire part below Susanoo's chest armor. Even with the defense of the Yasakami, Uchiha Itachi no longer had any means of defense and could only watch Susanoo being decomposed. If this continues, the complete form of Susanoo will be completely defeated in less than 10 seconds. At the last moment, Susanoo drew out the Tenfist sword and fiercely stabbed the second Raikage and third Kazekage who were protecting Orochimaru. Seeing that the situation was not good, Nagato hurriedly controlled Tendo Pain to deflect the Tenfist sword that was about to stab Orochimaru. There was a flash of white light, and the bodies of the second Raikage and third Kazekage continued to disintegrate, and the 2 soul bodies were sucked into the gourd at the tail of the Tenkan sword. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat. He had not expected that Uchiha Itachi actually had a divine weapon. If he was hit by the 10-fisted sword that struck directly at the soul, even he would be in trouble. Then, a more frantic attack was launched towards the remaining half of Susanoo. Boom. Boom. After a few loud noises, Susanoo completely collapsed, and Uchiha Itachi's figure flew out of it and fell into the water below. Scorch-style oversteaming kills, Earth-style weighted rock punch. All kinds of attacks came in overwhelming force, covering the entire lake in an instant. At this critical moment, Senju Tobirama, who had gone back to get people, finally came back, and with him, Senju Hashirama also returned. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. An unknown person created a 100-meter-long wooden golem. Under the shocked gazes of Orochimaru and Nagato, the giant hand blocked all attacks and pulled Uchiha Itachi out of the water. Chapter 100. Tailed Beast Transformation. The huge wooden hand blocked all attacks with the back of its hand, lifted Uchiha Itachi from the water, and placed Itachi on top of the wooden golem at an extremely fast speed. Hokage Adults. First generation. Itachi rubbed his eyes that were bleeding and said something to the 2 people standing on top of the wooden golem. Itachi, are you okay? Senju Hashirama was a little anxious and hurried forward to check Uchiha Itachi's injuries. This is one of the only 2 remaining members of the Uchiha clan, but if something happens, he will have a hard time explaining himself when he sees Madara. It's nothing serious. Uchiha Itachi looked up. Susanoo blocked most of the attacks for him, so he just looked a little embarrassed. Tobirama, these people are the dead who were reincarnated by the Akatsuki organization, right? Senju Hashirama leaned forward slightly and looked down at the enemies who were constantly attacking the wooden golem. Among them were some acquaintances he had met at the first 5-cage summit. For example, the bandaged weirdo who serves as the guard of the first Tsuchikage and the mustache-wearing guard of the first Mizukage, although Hashirama couldn't even remember their names. As for the rest, they are probably the rising stars of the ninja world in recent years. Unfortunately, they are all dead. Is this wood style? Looking at the huge wooden golem that was 100 meters high, Orochimaru was terrified by its earth-shaking momentum. Especially when he saw Senju Hashirama standing on the wooden golem, his expression twisted. Senju Tobirama actually resurrected the first generation to fight us. Orochimaru felt a surge of emotions in his heart, thinking back to when he had used Impure World Reincarnation in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had poked him in the back and scolded him for being disrespectful to his elders and defiling the dead. Unexpectedly, his master was even more ruthless than him in using this trick and even spared his own elder brother. Orochimaru, is this Senju Hashirama? The Rinnegan glowed with purple light, and Tendo Pain stared at the 3 people above the wooden golem's head and asked. One Senju Tobirama is difficult enough to deal with, and now there is another legendary ninja god. Nagato is somewhat doubtful whether he can kill Senju Tobirama this time. Don't worry. Although Impure World Reincarnation was invented by the Hokage, this move is not perfect. Even for me, it took years of painstaking research to improve it to this point. In addition, special reincarnation sacrifices were needed to enable these puppets to exert their strength. Advertisement, as for the current Senju Hashirama, he should be just an empty shell with only 3rd-level strength. Although Orochimaru was a little shocked, his words after coming to his senses were full of confidence. This is his confidence as a scientific researcher. Even if Senju Tobirama is the inventor, there is no way he can beat him with this move. That's good, let these people attack quickly. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief after getting Orochimaru's confident answer and then spoke coldly. Hell Thrust. One Punch Hand. the blue lightning attached to the third Raikage's index finger and stabbed the wooden golem's right leg fiercely. Large chunks of sawdust and debris burst out, revealing a hole several meters deep, but compared to the wooden golem's 100-meter height, it seemed insignificant. This is F**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Even though Eight Tails Gyuki had had one of his horns broken by him with his Ippon Sho technique, he still didn't think that guy was as tough as the wooden golem. He. Comparable to the tailed beasts? Kinkaku and Ginkaku gave an evil smile, and then under Orochimaru's control, two red evil chakras burst out from the brothers' bodies. The brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku were once swallowed by Nine Tails, but they turned around and swallowed Nine Tails' flesh and blood, thus obtaining Nine Tails chakra and were even able to reach the level of tailed beast transformation. Roar. Accompanied by two roars, two ferocious beasts transformed into tailed beasts appeared on the battlefield, and 12 giant red tails fluttered in the air. The Gold and Silver brothers who have activated their tailed beast transformations are huge in size. Although they are only at the same level as the wooden golem's knees, they are still quite huge monsters. Swoosh. The two giant beasts opened their arms and used the sharp claws on their palms to scratch and pierce the thick wooden golem. Accompanied by two loud bangs, the wooden golem's body began to tremble slightly. Damn it. I can't even use tailed beast bomb, Orochimaru snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. He didn't expect that the strength of the two brothers would be so severely reduced after being transformed into the Impure World Reincarnation that they couldn't even use the tailed beast bomb. These huge tailed beasts could only use physical attacks. At this rate, it would take a long time just to destroy the wooden golem. This is the breath of Nine Tails, advertisement. Hashirama was stunned and looked at the two tailed beasts, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. No, this power is too evil and too dangerous. Tobirama, can you subdue these two people? Senju Hashirama asked Senju Tobirama. Yes, wooden golem jutsu was performed by Senju Tobirama. Even Senju Hashirama was quite shocked when he saw Tobirama's wood style, and then attributed it to Tobirama awakening the bloodline of the Senju clan. Although he was very curious about the fact that the dead could awaken their bloodline, there were obviously more important things to do at the moment. Certainly. Senju Tobirama nodded. Although these two half-tailed beasts had 9 tails chakra in their bodies, they were not among the Jinchuriki included in the system, so they could be sealed safely. Wood-style 10th Edict on Enlightenment. Senju Tobirama roared, and then the word, Zuo, appeared in his palm. The huge wooden golem moved instantly, and with its two arms, it picked up the two-tailed beast brothers, gold and silver horned, one in each hand, as if catching chickens. A strange chakra was injected into the two people through the wooden golem's arm, and the characteristics of the tailed beast were constantly cut off. Don't even think about it, dust release, original world separation technique. The invisible second Tsuchikage used the light and heavy rock technique to fly high into the sky at some point, and a white dust release beam of light instantly burst out from his palm, taking out only the three people on top of the wooden golem. Senju Tobirama had no choice but to stop the technique he was performing. Wooden golem threw out the two people, Jin Zhao and Yin Zhao, and then raised his arms to protect the three of them. Although Tobirama and Hashirama are both Impure World formations and are not afraid of death, there is still an Uchiha Itachi here. If he is hit by dust release, he will be directly decomposed into molecules. By then, even Impure World Reincarnation will not be able to find the body. Boom. The pure white dust release was like a laser, destroying any wooden golem body that was hit by it, and it continued to extend. Water-style mist condensation. The water molecules in the air around the second Tsuchikage were instantly mobilized by Senju Tobirama, instantly causing the area without a shield to cool down drastically. The movement of molecules was stopped, and then they quickly gathered and condensed into solid ice, trapping the Tsuchikage. The ice sculpture that had not been transformed suddenly fell from the sky, exploded with a loud bang, and the body of the filthy earth began to reorganize. Is this water style? Orochimaru's eyes widened, obviously not expecting that water style could be used in this way. Chapter 101 Senju Hashirama vs. the Impure World Alliance. Tobirama, water style can actually be played like this. Senju Hashirama widened his eyes. With his vision, he could see the essence of the dense fog technique at a glance, and couldn't help but sigh at Senju Tobirama's molecular level control. If only wood style could be this cool. Hashirama lowered his head slightly, feeling a little inferior for not having such a cool move. Brother, that's enough. Senju Tobirama glanced and felt speechless. Isn't your Buddha much more handsome than this? But, this endless process is not a solution. Below, the shattered body of the second Tsuchikage continued to reassemble, and the others who were crushed into pieces by the wooden golem were also reborn one by one. If we don't use sealing techniques to seal them, or defeat Orochimaru, it will be futile to simply keep killing these people. Brother, could you please hold these people back first? I'll go and deal with the caster. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly and asked Hashirama. I see. I wanted to save this hour for Madara. Senju Hashirama lowered his head slightly, then raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, but this is the first time you, Tobirama, have asked me for anything. Tobirama, let me ask you a question. If Madara is resurrected, are you sure you can deal with him? Hashirama raised the corner of his mouth and then changed the subject, and asked Tobirama with a serious face. Although fighting Madara was interesting, Hashirama was well aware of the level of strength between himself and Madara. If Madara is resurrected and no one can stop him, something will definitely happen that Hashirama doesn't want to see. Although he didn't want to break his brother's feelings, Tobirama's strength was still far behind him and Madara. But now that Tobirama seems to have improved greatly and has the power of wood style, this question is only to get Tobirama's assurance. I'm 90% sure. Senju Tobirama nodded with a firm expression. Actually, it's 100%. Tobirama didn't say this in his heart. After strengthening his overall strength, he is confident that he can fight Uchiha Madara. Even if he can't defeat Madara, he can still fight to a draw. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the resurrected Uchiha Madara does not have the Rinnegan. If Madara had the Rinnegan, then let alone the current Senju Tobirama, I'm afraid that both him and Hashirama combined would not be his match. As we all know, Rinnegan looks completely different in Nagato and Madara. As the true owner of the eye, Madara can fully exert the power of Rinnegan, and to some extent has even reached the threshold of 6 paths level. Fortunately, the current Orochimaru's understanding of Impure World Reincarnation has not reached the level of Yakushi Kabuto during the Fourth World War, and he is unable to make a special body for Uchiha Madara, as can be seen by just looking at the powerful Senju Tobirama who were reincarnated by him. All of them can only exert 60% to 70% of the strength they had in life. Hearing Senju Tobirama's answer, Senju Hashirama was startled and then laughed. Haha, you are worthy of being my brother. In that case, I can only solve it quickly. I hope I can have some time to talk to Madara. Advertisement, dust release, limit separation technique. Steam danger explosion power, swordsmanship, flash. One-handed. The warriors, whose bodies had recovered, launched their own unique skills one after another, launching powerful attacks without regard for the cost and fiercely attacking the already riddled wooden golem. Boom. The huge wooden golem had huge holes bursting out of its body and was beginning to crumble. The 3 people above their heads fell to shake. Well, Tobirama, let's see who can defeat the opponent first. Hashirama grinned. Then a powerful chakra wave burst out from his body, and the bright chakra almost condensed into a purple substance with an astonishing momentum. But along with it, there was also a black line starting from the soles of the feet. This is the countdown that this body can bear. Once Hashirama's entire body is covered in black, it means that this body is completely destroyed, and his soul will return to the Pure Land. Brother, go ahead. Senju Tobirama left his last words, put his arm around Uchiha Itachi's shoulders, and the two of them disappeared in an instant. The wooden golem was shaking more and more violently. With the last attack from the wooden golem's palm, the 100-meter giant finally fell down. Boom. A lake below the canyon stirred up huge waves tens of meters high. But this is not the end, the real battle has just begun. In the dust, Senju Hashirama stomped his feet quickly, then clenched his fists and let out a loud shout. Hanzo, who was closest to him, immediately activated Water Flash and escaped, but Onoki, who was charging Dust Release behind him, was not so fast and was immediately hit hard by Senju Hashirama. Super strength. This punch directly shattered Onoki's body, and the dirty soil floating in the air slowly began to reorganize. Lateral bolt of pain. The 2 brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who were born in Cloud Shinobi, released their tailed beast transformations and used the lightning-style taijutsu of Cloud Shinobi Village. Their palms were accompanied by blue lightning that roared and hissed, as if they were going to tear Senju Hashirama to pieces. Senju Hashirama's expression remained unchanged. He jumped slightly, kicked Ginkaku away, and then blocked the knife that was chopped towards him by Jinzhou with his bare hands. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? Jinzhou's teeth were bared and he roared in disbelief. Advertisement Senju Tobirama died at their hands. Even if this guy was his elder brother, he couldn't be that much stronger than his younger brother. Ah, I haven't even used my ninjutsu yet. Senju Hashirama responded lightly, and then he moved his hand and twisted Kinkaku's arm alive, and then punched Kinkaku and him dozens of meters away. The remaining 8 people, except Onoki who was still recovering, surrounded Senju Hashirama like a pack of vicious wolves. Second Tsuchikage took the lead, and the white beam in his palm was ready to shoot out. Together with Hanzo's water style, Ross's gold dust stab, Mizukage summoning's mirage, Hagora's scorch style, and Yagura's coral shock. The dazzling attack centered around Tsuchikage's dust release, forming a deadly column of light. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama had no choice but to use all his strength, as this was also a big threat to him. In an instant, Hashirama's face was covered with black eyeshadow. Chakra spread in all directions, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind and clouds changed, and the ground beneath the feet was torn into huge chasms. Even though Orochimaru and Pain were far apart, they could sense the powerful aura of Senju Hashirama. How is this possible? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, his previous confidence and calmness gone, replaced by a look of shock and confusion. How could Senju Hashirama recover so much strength? How could he, Senju Tobirama, use Impure World Reincarnation to such an extent in such a short time? Tendu's face darkened slightly, and Nagato fell silent. He really shouldn't have trusted Orochimaru. Finally, Senju Hashirama raised his hands, put his palms together, and let out a loud roar. Wood-style the tree world is born. Boom! As Senju Hashirama moved, a vast amount of chakra poured into the ground, and a huge burst of vitality suddenly erupted. A thick vine sprouted out and blocked the dust release that was rushing towards Hashirama. Although it was destroyed in a moment, more and more vines broke out of the ground, as if forming a spider web, blocking the way forward. In just a few seconds, countless vines and thorns emerged from under everyone's feet, densely packed together, covering the area in a green forest. Stir and entangle. Mizukage Yagura, Scorch-style Yagura, and Luo Sha, who had poor mobility, were instantly wrapped by a group of vines. After they continued to expand, their bodies were stuck in them. Dust release. Original world separation technique. A beam of light was emitted, and Tsuchikage Wu broke down all the vines under his feet, creating a safe environment for him, but more vines continued to spread towards him, preventing him from rescuing the three people. Hanzo's water teleport is extremely fast, especially after Impure World Reincarnation when he didn't have to worry about chakra. He increased his speed to the extreme and quickly escaped. Hizuka Wanyue escaped the disaster by using his clone created by the thick fog created by the summoning beast Mirage, but his summoning beast clam did not have such a good fate. Its shell was directly pried open by wood style, and it was transmitted back to the summoning world after a burst of smoke. With just one ninjutsu, Orochimaru instantly lost 3 controllable chess pieces. Chapter 102 Pain. I can't even imagine how such a strong man died in the first place. The second Tsuchikage muttered something without a word. When he and his apprentice Onoki went to Konoha to request an alliance, he was humiliated by Uchiha Madara, who defeated him with a single move. Senju Hashirama, who was able to fight against Uchiha Madara and even defeat Uchiha Madara, must be even stronger, so he was not too surprised. He just wanted to know how Senju Hashirama died. Everyone knows that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought a battle in the Valley of the End. In the end, Hashirama won and Uchiha Madara died. But a few years later, the first Hokage died quietly in Konoha, which was the reason for the outbreak of the First Ninja World War. Mummy, don't worry about how he died. Hurry up and use your dust release to clear away these damn wooden debris. Hizuka Wanyue roared, with chakra attached to his feet, and he kept using the instant body technique to shuttle back and forth on the battlefield, but countless vines overwhelmed him like a green ocean. Tisk, stupid mustache, light and heavy rock technique. Wu let out a light sigh, then flew high into the air, avoiding the sea of trees that were falling towards him on the ground. They originally wanted to rescue the 3 trapped people first, but they didn't expect that the vines that wrapped them would sink into the ground, and then be covered with a thick layer of wooden shields, and they were still winding and undulating underground. This made it impossible for Wu to hit the target accurately, so he had to resort to the next best option and use Dust Escape to clear an open area for Gui Lantern Huan Yu. Damn, I actually thought that the mummy's Dust Escape would be so useful at this time. The temporarily safe Hizuka Wanyue touched his hair and murmured. Ninjutsu. Chain Stage 2. Hell Thrust. At some point, Hanzo and the third Raikage, who had fled far away earlier, hid behind Senju Hashirama without making any noise, and the two launched a surprise attack on Hashirama. A chain sickle with the deadly poison of salamander and a fingertip flashing with blue electricity attacked Senju Hashirama's body from the left and right. Senju Hashirama remained expressionless, and after quickly assessing the situation, he chose to consume one arm to deal with the attack. The toxins of the salamander do not pose much of a threat to Senju Hashirama, but if his body is cut off by the hell spikes and sides, these people will never wait for him to recover. Drink. With a roar, Senju Hashirama swung his arm, blocked Hanzo's chain with his right hand, and then grabbed it hard, using the sickle's chain to jump into the air, so that the third Raikage's thrust only touched his left arm. With one kick, Hanzo was kicked into a deep ravine. Senju Hashirama rolled over several times and landed steadily on the ground. Advertisement. Then he quickly formed seals with one hand, and dozens of wooden stakes appeared from his body. Wood clone technique. With a creaking sound, dozens of identical Senju Hashirama raised their heads at the same time, and then jumped up together. 3 to 4 Senju Hashirama are assigned to each deceased person. This is troublesome. Back to Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Itachi. After dividing the work with Senju Hashirama, Tobirama immediately took Uchiha Itachi to an area not far from the main battlefield but relatively safe. Itachi, can you still keep fighting? Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was covering his eyes and bleeding, Senju Tobirama asked with rare concern. Okay, but you won't be able to activate Susanoo again for a short time. Uchiha Itachi raised his head, revealing bloodshot eyes. Then, I'll go deal with pain, and you just act according to the situation. If you can find a chance to use distinguished heavenly gods on Orochimaru, don't hesitate, Senju Tobirama said sternly. Yes. After talking with Itachi for a while, Tobirama sensed the sudden increase of more than a dozen chakra fluctuations from Senju Hashirama, and it was obvious that he had used wood clone. Then let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Tobirama disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi looked at Senju Hashirama, who was fighting fiercely on the battlefield, and after seeing that there was nothing wrong, he opened the Sharingan and looked at Orochimaru in pain from afar. Orochimaru, you idiot, why didn't you let the third Tsuchikage use dust release just now? On the stone statue of Uchiha Madara, Tendo Pain occasionally glanced at the battlefield where the loud noise was coming from, and occasionally glanced at Orochimaru, who closed his eyes and controlled Impure World Reincarnation. After seeing that Onoki was entangled by Senju Hashirama's vines due to Orochimaru's improper operation, he let out a roar. Don't argue. It's not as simple as you think. Their true wills are resisting my control. I have to control so many people to fight, and I have to use some of my energy to suppress their true wills. This is a big burden on my mental strength. If it were you, you wouldn't be any better than me. Orochimaru didn't open his eyes, but his lips moved slightly, and he retorted to Pain, as if mocking him for not understanding science. Seeing this, Nagato was furious. Advertisement. Although he wanted to refute Orochimaru that he was controlling 6 pains by himself, he didn't say anything more. After all, only Orochimaru could control these undead zombies. As a bystander, he could only control Tendo Pain to move back and forth continuously, to guard Orochimaru against possible attacks from Senju Tobirama. Tendo Pain, who was pacing back and forth, paused, the Rinnegan in his eyes flashed, and then he quickly jumped off the stone statue. A few moments later, a familiar figure came into his sight. It was the target of their trip. Senju Tobirama. Pain uttered the other's name coldly, and the two stood facing each other. Nagato. Senju Tobirama also called out his name, which made Nagato, who was controlling Pain from behind, look shocked, and his already skinny body trembled slightly. "You're curious about how I know your name, right?" Senju Tobirama seemed to see his confusion and said, "You'll know if you beat me." After he finished speaking, Tiandao took the first step. From the moment Senju Tobirama called out his name, Nagato was truly angry. This guy, he is obviously a dead man, but he seems to know everything. He who claims to be a god is just a chess piece in the other party's mouth. Are you kidding me? He has the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. He is the new god who can rebuild the ninja world. This restless unknown factor must be punished by God. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain raised his arm instantly, and his body burst out with an extremely powerful repulsive force. Whiz, all the affected areas, whether it was solid rocks or giant trees, were turned into dust. Senju Tobirama, who was standing at a distance, remained expressionless and took a slight step forward. Suddenly, all the moisture in the soil and the water in the rock gaps 100 meters underground were mobilized by Senju Tobirama. A huge wave leapt up rapidly, and a water blue curtain appeared in front of Senju Tobirama. The next second, a physical repulsive force hit the water tent. Swing, swing. The tension of the water flow reached its ultimate, removing most of the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. The remaining repulsive force barely broke through the water tent and rushed towards Senju Tobirama. However, Senju Tobirama raised his fingers slightly, and the movement of water molecules was stopped by him. The water flow instantly turned into solid ice, blocking the declining Shinra Tensei. Tiandao's eyes widened, and the ripples in the Rinnegan stopped at this moment. It was even more shocking to him than when Senju Tobirama used wood style to block Shinra Tensei. Chapter 103 Tobirama vs. Six Paths Pain. The water turned into ice? Nagato's face froze. Having not received any formal education, he obviously could not understand the changes in shape caused by the movement of water molecules. I was simply confused and puzzled by the fact that Senju Tobirama, a character who had nothing to do with Kirigakure, could use ice release. After going through numerous obstacles, Shinra Tensei arrived in front of Senju Tobirama and only blew a breeze, causing his white hair to flutter. Universal pull. Pain hesitated for a moment after failing to hit the target, and then an extremely deep black spot suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. The powerful gravitational force was like a black hole, pulling Senju Tobirama and even the ground beneath his feet. When Tobirama was captured, Pain raised his other hand again and fired another Shinra Tensei. Swing, swing. The repulsive force like the collapse of the sky instantly hit Senju Tobirama. Combined with the gravitational force of Pain's other hand, the two mutually repelling forces are squeezed together. Even the strongest body will be torn into blood foam by this move. The next moment, just as Pain condensed the black rod to suppress the reorganization of Impure World Reincarnation, his eyes suddenly focused. It was because a large amount of water suddenly seeped out of the surface of Senju Tobirama's body, and a water clone replaced the Senju Tobirama that was originally standing there, and then suddenly exploded, splashing water. When did the water clone appear? Pain was shocked. Before he had time to think, a strong force suddenly attacked from behind. He quickly raised the black stick in his hand and stabbed back. Bang! With the clanging sound of metal colliding, the flying thunder god kunai in Tobirama's hand suddenly collided with the black stick in Pain's hand. Under Pain's gaze, Senju Tobirama raised his head slightly and said with a smile, "If I don't call the other five, I will destroy Yahiko's body." This guy knows it all. Before Nagato could even grit his teeth, Tendo Pain was instantly kicked out by Senju Tobirama's kick covered in ice. Boom! Boom! There were a few buzzing sounds in the air, and it crashed into the ground, creating several huge holes before it finally landed safely. A subtle sound of flowing water was heard. Tiandao, who was trapped in a huge rock, slowly stood up. After enduring a kick that would have been fatal to an ordinary person, Tiandao's body was not seriously injured. Only his half-torn Shao robe and the dust covering his head and face made him look a little disheveled. Advertisement Pain was originally a dead body, and his body has been completely transformed. Especially Tendo, who was the leader of the Six Paths, made the most elaborate transformation of the corpse of Nagato's best friend Yahiko. Tiandao stood up again and glanced at Tobirama coldly without saying much, but 5 more figures appeared behind him. Nagato has given up protecting his body. He is determined to keep Senju Tobirama here today. The Hell Realm, the Hungry Kido, the Asura Realm, the Animal Realm, the Human Realm, and the Heavenly Realm. 6 black Akatsuki robes with red clouds fluttered in the wind, and 6 pairs of Rinnegan glowing with purple light stared at Senju Tobirama. Yes, this is a bit like fighting. Senju Tobirama twisted his neck, ignoring the electronic sound in his head, and stomped his feet on the ground. With the ground shaking violently, he rushed towards Six Paths Pain in an instant. In response, each of the Six Paths Pains condensed several black sticks in their hands, and they came forward in unison, not wanting to be outdone. The real battle has just begun. Squeak, squeak. The whistling wind accompanied by black sticks stabbed towards Senju Tobirama's body.
These yin-yang weapons created using the Rinnegan can effectively block and disrupt the chakra in the enemy's body. Even an Impure World Reincarnation body will be suppressed after being pierced. Senju Tobirama shuttled back and forth several times, and then suddenly condensed a water blade in his hand. He cut off the oncoming black stick with one blow, and then threw it out, accurately inserting it into the brain of the animal. He then dodged and grabbed the wrist of the hungry Gedo in front of him with both hands, blocking him in front of him. The human being who was about to pounce on him stopped and was kicked out by Senju Tobirama. Suddenly, Tobirama felt the chakra in his body being consumed rapidly. The hungry Gedo he held in front of him generated a huge suction force, which continuously sucked away Senju Tobirama's chakra.
You like sucking? Then I'll let you suck as much as you want. Senju Tobirama was not surprised at all. Instead, he lifted up the hungry Gedo with one hand and continuously injected chakra into his body. But this time, what he injected was the magical chakra formed by the combination of natural energy and spiritual energy. The hungry Gedo was not afraid of anyone coming and devoured more fiercely. However, the huge amount of fairy chakra was like a torrent, all poured into the hungry Gedo's body. In just a moment, the hungry Gedo's body turned into a stone statue, and then was shattered by Senju Tobirama's finger, turning into dust, and even the Hell Realm could not save it. Seeing this scene, Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, and mobilized the chakra in his body. Boom, boom, boom. Weird arm rocket. A large number of missiles shot out from Shirato's wrist, flashing several flames in the air. Advertisement. Seeing this, Tobirama reacted quickly and pulled out several flying thunder god kunai from his waist and threw them in the direction of every pain without any rules. His target is hell. Knowing this, Nagato immediately launched Shinra Tensai. The huge repulsive wave instantly knocked the flying thunder god kunai away, and rushed towards Senju Tobirama. As a last resort, Tobirama had to temporarily teleport to the location of the kunai. But after a brief pause, the second round of attacks came again. Summoning technique. After the animal slapped the ground with one hand, several fierce roars were heard, accompanied by several huge clouds of white smoke. 3-headed dogs, 8-foot birds, foam crabs, bulls, centipedes, and many more bizarre summoning beasts rushed out together like a tide of beasts. It's like a large-scale ninja army. Any regular cage-level warrior would have to retreat in the face of this beast horde. But Senju Tobirama's complexion remains unchanged. The biggest advantage of the enhanced water style is that it is large in scale. Water style sea tide technique. At this moment, Senju Tobirama clapped his hands, and a large amount of water waves instantly emerged from the ground, causing a huge wave. It's as if a vast ocean was moved onto the land by Senju Tobirama. In an instant, a large number of summoning beasts were swept up by the waves, constantly flapping and roaring in the water, swallowing large amounts of water. Then Senju Tobirama slightly formed a seal, and the liquid that entered the summoning beast's body was detonated from the inside. The bodies of several strange-looking beasts swelled up instantly, the blood flowing in their veins continued to boil, and then exploded. Pieces of internal organs scattered everywhere along with scarlet blood. The water molecules with Senju Tobirama chakra attached to the blood changed rapidly, instantly solidifying the red liquid. The blood that had just been warm turned into red ice knives, stabbing at the remaining summoning beasts one by one. It's incredible. Listening to the wails and roars of many summoning beasts in the sea of blood, looking at the other 4 panes that were also frozen one by one. Tiandao, who was controlling the repulsive force to fly in the air, frowned. It was the first time he saw that water style could be so powerful. Then it quickly changed direction in the air and jumped onto a high mountain wall that was not affected by the water flow. Senju Tobirama also grew a pair of natural wings on his back, and followed Tendo Pain, and the two landed on the ground one after the other. At this point, Nagato, do you still want to be my enemy? Senju Tobirama asked coldly, looking at the pair of Rinnegan that did not belong to Nagato. Chapter 104. Starburst Sky Destruction Slash. In a hidden cave just a dozen kilometers away from the battlefield, Nagato, who was skinny and had black sticks stuck all over his body, lowered his head slightly and started coughing repeatedly. Cough cough, cough cough cough. A pool of blood spurted out of his mouth. Whenever this happened, Conan would come and ask worriedly, but now, there was no one around him, and Conan was still recuperating in the Rain Shinobi village. Nagato felt uneasy about the current situation. When the 6 paths of pain gathered together in the past, no one could stop them. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, who was known as the demigod, was powerless to fight back when the 6 paths came out together. But now, 5 of them have been destroyed by Senju Tobirama, leaving only the lonely heavenly path. Nagato raised his head slightly, his already dull red hair stood up like dead grass, but his eyes were wide open with anger. God will never lose to a mortal. Seeing that Pain was speechless and did not react, Senju Tobirama immediately stopped showing mercy. Dozens of water clones condensed from the ground in an instant, and along with them appeared hard vortex water blades that continued to rotate at high speed in their hands. The water flow was like a drill, even the air seemed to be pierced with holes. A dense buzzing sound was heard. Ha! The main body roared, and dozens of Senju Tobirama threw the blue water blades in their hands at the same time. The scene was like thousands of arrows being shot at the same time, with splashes of water flying in the air. Accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking through the air, they rushed towards the sky together. Tiandao, feeling the power of it, instantly leapt back, and then an extremely strong repulsive force burst out from every corner of his body. Super Shinra Tensai. In the distance, 2 lines of blood flowed from Nagato's eye sockets. He provided all his chakra to Tiandao regardless of the consumption, and even began to squeeze out his own life. Boom, boom. The dazzling white light was like daylight in the night. Even Senju Tobirama couldn't help but squint under the flash, and his figure retreated rapidly backwards in an instant. Repulsion. The terrifying energy instantly spread out in all directions with Tendo Pain as the center. The flying water jets were broken into water droplets, and Senju Tobirama's clones were also dispersed one by one. The tens of thousands of meters of land around, including the water style released by Senju Tobirama before, all turned into nothingness under the Shinra Tensei. Advertisement. A circle of area with a significantly lower level than other lands was marked out. Fortunately, the two had moved away from the previous area during the continuous fighting, otherwise, Orochimaru, who was distracted and controlling Impure World Reincarnation, would also be affected. Boom. Sage Art Mingshenman. Senju Hashirama clasped his palms together, and several red Torii gates fell from the sky, instantly pinning down Jinzhao and Yinzhao. The two men let out strange cries and fell down unwillingly. The Myojin Gate has sealed the chakra of the Impure World Reincarnation, and their bodies have lost the conditions for regeneration. Looking back behind Senju Hashirama, the third Raikage and second Mizukage were also sealed in the same way. Of the 10 strong men who besieged him, only Wu, Onoki and Hanzo are left. Wow, Tobirama is making such a big fuss. As the eldest brother, I can't lose to my younger brother. Looking up at the commotion caused by Super Shinra Tensei several kilometers away, Senju Hashirama touched his head. Then, he put his hands together again. The only 3 remaining people looked at each other and almost lost the desire to fight. Even if Impure World Reincarnation made them immortal, they didn't want to fight this monster anymore. But with the manipulation of the caster, the 3 of them rushed forward involuntarily. Orochimaru, who was half sitting on the unrecognizable Uchiha Madara stone statue, pursed his dry lips and murmured. If Pain is defeated by Senju Tobirama, I'm afraid I'll really have to use him. These chess pieces of his can only hold back Senju Hashirama for another 10 minutes at most. If Pain cannot seal Senju Tobirama within 10 minutes, he will have to fight 1 against 2. The only way is to use the Uchiha Madara that he has been hiding. However, Orochimaru didn't think that his already somewhat weakened mental strength could control the man who was as famous as the first Hokage. Tiandao had just released the super god Luo Tensei, and before he could fall from the sky, a water dragon instantly appeared behind him and bit him off. Senju Tobirama slowly walked out of the dust and looked coldly at Pain, who was weakened inside the water dragon. After releasing that move just now, Tiandao has entered a period of weakness. Nagato in the cave was bleeding from all his 7 orifices. His hideous face looked like a ghost from hell. He once again absorbed his own vitality and transferred it all to the heavenly Tao without caring about his own life. Tiandao, who was trapped in the belly of the water dragon and had already lost the power to resist, was instantly replenished. Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsive force instantly shattered the water dragon. Tiandao's body suddenly stretched out, and then floated in the air, with a pair of Rinnegan looking down at Senju Tobirama, who was staring coldly at the ground. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama, I have to say, you are stronger than anyone I have ever met. Moreover, you seem to know a lot of inside information about Akatsuki, things that Uchiha Itachi definitely does not know. But I don't want to be curious about your source of information now. Because your existence is the biggest obstacle to peace. Now, I will show you what the true power of the Rinnegan is, the power of God. Planetary devastation. Tiandao roared out the name of the move at a rapid speed, and a black ball formed by high concentration of chakra was released by Nagato's body and rose up. The moment the black ball stopped at a height of several hundred meters after floating continuously, a terrifying attraction suddenly erupted, and it continued to swallow all the objects below like a black hole. The entire Earth seemed to have been hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Huge plates were torn from the ground and flew towards the black ball in the air, forming a thick circle of rock around it. Don't try to escape. Universal pull. Tendo Pain's face was distorted. He was worried that Senju Tobirama would use Flying Thunder God to transfer him. The moment the black ball appeared, a suction force instantly burst out from his hand, which attracted Senju Tobirama. Soon, the ground where Tobirama was standing was torn into a hole, and it slowly detached from the ground as if it was about to fall off. When did I run away? Tobirama turned his head, and looked at the roaring Tendo with his red pupils. Needless to say, Nagato has gone berserk and will not stop until he is killed. In this case, Tobirama will not do as he wishes. Being sealed by the planetary devastation, this kind of treatment should only be enjoyed by Wei Yoruichi. Water style Aguru. Under Senju Tobirama's huge amount of chakra, the water giant he had created quickly condensed. This is the name he gave to this technique, which means ocean. The huge weight instantly brought Senju Tobirama down to the ground. Then, the water density on the giant's body was highly compressed by Senju Tobirama, and the ground under his feet was like a natural disaster, as if it was constantly wailing. A water knife as big as the tailed beast gathered in the hands of the water giant, and the surging waves stretched endlessly. Then, under Tobirama's control, the water condensed into ice. The water knife instantly turned into an ice knife, reflecting a dazzling glow. Seeing the huge momentum of Water Man, Tendo Pain, who was as small as an ant, stopped absorbing the black ball. Then, with his roar, the kilometer-sized planetary devastation, under the control of Rinnegan, smashed towards Water Man at a high speed like a meteor. The water giant was not willing to be outdone, and swung the ice blade in his hand, slashing down at the planetary devastation. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color. A violent explosion was accompanied by a burst of white light that could burn the naked eye. The already devastated battlefield was completely detonated. Chapter 105 God. If Deidara could be here at this moment, he would definitely exclaim at the art. There was no other reason. When the planetary devastation, which was falling from the sky like a meteor, was cut in half by the huge water man, a shocking explosion suddenly occurred. Rustle. The strong wind blew up dust all over the sky, and the damaged and potholed ground appeared before our eyes. The meteors in the sky had exploded, and the flying sparks fell to the ground like meteorites, causing areas of continuously burning fire. The water man stood still for a long time, and the ice knife in his hand broke into 2 pieces. The broken ice pieces fell to the ground like ice flowers. Did you succeed? Tiandao, who was hiding behind a slanted rock, stretched his head out slightly and saw that the huge water man was motionless as if he had lost his vitality, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Nagato in the cave stretched out his arm to wipe the blood from his mouth and nose. The excruciating pain throughout his body made him suffer great torture even for the slightest movement. Even the Uzumaki clan's tremendous vitality is now close to exhaustion. It can be said that he will not live for more than a month. But there was no regret on Nagato's face, because it was all worth it. After the death of Senju Tobirama, the next thing he had to do was to capture all the tailed beasts and seal them in the Gedo Statue, revive 10 tails, and use the terrifying destructive power of 10 tails to deter the entire ninja world, making all ninja villages afraid to start a war again. After his death, I'll leave everything to Conan. However, just when he was filled with joy, the water man, who had been motionless, suddenly had 2 red lights flashing in his eyes. Under pain's gloomy expression, Senju Tobirama's figure slowly emerged from the water man's body, and his equally deep pupils looked coldly at pain. Planetary devastation is a sealing technique, and the huge water man offsets its suction. Although the power is equally amazing when used like Tengai Shinsei, taking planetary devastation head-on caused great damage to water man. However, water is a fluid and can be continuously reorganized no matter how it is destroyed. Under the almost endless chakra output of Senju Tobirama's Impure World Reincarnation body, it only took a moment for a large amount of water to flow out of his body again to fill the gaps in his body. The huge water man stood behind Senju Tobirama, with his head slightly lowered, and his 2 emotionless red eyes stared at the tiny Tendo Pain. Nagato did not sit there and wait for death. After seeing that Senju Tobirama was fine, he knew that he might die here. After taking a deep breath, he slowly formed a seal with his hands. Tiandao's action was the same as Nagato's. After a loud shout, he slapped the ground with his 5 fingers, and a black mark appeared instantly. Advertisement. Summoning technique Gedo Statue. With a hoarse roar, an ugly monster emerged from the ground. The body of 10 tails is like dry bark, with strange columnar objects growing on its back. 9 densely packed eyes are lined up side by side. The Gedo Statue, like a tree man, stands up, opens its hands, and roars towards the sky. Its size is comparable to the water man in Senju Tobirama. Absorbed a tailed beast, Senju Tobirama calmly looked at the majestic Gedo Statue and sensed a huge amount of chakra in its body. Cloud Shinobi's 2 tailed beasts have always been in the village. It is impossible for Akatsuki to rush into their village directly to snatch them. The other tailed beasts have already been collected by him. The tailed beast in the Gedo Statue can only be the wild 3 tails or the 5 tails that was previously captured by Akatsuki. Tobirama's mind moved, and the water man behind him instantly received the instruction, and immediately rushed towards the Gedo Statue amid a shaking of the earth. The 2 huge monsters engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand fight. But the Gedo Statue was clearly at a disadvantage. With only 5 tails chakra in its body, it was now just an empty shell, and the one it was fighting against was Water Man. The opponent's attacks on it can only be taken, but the golem's own attacks penetrate through the Water Man's body. The fist that hit the Water Man was instantly wrapped by a huge amount of water, making it impossible for the golem to pull it out. After a roar, a columnar body behind it burst into shining lightning, and several white electric currents hit the Water Man fiercely. After a few flashes of lightning flowed through the Water Man's body, the golem pulled out its arm. A purple chakra dragon suddenly spewed out from the Gedo Statue's mouth, and its huge and slender figure instantly pounced on the Water Man. Seal. 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon. Tendo Pain roared on top of the golem. As a Phantom Dragon 9 sealing art that can seal the chakra of the tailed beasts, it also has a special attack on humans. Once touched, it can not only instantly absorb their chakra, but also devour their soul. It can be said that it is the nemesis of Impure World Reincarnation. At the beginning, Nagato used this move to kill all of Hanzo's elite troops and the root elites. Water-style Water Dragon Technique. Senju Tobirama did not hesitate and summoned a Water Dragon from above the Water Man. This is the Water Dragon technique he developed based on the chakra-absorbing properties of the Wood Dragon technique. As a pair of blue eyes lit up and a dragon roared through the sky, a huge water dragon flew out in an instant and started to fight with the chakra dragon head-on. The 2 dragon bodies entangled in the air, accompanied by the gigantic Gedo Statue, fought madly with the Water Man. There was an earth-shaking tremor, and even Orochimaru, who was tens of thousands of meters away, couldn't help but raise his head. What is this thing? As a scholar, Orochimaru was always calm and composed, but after seeing the constantly shaking earth and the 2 giants towering into the sky, he couldn't help but shudder. Advertisement. After looking at the remaining second Tsuchikage who was still fighting with Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru's 2 snake eyes narrowed slightly. Swing. The water giant's fist smashed hard into the shell behind the Gedo statue, causing the latter to let out a sharp roar. And in midair, two giant dragons that could absorb each other's chakra were still fighting each other, you sucking me and I sucking you. But obviously, the chakra in Nagato's exhausted body was clearly no match for Senju Tobirama, and the Phantom Dragon 9 seals had gradually fallen into a disadvantage. At the same time, on the ground, Senju Tobirama and Tendo Pain were engaging in a fierce physical duel. Boom, boom. A gust of strong wind was created by the combination of fists and kicks. Faced with the enormous power of Senju Tobirama, even Tendo Pain, who had also transformed his body, could not escape with it. His body was more or less damaged. And with the 6 paths having lost 5, Nagato could no longer repair the heavenly path. Sizzle. A high-speed flowing water knife was instantly created in Tobirama's hand, and then it suddenly slashed down towards Tiandao. At the critical moment, a black stick suddenly condensed out from Tiandao's palm, and he narrowly blocked it. However, in just a moment, the black stick broke instantly, and Tiandao, who hurriedly turned over, had his right arm cut off by Senju Tobirama in an instant. No blood flowed out, and the broken part of the arm was just a pile of iron pieces. Having lost an arm, Tendo Pain seemed to have lost his balance and was on the verge of falling. Nagato is close to his limit. He raised his hand slightly, and a trembling voice came out of Tiandao's mouth. Wanxiangtian. The last bit of chakra in Tiandao's body condensed into a tiny black ball in his palm. However, the words were not finished. Squeak. There was a low sound of a sharp weapon piercing the body. Tendo Pain lowered his head slightly and widened his eyes in disbelief. There was a big hole in his chest, where Senju Tobirama's arm had pierced through it. Chapter 106 Madara's coffin flew away. Although Tendo Pain was just a puppet, blood was flowing from his chest like a stream. Wow, wow, wow. Tiandao opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but because his body functions were completely destroyed, his throat was only hoarse. When Senju Tobirama pulled out the knife that was stuck in Tendu's chest, the latter was already shaky and could not stand. The black chakra sticks covering his body fell to the ground, making clanging sounds. Why are you here? Tobirama heard some inexplicable words, not sure whether they were spoken by Nagato or Pain. After a stagger, Tendo Pain fell to the ground with a thud, without a sound. Also dissipated was the chakra dragon wailing in midair under the water dragon's mouth. The Gedo statue also disappeared in a cloud of smoke with an unwilling roar. Senju Tobirama suddenly thought of something, hurriedly picked up a broken black stick on the ground, inserted it into his palm, and sensed the source of chakra. Sure enough, the black stick that served as the chakra receiver between Nagato and Pain did not fluctuate at all, and Senju Tobirama could not sense any chakra aura. This is really, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Senju Tobirama frowned. Nagato is dead. Even if he squeezed out his own life force to release Shinra Tensei and planetary devastation at once, he shouldn't have died. In the original work, after doing all of the above, Nagato even had the strength to resurrect all the villagers in Konoha, but now he died without a word. When he had previously returned to Konoha village to take Hashirama with him, he had learned that Obito had attacked Konoha and he did not have time to get here. If there is anyone else it could be, it would undoubtedly be Black Zetsu. Countless thoughts flashed through Senju Tobirama's mind as he silently collected Yahiko's body that had fallen to the ground. Then he quickly rushed to where Orochimaru was. Damn it, this Senju Hashirama is totally not on the same level as the one I was reincarnated from. On top of the stone statue, Orochimaru angrily kicked a stone on the ground away. In the distance, his last chess piece, Second Tsuchikage, was also unwillingly sealed by Senju Hashirama after letting out a roar. At the same time, Orochimaru had sensed footsteps coming from behind him. Advertisement. Orochimaru, all your zombies are dead, surrender. Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan was activated and he slowly approached Orochimaru. Itachi-kun, don't speak so early. It's still uncertain who will win. Orochimaru, with his eyes tightly closed, turned around slowly and licked his lips with a wicked smile. Seeing Orochimaru's fearless smile, Uchiha Itachi secretly thought that something was wrong and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Claw Red. Uchiha Itachi spit out several fireballs from his mouth instantly, and threw several shurikens from his hands at this time. The flames attached to the flying shurikens, and the hot shurikens flew towards Orochimaru who was standing on the edge of the cliff like balsam flowers scattered all over the sky. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. He opened his left eye slightly for a moment, and a trace of red blood flowed from the corner of his eye. Crystal-style Crystal Amaterasu. Suddenly, a hissing sound of breaking through the air was heard. A crystal blade wrapped in black flames flew out of the air and shot towards Uchiha Itachi. At the moment when the ninjutsu came into contact, the fire of Amaterasu devoured everything, and the crystal blade, without any obstruction, stabbed Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi raised his head slightly, and the red skeleton wrapped him. He waved a big bone claw hand, grabbed the sharp blade in his palm, and then threw it hard. After Susanoo released the remaining Amaterasu's fire, it lost its target and fell to the ground with a sizzling sound. Itachi-kun's Amaterasu is really useful. Licking his lips, Orochimaru smiled sinisterly in the face of Uchiha Itachi's hostile gaze, but he still didn't dare to open his eyes. But soon, Orochimaru couldn't laugh anymore. Two familiar voices came into his ears. Ahahaha, Tobirama, big brother should deal with this first. Amidst a burst of laughter, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, half of their bodies turned black, appeared behind Uchiha Itachi. Yes, the eldest brother is still the eldest brother. After satisfying Senju Hashirama's strange desire to win, Senju Tobirama looked at Orochimaru coldly. Although the latter did not open his eyes, he still felt a chill all over his body, as if he was being stared at by a tiger. Then without any hesitation, a water knife cut off Orochimaru's head in an instant before anyone could react. The smelly blood splattered everywhere, but did not stain Tobirama. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Itachi hurried forward. This junior who abused the forbidden technique is actually quite good at escaping. Shaking his head with a faint smile, Senju Hashirama slowly approached. Yes, he reacted quickly. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama nodded, holding Orochimaru's severed head in his hand. Orochimaru's head, which had originally had his eyes tightly closed, was suddenly swarmed with white snakes that fled in all directions, and then turned into blood under the chakra fluctuations of Senju Tobirama. You must be kidding. Even faster than Namikaze Minato. In the jungle, Orochimaru was running for his life, and the 2 feet below his waist turned into a snake. Just now, he almost died on the spot. If he had not transformed his survivability to ultimate, he would have been cut in half by Senju Tobirama before he could even react. However, Orochimaru also left many experimental subjects that he had cursed marked throughout the ninja world, so they would not actually die. But he couldn't bear to give up the Mangekyo Sharingan and the bloodline container that he had obtained with great difficulty. The huge snake tail crawled rapidly on the ground, leaving a long drag mark on the ground. When Orochimaru looked back at the sky to check the situation without noticing, his expression suddenly froze. Senju Tobirama is actually flying in the sky. Oh my sage of 6 paths, Tobirama, you actually have wings on your back. This is too cool. Could it be that our Senju clan is actually a yokai hiding among humans? Once we have practiced to a certain level, our true form will be revealed. I'm sorry, Madara, I didn't expect that I'm not actually human. Senju Hashirama, who was carried on Tobirama's back, kept whispering in Tobirama's ear. His strange train of thought made Tobirama's face darken. Don't let your imagination run wild, big brother. This is just a secret technique of a certain ninja clan. I just learned it. See that big worm down there? Big brother, jump down and give it a punch. Then, the sound of the two talking to each other reached Orochimaru's ears, making him look stunned. Before he had time to think, the first Hokage actually jumped down from the sky, his fist like a meteor, the power contained in it made Orochimaru's scalp tingle. At that moment, he didn't care about continuing to escape. After thinking 1,000 thoughts in his mind, he gave Orochimaru a fierce and cold look, and then he formed seals with his hands at the fastest speed in his life. In an instant, a coffin suddenly rose from the ground and blocked Senju Hashirama's fist. Impure World Reincarnation. Boom. Before the coffin lid was opened, it was hit by a heavy punch from Senju Hashirama and exploded instantly. Chapter 107 Uchiha Madara. Beads of sweat appeared on Orochimaru's pale face, and he was breathing heavily. The continuous use of Impure World Reincarnation took a heavy toll on him. However, a wicked smile appeared on his face. That night, when the mysterious man in black delivered Uchiha Madara's body to his laboratory, Orochimaru suddenly felt that he had glimpsed a huge conspiracy in the ninja world. Everyone knew that Uchiha Madara died in the battle at the Valley of the End. Even the first Hokage announced it as such, and Orochimaru had always believed it. But when he got the body of Uchiha Madara, he learned that Madara was not dead at all, at least he did not die in the battle with the first generation. Madara's body looked very old, and judging from his appearance, he must have lived to be at least 90 years old. As for first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the victor of this battle, news of his death came while Orochimaru was still attending the Ninja Academy. In other words, Uchiha Madara at least witnessed the Third Ninja World War before his death. However, in the decades between the Battle of the Valley of the End and the Third Shinobi World War, no rumors of Uchiha Madara had ever been heard in the ninja world. It is conceivable what kind of shocking plan Uchiha Madara has in secret. One of the 2 strongest men of the Sengoku era, yet he was willing to die of old age in some unknown corner. When he thought of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel terrified at the endurance of this Shura of the ninja world. Because of the special nature of Madara's corpse, Orochimaru spent a lot of time and painstakingly creating a container for it. Let Uchiha Madara be reborn in a youthful form as his secret weapon. However, the operation to besiege Senju Tobirama encountered an unexpected situation. Senju Hashirama was actually reincarnated by him to deal with his Impure World army. Pain, the leader of Akatsuki and the person who possesses the Rinnegan, was actually defeated by Senju Tobirama. Once Uchiha Madara is reincarnated, Orochimaru's weak mental power will not be able to control Uchiha Madara at all, and it is very likely that an undead monster will be created that is out of control. But what does that have to do with him? He. The wooden coffin exploded instantly, and the figure inside emerged. Advertisement. The long black waterfall hair like a shaman and the unruly and arrogant look. He was wearing a scarlet Sengoku plate armor, which, despite being covered in cracks, still exuded a mighty aura like that of a prison. Has Obito finally carried out his plan to this point? A strange name came out of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He strode out of the coffin with only the back cover left and looked around curiously. Then, Uchiha Madara seemed to find something wrong. He did not have a living body, but a cold and stiff corpse. The feeling was only slightly better than when he was about to die. Impure World Reincarnation. The name of a forbidden technique came to Madara's mind. Forbidden technique developed by the evil kid Senju Tobirama. Although this move was sealed up by Hashirama as inhumane and a desecration of the dead once it was invented. But as a close friend of Hashirama, Madara only slightly expressed his curiosity about this technique, and Hashirama copied a copy for him. Despite Senju Tobirama's strong opposition, this forbidden technique was still obtained by Madara. With Madara's sharp vision, he saw the great strategic value contained in this technique at a glance, and through the investigation of the Sharingan pupil technique, he also cracked the reversal method of Impure World Reincarnation. Unexpectedly, he was resurrected through Impure World Reincarnation. This was different from his plan. What are Obito and Zetsu doing? With a hint of dissatisfaction, the three Magatama in Uchiha Madara's eyes spun and caught the fist that was coming down from Senju Hashirama. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you do, Uchiha Madara's face will immediately be filled with smiles. Hashirama, I didn't expect it to be you. Uchiha Madara, who was originally a little angry, suddenly became happy when he sensed the familiar chakra and saw Senju Hashirama's face clearly. Milk. Senju Hashirama did the same, with a joyful laugh on his face, but the black lines that were about to spread to his chin made him look a little funny. At this time, Senju Tobirama, who was in the air, also landed and looked at this happy family scene, but his face was full of vigilance. I didn't expect that Orochimaru could also make a special body for Madara. I wonder if he can activate the Rinnegan. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, Senju Tobirama did not act rashly, but his hands were fully prepared for battle. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara also glanced at Senju Tobirama on the side, and a trace of disgust flashed across his face. However, he did not take this person who was just Hashirama's younger brother seriously, and continued to reminisce about the past with Senju Hashirama. No wonder I was resurrected using Impure World Reincarnation. It turns out that you, Hashirama, were also resurrected from the Pure Land. In that case, I will forgive this kid who used the forbidden technique. But what's with all this black stuff on you, Hashirama? Uchiha Madara glanced briefly at the black lines that were about to crawl up Hashirama's nose. It turned out that the plan was a little out of control. Senju Hashirama, as the only man he acknowledged, it was understandable that these little guys couldn't handle him. Oh, this is a body Tobirama made specifically for me. As long as the black lines are all over it. Shut up, bro. Seeing that Senju Hashirama was about to mention the 1-hour limit, Senju Tobirama immediately shouted and stopped Senju Hashirama. Hehe, Master Madara, you are wrong about one thing. Orochimaru mustered up his courage and explained for Uchiha Madara with a sinister smile on his face. I didn't revive you to fight against the first Hokage-sama. After all, the first Hokage-sama only has a few minutes left. The clever Orochimaru has seen through why Senju Hashirama can exert such powerful strength, and can't help but be surprised by Senju Tobirama's understanding of Impure World Reincarnation. Your true rival is the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Since his resurrection, this second Hokage has turned the entire ninja world upside down. Not only has he collected most of the tailed beasts, he even destroyed Iwagakure. Even the leader of the Akatsuki organization died at his hands just now. In order to welcome you, I have specially prepared this body for you. Come and feel the power of that young body. Orochimaru's husky voice, with a hint of confusion, reached Uchiha Madara's ears. You really make me feel sick. Uchiha Madara frowned. Even though Orochimaru had told him a lot of information, this guy who loved to stick out his tongue like a snake really gave him a chill. One of Konoha Sannin, Orochimaru. During the decades in the cave, Uchiha Madara did not waste his time. In addition to cultivating Hashirama cells and searching for successors, he also sent out a large number of white Zetsu to investigate the situation in the ninja world for him. This snake-charming kid, who became famous during the Second Ninja World War and was named one of the Sannin by Hanzo, was naturally included in White Zetsu's investigation targets. Chapter 108 Eye of the Moon. Senju Tobirama, I never thought that you, the sinister and cunning person who always hides behind Hashirama, would do something extraordinary after your resurrection. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation of what Senju Tobirama had done to be resurrected, especially after learning of Nagato's death, Uchiha Madara's face darkened, and he turned to stare at Senju Tobirama, who was ready for battle. Madara, don't get angry at Tobirama. He has already recognized your original idea of unifying the ninja world, and has taken action to achieve it. Don't be obsessed with any illusion plan, it's all a conspiracy by the person behind the scenes. Senju Hashirama swung his arms and blocked Uchiha Madara, protecting Senju Tobirama behind him. Do you know my plan? Uchiha Madara's face changed. The plan of Moon Eye was very secretive. Only Obito and Zetsu knew about it in the entire ninja world. Even Nagato didn't know the inside story. Uchiha Obito, as the Uchiha clan's rare romantic, is obsessed with resurrecting a woman and would never betray his plan. Enju was transformed by Madara's own will, so it was even more impossible for him to betray him. Since you knew that, you shouldn't have stopped me. As for that boy's approval, do I need his approval? The current ninja world is completely rotten. Instead of wasting time unifying the ninja world and then spending who knows how long to let the ninjas eliminate their grudges, it is better to create a truly perfect illusion world. Hashirama, in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone can treat each other with openness, and war will never break out in the world again. Everyone, Even commoners can get everything they want in infinite Tsukuyomi, and all their desires can be satisfied. This is the revelation given to me by the Sage of Six Paths. It is also the best way home for the entire ninja world. Hashirama, come and help me. Just like we built Konoha together, let's create a perfect world again. After saying this, Uchiha Madara's thoughts went back to that afternoon decades ago. A natural-looking guy with a cute watermelon head, and a hedgehog head who can't pee when someone is behind him, made a bold statement to a forest that they would build a village. As before, Uchiha Madara, like Senju Hashirama back then, stretched out his hand to the astonished Hashirama. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that just by resurrecting Uchiha Madara, he would hear a shocking secret. Advertisement. Infinite Tsukuyomi, this illusion can cover the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara, this guy, actually wants to create a world of illusion. Even Orochimaru was surprised by this crazy idea. As a scholar, he scoffed at this false piece. It's just an escape from the real world. Moreover, Orochimaru discovered the loophole of this illusion just by Uchiha Madara's few words. All the people in the G ninja world are trapped in illusions. Who will reproduce? How can people trapped in illusions ensure that their body functions can function? If Uchiha Madara were to really use this illusion, all the people in the ninja world would probably be extinct in this generation. Orochimaru felt a little regretful. He actually resurrected a madman. Orochimaru rubbed the snake's tail that was crawling on the ground, then turned around and ran away without saying a word. The three people present did not react to his departure. Uchiha Madara stretched out his hands before Hashirama, waiting for him to make a decision. The black lines have spread to Senju Hashirama's forehead, and Hashirama's time is running out. The god of ninja was in a dilemma at this moment. On the one hand, there was his younger brother, and on the other hand, there was his best friend of many years. After a long while, Hashirama finally responded. Glancing at Madara's outstretched palm, Senju Hashirama slowly stretched out his right hand. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, happy that his best friend chose to help him. Senju Tobirama's expression remained unchanged. He believed that his elder brother would make the right judgment. Hashirama slowly stretched out his hand, and at the stunned look on Uchiha Madara's face, Vice Admiral gently pushed his palm away. Madara, you are wrong. Do you still remember the original intention of our founding Konoha? Facing Uchiha Madara's gaze, Senju Hashirama spoke slowly. Our original wish was to protect our loved ones and our people. Advertisement. Later, this wish became bigger. We also wanted to make the entire ninja world free of war in the future, so that every child could spend a happy childhood, and every adult could be free from the suffering of war and have their own stable life. Then you should join my project Tsuki no Mi. Madara looked excited and interrupted Hashirama. Madara, no matter how beautiful the illusion world is, it is false, a dream, and a bubble. Hashirama retorted. What's wrong with the world of illusion? Is there any need for such a corrupt and cruel reality to exist? Uchiha Madara roared. No, Madara, reality is indeed cruel, but we can change it. Trust our descendants. They will change the world. Create a unified ninja world for them. Let them do it themselves. We are already dead, why should we interfere with the future of the ninja world? The black lines on Senju Hashirama's body have spread all over his body, and his white soul has begun to separate from his body, with pieces of it falling off his body. Madara, together with Tobirama, use your hands to unite this divided ninja world for future generations. After Senju Hashirama finished speaking his last words, his soul was completely separated from Impure World Reincarnation. After his rebirth this time and the influence of Tobirama, Hashirama has realized that he was too naive when he was alive. The seemingly egalitarian structure of one country, one village, and balanced power among villages in the ninja world will only breed endless friction between countries and villages. A divided world will never be peaceful. At this last moment, Hashirama came to his senses. Hashirama, looking at the pile of debris on the ground, Uchiha Madara moved the corners of his mouth absent-mindedly. After a moment, he raised his head, looked at Senju Tobirama, and spoke arrogantly. Do you think I will unify the world with you like Hashirama said? Wrong. Impossible. I have spent decades preparing for Project Tsuki no Mi. How could I be shaken by a few words from Hashirama? Infinite Tsukuyomi. That's the real way to save the world. Senju Tobirama shook the flying thunder god kunai in his hand and responded with a faint smile. I certainly don't think so. After all, you said nothing would change until I knock you down. At the same time, an electronic sound rang in Tobirama's mind. Advertisement Chapter 109 Tobirama vs Madara Part 1. Mission. Defeat Uchiha Madara by any means. Reward. Rinnegan. As Uchiha Madara's attitude changed, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in Tobirama's mind. By the way, Tobirama also glanced at the light screen that he ignored during the previous battle with Pain's Six Paths. Mission. Defeat Pain's Six Paths completed. Reward. Chakra limit increased tenfold already issued. Tobirama's chakra had never been used up, so he hadn't noticed this change before. After a subtle perception at this moment, the surging chakra sea in the body suddenly became agitated. If the chakra in Tobirama's body was previously like a swimming pool, then now the swimming pool has been replaced by a lake. Plus with the Impure World Reincarnation's body, when you use up your chakra, it will be replenished immediately. The current Tobirama is no longer inferior to his big brother, and with those special methods, he has even surpassed Senju Hashirama. Ha 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 ha, you just said you wanted to knock me down. When you saw me in life, you immediately hid behind Hashirama. How dare you, a waste of the Senju clan, speak so arrogantly now? Is it because after your resurrection, you defeated these younger generations and that gave you confidence? Uchiha Madara laughed wildly with his mouth wide open as if he had heard a joke. Then, he looked at Senju Tobirama with cold eyes, already filled with murderous intent. He has never forgotten the revenge of Senju Tobirama killing Izuna. Because Hashirama was present before, he did not attack Senju Tobirama directly. Now that Hashirama has gone to the Pure Land, it is time to settle this old score with him. Next moment. Without any warning, Uchiha Madara took action. Fierce battles always begin with physical skills, even Madara is no exception. To be honest, I wanted to pin you to the ground and give you a good beating while I was still alive. Only a shadow remained in the air as Uchiha Madara leapt up at an extremely fast speed, tore the air around Senju Tobirama with a whip kick, and kicked Senju Tobirama hard on the head. I will also return this sentence to you. Senju Tobirama's expression remained unchanged, and he even smiled. He crossed his arms in front of him and took Madara's whip kick. Boom. Snap. Snap. A loud bang was heard accompanied by a slight cracking sound. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but take a half step back under this powerful force, and the ground beneath his feet had sunk deeply. The blue plate armor covering his arms was already tattered. Uchiha Madara, who was stepping on Tobirama's arm, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and exerted force on his legs. The ground, which was already unable to bear the weight, suddenly collapsed, and a violent dust buried Senju Tobirama. The scene of Senju Tobirama being crushed into pieces was not as imagined. Under Uchiha Madara's gloomy gaze, the Senju Tobirama that was sunk deep into the ground turned into a puddle of water. These little inventions of yours are also one of the reasons why I hate you. Madara smiled mockingly, then turned around and threw a punch at lightning speed. Bang! The Senju Tobirama that was swinging a kunai at him from behind exploded, creating another splash of water. Shadow Clone. This physical clone technique cannot be seen through even by the Sharingan. It has to be said that even though he hated Senju Tobirama very much, Madara had to admit that he was indeed a gifted person when it came to inventing ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama's real body disappeared somewhere unknown, and even though Madara had activated the Sharingan, he could not find any trace of him. Wow, wow, the water stains left on the ground by the explosion of the water clone once again condensed into several Senju Tobirama. Interesting little trick. Looking at the Senju Tobirama rushing towards him with water blades in their hands, Madara's fighting spirit was completely ignited at this moment. Fire-style dragon flame singing technique. Taking a deep breath, several fire dragons burning at high temperatures spewed out from Madara's mouth. Hiss, hiss. The water was constantly vaporizing under this high temperature, and the savage fire dragon devoured its water clones one by one. Madara himself rushed towards the several clones that were surrounding him. He slightly turned sideways and dodged the water knife that was coming towards him, then he turned around and punched it to pieces. Interesting, interesting. With a wild laugh, Madara elbowed the water clone that jumped above his head and then spit out a ball of fire from his mouth to evaporate it. The water vapor floating in the air, under the control of Senju Tobirama itself, liquefied again and formed several water clones. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. More and more water clones emerged. Water circulates infinitely, and Senju Tobirama, who has mastered its 3 states of change, can use a ninjutsu almost forever. Looking at the dancing figure of Uchiha Madara, the real body of Senju Tobirama flying high in the sky smiled faintly. Advertisement. That's all you're capable of. Senju Tobirama, you're really a piece of shit. The flames he exhaled vaporized the last of the water clones, and Uchiha Madara circled around them, laughing teasingly. Then, as he looked on in surprise, a dense drizzle began to fall from the sky. Ta-da-da, ta-da-da, raindrops fell on the ground, constantly gathering and combining. In less than 3 seconds, hundreds of identical Senju Tobirama appeared in front of Uchiha Madara and said in unison. Madara, this is just the beginning. Madara's smile grew even wider. It is truly commendable that you have used water style to such an extent. But this just shows that you are a waste of the Senju clan. Your big brother, Senju Hashirama, is a peak you will never be able to surpass. Madara touched his chest and seemed to suddenly realize something. That kid named Orochimaru seems to have studied me thoroughly. Senju Tobirama, let me show you the difference between you and Hashirama. Wood style the tree world is born. At the moment when Uchiha Madara made the seal, there was a sudden violent tremor from underground. Boom, boom, boom. A green ocean emerged from the ground, and endless vines surrounded, squeezed, and then crushed all the water clones. Wood style is composed of 2 attribute chakras, water and earth. Once it comes into contact with these water incarnations, it immediately absorbs the moisture that makes up its body. In an instant, the originally densely packed water clone technique had all its moisture absorbed by a sea of trees. This is Hashirama's power. You'll never be able to reach it. Are you, a loser, worthy of being Hashirama's younger brother? Ha 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 ha. A burst of extremely arrogant laughter came out of Uchiha Madara's mouth, and at the same time, he did not forget to belittle Senju Tobirama while praising Senju Hashirama. Then I'll let you be my younger brother. Wood style the tree world is born. Senju Tobirama's abrupt voice came from high in the sky. Then, a larger wood style than before was released instantly. The deep green sea of trees flooded towards Uchiha Madara as he looked in amazement. Chapter 110 Tobirama vs Madara, Part 2. The Tree World Advent released by Senju Tobirama was infused with more chakra, making it even larger in scale and more lethal. In an instant, the entire area was covered. The dark green vines overwhelmed the light yellow vines, completely submerging Uchiha Madara. You guys really gave me a big surprise. The blue half of Susanoo slashed a huge gap with a knife, and the figure of Uchiha Madara emerged from it. However, Madara's expression at this moment is quite interesting. He originally thought that by using Hashirama's unique wood style in front of Senju Tobirama, he would be able to suppress the opponent's temper to a considerable extent. But he never expected that the useless Senju clan he mentioned would actually use wood style. The chakra wings behind Senju Tobirama slowly closed and dropped to the ground. Madara, you're an Uchiha, so don't use my big brother's abilities. The green forest created by the descent of the tree world, covering thousands of meters around, now seemed to have become the arena for Tobirama and Madara. The two looked at each other with sharp eyes. Do you think that you can defeat me with the power of wood style? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and the long sword in the blue half-body Susanoo's hand burst out with amazing arrogance. Of course not. I won't need my big brother's power to defeat you. Senju Tobirama was equally not to be outdone, with a circle of ripple-like water waves surrounding him, making his already heroic appearance look even more impressive. Uchiha Madara couldn't stand it anymore. Senju Tobirama kept calling him big brother, which made him feel inexplicably angry. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Susanoo behind him seemed to sense the anger of her master, and her body followed Madara's movements and formed seals. A fan-shaped flame hundreds of meters wide instantly spewed out from Uchiha Madara's mouth. The color of the flame surface is deep red, and its interior has even turned into golden orange. Its temperature has reached a terrifying 1,000 degrees. The rolling heat wave created a huge wave, which engulfed Senju Tobirama like an overwhelming force. Advertisement. The wooden path formed by the tree world beneath his feet was also burned to leave a charred mark. If there weren't dozens of Grandmaster water-style ninjas blocking it, a human body would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. Senju Tobirama's expression remained unchanged, and there was only one movement in his hands. At their level, they basically don't need to make hand seals when releasing ninjutsu. They just need to slightly mobilize the chakra in their body to make whatever they shout come true. Water style flowing. A blue ribbon-like water style instantly gushed out of Senju Tobirama's mouth. At the end, a water dragon with bared fangs and claws is roaring continuously. He then rushed towards Uchiha Madara's fire style and the two collided. Water and fire cannot coexist. When the two meet, a fierce fight breaks out immediately. A large amount of vaporized water and a fire that was constantly being extinguished. If someone were on the field at this moment, they would be scalded to death in an instant by the steam generated by the high temperature. However, the two people present were both from the Impure World Reincarnation, so they could ignore this. Madara frowned, because in this ninjutsu showdown, he was actually at a disadvantage. The orange-red sea of fire was slowly being suppressed, but the water dragon was becoming more and more aggressive. Through his Sharingan observations, Madara understood the reason. The water that was rapidly evaporating in the air condensed into water again after being vaporized, and then merged into the body of the water dragon again. A water style that is constantly replenished can certainly suppress his fire style. I don't know if it's Madara's illusion, but Senju Tobirama's attainments in water style are more than twice as good as when he was alive. At the moment when Madara was thinking, the last flame was extinguished by the water dragon, and then the water dragon split into dozens of Senju Tobirama with a roar, and each of them condensed a high-level water-style ninjutsu, hard vortex water blade in their hands. This is the flow of life, and Tobirama positions it as an S-level water style precisely because this move makes perfect use of every bit of chakra. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dozens of Uzumaki-like spinning water knives made a buzzing sound in the hands of the clones and quickly rushed towards Uchiha Madara. If any cage-level warrior faced such an attack, he would die with hatred. But he is Uchiha Madara. The blue Susanoo behind him transformed into a giant humanoid half and entered the second stage, with a nearly 10-meter-long body that enveloped Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Then, 4 huge chakra swords appeared in Susanoo's hands. The huge body burst out with extremely fast speed, cutting through the Gordian knot. Boom, boom, boom. Susanoo stands on the battlefield like a god of war. Every water clone that was about to approach him was chopped into pieces by a sword and scattered into countless water droplets, which were then absorbed by the tree realm. The water knives thrown at him were cut off head-on, and Susanoo's 4 arms were waving the giant swords in their hands madly and tirelessly. Wherever the sword goes, there will be no trace of armor left. As Madara controlled Susanoo to wreak havoc, Senju Tobirama's true form merged into a group of identical clones. There was also a water knife condensed in his hand, which looked no different from any of his clones. Madara continued to destroy the water men that rushed towards him one after another, and did not notice the real body of Senju Tobirama behind him. Senju Tobirama thrust a water needle compressed to the extreme into the vines under his feet. The second form of Susanoo cannot cover the entire body of the caster, and there is a gap at the bottom. During the Fourth War, Gaara used the sand under Madara's feet to pull Madara out of Susanoo's half-body. The compressed water needles penetrated the ground at a high speed, piercing small holes in the huge tree roots, and the water needles quickly approached Madara's position. Although he was destroying Senju Tobirama's water clone, Madara kept his Mangekyo Sharingan open to observe the situation around him, guarding against attacks from Senju Tobirama's real body at any time. Although the shaking of the ground was barely visible, Madara was able to detect it immediately. However, the speed of the water needle was beyond Uchiha Madara's imagination. In less than a millisecond, the water needle pierced Uchiha Madara's right foot and then stabbed his head. Madara's reaction speed was amazing. The moment she was attacked, she immediately dodged the water needle by turning sideways, and then spit out a fireball, vaporizing it. The wound on the sole of the foot was so small that it was impossible to see it clearly without the Sharingan, but Impure World Reincarnation healed it immediately. However, Uchiha Madara was really angry now. The previous angry look was just an illusion, meant to confuse Senju Tobirama and make him careless and reveal his flaws. However, he was ambushed by Senju Tobirama. Such a despicable move. This reminded Madara of his younger brother Izuna, who was also ambushed by Senju Tobirama just after he thought he had won. Chapter 111 Tobirama vs Madara, Part 3. Senju Tobirama, I have to say, you have really made great progress. Uchiha Madara's expression grew slightly serious. Although he seldom praised others, he now expressed his recognition of Senju Tobirama's ability. But, all this is in vain. In an instant, the momentum that swept across the ninja world burst out from Uchiha Madara. The 4 chakra swords in Susanoo's hands quickly expanded in size, and then slashed fiercely towards the ground. 4 blue sword energies instantly tore the earth apart. Countless vines and tree roots were cut and chopped, and Senju Tobirama's water clones were swallowed up in an instant. The terrain within a radius of hundreds of meters was turned into nothingness under the sword energy. Everything in the universe is silent at this moment. A wall of water appeared in front of Senju Tobirama, blocking Madara's attack for him in the first place. Even so, the huge air wave made the breastplate he was wearing sizzle. But Tobirama's expression did not show any emotion at all, instead he even felt like laughing. Is Madara too strong? No, on the contrary, Uchiha Madara is weak. Judging from the chakra fluctuations on his body and Susanoo's attack just now. Orochimaru's research on Impure World Reincarnation is still new at this point. Compared to Uchiha Madara, who was reincarnated several years earlier in the original work, his strength is probably only 8 times as strong as before his death. The most important thing is that from the beginning to now, Madara has not used any abilities related to the Rinnegan. Maybe Madara is hiding, but Senju Tobirama is more inclined to believe that Madara can't use the Rinnegan at all. Just because Yakushi Kabuto can create a body for Madara that can use the Rinnegan, doesn't mean Orochimaru can do it too. Knowing this, Senju Tobirama was already confident of winning. Madara now is, at best, an average Super Kage level. Without saying anything more, Senju Tobirama slowly raised his head, and a touch of black eye shadow appeared around his eyes. Sage mode. With Madara's vision, he could tell at a glance, and although he was surprised that Senju Tobirama could also have Sage mode, he did not stop his hands. One of Susanoo's 4 arms was left empty, and a huge Magatama with a Sharingan pattern gathered in her hand and was thrown out quickly like a shuriken. Advertisement. With a whooshing sound, the Yasaka Magatama tore through the air and smashed towards Senju Tobirama. In a flash of blue light, Senju Tobirama disappeared instantly. The Yasaka Magatama fell to the ground and missed, causing a huge explosion on the ground. While Senju Tobirama was relocating through the Flying Thunder God technique, the Sharingan in Madara's eyes immediately took in everything around him, waiting for Senju Tobirama to appear. Swish, swish. 2 sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and 2 Flying Thunder God kunai were thrown towards Uchiha Madara, one above and one below, at an extremely fast speed. Madara's mouth curled up slightly. The kunai below was instantly obliterated by the sword energy swung by Susanoo. Above, Senju Tobirama's figure instantly appeared at the position of the kunai in the air, with a constantly rotating water blade in his hand. You have worn out the tactic of attacking the enemy just when he thinks he has won. Or do you think he'll be as careless as Izuna? Uchiha Madara showed anger on his face, obviously this move reminded him of some old memories. Susanoo's arm reversed at an extremely fast speed, and the huge arm instantly grabbed Senju Tobirama in midair. Looking at Senju Tobirama who was still struggling in Susanoo's hand, Uchiha Madara didn't say any more words. With a thought, Susanoo instantly exerted force and crushed him to pieces. There was no debris falling out from the destruction of Impure World Reincarnation, and all that flowed on Susanoo's hand was a large stain of water. Quote exclamation mark quote. In the air, the chakra wings behind him almost condensed into a straight line, coupled with the powerful inertia of jumping from the air, Senju Tobirama's speed reached ultimate. If someone were hit by him now, he would probably turn into a pool of flesh. However, Susanoo was known for her excellent defense, so this was not enough to break it. Therefore, a water diamond similar to the hard vortex water blade was pierced from the palm of Senju Tobirama's hand, but it was more powerful. Sage Art Water Style Spiral Water Blade. The scale of the hard vortex water blade was sacrificed in exchange for absolute penetration concentrated at the tip, and the surrounding water flow was still rotating at a speed of 3,600 revolutions per second, making this ninjutsu look like a deep uzumaki. Among them, Senju Tobirama was also infused with Senjutsu chakra. Once hit, even diamonds would be crushed into carbon atoms. Upon realizing that it was just a clone, Madara immediately sensed an attack from the air. But Tobirama is too fast. Advertisement. In the second that Madara reacted, Senju Tobirama's attack had already arrived. The moment the water Uzumaki touched Susanoo's back, there was no earth-shattering explosion, but rather silence. Senju Tobirama's body had quickly moved away after completing the attack, leaving only the deep water Uzumaki. 1 second. 2 seconds. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like raindrops falling to the ground, Uzumaki instantly penetrated Susanoo's outer shell, revealing the meridians and muscle tissue inside. As if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered Susanoo's entire body and continued to spread inward. UB***********D. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and looked at the Uzumaki water blade that was about to break through Susanoo and stab him in the face. It's worthy of me to give it my all. Susanoo. With Madara's roar, Susanoo, which was on the verge of breaking, was instantly repaired, and the water blade on its back that was still spinning was repelled by a huge rebound force. Then, the humanoid Susanoo, which only had the upper body, instantly grew 2 legs, and then continued to expand, with its meridians, blood and flesh growing wildly. The Karasu Tengu armor was draped over Susanoo, his eyes flashed a fierce red light, and a long sword was tucked into his waist. Susanoo's final form, complete form. The divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is the ultimate reliance for Uchiha Madara's battle against Senju Hashirama. The moment the hundreds-meter-tall blue giant appeared, the earth seemed to be shaking and the mountains and rivers seemed to be wailing. Swish. The next moment, Susanoo drew the long sword from her waist, and a sharp sword light slashed out from the blade. Without any hindrance, the 1,000-meter forest created by the 2 men using wood style was razed to the ground in an instant. The huge sword energy continued to fly, and it cut off the entire top of a mountain before gradually dissipating. Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank slightly, and he was slightly surprised. Although he knew the destructive power of the complete form of Susanoo, he still felt a little shocked when he witnessed it with his own eyes. Compared to Itachi's flawed perfect form, Madara's Susanoo is its true appearance. It was at this moment that Uchiha Madara, who was floating above Susanoo's head, spoke. Senju Tobirama, you're pretty good. You're even approaching Hashirama in some aspects. Because you've made me feel the passion for battle, I will use the ultimate power of this Sharingan to destroy you. Chapter 112 Tobirama vs Madara End. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the third power, Susanoo. Seeing that Senju Tobirama seemed to be fascinated, Uchiha Madara, who was standing above Susanoo, was even kind enough to explain to him. To thank you for letting my rusty body ignite a little bit of fighting spirit, in return, I will use this Susanoo to put an end to you. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobirama, who looked like an ant in comparison to Susanoo, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Come on Senju Tobirama, fight me with Senju's wood style. I will make you realize the gap between you and me and Hashirama. Confident and powerful, this is Uchiha Madara. After sighing at Susanoo's destructive beauty, Senju Tobirama regained his composure and responded without flinching. I've said before that I won't need my big brother's abilities to defeat you. Water style Sea Tide technique. Water style Aguru. Instantly, a huge stream of water, enough to submerge the complete form of Susanoo up to her knees, gushed out, and then under Tobirama's control, instantly condensed into a giant water man that was half a head taller than Susanoo. And around the water man's neck, there was a water dragon coiled, with its head lowered and roaring at Uchiha Madara. You give me more and more surprises. Seeing that Senju Tobirama used water to create a water man bigger than Susanoo, Uchiha Madara showed an arrogant smile on his face, and his fighting spirit was completely ignited. Under Madara's command, the huge complete form of Susanoo immediately drew the long sword from its waist and rushed straight towards the water man. On the other side, Senju Tobirama also did not show weakness. He condensed an ice blade in his hand and rushed forward, and the water dragon wrapped around his neck also flew out. Boom. The 2 giants stepped on the ground, causing the earth to shake violently, causing even Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, who were dozens of kilometers away, to change their expressions. Clang. When the ice blade collided with the chakra blade, a harsh sound instantly rang out. Large chunks of ice splashed and fell, but countless streams of water condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly repairing the broken gap. On the other hand, in Uchiha Madara, although Susanoo had the advantage in weapons, he had to give up this good opportunity to attack due to the interference of the water dragon. The 2 giants failed in their first attack and immediately retreated under their control, and then launched a second round of attack. Ding, ding, ding. On the battlefield, Susanoo and the water man were like warriors wrestling in the arena, constantly waving their weapons and hacking at each other, colliding with each other. If both sides want to win by physical attacks alone, it is basically impossible to do so. Both of them are now in the body of Impure World Reincarnation and will never be exhausted. If they continue to fight like this, there will be no end until the sky turns dark. Ha 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 ha. Come on, Senju Tobirama, keep dancing. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara enjoyed the fight. He originally thought that Senju Tobirama would probably continue to use his specialty Flying Thunder God technique to fight him for a long time. He didn't want such a boring battle, but he didn't expect that Senju Tobirama would give him such a big surprise. This kind of real fight with swords and guns is the fight that should happen between men. It would be even better if he could have a body of flesh and blood. At some point, Uchiha Madara's opinion of the sinister Senju Tobirama changed a little. Senju Tobirama's response was just one word. Come. The water man stretched out his hand, and the winding water dragon in the air instantly wrapped around his arm. When Susanoo and the water man were fighting again, the water dragon instantly broke away and bit Susanoo's head with its ferocious mouth. Madara's mind moved, and the wings behind Susanoo spread out. She stepped into the air and then slashed the water dragon with her sword. However, Madara miscalculated. Roar. With a dragon roar, the water dragon instantly turned into gas, and the huge sword struck empty air. Then the water vapor instantly reorganized and turned into a water dragon that immediately wrapped around Susanoo's sword and continued to absorb chakra. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Senju Tobirama controlled the water man and slashed down sideways. Susanoo stumbled and fell from midair, and even the color of her body dimmed a little. However, Susanoo, who fell to the ground, was immediately supplemented by Uchiha Madara. With bloodshot eyes, she leapt up and threw away the water dragon wrapped around the sword. Come again. Uchiha Madara smiled coldly. Then Susanoo condensed a chakra sword in her hand again, spread her wings behind her, and swept the two swords, flying towards Senju Tobirama at an extremely fast speed. Senju Tobirama remained calm, and the water man raised the long sword in his hand to block Susanoo's double sword Wazon head-on. Clang! An unimaginable force was exerted on the water man. Even though the flowing liquid dissipated most of the pressure for the water man, his feet still pressed two deep pits into the ground. The ice blade in her hand quickly shattered under the increasing force of Susanoo's wings flying behind her, and the speed of repair could not keep up with the speed of destruction. With a crisp cracking sound, the ice blade shattered into ice chips. Uchiha Madara's face lit up with joy, and the double swords in Susanoo's hands slashed down instantly. When the sword light was about to fall, the water man raised his two hands high, one on the left and one on the right, and held the sword in his hands. Catch the blade with bare hands. Even so, the sword was penetrating through his palm at an extremely fast speed, and was about to chop Senju Tobirama on the water man's head. Senju Tobirama, why don't you use Hashirama's power? Advertisement. Obviously, Schwerin was half a head taller than Susanoo, but at this moment, his knees bent because of the knife in his hand. Uchiha Madara looked down at Schwerin, who was about to be defeated, and said jokingly. The water man's body was shaking continuously, but Senju Tobirama's expression remained calm, as if he was able to remain calm even when faced with a huge disaster. Madara, I'll say this one last time. I won't need my big brother's abilities to defeat you. Hearing this, even Uchiha Madara, who was a man of great character, couldn't help but feel a little angry. Senju Tobirama provoked him one after another. Did he really think that he had no temper? Suddenly, Susanoo increased the strength in her hand, and the tremendous force was applied to the water man's palm through the blade. The water man's legs kept shaking and he was about to be unable to hold on. At this time, Senju Tobirama finally moved, and dark eye shadow emerged. Sage Art Water Style Wangshang Technique. The moment this technique was used, the Senjutsu chakra that Senju Tobirama had condensed during this period of time was instantly wiped out. In an instant, the water man who was about to collapse seemed to burst out with infinite power, and Susanoo's two giant swords were broken into two pieces by the surging water in his palms. Then, the water man's body expanded rapidly, and within just a few seconds it had reached a height of 1,000 meters, towering into the clouds. Hundreds of water dragons were like hemp ropes, densely wrapped around the waist of the water dragon, and they roared together. Water-style dark image technique. As Senju Tobirama moved his hands, hundreds of water dragons seemed to be unsealed, covering the sky and the earth, biting Susanoo madly. Uchiha Madara was distracted for only a moment, and then quickly condensed two giant swords for Susanoo again. His movements were like arcs of light, cutting off the water dragons rushing towards him. But, there are too many. Even if Madara had reached his ultimate reaction speed, he couldn't stop so many water dragons. In a gap, a water dragon broke through Zhongfeng's defense line and bit Susanoo's head with its huge mouth. Roar. A large amount of chakra was devoured. Then, more and more water dragons passed by, densely covering and wrapping around Susanoo's entire body, and then madly absorbing the chakra from them. Susanoo's movements became slower and slower, the blue light on her body dimmed, and even tiny cracks began to appear. The chakra of Impure World Reincarnation can be said to be infinite, because it can replenish the consumed chakra, but the container is limited. As long as the consumption rate is faster than the replenishment rate, the chakra of Impure World Reincarnation can be exhausted. Countless water dragons swarmed in, and Susanoo was almost invisible because she was surrounded by them. The speed of swinging the two swords became slower and slower, and finally they even stopped. Boom boom boom. Susanoo, who lost the support of chakra, dissipated between heaven and earth. Several water dragons entangled Uchiha Madara, devouring his continuously recovering chakra, leaving only his head. I actually lost. Chapter 113 Tobirama Story. Uchiha Madara was defeated after all. Although he cannot use Rinnegan and Impure World Reincarnation, these two reasons prevent him from exerting his strength. But who is Madara? Having already lost to Senju Tobirama, he will not make excuses for his failure. Circles of water wrapped around Madara's body, suppressing the chakra throughout his body. The huge water man gradually dissipated, and the overwhelming water dragons flew into the cloud top and turned into drops of water, and a sparse drizzle began to fall. Senju Tobirama slowly landed on the ground and walked towards Uchiha Madara, who was lying on the ground in restraints. How about it? Do you believe it now? Standing in front of Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama smiled faintly and said jokingly. Ha 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 ha. Senju Tobirama, I really underestimated you. Now it seems that you are qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with me and Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, with only his head exposed, turned over, laughed out loud, and then changed the subject. But even if you beat me, my will won't change. Project Tsuki no Mi will not end. The stone tablet tampered by Black Zetsu has convinced Uchiha Madara that Infinite Tsukuyomi is the salvation plan left by the Sage of Six Paths. How pitiful. Senju Tobirama clicked his tongue and shook his head slightly, feeling sorry for Madara's attitude. Who are you calling pitiful? Madara glared and questioned. Of course I feel pity for someone who was kept in the dark and doesn't know anything. Senju Tobirama turned around, and the dripping rain soaked into the ground. With the movement of his hands, several white figures hiding underground were caught by the water. You even know this. Uchiha Madara, who was lying on the ground, was shocked when he saw Senju Tobirama grab several white Zetsu hidden underground, but he was entangled by the water flow and could only stare blankly. Advertisement. Now, no one should come to disturb us. After cutting several white Zetsu in half, Senju Tobirama relaxed. The rain in the sky was like Nagato's rain tiger technique, sensing the movements around him. Madara, let me tell you a story. Tobirama loosened Madara's restraints slightly so that he could lift his head, and ignoring Madara's curiosity about how he found white Zetsu, Tobirama began to speak. A long, long time ago, maybe more than 1,000 years ago. In the ninja world at that time, there was no chakra, and there were no ninjas. Samurai were the humans who were responsible for fighting. Of course I know the history of the ninja world. Madara yelled on the ground. Is Senju Tobirama going to give him a history lesson? Don't interrupt. Rolling his eyes at Uchiha Madara, Tobirama continued his story. One day, an alien woman landed in the ninja world. Her name was Otsutsuki Kagaya. She later became known as the goddess of the Uzumaki. Along with Otsutsuki Kagaya, there was also a sacred tree that landed in the ninja world. The sacred tree is the body of 10 tails. Kagaya planted the sacred tree, and during this time, she gave birth to 2 children, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Later, Kagaya ate the fruit produced by the sacred tree and became the first person to possess chakra and the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Having said that, Senju Tobirama took a deep breath. Senju Tobirama, are you making up a story? Uchiha Madara, who was lying on the ground, began to suspect whether Senju Tobirama had a problem with his brain when he heard the word alien. Glancing at Uchiha Madara's strange look, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but pull a face. How can I put it? The history of the ninja world is just so ridiculous. If Madara knew that he and Hashirama were brothers, I wonder how he would react. Don't be impatient, finish listening to the story first. Senju Tobirama blinked and continued his storytelling. After Kagaya ate the fruit, he ruled over all humans and activated Infinite Tsukuyomi. Countless humans fell into illusions and were secretly made into white Zetsu. Advertisement. Madara on the ground wanted to speak immediately after hearing Infinite Tsukuyomi, but his mouth was blocked by a curtain of water and he could only whimper. Kagaya's 2 sons accidentally discovered what their mother had done, and were then bewitched by a toad. The 2 brothers chose to stop their mother. Her 2 sons are not simple. The elder one, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, possesses the Rinnegan and is called the Sage of Six Paths by later generations. The younger one, Otsutsuki Hamura, possesses the Byakugan and is the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. The 2 of them fought against Otsutsuki Kagaya for countless days and nights, and finally activated Six Paths planetary devastation, sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya inside the moon. Hearing this, the speechless Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank slightly. He knew that Sage of Six Paths used the planetary devastation to create the moon, but he could never have imagined that there was a person sealed inside the moon. Yes, planetary devastation is a sealing technique. If there is no target, does Sage of Six Paths use this technique for fun? Obviously, he had treated the story told by Senju Tobirama as a fairy tale, but now Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel shaken. Later, Otsutsuki Hagoromo absorbed 10 tails into his body, founded the ninja clan, and spread the concepts of chakra and ninjutsu to the ninja world. Otsutsuki Hamura moved to the moon because he missed his mother. In his later years, the Sage of Six Paths divided the 10 tails in his body into 9 parts, creating the 9-tailed beasts. If the story ended here, it would be a happy ending, but unfortunately it didn't. Glancing at Uchiha Madara, who seemed to have a lot to say, Senju Tobirama began to tell the last part of the story. The 2 sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra and Ashura, inherited his sage eye and sage body respectively, and they get along very well. But the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya had a backup plan. Her will, Black Zetsu, was hidden for decades due to the power of the Sage of Six Paths, and then bewitched Indra. After Ashura inherited the ninja clan, a fierce fight broke out between the 2 brothers, and a never-ending war began. Even after the 2 died, their chakras continued to reincarnate into people in later generations to continue fighting. Until 1,000 years later, a reincarnation of Indra, who combined the power of the sage eyes with the sage body, opened the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan, in his old age. He saw the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths and believed that Infinite Tsukuyomi could save the world. That person is you, Uchiha Madara. After thousands of years of planning, Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu, finally paid off, so he disguised it as your will so that you can continue planning even after death. By the way, the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths was modified by Black Zetsu. Activating Infinite Tsukuyomi will not create a world of illusion, it will only turn the person who is hit into white Zetsu and drain their chakra, and finally revive the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 114 Heart to Heart. After Tobirama finished this long story segment, he finally dispersed the water curtain in Madara's mouth. Madara, who had been unable to speak for a long time, finally regained his right to speak. Ha 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 ha. Why didn't I realize before that you, Senju Tobirama, are so good at making up stories? Why don't you change your career and write storybooks? Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara grinned and started laughing as soon as he opened his mouth. His whole body was shaking and his armor was hissing. However, the careful Tobirama noticed that although Madara was smiling, his eyes were a little vague and he didn't even look at Senju Tobirama. Are you already suspicious but still can't believe it? Senju Tobirama smiled, having seen through Madara's current state. It's normal to feel unbelievable, after all, anyone would feel the same way. If he were told that the truth he had believed in for decades was a trap and a lie, his reaction would probably be even worse than Madara's. Those with weaker mental qualities would probably collapse on the spot. What I just said was not a story, but the history of the ninja world. Senju Tobirama held up Uchiha Madara's head and stared into Madara's eyes, which made the latter feel terrified. Why should I trust you? Madara felt uncomfortable being held up by Senju Tobirama and in such close contact, and he immediately questioned him. You think White Zetsu is the product of my eldest brother's cells and the Gedo statue rather than a human being influenced by infinite Tsukuyomi, right? Senju Tobirama looked deeply into Madara's eyes and said. Of course. The White Zetsu are all artificial humans created by adding the Hashirama cells I cultivated in the vitality of the Gedo statue. They can never be the audience of infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara responded firmly without any hesitation. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama shook his head. Uchiha Madara was really deceived by Black Zetsu. If I could prove it. What method? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara seemed even more anxious than Senju Tobirama and couldn't wait to interrupt Tobirama's speech. With my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Tobirama's two red pupils changed instantly, and his blue pupils were covered with circles of black ripples. The deep blue light continued to ripple, shining brightly. It is the reward for defeating Uchiha Madara, the Rinnegan. This is, how could you possibly have a Rinnegan? Advertisement. Uchiha Madara's expression changed on the spot. He had been calm till now, but now he couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Even he only realized it after seeing the Sage of Six Paths tablet. Only by possessing both Senju and Uchiha. Wait, are Hashirama and I really the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths, son? Uchiha Madara was shocked again. When he activated the Rinnegan, he was almost dead of old age and did not study the problem carefully. Now that I think about it, coupled with what Senju Tobirama just said about the history of the ninja world, I suddenly became suspicious. Senju Tobirama raised his head, felt the powerful pupil power in his eye sockets, and then slapped the ground with his palms. Summoning technique Gedo Statue. As the earth shook violently, an ugly monster emerged from the ground. The huge Gedo statue came into view of the two, but the golem still had the wounds inflicted by Senju Tobirama. How the eyes came about is a secret. I cannot tell you. Senju Tobirama smiled mysteriously and controlled the Gedo statue in front of Uchiha Madara. A dry spike extended from the golem's body, and a trace of chakra flowed out, containing part of the golem's vitality. Then Tobirama, as if by magic, produced a tube of his elder brother's cells from somewhere. Uchiha Madara was half lying on the ground, stunned. When the Gedo statue's chakra was combined with Senju Hashirama's cells, nothing happened and no android White Zetsu was created. In fact, the White Zetsu that Madara thought he created were actually hidden inside the golem by the Black Zetsu. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara saw everything, and then continued to struggle, muttering to himself, and even did not bother to ask questions about Senju Tobirama's Rinnegan. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama simply released his control over Madara and let him conduct experiments on the Gedo statue himself. Madara, in a trance, repeated Senju Tobirama's actions on the Gedo statue himself, but the result was the same, and a White Zetsu did not jump out of the statue as he did before. He kept repeating the fusion of the golem's vitality and Hashirama's cells like a madman. He would never misperceive the aura of Hashirama's cells, and the Gedo statue was truly summoned by Senju Tobirama. For a long time, Madara seemed to have lost his soul and stood there in a daze. Perhaps you won't completely believe this, but I have other ways to prove it. Senju Tobirama turned his head slightly and looked at Uchiha Madara. If Madara still doesn't believe it, just take him to the moon to see the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura. With his Rinnegan eye technique, he can already conquer the moon. No, that's not necessary. Madara paused in her words, the look in her eyes changing rapidly. Advertisement. Shock, regret, anger. Three emotions brewed in Madara's mind. Ha 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 ha. I, Uchiha Madara, have been so powerful throughout my life, but in the end, I was tricked by a thing that is not even a human. Uchiha Madara smiled at himself, and then he was filled with endless anger. The infinite Tsukuyomi that I pursued so hard, what does it mean now? The unprecedented anger reminded Madara of Black Zetsu. The infinite Tsukuyomi that he had sacrificed everything to achieve turned out to be a scam. It was just a script by a guy who was not even a human being. After returning the Gedo statue, Senju Tobirama quietly stood behind Uchiha Madara, and his double-eyed Rinnegan had silently returned to its original red eyes. Tobirama, isn't it ridiculous? The project Tsuki no Mi that I have been working on for half my life turned out to be a plan for the people in heaven to escape from trouble. Madara asked calmly without turning her head or showing any emotion, she just looked straight at a mountain in the distance. A little bit. Senju Tobirama nodded silently. What is the true future of the ninja world? Uchiha Madara was feeling a little melancholy. He ignored Senju Tobirama's ridicule and started talking to himself. What you have always advocated during your lifetime is the future of the ninja world. Senju Tobirama responded to him. As you would expect, Hashirama just said that. You can actually make your stubborn elder brother change his naive ideas, huh? Unify the ninja world and then reform it. Senju Tobirama was stunned. Suppress the source of all unrest. There are many ways to achieve immortality. As long as there are strong people putting pressure on us, no one will dare to disrupt the peace. Our real enemy is the man in heaven. Ninjas are just livestock raised by outsiders. Those white Zetsu are the best proof of this. At that time, the ninja world still needs us to protect it. Cold words came out of his mouth. Hearing this, Madara smiled and grinned. Senju Tobirama, if you had been like this when you were alive, we might not be unable to become friends. It's not too late now. Senju Tobirama stepped next to Uchiha Madara and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Chapter 115 Capturing Orochimaru. Oh, my friend. Do you think I would be friends with the enemy who killed my brother? Uchiha Madara tilted his head slightly and squinted at Senju Tobirama. I can revive Izuna, not Impure World Reincarnation, but a true resurrection. Senju Tobirama shook his shoulders and spread his hands. You can certainly do it with the Rinnegan, but given your personality, how could you possibly trade your life for Izuna's? Madara rolled her eyes at Senju Tobirama. The Rinne Tensei of the Rinnegan do have the power to control life and death, and can even resurrect the dead, but that comes at the cost of the life of the practitioner. Senju Tobirama would sacrifice his life to win him over. There is no bigger joke than this. You don't need the power of the Rinnegan. You can do it as long as you still have some of Izuna's body tissue. Senju Tobirama smiled and looked quite confident. There are many techniques in the ninja world that can resurrect the dead, but those that can truly resurrect a person completely are quite rare, and more or less require the price of life, one life in exchange for another. Chiyo of Sunagakure created the forbidden technique, which allows the practitioner to resurrect the dead by transferring their vitality to the dead using the practitioner's entire chakra. With the defeat of Sunagakure, the Konoha army, as the garrison, was of course qualified to read Sunagakure's secret techniques, and this forbidden technique also fell into the hands of Senju Tobirama. It is true that if you use this method to resurrect someone, you will die yourself, but what if it is used on an immortal person? He. A somewhat sinister smile appeared on Senju Tobirama's lips, which made Uchiha Madara stunned. You sinister fellow, what are you planning? Ahem. Let's get back to the topic, Madara. If I resurrect Izuna, you will let go of your prejudice against me, right? Senju Tobirama asked, straightening his body. If you can really revive Izuna, why not let me help you? Madara folded her arms and responded quite hockey. That's a deal. However, this will take some time. Before that, I would like to ask you to go back to Konoha with me. Senju Tobirama stretched out a hand. Advertisement. Upon hearing this, Madara lowered his head and fell into deep thought, wondering what he felt. After a long while, Madara finally spoke slowly. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy your Konoha? Wrong. Senju Tobirama shook his head and responded earnestly. Konoha belongs to me, my eldest brother Hashirama, and you, Uchiha Madara. As one of the first two founders of Konoha, you will not destroy your own dreams. After hearing what Senju Tobirama said, Uchiha Madara laughed out loud. Senju Tobirama, you have indeed changed a lot. Yes, I promise. Even before you revive Izuna, I can assist you in your operation. After receiving Madara's response, Senju Tobirama smiled faintly. However, if there is any trace of Black Zetsu, let me kill it myself. As for Obito, I'll leave it to you. Since Senju Tobirama already knew everything, even the secrets that he himself didn't know, Madara no longer concealed anything. He even told Tobirama about the spell placed on Obito's heart, saying that he could control Uchiha Obito's life and death at any time. Okay. Nodding slightly, Senju Tobirama agreed to Madara. But before that, he still needs to clean up the mess. Orochimaru felt as if he was living in a dream. When he was fighting fiercely with Uchiha Itachi who came to intercept him, a huge water man in the complete form of Susanoo put knives on his neck at the same time and asked him if he would surrender. This has to be a dream, right? Rubbing the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes, Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. However, those two shocking auras could not be faked, nor could the two huge figures of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara. No matter how much Orochimaru couldn't believe it, he had to admit that the madman Uchiha Madara was convinced by the second Hokage in some way. And no one knows when the connection between him and Uchiha Madara was severed. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi was not idle. When Orochimaru opened his eyes due to being too shocked, his illusion was already waiting for him. No, Orochimaru roared, the Mangekyo in his eyes spinning wildly. Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru both entered the spirit world at the same time, and a battle of Mangekyo power broke out in an unseen place. However, Uchiha Madara said that he did not want to waste too much time on this rotten snake. After frowning slightly, he also activated the Sharingan to cast an illusion on Orochimaru. In an instant, Orochimaru, who had been fighting vigorously, suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he addressed Senju Tobirama as Hokage-sama. Thanks to the fact that Senju Tobirama's image was quite glorious in Uchiha Itachi's heart, the distinguished heavenly gods used on Orochimaru only modified one of his perceptions, to be forever loyal to Senju Tobirama. This morbid and crazy scholar finally fell into the hands of Senju Tobirama. Hokage-sama, what is this? Under Uchiha Itachi's puzzled gaze, the two men released the Water Man and Susanoo. Uchiha Madara tilted his head. This trick was not necessary for dealing with a rotten-skinned snake, but because someone felt that such an appearance was very oppressive, he reluctantly gave the other person a little face. This is Uchiha Madara, he has also returned to Konoha. In the face of Uchiha Itachi's shocked expression, Senju Tobirama introduced Madara's identity to him. Uchiha Madara. No wonder, his Susanoo is so huge, and his Mangekyo's eye power is also quite amazing. The masked man from Akatsuki who calls himself Madara can be determined to be a fake. Uchiha Itachi thought secretly in his heart, and then respectfully saluted Uchiha Madara. Ancestor, you're pretty good. Uchiha Madara nodded calmly, and even praised him. The Sharingan in Itachi's eyes made him understand his identity at a glance. Judging from his strength and Mangekyo Sharingan, he must be an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the family, right? Especially the Mangekyo pupil technique, which made him somewhat interested. Even though no one in Uchiha's clan was willing to go with him at the beginning, he still felt a little bit happy that there was such a capable person in the family now. Okay, you two, we still have things to do next. Senju Tobirama looked up at the sky which was approaching dusk. In just one short day, he had experienced quite a lot of battles. First there was Orochimaru's Impure World Army, then Nagato's Pain Six Paths, and then there was Uchiha Madara. Although it only took one day to deal with these people, he still felt a little tired. But the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization have not been dealt with yet. However, despite this, he was not too anxious. The people that Akatsuki was welcoming this time were not the ones in the original novel, but top-level fighters. All he had to do was to prevent those talented people from being accidentally killed by his own family. Chapter 116 All Akatsuki members are brainwashed, and this. Shouty. Orochimaru, move all your experimental materials and equipment to Konoha. Also bring your subordinates to Konoha and keep them under control. This is my flying thunder god Kunai, give it to Nara Shikaku, he will understand. The root laboratory left behind by Shimura Danzo will be left to you to take over from now on. I will not interfere with your future experiments, but you are not allowed to use the villagers as experimental subjects. Senju Tobirama handed a kunai to Orochimaru, who quickly left after claiming it. Then Tobirama turned and looked at Uchiha Itachi. After Itachi was led by him to change his mind, he became a model worker. He was basically present in every action of Tobirama. Even with the blessing of Hashirama's cells, he couldn't withstand such a punishment. It was time for him to have a good rest for a while. Itachi, you've been working hard recently. I'll give you a break so you can go back and spend some time with Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi touched his tired eyes and responded, yes. Then, in a few instants, he gradually disappeared from Tobirama's sight. That boy is good. Uchiha Madara kept his eyes fixed on Itachi's back until the other party completely disappeared from his sight. Madara was extremely sensitive to Hashirama's aura, and he could see through the condition inside Uchiha Itachi at a glance. No, he wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama responded. That's true. Wait, what did you say? Hearing this, Madara nodded at first to indicate that he had something, then he suddenly realized what was happening and turned his head, staring at Senju Tobirama, waiting for his explanation. Although the Uchiha clan was abandoned by Madara because they betrayed him, it does not mean that Madara has no feelings for them. If Senju Tobirama cannot give him a reasonable explanation, then he will turn against them. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama sighed deeply. What is coming will eventually come. Even if he doesn't say it now, Madara will understand when he returns to the Uchiha clan land in Konoha. It is better to explain everything now than to wait until then. Take a deep breath, and then another long story begins. How did the Uchiha clan go extinct? In fact, the root of all the trouble was planted when Konoha was just established. Every Uchiha who opens his eyes can be considered a mental patient, because opening the Sharingan requires strong emotional stimulation. Even a normal person will become somewhat abnormal after experiencing great emotional fluctuations. Each of the Uchiha people is arrogant and looks down on everyone. Even when Uchiha Madara ran away, no one was willing to go with him. It is obvious that it is quite difficult to unite this group of people. Uchiha Madara became the first rebel ninja in Konoha just after the village was established, which undoubtedly added a stain to the Uchiha clan. However, despite all the negative rumors about the Uchiha, the original Senju Tobirama still handed over the important task of Konoha's law enforcement, such as the Konoha Guard, to the Uchiha clan, and also accepted Uchiha Kagami as his disciple. It can be seen that he was really just guarding against Uchiha and did not want to exterminate their clan. But his other disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, did not understand Senju Tobirama's true intentions. They only saw Tobirama's prejudice against Uchiha, but failed to see Tobirama's fairness towards Uchiha, and then suppressed Uchiha everywhere. Afterwards, the fact that Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan made it impossible for the Uchiha clan to clear themselves even if they jumped into the Yellow River. At this time, Shisui, the strongest in the clan, was persecuted by Danzo, and Itachi was deeply poisoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire. This Uchiha could not be destroyed. Advertisement. After saying the above, Senju Tobirama looked deeply at Uchiha Madara. You really taught some good disciples. Uchiha Madara finally spoke after a long silence. I killed Danzo and imprisoned Sarutobi for life. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and rarely refuted. Can't you bring the dead back to life? Later, that guy named Shimura Danzo, you bring him back to life. I'm going to let him know the price of taking action against the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara roared, but did not direct his anger towards Senju Tobirama. Because he himself understood that Senju Tobirama had only disliked him, so there was no need for him to target the Uchiha clan. Also, that guy named Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm going to settle accounts with him personally when we get back to Konoha. Compared to Shimura Danzo who directly attacked Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the Hokage but acquiesced to everything, was obviously more hated by Uchiha Madara. Okay, but it's better to keep him alive. Senju Tobirama did not say anything to stop him. Uchiha Madara needed someone to vent his anger. Of course, only the living can experience the deepest pain. Uchiha Madara smiled coldly, wondering what evil thoughts were brewing in his mind. I take back my praise for Uchiha Itachi. He's such a fool. He's a disgrace to the Uchiha clan for letting himself be used by such scum. Although he wanted to say that he was also being used by Black Zetsu, Tobirama held back. After telling these things to Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama took him to search for Nagato's body. As Tobirama expected, although he sensed the chakra aura left by Nagato, he did not find his figure. Madara's Rinnegan, if nothing unexpected happens, should have been recovered by Black Zetsu by now. Fire Country Northern Border. At this moment, the originally bustling battlefield has become silent. Scorpion's body was smashed into pieces by Tsunade, who had already activated the 100 Healings technique. Due to Senju Tobirama's words before the battle, his regeneration core was not destroyed but sealed. As for Deidara, he was even more frustrated. The explosive clay in one hand was restrained to death by Kakashi's lightning style. He wanted to self-destruct but was worried about affecting Scorpion. One of his arms was broken by Kakashi's Kamui. At this moment, he was lying on the ground cursing. You, the masked man, only know how to use lightning style. Do you dare to fight me with other escape techniques? That old woman, do you dare to let Brother Scorpion go? Kakashi smiled slightly. If it weren't for the weaknesses of the Akatsuki members told by the Hokage, it would have taken a lot of effort to defeat this explosive monster from Iwagakure. Lord Tsunade, what should we do with these two people? Kakashi asked, looking at Tsunade who was waiting in front of Scorpion who was wrapped like a dumpling. Second grandfather said before that we should leave them alive. Let's bring them back to Konoha. After thinking for a while, Tsunade gave the answer. Don't bother, I'm already here. Behind him, Senju Tobirama appears with Uchiha Madara. For convenience, Tobirama left everyone a Flying Thunder God Kunai before the battle. Second grandfather. As soon as he appeared, Tsunade threw himself into Tobirama's arms and rubbed him, making the latter blush. Advertisement. As this Hashirama's granddaughter, she looks much worse than him. Glancing at the descendant of Hashirama who had always made him very curious, Uchiha Madara's face was full of disappointment. As expected, the offspring born from a union with a woman like Mito would only obliterate Hashirama's powerful genes. Tsunade then noticed that there was someone behind the second grandfather, who was making sarcastic remarks to her. She immediately became unhappy. If she hadn't taken her image in front of the second grandfather into consideration, she would have punched the hedgehog-headed guy. Who are you? He is Uchiha Madara. Before Uchiha Madara could speak, Senju Tobirama spoke first. Then, in the shocked looks of Tsunade and Kakashi, Tobirama explained to them the whole story. Even if you are Uchiha Madara, you can't look down on me. Despite knowing the other party's identity, Tsunade still roared. Huh, I don't look down on you. I look down on everyone except Hashirama and Tobirama. Ignoring the bickering between the two people behind him, Senju Tobirama walked straight towards Deidara and Sasori. It's you. Deidara shouted when she saw the person's face clearly. Deidara certainly understood what the arrival of Senju Tobirama meant. It meant that the leader and Orochimaru who were responsible for dealing with him had failed. Even the leader is dead. Are you surprised to see me? Senju Tobirama smiled faintly. No, I just have a question for you. Delata stopped struggling and calmed down. Looking at Deidara's curious face, Senju Tobirama nodded. What trick did you use to blow up the entire Iwagakure and the old man? Deidara's eyes were filled with desire, as if he had seen his lifelong pursuit. Well, seeing Deidara's star chaser look, Senju Tobirama touched his chin. If you are willing to join Konoha, I will teach you that technique, and I will not stop you from pursuing your art but will support you. How about that? For this bad boy whose mind is full of explosions, Senju Tobirama has grasped Deidara's psychology very accurately. Okay, I agree. Can we enter Konoha now? Deidara lying on the ground had no hesitation in betraying Akatsuki. After all, even the leader was defeated by Senju Tobirama. Is there anything wrong with him switching to Konoha in pursuit of stronger art? Don't worry, your companions are here. With a chuckle, Tobirama unsealed Deidara and then slowly walked to Scorpion's front. After the seal at its core was released, the body of the Red Sand Scorpion was immediately reorganized. As for this young boy who has gone down a path of no return due to lack of family affection, Senju Tobirama's solution is even simpler and more brutal. Resurrect your parents and join Konoha, would you like to do it? Dry. Chapter 117. Taking over the Akatsuki organization. These two are dangerous people. It doesn't seem safe to let them join Konoha. Tsunade stroked her chin and spoke with some concern. Kakashi on the side also nodded. Every member of the Akatsuki organization is a notorious traitor and none of them are good people. If they are brought into the village, who knows what trouble may arise. Moreover, those Konoha shinobi who were killed by Akatsuki would not rest in peace in the underworld after seeing that the Hokage actually accepted the killing of their enemies. How can this be fair to the families of the martyrs? Don't worry about that. When it comes to dangerous people, no one is more dangerous than Madara. As long as I'm here, there's nothing to worry about, Senju Tobirama said calmly. Uchiha Madara glanced and turned his head without saying anything. Although he was not happy, he did lose to Senju Tobirama after all. As for these compatriots who died in battle, Tobirama leaned over to look at the Konoha border ninjas who died in a miserable state, and stroked his forehead. Preserve their remains. I will revive them one by one. Resurrection. As soon as these words came out, Tsunade and Kakashi's eyes widened, and a gleam of light flashed in the scorpion's eyes. They originally thought that resurrecting the dead was just a blank check written by Tobirama in order to stabilize Scorpion and make him work for Konoha, but Senju Tobirama's steady attitude made them really believe it. Second Grandpa, is it true? Can the dead be resurrected? Tsunade's tone was trembling a little, and his whole body was involuntarily excited. There was no trace of the heroic demeanor of a Sannin. If this is true, then Naoki, and Grandpa Hashirama, can they also be resurrected? Kakashi's attitude was not much better than Tsunade's. His lips under the mask moved slightly, as if he had 1,000 words to say. Lin, Obito, Teacher Minato and Master Kushina, can they all return to the human world? Yes. Glancing at the excited expressions of the two, Senju Tobirama certainly knew what they were thinking in their hearts. That's great. Tsunade didn't care about her image and hugged Senju Tobirama from behind, tears dripping from her eyes. But resurrecting the dead is not that simple. It will take some time. Tobirama turned around and rubbed Tsunade's head, saying something that was a bit discouraging to them. Tsunade mumbled and nodded vigorously. Being able to resurrect the dead is already a miracle, so waiting for a while is completely acceptable. That's great, Obito. Kakashi rubbed his slightly moist eyes, full of joy. If he wasn't a man, he would probably want to hug the Hokage to express his joy. Tobirama glanced and said nothing more. If Kakashi knew that Obito didn't die, but Minato and Kushina died because of Obito, I wonder how he would feel. Advertisement. You two, why don't you go and collect the bodies of the people you killed? Tobirama roared after looking at Deidara and Scorpion who were standing there in a daze. Okay, leader. Deidara grabbed Scorpion who was still in a daze, and the two began to clean up the battlefield. Suna, Kakashi, keep an eye on them. Madara and I still have things to do. Tobirama instructed, pulling Tsunade, who was still groaning on top of him, down. We guarantee to complete the mission. They both responded in unison. Madara, let's go. With a hand on Madara's shoulder, the two of them disappeared in a flash. Fire Nation Eastern Border. At this moment, the battle between Jiraiya, Might Guy, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Kakuzu here is also coming to an end. Fighting, or being beaten on one hand, is quite suitable for Kisame and Kakuzu at this moment. Kisame is famous for his ability to use Samahata to devour the enemy's chakra and his huge chakra capacity, but unfortunately, he couldn't absorb the chakra of Jiraiya and Might Guy who were fighting with him. Jiraiya, after turning on Sage mode, uses Sage Art, which contains natural energy that he cannot absorb. And the watermelon-skinned beast that he had always ignored was even more of a heavyweight. His physical skills were extremely amazing, and he could even use a burning fire fist to evaporate his water style. Kisami's Akatsuki robe was already tattered, revealing his strong muscular body, which was covered with wounds. If Samahata hadn't repaired his injuries, he would probably have died by now. As for Kakuzu, let alone that guy. The four heart monsters that split out of the body were all killed by Might Guy's daytime tiger punch, and are now lying on the ground, their life or death unknown. Give up resistance, your companion has fallen. Jiraiya's tall body slowly approached Hoshigaki Kisame who was still resisting, and at the same time, he couldn't help but be surprised by Senju Tobirama's information. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was someone in this world with 5 hearts in his body and that he wouldn't die unless all of them were destroyed. Jiraiya was also quite surprised by the mist shinobi rebel ninja in front of him, who was called the Tailless-Tailed Beast. A strange sword that can absorb chakra, a ninjutsu that can absorb chakra. Thanks to the intelligence he received before the battle, Jiraiya activated Sage mode from the beginning and caught the opponent off guard. Coupled with Guy's super strong physical skills, he finally forced Hoshigaki Kisame into a desperate situation. Jiraiya and Might Guy, one in front and one behind, surrounded Kisame. Unfortunately, it seems that I will never see that world without any falsehood. Also, for someone like me whose hands are stained with bloodline, death may be the best destination. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of shark-like teeth, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Advertisement. Mr. Madara, if the plan succeeds, I hope you can create a perfect world. Then, in the shocked looks of Jiraiya and Might Guy, Hoshigaki Kisame raised the Samahata in his hand high and stabbed it hard into his own head. He wants to end his life with Samahata. Boom. A sudden flying kick instantly knocked Hoshigaki Kisame to the ground, ending his movement. At the same time, Kakuzu, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead and trying to escape quietly, was blocked by a pair of bloodshot eyes in front of him. Looks like I've made it. After dusting himself off, Senju Tobirama appeared in front of everyone. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya and Might Guy rushed forward and pinned Hoshigaki Kisame down, restraining his limbs. Senju Tobirama. Hoshigaki Kisame, with only his head still moving, roared, his eyes fixed on the Hokage who was trying to stop him from committing suicide. Kisame, as the former missed shinobi Anbu, certainly understood what would happen if he fell into the hands of the enemy village. The Akatsuki secrets in his mind would probably be known to Konoha. Kisame, why sacrifice your life for a false plan? Looking at Hoshigaki Kisame with sympathy, Tobirama called over Uchiha Madara who had captured Kakuzu. Hokage-sama, who is he? Jiraiya raised his head and looked at Madara's face. He always felt that the person in front of him looked a little familiar. He is Uchiha Madara. In front of several people, Tobirama explained again what he had said to Tsunade and the others before. Impossible. How could Mr. Madara be with you? Kisame on the ground was stunned as if struck by lightning. However, the powerful aura and the defiant look emanating from Uchiha Madara made it impossible for him to doubt the other party's identity. Madara, come and see your followers. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly. My followers. Uchiha Madara was stunned, obviously not understanding, but he realized in an instant that they were the subordinates Obito recruited in his name. Kakuzu, who was dragged behind him, was too scared to struggle when he heard the name Uchiha Madara. As an old antique who has lived for more than 90 years, he is very clear about the strength of these people. With the testimony of Uchiha Madara himself, Hoshigaki Kisame understood the truth and knew that Project Tsuki no Mi could no longer be implemented. Then, he decisively chose to serve the real Uchiha Madara, to change the real ninja world. Kakuzu, under the persuasion of Senju Tobirama with both emotion and reason, was appointed as the Minister of Finance of Konoha, which did not exist yet. At this point, all the surviving members of Akatsuki, except Konan and Obito, have been recruited by Konoha. Chapter 118 Inches Izuna. When everything was done, Senju Tobirama led the huge crowd behind him and launched the Flying Thunder God technique. A majestic blue light flashed, and the group disappeared. After they left, there was a murmur of conversation coming from underground. Did you see that? Yes. What did you see? I've seen Senju Tobirama, Madara, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Watermelon Head, Kakashi, Scorpion, Deidara, Kisame and Kakuzu. Are you reading the menu? Should we tell Obito this information quickly? Black Zetsu said no. Why should we listen to him? Because he is the will of Madara-sama. But Madara-sama has gone with Senju Tobirama. Two white Zetsu came out from underground and started talking to each other. #+# Konoha, Hokage office. Although it was already night, the lights in the entire Hokage building were still bright, and busy figures were running in front of the windows. Master Shikaku, Kurigakure sent a secret message. An Anbu ninja anxiously pushed open the door of the office, holding a letter sealed with several layers of seals in his arms. Nara Shikaku sat on the Hokage's seat, with a pile of documents in front of him that was almost reaching his chest. Hearing the letter from Kurigakure, Shikaku ignored his tiredness and stood up to take the secret letter from Anbu. The harsh conditions Senju Tobirama had set for Kurigakure at the meeting a few days ago were still fresh in my mind. I don't know, will they agree or refuse? With a nervous mood, Nara Shikaku opened the envelope and read 10 lines quickly. After a moment, a hint of joy appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kurigakure really agreed. Submit to Konoha. However, this was also within his expectations. After all, the Hokage of his own village is incredibly strong. But the matter is not over yet. After the handover, the Anbu ninja did not leave, but continued. Master Shikaku, the Cloud Shinobi village has assembled a large army, and 4th Reikage made a public statement at noon today, declaring war on Konoha. Advertisement. At the same time, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning fully supports the Reikage's decision and claims that this is a just war to defend the country. Several small countries surrounding the Land of Thunder have also expressed their support for this. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku did not react much, which was within his expectations. After all, the Hokage wanted the Reikage to come to him with his head, and also wanted Cloud Shinobi to obediently hand over the Jinchuriki. Not to mention the hot-tempered Reikage, no other ninja village would agree to this. I understand. You can go down. After waving to the Anbu ninja, after the other party left, Nara Shikaku did not look at the documents again. Instead, he paced anxiously in the office. The Hokage is facing the legendary Rinnegan, the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. He cannot help but be worried. Not to mention, there is Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation, and Uchiha Madara who has a great chance of being resurrected. Although Shikaku had faith in Tobirama and had Shodai to help him, a day had already passed. All of Konoha's high-end combat forces have left the village. If they are attacked by the enemy at this time, the consequences will be disastrous. Speaking of Tobirama, just when Nara Shikaku was thinking about him, a buzzing crowd appeared in the Hokage's office as if by magic. Hokage, you're finally back. Nara Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief after letting go of the huge stone in his heart. However, when he saw the guys behind Senju Tobirama who obviously didn't look like good people, his face froze. A member of the Nara clan. After seeing the iconic pineapple hair, Uchiha Madara recalled memories from long ago. He is Uchiha Madara, who was. Senju Tobirama leaned close to Nara Shikaku's ear and told him what happened today. After the latter's expression kept changing, he finally accepted this huge amount of information. Then he took another look at those bad guys. Shikaku was already used to it. Needless to say, they must be members of the Akatsuki organization. Lord Hokage seems to be very interested in the talents of this organization and he always brings back a few of them every time he goes out. Shikaku, this is the finance minister I'm looking for, Kakuzu. Grabbing Kakuzu, Senju Tobirama introduced his identity to the latter's trembling face. Kakuzu actually refused the position of finance minister at first, but he could not resist the knife of Senju Tobirama on his neck. In addition, Tobirama promised to let him be in charge of the finances of the entire Konoha. As he always valued money, he immediately agreed. Ministry of Finance. When was it established? Lu Ju touched his chin, looking suspicious. Today's one. This is Deidara from the Explosion Division. Tobirama responded and grabbed Deidara who was looking around. Also, this is Scorpion from the Mechanical Department. The last two are Madara and his, like-minded subordinate, Hoshigaki Kisame. They have no department. After some effort, Tobirama finally introduced everyone and assigned them positions. Afterwards, with Shikaku looking resentful, Tobirama asked him to be responsible for finding a place for the Akatsuki members to live and assigning them work afterwards. It is worth mentioning that Deidara shamelessly pestered Senju Tobirama to teach him how to make an explosion. Tobirama, who was fed up with it, finally sent him away after throwing the tandem paper bombs technique to him and teaching him not to play in the village. After letting everyone who was very tired go back to rest, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara were the only ones left in the huge office. Where do I live? Glancing at Senju Tobirama who seemed to have forgotten him, Uchiha Madara sat on the seat of Hokage. To be honest, he had really wanted to experience the feeling of Hashirama before. You know what, sitting in this position and watching Senju Tobirama is like looking at a younger brother. Advertisement. I'll take you to the Uchiha clan's land. Senju Tobirama touched his chin and thought. The Uchiha clan's territory has been relocated several times, so Madara is sure to not be able to find it. If he gets lost in Konoha, who knows what kind of chaos it will cause. That's fine. I'd like to see if the younger brother whom that idiot Itachi was willing to protect even if he killed his entire clan has 3 eyes. Uchiha Madara shook his hair, his eyes full of resentment. Uchiha tribe land. The houses are arranged in a regular and neat pattern, and the round fan emblem symbolizing the Uchiha clan extends all the way on the tall walls. The clan's land, which covers a large area, was silent, with only one house's lights still on. Sasuke, is today's mission difficult? Itachi asked gently as he put a piece of barbecued pork into Sasuke's bowl. At this moment, he no longer had the coldness and sternness he had during the battle. All that was left was the gentleness of a brother. It's okay. Sasuke looked at the food Itachi had made on the table, looking a little dazed. When Uchiha Itachi returned to the village and explained everything to him, Sasuke almost collapsed. Hatred, blood and tears, everything was done in exchange for his protection. Under that strong stimulation, he, who was only 12 years old, opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he hadn't learned that the person who saved Itachi was the Hokage, and if he hadn't been comforted by Naruto and Gaara during this period, he would probably have directly sought revenge on Konoha. However, after learning that the two culprits, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been killed or punished by the Hokage, he fell into confusion again. After a period of reflection, he finally decided to accept his brother, Uchiha Itachi, again. It's just that the two of them still feel a little awkward getting along with each other now. Looking at his brother's still somewhat cowering face, Itachi lowered his head deeply, his eyes slowly becoming moist. It's all his fault. Sasuke has to bear everything alone. For you. A hand handed Itachi a tissue, and Itachi turned around and saw it was Sasuke. But Sasuke's eyes were already moist. Sasuke, forgive me. At the dinner table, the two brothers hugged each other without knowing when. What a heartwarming scene. But soon, 2 uninvited people interrupted this beautiful scene. Madara, it seems we came at a bad time. As soon as Senju Tobirama opened the door, he saw Itachi and Sasuke hugging each other and crying, and he couldn't help but be stunned. What do you mean by not the right time? Madara behind him did not understand what he meant and pushed open the other half of the door. Izuna. When Madara saw Sasuke's face clearly, he couldn't help but scream. Chapter 119. Coercion and Inducement. Yes, very similar. How can there be 2 people in the world who look so alike? Uchiha Sasuke looks exactly like Uchiha Izuna. Even Uchiha Madara, in a trance, thought of Sasuke in Itachi's arms as his own brother. But it was only a moment before Madara came back to his senses. Because, that was not his younger brother, he just looked too similar to him. Hokage-sama, and Madara ancestor. When Uchiha Itachi saw the identity of the visitor, he quickly straightened himself up, sat down properly and showed his greeting, and asked Sasuke to sit up straight as well. Is he the Hokage? Uchiha Sasuke quietly looked at the man who could persuade Uchiha Itachi to return to the village, his eyes full of curiosity. However, while Sasuke was looking at Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara was also looking at Sasuke. Not bad, not bad. At this age, your pupil power has reached this level. You have some of the charm of Izuna back then. Madara's deep gaze seemed to strip Sasuke naked, and he nodded from time to time. The intense gaze caused dissatisfaction in the latter, but because he was brought by the Hokage, Sasuke just snorted. Itachi, excuse me. Senju Tobirama grabbed Madara, whose eyes were fixed on Sasuke, and sat on the dining table. Madara ancestors probably have no place to rest, right? Itachi saw through their intentions and said. As the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the gate of the clan is always open to you. Snort. Madara snorted but nodded anyway, agreeing with Itachi. The ancestor of Uchiha. Just him. Sasuke on the side curled his lips, expressing his doubt. Why does Itachi respect a guy who obviously has bad intentions towards him so much? Sasuke, don't be rude. Itachi covered Sasuke's mouth, as the other party was the ancestor of Uchiha. His personality is also very similar to Izuna when he was a child. Madara liked Sasuke more and more, which aroused a different idea in him. A long time, Senju Tobirama, who had finally arranged for Uchiha Madara, returned to the Hokage's office. I don't know what suddenly stimulated Madara, but he insisted on living with Sasuke and even threatened to take him as his apprentice. And with Itachi's instigation, Sasuke actually became Madara's apprentice. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but laugh. Sasuke being taught by Madara. Advertisement. Then, an opened letter on the Hokage's desk caught his attention. To the Hokage of Konoha, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. The content of the letter was simple. Kurigakure chose the first option offered by Senju Tobirama and submitted to Konoha. Tobirama didn't react much, which was what he expected. However, with the help of Madara and the Rinnegan, the unification of the ninja world can now be put on the agenda. As for the so-called alliances or affiliations, they will no longer exist in the future. Damn it, that old guy Senju Tobirama actually resurrected the first Hokage to protect those Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito said angrily, pulling off the Uzumaki mask on his face. Obito couldn't imagine what the consequences would be for him if he didn't get those Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara, who was resurrected by Orochimaru, killed Senju Tobirama, and was then resurrected by Nagato's Rinne Tensai, who gathered all the tailed beasts with overwhelming force to launch Infinite Tsukuyomi. Project Tsuki no Mi has nothing to do with him anymore. He has completely become an outsider. Just as Obito was in a trance, the ground in front of him surged and Black Zetsu emerged from it. What are you doing here? Obito looked at the other person coldly with an unfriendly expression. Nagato is dead, this is his Rinnegan. Black Zetsu did not explain, but showed two eyes in his palm. The purple light, accompanied by ripples, shone in this narrow cave. Black Zetsu was also very depressed, his plans were completely disrupted. He originally wanted to control Nagato to revive Madara after Senju Tobirama was sealed, but unexpectedly, the guy was actually knocked down by Senju Tobirama. But this was still within his tolerable range. He immediately retrieved the Rinnegan from Nagato, intending to find a way to resurrect Madara later. However, what Black Zetsu couldn't have imagined was that even Madara was no match for Senju Tobirama. Since White Zetsu, who was in charge of surveillance, died, Black Zetsu didn't know what happened at the time, and Uchiha Madara seemed to have reached a consensus with Senju Tobirama. All the Akatsuki members who were dispatched were captured by Senju Tobirama, and the only one he could use now was Uchiha Obito. Madara is most likely being controlled by Senju Tobirama using the distinguished heavenly gods. Black Zetsu said to Obito. Then is Madara's will, shouldn't you obey the current Madara? Obito did not take the Rinnegan, but responded to Black Zetsu with sarcasm. Madara-sama's wish during his lifetime has always been Project Tsuki no Mi. Even if he is controlled, his will not waver. Project Tsuki no Mi will succeed, and Obito, you will be the one to create the perfect new world. Black Zetsu praised Obito crazily. He knew that his previous actions had caused the latter's disgust. However, as Obito, who was deeply deceived by Madara, will definitely continue with the Moon Eye. Black Zetsu is very confident in this regard. People who are trapped in love are often the easiest to take advantage of. The world I created. Lin. Advertisement. Obito touched the scar on the right side of his face, his body trembling slightly. In order to complete Project Tsuki no Mi, he has committed countless sins, and once the Moon Eye is terminated, those things will change from false to true. Good. Obito took the test tube from Black Zetsu's hand, his tone firm. The latter smiled slightly. Konoha prison. Senju Tobirama, if you have the guts, let me out. I will sacrifice you to the evil god. Hidan, with only his head left, roared loudly. Thanks to the food he had, he still had the strength to yell. Next to him was the lower body wrapped in chains. The Konoha shinobi in charge of guarding him are used to it. As long as you ignore him, he will shut up when he gets tired of yelling. Senju Tobirama, if you are. What happened to you? Before he finished speaking, a tall figure stood in front of Hidan, it was Senju Tobirama. Tobirama finally has some free time to visit this evil cultist with a not-so-smart brain. After all, his resurrection plan still needs Hidan's help. I'm going to skin you alive. When the head entangled in the chain saw that the person who came was the culprit who locked him up, his eyes widened and he started screaming. I heard that you are immortal. Tobirama did not get angry, but asked instead. Haha, are you scared? When you die, I will dig up your grave. Hidan laughed wildly. His immortality was his support. No matter how arrogant he was, Senju Tobirama couldn't kill him. Immortal. Then if I throw your head into the toilet, you won't die. Senju Tobirama stared at Hidan, and the words he said made the latter tremble. What do you want to do? Hidan's eyes twitched, but his mouth remained hard. You are immortal, so I'll make you eat shit and drink urine for the rest of your life, for 100 years, 1,000 years, how about that? Tobirama asked calmly. Hidan's scalp was numb at this time. Eating shit and drinking urine for the rest of his life. Is there any more horrible punishment than this? No. Hidan's head shook like a rattle, and the iron chains around it crackled. It's okay if you don't do this, but you have to do something for me. Okay, I'll kill whoever you tell me to kill. Hidan nodded hurriedly, fearing that he would really be thrown into the toilet by Senju Tobirama. I'm not asking you to kill people, I'm asking you to save people. Tobirama flicked his hand, untied the chain on Hidan's head, and connected his head to his body. Chapter 120 Bewitching Hidan. Ha 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 ha, the evil god will never be a slave. Senju Tobirama, die. Hidan, who had just broken free from control, immediately turned hostile and bit Senju Tobirama's shoulder fiercely. Are you kidding me? You actually want Master Hidan to eat shit and drink urine for the rest of his life. The followers of the evil god only kill people, not save people. Take the blood of Senju Tobirama and sacrifice him to the evil god. Such a sacrifice will definitely make the evil god happy. Hidan opened his mouth almost to his ears, and bit down fiercely with a big white fang. Boom. However, instead of the blood and flesh that Hidan had imagined being torn off by him, Senju Tobirama punched him in the head. The huge impact caused Hidan's newly attached head to fly out immediately and spin several times on the ground. Am I too kind to you? Shaking his fist, Senju Tobirama stepped on Hidan's head and applied a little force. Hidan's head gradually deformed under the huge force, and one could even clearly hear the sound of the skull breaking. No, no, Master Tobirama, wrong, wrong. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Hidan begged for mercy from his bleeding head. That's the best. Picking up the deformed head, Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Root Underground Laboratory. Since Orochimaru suddenly returned to the village with the Hokage token in his hand, Nara Shikaku has handed over this area to Orochimaru. Under the influence of the distinguished heavenly gods, Orochimaru acted quickly, and his laboratories distributed throughout the ninja world had already begun to relocate. Those subordinates, except Kimimaro and Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru stayed in Otogakure. Although they were puzzled as to why Lord Orochimaru had become a different person after just going out and had returned to Konoha village, as his subordinates they could only obey his orders. At this moment, Hidan was lying on an operating table, his limbs were wrapped in thick iron chains, and the sutured wounds on his body had healed. Hokage-sama, to be honest, I have actually wanted to study him for a long time. Orochimaru licked his lips, obviously very interested in the experimental materials sent by Tobirama. That's not the main purpose. Your mission is to teach Hidan this jutsu. Advertisement. Of course, you can study him as long as it doesn't hinder progress. Senju Tobirama took out a scroll and tossed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened it curiously and immediately looked at it with great interest. Self-reincarnation technique. Using all of one's own chakra as a medium, one can distribute vitality to the dead and revive them. This is truly an unheard of forbidden technique. Your idea is to let Hidan use this move. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, obviously guessing what Senju Tobirama was thinking. It's perfect to let a person who can't die use the forbidden technique that will kill you. That's right. This guy's immortality is tailor-made for this forbidden technique that will kill you if you use it. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Once the experiment is successful, he can hold a grand resurrection ceremony. What tricks do you want me to use? On the operating table, Hidan, who had been given an injection of anesthetic, rose up dazedly. Orochimaru calmly handed over the scroll of his reincarnation. Hidan opened it and couldn't understand it. If he had the intelligence to understand forbidden technique, he wouldn't just use taijutsu when fighting. This is Jisei reincarnation. Senju Tobirama told him the effect and cost of this technique. What? You want me to use my life to exchange for someone else's? No, I won't do it. Even if you throw me into the toilet, I won't do it. After hearing this, Hidan's face turned dark. Compared to death, eating shit and drinking urine doesn't seem like a big deal. You've always boasted that you're immortal, haven't you? Could it be that you've just lied? Or do you yourself not believe in your evil god? Tobirama saw Hidan's desperate look and asked him 3 questions in a row. The immortality bestowed by the evil god is of course real. As a loyal believer of the evil god, I will never die. When the issue of faith was touched upon, Hidan became excited as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. Advertisement. In that case, what are you afraid of? As long as you resurrect 1,000 people for me, I will give you freedom and help you spread the teachings of the evil cult. How about it? Senju Tobirama tempted. Well, Hidan fell into deep thought. Think about it, when the evil god sees that you have recruited so many believers for him, he will definitely give you a lot of rewards, right? Hidan closed his eyes, as if he had seen himself at the head of tens of millions of evil god followers, acting on behalf of the god. Done. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama's mouth corners slightly raised. As long as he could get Hidan to obey for the time being, his plan could go on. As for agreeing to the other party's conditions, what a joke, where can he find 1,000 dead people to resurrect the other party? After instructing Orochimaru to teach Hidan the forbidden technique, Tobirama sought a secluded place to test his newly acquired power. Blue eyeballs, circles of black ripples, and the Rinnegan unique to Senju Tobirama are reflected on the water. Feeling the powerful force in his pupils, Senju Tobirama's face showed a hint of joy. The owner of the Rinnegan can instantly master the nature transformation of the 5 types of chakra. Even though Tobirama has already been Grandmaster in this regard, it is still icing on the cake. As the master of Rinnegan, Tobirama is not like Nagato, who needs to practice to master the eye technique. Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, the making of Six Paths Dolls, Rinne Tensai Technique. These Rinnegan's most basic eye techniques were mastered by Senju Tobirama in just a moment. Similar to Madara's Rinnegan and Sasuke's Tenteki, Tobirama's Rinnegan also has his own exclusive eye technique. Open black lens bracket 10 and time close black lens bracket. Not bad. After checking the ability of the eye technique, Tobirama smiled. If he were to fight Madara without Rinnegan now, he might make Madara unable to even use Susanoo. When he gathers all 9-tailed beasts, Senju Tobirama will become the second person after the Sage of Six Paths to possess both the body and eyes of a sage. Chapter 121 Naruto Sasuke's Growth. The Kingdom of Rain is located at the junction of the three major kingdoms of Earth, Wind and Fire, and has been in constant war for many years. In the early years, there was a man called Demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, who led the Rain Shinobi village to declare war on the three kingdoms during the Second Ninja World War. Although the result was not satisfactory, it at least prevented this small country from being at the mercy of others. Later, Lord Pain and Lord Angel brought new life to Rain Shinobi Village, which was the consensus of all the villagers of Rain Shinobi Village. However, Rain Shinobi Village, which is usually shrouded in rainy weather all year round, had a rare sunny day today. Brilliant rays of sunshine shine on the faces of every citizen in Rain Shinobi Village. The Rain Kingdom Tower, the holy place of God and angels, was also illuminated by light. Konan, who was resting in bed, opened her eyes and sensed an uninvited guest. This is Nagato's body. He was killed by Senju Tobirama. Taking out a skinny corpse from the Kamui space, Obito placed it on the ground. Konan, who was originally wary of him, suddenly changed his expression when he saw Nagato's body. Nagato. Konan's body shook violently and he fell in front of Nagato's body. Her worries came true. Nagato's eyes. Looking at Nagato's empty eyes, Konan's eyes flashed with a cold light. It was taken away by Senju Tobirama, right? Obito touched the mask on his face, and looked at Konan with his exposed eyes without any avoidance. There was no clue at all from the masked Madara's eyes, as if everything was true. I want to go to Konoha. Don't. Leaving behind a word, countless pieces of paper instantly wrapped around Nagato's body, and paper wings appeared behind Konan. Ignoring the masked man's dissuasion, Konan jumped up and quickly left Rain Shinobi Village. Obito's outstretched hand was still suspended in midair, and he smiled helplessly. What a stupid woman, huh? Black Zetsu appeared out of nowhere and walked behind Obito. I hope Konan can buy us some time. Looking at the figure gradually disappearing in the air, Obito's eyes flashed with guilt for a moment, which was then quickly wiped away. After taking off the Uzumaki mask on his face, Obito's other eye was surprisingly replaced with a Rinnegan. As for why he didn't change too, it was because Kamui's ability was Obito's greatest reliance. If he changed it rashly, he always felt that it would not be safe enough. Besides, one Rinnegan is already very taxing on the body, and if he gets a pair, he might become the next Nagato. Advertisement. So, next, while Konan is holding Konoha back, we will immediately go and take away Cloud Shinobi's 8 tails and the 2 tails. Although Senju Tobirama can't unite the tailed beasts without the Rinnegan, since Madara is controlled by him, there is a high possibility that they will find other ways to do it. If he really gets all the tailed beasts, it will be harder than climbing to the sky for us to take them back from Konoha. Black Zetsu heard this and said calmly, don't worry, without the Rinnegan, he can't summon the Gedo Statue. Without the Gedo Statue, those tailed beasts are useless. That's good. A black Uzumaki created ripples in space, and both Obito and Black Zetsu disappeared in an instant. Konan, Yahiko, Nagato, I will let you meet again in the world of illusion, I promise. Sasuke, how come you're so powerful? In the Konoha training ground, Uzumaki Naruto was knocked away by Uchiha Sasuke with just one move and fell in the sand with a mouthful of sand. Sasuke has indeed become much stronger than before. Gaara, who was watching the battle carefully at the side, discovered a clue. Uchiha Sasuke did not respond to the praise. Having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was well aware of his current strength. Even without using his eye technique, he was already on par with the average Jonin. However, Mangekyo's eye technique is too lethal, so he would never use it in a battle with his companions. Moreover, according to the teachings of his master and brother, using the Mangekyo Sharingan would damage his eyesight, and he did not want to be blind at such a young age. Uncle Hokage, Captain Kakashi. At this time, the sharp-eyed Naruto saw Senju Tobirama, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Madara who appeared outside the venue to watch. Although he felt a little upset about this uncle who came out of nowhere and took away the position of Hokage, the uncle was not only very nice to him, but also had someone take charge of his life. Naruto still respected this Hokage very much. As for why Kakashi was called captain, it was naturally because they were led by Kakashi after entering Anbu, although they had never seen each other many times. Hokage. After hesitating for a moment, Gaara also respectfully bowed to Senju Tobirama. He had truly regarded himself as a member of Konoha. Hello. Senju Tobirama also nodded to the two of them. As for Sasuke, he greeted Uchiha Madara with a look of reverence before greeting Senju Tobirama. Teacher. Uchiha Madara glanced at him and said disdainfully, it will take so long to deal with this brat, go back and increase your training. Yes, long-haired uncle, are you Sasuke's teacher? Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes, obviously surprised that Sasuke, who had always been unyielding, would bow his head. Uchiha Madara. The 9 tails that were sleeping inside Uzumaki Naruto were instantly awakened after sensing the presence of Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara, who made eye contact with Naruto, immediately entered the spirit world. My little pet, long time no see. Looking at Ninetales trapped in the cage, Uchiha Madara smiled. Ninetales was once controlled by him and signed a summoning contract. Therefore, it can be considered as his pet. Madara, UB **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e fiercely, and his eyes seemed to want to devour Uchiha Madara. Ninetales can be said to be quite resentful of the person who has been controlling it with the Sharingan. Every Uchiha deserves to be damned. It's understandable that Mito can be your Jinchuriki, but even this Uzumaki kid can be your Jinchuriki. Ninetales, you are really getting worse and worse as time goes by. Ignoring the latter's growls and shouts, Uchiha Madara tutted his mouth in amazement. Madara, stop irritating the fox. At this time, Senju Tobirama also entered the spiritual world. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. Why does this guy appear here? Seeing an acquaintance appear, the furious Ninetales immediately questioned. How dare a beast bark at its master? Uchiha Madara frowned, clearly not satisfied with Ninetales' attitude. No, Madara, it's not a beast. Tobirama stretched out his hand to stop Madara. After explaining the whole story to Ninetales and demonstrating the Rinnegan, Ninetales finally calmed down and promised to provide its chakra to Uzumaki Naruto unconditionally. Even when the two exited the spirit world, Uchiha Madara still looked confused. Tobirama, why are you talking so much to a livestock? Can't you just put a collar on it? The evil of the tailed beasts is not innate. When the Sage of Six Paths created them, they never thought that they would be used as war machines by humans. Tobirama shook his head slightly. Outside, Uzumaki Naruto shuddered and suddenly felt exhausted. Strange, why do I feel so sleepy all of a sudden? Tobirama glanced at Naruto, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. It can be said that Naruto can activate Ninetales chakra mode now, but he doesn't know it yet. After saying goodbye to the three little ones, Senju Tobirama looked at Hitaki Kakashi beside him. Kakashi, there's something I want to tell you. At the same time, Uchiha Madara twitched the corner of his mouth. He had already anticipated what Tobirama was going to say. Isn't this Konoha Shinobi the companion of Uchiha Obito back then? Chapter 122 Obito is still alive. Hokage building. Kakashi touched his forehead, clearly confused as to why the Hokage had something to do with him. Also, why is there an Uchiha Madara standing next to him? Kakashi, your left eye is the Sharingan, right? Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows slightly and asked knowingly. Yes, this is a relic given to me by my companion before his sacrifice. Kakashi's expression was a little abnormal, and it was obvious that this touched a scar in his heart that he didn't want to mention. Pulling up the Konoha forehead protector that he always wore at an angle, his three Magatama red eyes kept spinning. As an outsider, Kakashi does not have the ability to shut down the Sharingan, which also makes him quite troubled by the problem of chakra consumption. Could it be that Madara wants to take back the eyes of the Uchiha clan? Kakashi was shocked and an idea came to his mind. As the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, it is understandable that he wants to take back the family's bloodline limit after learning that it has been leaked. But this is the last hope Obito left for him. Not even Uchiha Madara can take it away. Have there been any changes in your eyes? Senju Tobirama asked calmly, putting his hands together. Some time ago, the Sharingan did change, and I learned some of its moves while fighting members of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi nodded, and when fighting Deidara, the space around the arm that he was staring at was distorted, and Deidara's arm was directly twisted off. But this move was very exhausting for him. If Tsunade had not been there at the time, he would probably have had to lie down. Under Kakashi's control, the three Magatama in the Sharingan spun rapidly and merged, forming a pattern that resembled a giant windmill. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara watched coldly and explained. It is only activated when the Uchiha are under strong stimulation, such as witnessing a bond or the death of a loved one. It is impossible to do it without Uchiha blood. Madara then added. The words have been said very bluntly, almost to the point. Then how did I? Advertisement. Hitaki Kakashi was stunned and was about to ask a question when he was suddenly startled. His thoughts went back to the day more than 10 years ago when Lin, who was regarded as Three Tails Jinchuriki by the Mist Ninjas, cried and asked him to kill her, and then, she took the initiative to bump into his Reikiri.
At the moment Lin died, it seemed as if a powerful force suddenly burst out from his eyes, but after that he fainted and knew nothing. And as Madara said, one cannot open the Mangekyo Sharingan without Uchiha bloodline, but he, Kakashi, has it. What this shows is self-evident. Obito, could he still be alive? A shocking thought occurred to Kakashi. If Obito is still alive, why doesn't he return to the village? Madara, do you want to tell the story or should I? Senju Tobirama said lightly, glancing at the silent Madara. I don't have time to tell stories. Uchiha Madara turned his head away. Obviously, he didn't want to personally tell the story of his evil plan to turn Uchiha Obito from a kind and beautiful young man into a crazy and demonic person. Obito is indeed still alive. In front of Hitaki Kakashi's wide eyes, Senju Tobirama expressed his unwillingness to believe the guess. It all started with Madara. Glancing at Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama spoke freely. Omitting most of the side details, Senju Tobirama focuses on how the elderly Uchiha Madara chose his successor and then designed to make Uchiha Obito despair of the world. Even Uchiha Madara himself didn't know how Senju Tobirama knew about it. This is not true. Kakashi, who was always calm and composed, seemed to be greatly stimulated at this moment. After listening to Senju Tobirama's words, he hugged his head in pain. He couldn't understand, how could Obito, who always helped old ladies cross the street, who always talked about becoming Hokage, who could say, those who don't value their companions are worse than trash, do such things. Even Mr. Minato and Mrs. Kushina died indirectly at the hands of Obito. Madara, you've done a lot of harm. Seeing Kakashi's attitude, Senju Tobirama looked at the culprit who caused this. Milk. In fact, he was also surprised that Obito could be so crazy that he was even involved in the Uchiha clan genocide. Sure enough, the deeper the love, the stronger the hatred. Advertisement. After a long time, Kakashi finally calmed down, but his face was very gloomy, and he said slowly in a hoarse voice. Hokage-sama, if you want to take action against Obito, how can I help? Firm and resolute words came out of Kakashi's mouth. If he met Obito, he would definitely ask him why he gave up his previous idea, why he attacked the village, why. He had so many questions he wanted to ask Obito. Finally, he wants Obito to make amends to Minato and Kushina, to Naruto, and to all those who died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. I do need your help. Get familiar with the Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible and tear a hole in that alternate dimension. It is connected to Obito's time and space. Senju Tobirama said with certainty. No one knows where Uchiha Obito is now. It is impossible to search for him piece by piece in such a big ninja world. We can only wait and see in Kamui space. Madara placed a curse seal on Obito's heart, originally intended to prevent Obito from doing things according to plan. But unexpectedly, the person who deviated from the plan was Madara himself. This curse can instantly control Obito's actions, but it requires seeing another person to work. I'll try my best. Kakashi pulled back the forehead protector, covering the Sharingan. Then, he walked out of the Hokage's office in a daze. He just didn't want to believe that Obito would become like this. Was it because he witnessed him killing Rin? Next, we can prepare to grab Cloud Shinobi's 8 tails and 2 tails. It just so happens that the Reikage has declared war on us. Stroking his chin, Senju Tobirama thought of his next target. Tobirama, weren't you killed by Cloud Shinobi's 2 boys? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara grinned, as if thinking of something happy. When he learned the news of Senju Tobirama's death, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Milk. Hokage adults. At this moment, a hurried Anbu ninja rushed into the office in a hurry. There are people from Akatsuki at the village gate. Chapter 123 Konan. At the entrance of Konoha village, several Anbu ninjas have surrounded Konan, who was flying in the air. Although the other party was a woman, her eye-catching uniform of a red background and black cloud robe had already revealed her identity. The Konoha civilians near the village entrance have been completely evacuated. Konan, is it really you? When Jiraiya received the news that a blue-haired female ninja appeared at the entrance of the village, he rushed to the scene immediately. The purpose was to verify the guess in his mind. Even though he was mentally prepared, Jiraiya couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he saw Konan's face. Akatsuki was indeed the organization founded by his 3 disciples. Teacher Jiraiya. Konan in midair was also stunned when he saw Jiraiya, but it only lasted for a moment before he regained his composure. Teacher Jiraiya, this is none of your business, I want to see Senju Tobirama. Konan's body slowly fell down, and Nagato's body wrapped in paper fell behind her. What on earth is going on? Jiraiya was confused. He couldn't figure out how the once hopeful Akatsuki organization could become a terrorist organization. And how did Nagato die? Where is Yahiko? Soon, Senju Tobirama appeared, surrounded by a group of Anbu ninjas. Appearing with him was Uchiha Madara wearing an Anbu mask. Madara's identity is only known to a few people now, and it is not convenient to make it public for the time being. Although he disliked this style of hiding his head and showing his tail, Uchiha Madara still wore it at the request of Senju Tobirama. Are you going to take revenge on me? Tobirama looked at Konan and said. Konan dared to show up alone in Konoha's current situation, which undoubtedly showed that he had no regard for his own life, which made Tobirama feel a little emotional. Hokage, is there any misunderstanding here? Jiraiya said impatiently. If he could help it, he really didn't want to see a fight break out between the Hokage and his apprentice. No, Jiraiya-sensei, there is no misunderstanding. Nagato is the leader of Akatsuki, and it is Akatsuki that is joining forces with Orochimaru to deal with the Hokage. Konan said with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Rinnegan, I should have thought of it earlier. Jiraiya lowered his head deeply. He couldn't figure out what the solution was. I don't want revenge on Konoha. It is a fact that Nagato lost to you. I have no complaints since you were able to defeat Nagato with your strength. Konan's tone was very straightforward. In fact, I didn't kill Nagato. Senju Tobirama spoke slowly. Given his condition at the time, he wouldn't have lived long, but at least he wouldn't die on the spot. Although Nagato's vitality was almost drained by the continuous use of planetary devastation and summoning of Gedo Statue, Nagato actually still had time to return to Rain Shinobi to arrange Konan's funeral. Of course, whether Senju Tobirama would agree is another matter. Through the last words of Tendo Pain before his death, it is proved that someone killed him and took away the Rinnegan after Nagato was defeated. Could it be Madara? Konan shuddered all over. She didn't know what conspiracy the guy, who she always suspected of having bad intentions, was planning behind the scenes. Nagato's eyes. Advertisement. It's not me either. Before Konan could finish, Senju Tobirama took the lead in proclaiming his innocence.
His current Rinnegan is much stronger than Nagato's second-hand one. So, all this was done by the masked man. Conan lowered his brows, anger of being deceived emerging on his face. Do you think Nagato's eyes are really Nagato's? Seeing that Conan had hatred towards Obito, Senju Tobirama spoke slowly. What does this mean? Hearing this, Conan stared at Senju Tobirama, as if waiting for his explanation. The masked Uchiha Madara shuddered, as he had expected that his conspiracy would be exposed again. Let's talk somewhere else. Glancing at the Anbu standing guard around him, Senju Tobirama waved his hand and asked them to leave. Jiraiya, come on too. Ah, okay. Jiraiya immediately followed Tobirama closely. Quote. Those are Madara's eyes. Conan gritted his teeth, obviously unable to accept this fact. Even Jiraiya looked the same. All this time, they both thought that Nagato's Rinnegan was innate to the other. For this reason, Jiraiya regarded Nagato as the child of prophecy. But now, a cruel truth is before them. Considering the plan to collect the tailed beasts, the ultimate eye technique of the Rinnegan, and the Rinne Tensei that Nagato had told her about, Conan understood everything. Yahiko's ideals, Nagato's goals, and her wishes are all just a plot by Uchiha Madara behind the scenes. Even if all the tailed beasts were really gathered, Nagato's goal would not be achieved, and everything he did would only become a hindrance to others. Thank you for telling me this. Conan's face showed a hint of gratitude. If it weren't for Senju Tobirama's words, she would probably have been deceived by the person behind the scenes. As for the truth of what Senju Tobirama said, Conan did not doubt it. He could easily defeat Nagato, so why would he make up a story to deceive her? So, are you planning to take revenge on that fake Madara next? Senju Tobirama nodded. Yes, once upon a time, Yahiko founded the Akatsuki organization in order to unite every like-minded friend in the Rain Country to seek a ray of light in the darkness together. Ever since Yahiko's death, the masked man came after Nagato and everything has changed. Nagato is eager to fulfill Yahiko's wish, but the way he does things actually goes against Yahiko's original intention. All of this was planned by that masked man. Conan suddenly realized, and his hatred for Uchiha Obito became even stronger. I want to seek help from Konoha. Conan lowered his head shyly and was unable to speak. They had previously set up an ambush for the Hokage, and now she wanted Konoha's help, which made Conan feel a little embarrassed. Okay. Senju Tobirama nodded. Dealing with Obito was his next plan. Conan immediately raised his head. But it's not free. Advertisement. I have recruited the rest of the Akatsuki into Konoha. If I help you, you will also have to join Konoha and bring the Rain Shinobi village with you. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly and stated his conditions. If Mr. Hokage can avenge me, the Rain Shinobi village, are willing to join Konoha. Conan hesitated for a moment and then said very seriously. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama smiled with satisfaction. This is indeed a great help to Konoha. Rain Shinobi village has developed over the years under the leadership of Nagato and Conan, and its strength can be said to be the best among all the small ninja villages. Besides, there is Conan, a grandmaster of paper style. The 600 billion detonating tags would probably be enough for all the ninjas in Konoha to use for 100 years. That's fine. Jiraiya sighed deeply. He didn't expect his 3 apprentices to have gone through so many twists and turns. Fake Madara and Zetsu, do you know the whereabouts of those 2 people? Seeing that both parties reached an agreement, Tobirama asked about Obito's whereabouts. They went back to Rain Shinobi village to bring back Nagato's body for me, and then I came to Konoha without knowing anything about it. Conan thought for a moment and shook his head. Are you going to use Conan to deal with Konoha? Senju Tobirama quickly dismissed this idea. Before seeing the 600 billion detonating tags, no one would have thought that this weak woman in the Akatsuki organization would have such powerful means. Delay time. Soon, another guess was thought of by Senju Tobirama. Obito must have transplanted the Rinnegan by now. If he still wanted to collect the tailed beasts, then only Cloud Shinobi's 2 tails and 8 tails would be left. Clearing his mind of thoughts, Senju Tobirama slowly stood up. Conan, go back and prepare for the Rain Shinobi village matter. Jiraiya, you will be with Conan and be responsible for her safety. You will also facilitate communication between Konoha and the Rain Shinobi. I understand. Jiraiya took a deep breath. He had so much to say to Conan. I'll keep Nagato's body for now. Maybe I can revive him in the future. What? Conan trembled all over, obviously unable to think of any means of resurrection other than the Rinnegan. Trust the Hokage. Unlike Conan, Jiraiya, who had participated in the operation before, was not too surprised. Thank you. Conan thanked Senju Tobirama very sincerely. She didn't expect that the Hokage was such a kind person. You're welcome. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly. Afterwards, under his watchful eyes, Jiraiya escorted Conan all the way back to the Rain Shinobi village. Madara, look at how many people have fallen victim to Project Tasuki no Mi, and it turned out to be a scam. Tobirama didn't look back, as if talking to himself. The Anbu ninja behind him slowly took off his mask, revealing the face of Uchiha Madara, but his expression was a little gloomy. I do feel sorry for them. It was quite rare to hear such an apology from Uchiha Madara, and even Senju Tobirama couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with his ears. Don't look at me like that. Uchiha Madara glanced and said lightly. Uchiha Madara, am not the kind of person who is afraid to admit his mistakes. Chapter 124 White Zetsu invades Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi village is bustling with activity. The fact that the daimyo of the Land of Lightning personally came to Cloud Shinobi Village to meet with the fourth Reikage gave all Cloud Shinobi extremely high morale. After a long and unknown conversation, a piece of news was revealed. The entire Cloud Shinobi Village strongly condemns the evil actions of the Fire Nation and Konoha Village, and is ready for war. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning is also preparing to meet with the daimyo of the Land of Fire in person to demand an explanation for the actions of Senju Tobirama. Reikage Office. Your Excellency, please. The Reikage, who usually had a hot temper, couldn't help but restrain himself when facing the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, and said goodbye to the thin middle-aged man very politely. Don't worry, Reikage-sama. I fully support the war between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha. I will also inquire about the Fire Country. The middle-aged man turned around and made a promise with a chuckle. What happened to the Fire Country daimyo? Can't he even control the ninja villages under his command? Although the daimyo looked relaxed, his thoughts were not calm. Before the emergence of chakra and ninja, the world was ruled by various daimyo. These daimyo intermarried with each other, and it can be said that each of them was more or less related by blood. Even though there were frictions between the ninja villages under his command and wars often broke out, they would not do anything too extreme. But some time ago, Senju Tobirama of Konoha village openly destroyed Iwagakure and even made arrogant statements, demanding that the Reikage offer his head. A ninja village is the military force of a country, and the Kage is equivalent to the supreme military commander. Senju Tobirama wants the Reikage's head, which is simply a slap in the face of their daimyo. Has the Fire Country daimyo already been bullied by the Hokage? We, the Cloud Shinobi, will never lose to Konoha. Reikage I nodded heavily. The daimyo left slowly and contentedly, surrounded by his guards. After seeing off daimyo, I sighed deeply. This rugged-looking tough guy is not as reckless as he appears. When faced with a situation that cannot be solved by brute force, he will use his brain. Even he felt a bit of despair when he learned that Senju Tobirama had accomplished the feat of destroying an entire ninja village by himself. The daru he sent to Konoha to seek peace was a compromise he made. Advertisement. However, Senju Tobirama did not give him this opportunity. When Cloud Shinobi learned that peace was impossible, he had no choice but to fight to the death. He had no hope of being held accountable by the daimyo. Would a ruthless man who could destroy a village care about the accountability of an ordinary person? During the Sengoku period, when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were both powerful heroes, which of these daimyo dared to speak out? Adult Reikage. Behind him, a group of Cloud Shinobi executives looked miserable and looked at eyes back. The position of Shadow in Cloud Shinobi Village has always been passed down by the Night Moon clan. Thanks to this, Cloud Shinobi does not have too many factions, and there is no elders group to limit the power of the Shadow. Especially after the Kinkaku and Ginkaku rebellion was resolved, Reikage became the highest decision-maker in the ninja village. Bai and Wooden Golem have all been arranged. I asked after looking at everyone's faces. Mr. Bai and Mr. Wooden Golem have both arrived at Turtle Island. Ma Buyi nodded. Senju Tobirama's target is Jinchuriki, and I will never hand over his adopted brother. Therefore, before making preparations for the war, he had Killer Bee and Wooden Golem transferred to Turtle Island, and also told them to hide separately to avoid any accidents. A large number of troops were also deployed on Turtle Island to ensure their safety, and since they were both perfect Jinchuriki, there shouldn't be any accidents. Furthermore, if Turtle Island is invaded, he will immediately rush to support through Ma Buyi's Tiansong technique. Pay close attention to Konoha's movements, and report to me immediately if you discover any military action by them. I ordered again. Also, beware of those flying ninjas in Konoha. Senju Tobirama was able to enter the interior of Iwagakure using the Flying Thunder God kunai they threw from the sky. Speaking of Flying Thunder God, I couldn't help but grit his teeth. Namikaze Minato made his name as the Yellow Flash with his Flying Thunder God technique in Rasengan. The young AB group also suffered a great loss at his hands. This ninjutsu is simply the most despicable, shameless, obscene and disgusting ninjutsu. As the Senju Tobirama who invented this ninjutsu, I couldn't imagine whether his speed would be faster than Namikaze Minato. Of course, with his physical speed honed by lightning over the years, he would never lose to the opponent. Let all the ninjas in the village prepare for battle. If Konoha dares to attack, we will make sure they have no chance of returning. Senju Tobirama wants to bully Cloud Shinobi Village, but he is just dreaming. After saying that, the solid wooden desk in front of him was smashed into pieces by I's punch. Yes, advertisement. A group of Cloud Shinobi executives received the order and prepared to leave to arrange their respective tasks. Boom. Hiss. However, outside the office, there were bursts of noise. A Cloud Shinobi rushed forward and smashed open the office door, nearly stumbling and falling to the ground. What's going on? The attention of all the Cloud Shinobi high-ranking officials was immediately drawn to him. My lords. Outside. In the ground. A lot of monsters came out. Cloud Shinobi used his hands and feet in panic, and expressed the situation outside in slurred words. What monster? Is it Konoha that is attacking us? Without having time to ask any more questions, Reikage rushed out of the office and looked at the situation in the village. Countless Cloud Shinobi kept rushing out from the streets, releasing ninjutsu one after another, and civilians were sent to shelters under the protection of a group of ninjas. And the one they are fighting against. It's really a monster. On the ground, white monsters that looked almost identical crawled out of the soil. Although they look like humans, each of them has strange shaped fangs and sharp teeth. What's worse, some of them have big holes in their stomachs and heads, revealing clamps like pitcher plants. What the hell is this? A number of Cloud Shinobi executives also saw this scene and were shocked. These monsters were something they had never seen before. Moreover, their numbers are so large that they are constantly emerging from the ground. They are already more than the number of ninjas in the village. Moreover, the strength of these monsters is not that weak, they are comparable to Chunin. Those fused monsters composed of multiple heads have even greater destructive power. Quick, stop these monsters from destroying the village. I thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. Everyone immediately started fighting against these white monsters. P.S. I originally wanted to take a leave because I had a cold, but seeing so many people urging me to update, I forced myself to update one chapter. Chapter 125, Rinnegan Obito. Damn it, there are more and more monsters. A single knife strike split a white Zetsu in half from head to toe, but Ai's expression became increasingly gloomy. I saw that it seemed like endless white monsters were constantly crawling out from the ground. Judging from their number, there are at least thousands. These white monsters have very strong vitality and may not be killed unless they are smashed to pieces. Moreover, some of these anomalies can also spray poisonous mist, causing serious damage to the Cloud Shinobi. Are these monsters also Konoha's doing? Yes, other than Senju Tobirama, who else would dare to attack as Cloud Shinobi? Damn it. While killing these monsters, I was also thinking in his heart. Just during the conversation, a white Zetsu sneaked up behind Ai, let out a strange cry, and pounced on the Reikage fiercely. Lightning-style thunderball. I didn't look back, and a blue lightning instantly swallowed the white Zetsu. Reikage adult. The blindfolded Jonin still maintained the posture of releasing ninjutsu and called out, "Ai," in a low voice. "Tutai, you're here just in time. Contact Darui and the others immediately and have them bring people over for support." The Reikage let out a low growl. Because of the upcoming war with Konoha, most of Cloud Shinobi's ninjas were called back to the village and incorporated into units. However, fearing that Senju Tobirama might use the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the Cloud Shinobi village and wipe them out like he did with Iwagakure, I divided the ninja army into 4 groups, each stationed in the 4 corners of the village. But I didn't expect that such a large number of enemies would appear in the center of the village without being discovered. The decision to disperse the troops left them short-handed when the village center came under attack. Yes, after receiving the order, Dodai, under the cover of several Cloud Shinobi, cut a gap through the white Zetsu and left quickly, constantly sending signals toward the sky along the way. The rest of you, come with me and stop these monsters first. Looking at the increasing number of white monsters and the Cloud Shinobi high-ranking officials and some guard ninjas around them, who were not numerous but had great strength, the Reikage gave the order. This is the center of Cloud Shinobi village. We must not let these monsters spread out and affect the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Advertisement. Otherwise, there will definitely be considerable casualties. Kill. Just when Reikage was about to lead the people around him to resist those white monsters, something strange happened. Stay, you. With a sound of a blade piercing flesh, a Cloud Shinobi was stabbed through the heart by his companion beside him. Before he died, he was still staring with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe why his best friend, whom he had known for decades, would suddenly attack him, at this time. What the hell are you doing? The 4th Reikage roared, his body glowing with blue lightning, and he rushed to the Cloud Shinobi who had taken action at an extremely fast speed and crushed his head with one hand. This Cloud Shinobi is actually killing his fellow villagers. Is he scared silly by these monsters? But no matter what, he could not show mercy to such a person who killed his own companions during the war. Reikage-sama, there seems to be something wrong with this ninja. Beside him, his secretary Ma Bui reminded him. All the guard ninjas responsible for protecting the safety of the Reikage and the daimyo today have been carefully selected and will never be traitors or spies. The body of Stay, as the deceased was called, looked no different than any other Cloud Shinobi. However, no blood flowed out of the broken part of its neck, instead, it had the same broken section as those white monsters. And its body was still slowly moving, it was not completely dead. These monsters can actually disguise themselves as other people. Reikage was dumbfounded and exclaimed. Moreover, even he couldn't see any flaws in this transformation technique-like method. Everyone, be careful. The Reikage had just issued a warning to the people behind him when suddenly exclamations were heard from behind. Brother, you, Captain, quote exclamation mark quote, quote comma comma quote. Shouts of disbelief, shock and despair resounded through the sky above Yunlei Gorge. The white Zetsu hidden inside these ninjas bared their fangs one by one. Advertisement. After these Cloud Shinobi died while trying to stop the white Zetsu, their bodies were quietly hidden. The white Zetsu then disguised themselves as them, inadvertently infiltrated the team behind the Reikage, and finally killed them. After these hidden white Zetsu took action, the white Zetsu in the front attacked together. The Reikage roared, and in the midst of the chaos and engulfment, he activated the lightning-style chakra mode. Then he plunged into the mighty white Zetsu army. Obito, isn't it a bit of a waste to use these white Zetsu here? At a certain commanding height, Black Zetsu, standing under the aloe grass, looked at the chaos below and asked Obito beside him. Obito at this time is completely different from before. The black robe and yellow Uzumaki mask had been discarded by him. He was wearing a dark blue robe with a large round fan tied on his back, and the white Magatama mask added a sense of mystery to him. And in the two holes of the mask, the left eye Rinnegan and the right eye Sharingan, the purple and red lights are particularly eye-catching. No, they are just cannon fodder. Being able to hinder Cloud Shinobi and his men for a few moments is already their greatest use. The cold words penetrated the mask, adding a touch of depth. Different from the 100,000 White Zetsu that were copied during the Fourth War due to the strengthening of Yamato. The current White Zetsu are just inferior stuff that Obito copied using Five Tails chakra according to the method provided by Black Zetsu. Not only are they weaker than Chunin, but their numbers are also quite rare, barely exceeding 10,000. So, now we are going to attack 8 tails and 2 tails. Both of them are perfect Jinchuriki who have achieved mutual understanding with the tailed beasts. Their fighting power is not comparable to that of ordinary Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu whispered a reminder, he didn't want Obito to be defeated while trying to capture the Jinchuriki. With the power of the Rinnegan, victory is a given. This is Obito's answer. Although he couldn't see Obito's expression through the mask, Black Zetsu could imagine that Obito must have been a little swollen after the Rinnegan was transplanted. Soon, a black Uzumaki rolled up and the two figures disappeared.